Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 767 to Chapter 783. Everyone is helping me. A just cause enjoys abundant support. How could I fail? How can I fail? Shackles were often put on like this. Actually, Suyu wasn't a saint. He wasn't selfless. He was selfish. He just wanted to live his own life, to be carefree, to roam the worlds freely. Open a path. If I fail, I'll just try again. I'm not in a hurry, I'll find a place to hide for thousands of years. If I don't succeed, I won't come out. What brush Dao, what human emperor Dao, they might be strong, but they aren't mine. If King Tianwen and human emperor wanted to take them away, then wouldn't I be working for others? This was Suyu's thoughts. As long as he became stronger, it didn't matter which Dao it was. But Suyu knew that these Daos weren't his and they weren't compatible with him. If others wanted to give it to him, he could. If they didn't want to give it to him, they could take it away at any time. It was too uncomfortable. Inheriting the human emperor Dao was something Suyu was most unwilling to do. But today, he told the king of Great Zhou that if he failed, he would inherit these Daos. Others might think that Suyu was being unreasonable. If he failed, he could inherit these Daos that others couldn't even imagine. What was there to be dissatisfied about? But he didn't want to be someone else's puppet. He didn't want others to say that he was the second King Wen or human emperor. Everyone wanted to live as themselves. I wanted to. Back then, everyone said that he was like King Wen. Suyu wasn't happy. No, I am me. I am Suyu. I am not King Wen, and I don't want to be the second King Wen. Whoever wanted to be a substitute could be it, even if he had to lead a hard life, even if he was weak, he didn't want to live as someone else. But at this moment, Suyu bowed to fate. He looked at the dense Daos in front of him with some desire and anticipation. Let me succeed, I don't want to be someone else's shadow. There were more and more Daos. The third stage had begun. The third stage, the Tao of Time. In truth, this was very simple. The Tao of Time might seem very difficult, but the most difficult aspect was time. In truth, as long as the great Tao was perfected, the Tao of Time would naturally form, and time would be within one's Tao. Time was the most unfathomable of all. Suyu's philosophy was that time was the only one, and his Tao of Time was the only one in his great Tao. He didn't need to deliberately open up his great Tao. Once his great Tao was formed, time was under his control. I set the beginning of time, I set the year of time. If I say that one day now is 1 year in my great Tao in the new universe, then it is 1 year. Time is relative. Therefore, Suyu didn't need to comprehend this profound great Tao too much. In fact, he didn't have the means to comprehend it. Right now, the most important thing for him was life and death. Life. From life to death, everyone knows this. But even death cannot be a true death. Should we open the path of life or the path of death first? At this moment, Suyu was thinking while fusing the other great Daos. Life and death are the most difficult. A person's life is nothing more than life and death. First open the path of life and then die. If I open the path of life and then open the path of death, then it will be difficult for me to live from death. Suyu was still pondering when all of a sudden, a rumble came over. Wan Tianxing roared, "How dare you? You're courting death." In this instant, the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires erupted throughout the chaos. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, life and death, samsara, all erupted. In the dark chaos, Wan Tianxing's incarnations were countless. The power of countless emotions guided the chaos, and he struck out with his palm. In the chaos, a terrifying existence was a little surprised, a little puzzled, and vaguely affected. Its will swept out. Who are you? This will was incomparably powerful, the suppression of a higher rank. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Near Suyu, Marquis Dingjun muttered, "I feel no weaker than the 100 Battle King. No weaker than the 100 Battle King from 60 years ago." At that time, the 100 Battle King had already come into contact with the battle prowess of a master of the laws. At that time, the 100 Battle King could easily fight 3 Empyreans. And an Empyrean could easily fight 2 or 3 heavenly kings. Of course, Yuqin had been killed by Wan Tianxing and Blue Sky. However, those 2 heavenly kings had risked their lives to self-destruct. In addition, Suyu and Fat Ball had joined forces to deal a vicious blow to her. Only then had she fallen. In other words, perhaps 10 heavenly kings could match her. But what was an Empyrean? An Empyrean represented a comprehension of the great Tao that was no different from a master of the laws. The two sides wouldn't be suppressed in terms of rank. When a heavenly king fought a master of the laws, there would be a suppression in terms of rank. In the void, a powerful existence gradually revealed its true form. Suyu glanced at it and suddenly sighed. He laughed, is this luck? Splitting open the heavens was bound to be difficult, it was bound to be obstructed, so you didn't think this existence's sudden appearance was a surprise. At this moment, Suyu collected his thoughts and looked at the giant beast that had been forced out. It was incomparably large and somewhat similar to a dragon. Perhaps it was the original form of the dragon race. Suyu laughed, his will fluctuating. How did you get out? It couldn't be an accident, it could only be the arrangement of the primal chaos. The dragon-like monster also looked at Suyu. Its giant eyes emitted a faint golden light in the darkness. You're opening a path in the primal chaos? That's right. No wonder. The dragons will swept over. The primal chaos is summoning me. I've long been asleep, but it's summoning me to deal with you, the one who opened the path. It was summoned by the will of the primal chaos. It wasn't that it sensed something, but that it had long been asleep in the depths of the primal chaos. Suyu sighed ruefully. The primal chaos, it seems the heavens also have a will. It's deliberately not giving me the chance to split open the heavens. The other ancient beasts might have sensed the power of expulsion, but you even dug out a sleeping existence. Do you want to kill me? I can expel you. The dragons will shook. If you leave the primal chaos, I won't kill you. Its giant eyes swept across the surroundings. There were still a few experts. Fat Ball, Xianxia, and the others were all quite powerful. However, Blue Sky was heavily injured. The king of the Great Zhou and the king of the South had left. At this moment, in terms of battle prowess, they were still inferior to this person. Even if the heavenly kings joined forces, as for those below the heavenly king level, at this stage, it wasn't just a matter of numbers. Just as the martial emperor had said, if they really relied on numbers, wouldn't 30 to 50 Dao integration stage beings be enough to kill him? A heavenly king against 4 to 5 Dao integration stage beings. 7 to 8 heavenly kings were comparable to 2 to 3 heavenly venerables. Wouldn't 2 to 3 heavenly venerables be able to match a sealed martial emperor and kill him? However, the suppression of rank still existed. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. It depended on time and opportunity. At this moment, Xianxia's emotions erupted. With a strong sense of goodwill, his will fluctuated. Powerful expert, as long as you're willing to leave, we can trade. We can trade anything you want. He didn't want a battle to break out, otherwise, it would be very troublesome. As for the dragon, there was a hint of mockery on its face. What can you give me? What a bunch of laughable fellows, its massive body moved forward bit by bit. Meanwhile, Suyu chuckled. This is a test, but also a punishment. It's the primal chaos punishment for me. Splitting open the sky isn't that simple. That's fine, I'm just about to split open life and death. I'm still thinking, how am I going to die? Commit suicide? That's not appropriate. Suyu chuckled. The timing is perfect. This is a disaster, but also an opportunity. From life to death, toward death to life. See, here comes this ancient beast. It's actually a trial stone for splitting open the sky. If I'm killed, it just so happens to conform to the Tao of death. From life to death. If I return, I can fight it. I don't have to be afraid of it. Suyu sighed with emotion. Everything has been arranged perfectly. Luck is indeed terrifying. He looked at the dragon and smiled. I've killed many dragons, but I've never killed a powerful existence like you. In ancient times, would you be able to match the master of the laws? The dragon didn't underestimate Suyu. It could ignore Xianxia and the others, but it couldn't ignore this existence that was splitting open the sky. After a moment of silence, it suddenly spoke up. This time, it didn't use telepathy, but the common tongue of the myriad worlds. The ancient times you speak of, is it the era when the human race was unified? Yes. The master of the laws, the chaos dragon thought for a moment, then said, I once fought a human king of your race, but I wasn't his match. He couldn't kill me either, so I fled. Which human king? Suyu was curious. Which human king couldn't even kill this fellow who just stepped into the master of the laws? King Ping. Stunned, Suyu glanced at Marquis Dingjun. If he remembered correctly, Marquis Dingjun was under King Ping's command. As for Marquis Dingjun, he felt humiliated. At this moment, not far from Suyu, Princess Ji transmitted, in ancient times, whether a human king was strong or not was determined by the strength of his subordinates. King Ping didn't have many experts under him, so Marquis Dingjun was able to get a noble title. King Ping, as his name suggests, was mediocre in strength, a classic example of a king of the flesh. He wasn't a true master of the laws, but his combat strength had reached this level. Good lord, she'd exposed King Ping's background in an instant. Marquis Dingjun and General Valiant were equal in strength. Fine, General Valiant might be a bit stronger, but one was a general and the other a noble. Perhaps it was because each human king had a different quota. People as strong as King Wen and King Wu would definitely get a lot of quotas, but they had a lot of talents under them, so it wasn't easy to distribute them. On the other hand, people like King Ping got less, but they didn't have many experts under them, so it was easier to distribute. Marquis Dingjun was lucky to be able to get a noble title. After secretly insulting King Ping and Marquis Dingjun, Suyu smiled. In other words, you can't even defeat some of the weakest king of the flesh? In other words, this guy wasn't much in the ancient times. The dragon wasn't angry, but said coldly, do you want to fight me? Suyu smiled. If you don't mind, can you wait for me for a while? Suyu pointed at the thousands of Daos in front of him. I haven't completely assimilated the power of these Daos. Can you wait for me to do that? The dragon was a little unhappy. Suyu smiled. Wait for me. I won't bully you, but I won't let my people fight you shoulder to shoulder. Otherwise, you won't have an easy time. He looked around. I have a lot of people here. If they really attack together, you might not be able to hold out. How about we fight one-on-one after I'm done assimilating the Daos? The dragon looked around. There were indeed a lot of people. If they really fought, even if he could kill a lot of them, it probably wouldn't be easy for him. At this moment, the dragon was silent for a while, then said, you can retreat. That won't do. That's stopping me from achieving Dao. I won't agree to it. Suyu smiled. Are you willing? If not, then we'll fight now. The dragon fell silent once more. Will your people join forces with you later? Suyu smiled and said, no. Opening the path of life and death requires one to stake everything on one throw. If my people attack, my Dao might be broken. If my Dao is broken, I'll retreat too. So, if my people attack, I'll lose. You're the winner. Opening the path of life and death, stake everything on one throw. The dragon observed carefully. It wasn't sure if Suyu was telling the truth. However, if Suyu played any tricks, there was still hope that it could defeat Suyu and stop him from opening the path. How should it choose? The dragon pondered for a moment before saying, I'm afraid you don't want your people to die. If you really want to fight me alone, I'm willing to wait for you. If you gang up on me, I'll retreat now, but I'll definitely take my revenge. Suyu smiled. You're threatening me now? Are you going to break your promise? Suyu smiled and said, that won't happen. How about this, tell those ancient beasts not to come and wait for me. Half a day should be enough. I'll merge the other Daos and then spar with you. The dragon did not speak. Suyu ignored it and continued merging the Daos. Pages of diagrams flew out and rapidly expanded to open up the Daos. Suyu quickly merged the Daos as well. Since Lan Tian had been helping him with the experiments earlier, Suyu's process was much smoother. 2,200, he weaved the Daos into a net. The Daos were incredibly thick and stronger. The power of the Great Dao was vaguely connected to Suyu. Suyu's aura gradually grew stronger. However, it was still not very harmonious. Wan Tianxing arrived through the air and sent a voice transmission, you really want to fight it alone? Yes. Suyu sent a voice transmission. I want to comprehend life and death, the true meaning of life and death, to be reborn in the face of death. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. I'm opening the Daos. Even if I die, I've opened the Daos of life and I can live. Wan Tianqing was silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission. If we can't beat it, let's work together. No. Suyu smiled and sent another voice transmission. I've lied many times, but not this dragon this time. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. If I can't beat it and I can't open the Daos of life and death, I'll probably be useless. Unless I succeed, I still can't beat it, and it still wants to cause trouble. At that time, I can teach it a lesson. He continued, this dragon is actually a test for me to open the Daos of life and death. This time, I've opened the Daos with great success, but success often means that there are some flaws, and that may not be a good thing. Man or head, all of you retreat first. Wan Tianqing frowned, but didn't speak. Suyu said in a clear voice, everyone, retreat to the final ruins. I'll fight this dragon in a bit to familiarize myself with my new Daos. You can all watch and observe. I'm not familiar with the Daos myself, so perhaps I can give you some inspiration. Everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything for a while. Suyu's face turned cold. Or are you saying that my words no longer matter? Upon hearing this, Wan Tianqing sighed, turned around, and flew back to where he came from. The others also silently flew back to the final ruins. This dragon wasn't weak, it was equivalent to 100 battles from 6,000 years ago. Or perhaps it was no weaker than the primal chaos ancestor, or perhaps even stronger than celestial sovereign Corona of the divines. These people's strength at different times could be viewed as a level. The peak of celestial sovereign, the threshold of master of the laws. They were at the level of being half broken. Of course, the current 100 battles might be even stronger. 6,000 years of self-sealing didn't necessarily mean he'd stopped cultivating. Being able to match you means I can catch up to 100 battles from 6,000 years ago. I don't believe he hasn't improved in the last 6,000 years. As an emperor, Suyu didn't care too much about bearing. When it came to tricks, no one lacked them. What he lacked now was strength. Even if he didn't open the Tao of life and death, he could still display considerable strength. Once he opened it, the results would be seen. 2,300, 2,400, he constantly fused with the Daos. Suyu's aura also gradually grew stronger. Illusory strength, they couldn't be truly united. Across from him, the dragon watched in silence. Sky splitters were also legends in the primal chaos. Now, it also wanted to try and fight against a weak heaven creator. Sky splitter, what ability did it have to split open the heavens? Time passed bit by bit. After about 4 or 5 hours, the entire void was frighteningly quiet. Boom, at this moment, the great Tao tightened, it looked like a cylinder. However, this cylinder seemed to have been cut in half. It was like a bamboo that had been cut in half. These 2 points needed to be connected by 2 roads. Suyu sensed it and was quite satisfied. This time, it was actually quite smooth. Of course, Blue Sky's injuries were not light. Great Tao injuries would not heal so easily. At this moment, there was no phenomenon of Sky Splitter, because it was incomplete, the dragon had been waiting. At this time, it also knew that Suyu might be almost done. Its voice was loud like a bell, are you done? Yes, thank you, fellow Daoist. Suyu laughed and walked forward step by step, fellow Daoist, go easy on me. I'm still not proficient in this Tao. Boom, with a sweep of its tail, it caused the void to explode. Suyu instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already on the dragon's head. He silently comprehended for a while and said softly, there are thousands of great Daos. Thousands of Daos are indeed mysterious. Fellow Daoist, it seems that you may not be able to kill me. Only strength is true. The dragon did not care. It was not like it had never seen the power of great Tao. In the next moment, waves of primal chaos force rose up. In an instant, Suyu was surrounded by primal chaos force. With a loud boom, the primal chaos force exploded, Suyu disappeared again, but this time, he felt danger. The dragon's speed was also extremely fast, following closely behind, it caught up in an instant. Suyu instantly drew in the chaotic power around him, but it did not affect the dragon much. Only strength is unbreakable. Strength comes from oneself, not from chaos. Fellow Taoist, it is not a good thing to underestimate me. Bang, with a sweep of the tail, Suyu once again used void travel. But this time, the power of void travel was directly suppressed by a huge force. In the next moment, an incomparably loud dragon roar resounded through the world. Roar. Rumble, Suyu's eardrums exploded, and blood flowed from his orifices. He instantly fell out of the state of void travel. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how many techniques you have, strength can defeat 10. After all, the primordial race is the origin of this universe. With that said, without a sound, a giant claw swiped at Suyu, and with a pfft, Suyu was crushed. In the distance, the group of people panicked. In the next moment, Suyu appeared again. 1, 2, 3, Doppelganger Dao, the dragon's eyes flashed coldly. Doppelganger? Is it useful? Break! With a low roar, the dragon's body instantly enlarged by 1,000,000 times. The entire chaotic space seemed to be a dragon, and with a boom, it came crashing down, filling up the entire space. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, Suyu exploded. True strength can defeat 10, and Suyu's voice resounded in the surroundings, filled with emotion. I've read since I was young, and it's always the main character who can defeat 10. After killing someone, they come up with a flashy line that it is useless. Who would have thought that I would be taught a lesson by you today? So, you are the main character, and I am the villain? Suyu's voice was filled with laughter. The so-called 1 strength can defeat 10 is just a martial artist giving himself a gold medal. At the same level, you see if flashy lines are useful. Isn't that right, fellow Taoist? At this moment, Suyu turned into a chaotic flame, and in an instant, the flames lit up the world, burning the dragon. The nomological power is not strong. It is indeed flashy. Boom, the dragon swung its tail, and a tail swept out the flames. Its giant claw tore through the void, the sky, and the chaos. In an instant, it broke through the chaos, and Suyu's phantom image dissipated. Instantly, Suyu disappeared. 1 man and 1 dragon, a huge battle in the void. Suyu focused on evasion, and all kinds of Dao techniques came one after another. Invisibility, 5 elements, doppelganger, curse, explosion, all kinds of Dao techniques were used one after another. However, no matter how strong the Dao techniques were, when they hit the dragon's body, they only created small wounds, which the dragon quickly recovered. And every time the dragon attacked, Suyu would suffer a small loss. The dragon said coldly, "Your Dao is too weak. If this goes on, I'm afraid you will fail." Suyu's figure appeared again, and with a pale face, he smiled and said, "That's true. As expected, you guys, at this stage, are really not easy to deal with. Fight." Suyu instantly turned into a huge saber, a saber that could split the sky. The saber light overflowed, and between heaven and earth, there was only this saber. Not enough. The dragon suddenly roared, and the sound waves bombarded heaven and earth. Behind it, Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Layers of defensive barriers rose up, and with a rumble, the defensive barriers shattered one after another. With a pft, many people vomited blood at the same time. As for the long saber that Suyu had turned into, it suddenly became much dimmer. With a slash, it slashed down, and with a loud bang, it chopped down on the dragon's horn. Traces of golden blood flowed out of the dragon's horn, and Suyu reverted to his original form again. He retreated thousands of meters, and his hands were a bloody mess. The dragon shook its head, and a smile appeared in its eyes. "This is your strongest attack?" "Too weak," Suyu sighed. "Am I weak?" Not at all. At this time, he had thousands of great Daos gathered around him. He didn't dare say that he could contend with the master of the laws, but he felt that he definitely possessed the strength of an Empyrean. At the very least, Suyu could match Ruqin from that day. But against this dragon, no matter how many techniques he had, he still found it difficult to break through its defenses. "So what? Your attack power isn't enough?" The dragon laughed. "How about you try mine?" In the next moment, the dragon began to circle in the air. Shatter! A loud roar of willpower echoed out in all directions. With a loud rumble, the void around them collapsed. The dragon's circling body exploded like a spring, the entire chaos void was shattered by it, rumble rumble rumble, space tore apart. Suyu quickly turned invisible. No, it was instantly broken. Avatars shattered in the blink of an eye. His true body turned into nothingness, but that wasn't enough either. He was struck back into his true form. The dragon's shattering strike had exhausted all of Suyu's methods. With a loud bang, he was sent flying 10,000 meters away from the dragon, his true body a bloody mess. Phew, Suyu panted violently with helplessness. So King powerful. If this guy was brought up to fight celestial venerables, he could definitely fight 3 or 4, he had almost no power to fight back. He could only survive by relying on his many methods. Just as he was thinking, his hair instantly stood on end. Suyu tore the void and ran. But at this moment, a tail silently followed behind him. Its speed was unimaginably fast. With a poochie sound, the tip of the tail pierced Suyu's chest. Suyu roared. The power of the great Tao erupted. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just as he disappeared and reappeared, his expression changed. A strong man suddenly appeared in front of him. Naked, he punched out, boom, Suyu quickly blocked with his arms. With a bang, his arms exploded. His chest suffered heavy damage again. He was sent flying by a punch, his bones broken. In the process of flying backward, the strong man appeared again. In a flash, he appeared behind Suyu and kicked out. With a bang, like kicking a ball, Suyu's back exploded. Your Majesty! Behind him, everyone was shocked. So strong, this strong man was the dragon beast in human form. The strong man kicked Suyu heavily. Once again, he quickly followed. I said, no matter how many methods you have, it is not as real as strength. King Wen! Suyu suddenly shouted. With a look of shock, a white-clothed person appeared in front of him. The dragon looked over and was shocked, he subconsciously paused. Suddenly, golden light exploded in his eyes. With a bang, the white phantom was destroyed. When he looked again, Suyu had already fled into the distance. Suyu panted, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. But he smiled. Who said that methods are useless? Look, if I was just a little stronger than you, I could have killed you in that moment when you were distracted. Old dragon, you are too behind the times. Just comparing strength. Isn't that barbarian? But, strength is strength. The huge man stepped through the air, his voice cold. Many methods are indeed not useless. With the same strength, the one with more methods has a higher chance of winning. But, you and I are not the same. Now, if you break the Tao, go back, and I will not kill you. Suyu laughed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared near the dragon. The dragon's eyes shone brightly. With a punch, all the phantoms exploded. Lock! With a bellow, the illusory figures suddenly burst apart, locking onto Suyu's true body. With a pale face, Suyu brandished a brush in his hand and pointed it toward Xianxia. 5 elements purgatory, seal the heavens and seal the earth, suppress all evil, 1 word for 1 Shenwen, 1 word for 1 rule. Only strength is true. The huge man roared. Shenwen exploded, and the chains snapped. With a rumble, the dragon's leg swept through the void. With a bang, the giant brush in Suyu's hand broke. With a splat, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu paled even more. He couldn't help but angrily say, you are only at the boundary point, not a true master of the laws. How can you be so strong? You are not weak either. The dragon said. Having many methods is good. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have died long ago in a direct confrontation. You can still fight back. You are already strong. Master of the laws? The huge man's eyes revealed a smile. At my level, when I reach the infinite realms and connect to the power of the great Tao, I am the master of the laws. What is true and false? But why put shackles on yourself and become a slave to the infinite realms? Before he finished speaking, man and dragon attacked at the same time. Suyu chopped down with his saber, and the dragon punched out. Boom, this might be the first direct collision. Suyu's saber broke, but it instantly released a poisonous gas. Sizzle, there was a sound of corrosion, and the dragon felt a bit dizzy. Black blood oozed out of his fist. With a shake of his hand, the black blood dripped down and corroded the chaotic energy. Poison? The dragon frowned. You have so many methods. How many more do you know? I know a lot. Suyu laughed. In the blink of an eye, a healing power appeared, and all his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. A moment later, dozens of barriers appeared around him, all of them defensive power. Then, illusory figures appeared in the void, charging at the dragon. They were like gods, but also like demons. Summoning. Condensed chi to chaos. With a low shout, endless chaotic energy transformed into figures that charged at the dragon. At this moment, Suyu also used all his methods. Magic bean soldiers. With a wave of his hand, countless puppets appeared. In the end, the other puppets had long since been smashed to pieces by the dragon. It's just a waste of the laws. So what if these puppets block me for a while? Many a little makes a mickle. I'll kill you. Suyu shouted, and countless puppets appeared again. This time, they self-destructed one after another, causing the surroundings to tremble. However, when the sound of self-destruction dissipated, the dragon walked out again. It was just a bit messy, and there were many small wounds on its body. However, they quickly healed. Suyu was also helpless. Damn it, he couldn't even hurt the other party. There was no way to fight. Outside. Everyone was dazzled, and as they watched, they were all frightened. Sky Destroyer couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, use the big stick to hit him." At this moment, Suyu turned into a big stick and smashed down. Boom, the dragon punched out, shattering the stick and sending Suyu flying. The group of people glared at Sky Destroyer. Sky Destroyer had a helpless expression. How would I know? Isn't my big stick Dao strong? It feels weaker than other Daos. Sky Destroyer couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, what's your approximate strength?" He couldn't see through it. Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, "Celestial Venerable." Then Your Majesty, quickly open the Dao of Life and Death and hit him. He didn't open the Dao of Life and Death, but he already had the strength of a Celestial Venerable. If he did, wouldn't he instantly become a master of the laws? Hit him. Wan Tianqing wanted to tear his mouth apart. Nonsense. If he could open it, Suyu would have done it long ago. At this moment, the dragon took another step forward, its giant foot stomping down on Suyu. You want to use my power to comprehend life and death? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. I won't kill you, but I will destroy the power of your myriad Daos. Your Dao is broken, so what if you comprehend life and death? Chaos beasts, you're a lot smarter. Suyu retreated again, fleeing quickly. He laughed bitterly. No wonder I felt like you were wasting my great Dao power. So it was to break my Dao. The dragon didn't deny it. It had said so, and that was the truth. Why did it have to kill Suyu, sever his Dao, sever his thoughts, and today's matter would be over? If they killed Suyu, a huge battle would break out. But, you have to see if I'm willing to waste my time with you. You don't have the ability to kill me, so I'm not afraid. The dragon had just finished speaking when Suyu roared. Suddenly, the gate of heaven opened. Once the gate of heaven opened, Suyu's entire being changed. He looked at the dragon again, only to feel that this fellow was full of flaws. He sped up, passing through the void in the blink of an eye, stabbing out with his sword. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through the enemy's left arm. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through the enemy's arm through the gap between the muscles. Gate of heaven? The dragon trembled slightly. You're forcing me to kill you. In battle, the most taboo is to hold back. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Furthermore, I'm not a rabbit. Do you really think you can drag me to death? Suyu sneered. Then I'll grant your wish. The dragon transformed into its original form, incomparably huge. Collapse. The void in all directions collapsed again. This time, Suyu did not retreat. The moment the power of the great Dao collapsed, he passed through the weak point of the power and stabbed out with his sword. With a squelch, this sword pierced into the other party's eye. Roar. The dragon roared crazily and spat out a mouthful of flames of chaos. Suyu was instantly burned. A large amount of the power of water appeared, but it was unable to extinguish it. Ah! Suyu roared in pain. The longsword turned into a spear and swept out. With a bang, the dragon's horn was shattered again. Drops of blood dripped down, and the black poisonous gas continued to seep in. In the blink of an eye, this man and dragon were fighting in the entire void. Suyu had too many methods, but his strength was still lacking. After a while, Suyu was torn into pieces by a claw. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He was torn apart by the dragon. "Your Majesty!" In the back, the crowd could not help but shout, "Let's go together and kill that guy." The gap was quite obvious. Suyu could not match the other party at all. But at this moment, Xianxia was extremely calm. He sent a voice transmission, "Wait. He wants to die once. If he wants to be killed by the other party, he wants to experience the consequences of death, don't disturb him." Everyone's hearts palpitated. If he died, could he really live? It felt too crazy, rumble, and at this moment, Suyu madly rushed forward again, with some indomitable madness. His voice echoed, "I have tried to fake my death countless times, and every time I felt like I was really dying, but after waking up, I realized that it was all a dream. Fellow Taoist, help me. Come and kill me." Rumble, an Empyrean who did not fear death, regardless of everything, had countless methods. Even the dragon could not hold back at this moment. Its strength gradually increased, becoming stronger and stronger. "You are courting death. Do you really think that if you die, you can revive? Kill!" The gigantic dragon roared fiercely. A bead suddenly appeared on its claw and it smashed towards Suyu. With a bang, it smashed Suyu. Suyu's cracked body was just about to revive, but the dragon was faster. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside his cracked body and stomped at his head. "Courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! The moment the huge foot stomped down, it turned into a dragon tail. Like a spear, it stabbed out, wanting to stab Suyu to death, and at this moment, Suyu suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "I'll swallow you." The huge mouth was unbelievably big. In an instant, the entire dragon tail was swallowed into his mouth. His abdomen had already exploded, but he could not see the dragon tail. He did not know where it had gone. The huge devouring force immediately swallowed the dragon into his mouth. Rumble, a loud noise sounded, and the dragon's voice came from somewhere. "You want to swallow me too? Dream on. F***CKU. Suyu gritted his teeth. His head danced in the air. In an instant, the heaven gate appeared from his head and directly landed on the ground, turning into a door. "You want to kill me? Even if I want to die, I won't die like this. If you kill me for nothing, it will be because I, Suyu, am useless." He directly smashed into the heaven gate. The illusory heaven gate opened, and in an instant, a head smashed into it. The dragon roared crazily. "Heaven gate? You're crazy. Be careful, you and I will not be able to return." Boom, a loud noise resounded through heaven and earth. The huge head smashed into the heaven gate and instantly collapsed. At this moment, Suyu seemed to really feel death. The inside of the heaven gate seemed to be a land of darkness. He did not know whether it was the darkness of death or the inside of the heaven gate was a land of darkness. "King Wen." At this moment, Suyu seemed to think of something and let out a final roar. "Are you there? King Wen? Are you there?" Rumble, with that final roar, Suyu's head instantly shattered. In the head, a huge dragon appeared. Its body was covered in injuries, and with a look of fear, it turned around and ran out of the heaven gate. And at this moment, when Suyu's thoughts were completely silent, a soft sound seemed to come from the distant land of darkness. "Eh? Who? A dragon that opened the heaven gate? A dragon that opened the heaven gate?" The voice was filled with doubt and shock. "What the hell?" Boom! At this moment, the huge dragon roared crazily. It did not know whether Suyu was dead or not, or whether he had heard it. In any case, it had heard it. What a terrifying world! It madly burned its body and instantly smashed through the illusory heaven gate, but the heaven gate suddenly exploded. Rumble, half of the huge dragon's tail was blown off and directly left inside the heaven gate. As for the dragon's head, it instantly escaped. bang, the heaven gate exploded, and the only light disappeared. The world once again fell silent. In the land of darkness, the man in white had a look of surprise. He looked at the burly man beside him who was covered in blood. "Did you hear that?" "What?" "Someone called me. It seems like a dragon." The burly man frowned and glanced at him. He suddenly scolded, "Are you crazy? Don't you think it would be more reliable if your sister called you?" "It's not," the man in white wanted to explain. "It's not my sister." Forget it, he soon gave up. It was a little sad. If the human sovereign was here, or the wisdom king, fine, or even the jail king was here, everyone would be shocked when I said this. Then, they would say, "Is it true? Let's investigate and see what the reason is. Let's investigate and analyze." Alright, that's them, but now, my teammates are not them. The man in white was extremely depressed. "I'm sorry, I raised you into a cripple." "Eh?" The burly man looked at him. The man in white said sorrowfully, "Other than fighting and killing, you should think more in the future. Raising you is more tiring than raising a son." The burly man's face was ashen. "Who are you scolding?" The man in white ignored him and looked into the distance. "I want to take a look. I think I heard someone calling me. It seemed like a dragon." "Strange, dragon, chaos dragon, I'm not seeing things, I believe it." Darkness. Boundless darkness. Even his soul seemed to have fallen silent. Experiencing death was easy to say, but when faced with death, who knew what they were thinking? But at this moment, Suyu knew what he was thinking. He seemed to have seen a path, the path of the dead. That path seemed to want to guide him, but this was the land of primordial chaos. That path seemed unable to guide him. Was this what death felt like? Suyu could vaguely see that path, but he couldn't cross it. It seemed the path of the dead couldn't cover this place. What a pity. Then what should I do now? His will was a little cloudy. It seemed to be dying. I'm bored out of my mind. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had this thought. He really was bored out of his mind. Why open a path? Why experience death? Wasn't it enough for him to dream and die every day? Wake up from the dream and I'm alive? Yes, wake up from the dream and I'm alive, but how should I wake up from the dream? The path of life and death, should I open a path? Open what path? Cloudy thoughts appeared in his mind. So tired. It seemed like he should just stay silent. If he was tired, he should rest, shouldn't he? Since the age of 6, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. When he was 18, the dream gradually disappeared. But after that, there were 4 years of constant war. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from it all. King Wen, the human sovereign, the master of the laws and Wan, primordial chaos, heaven gate, hell king, there were too many secrets in this world. Even people who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't decipher all of them. Why did he have to do it? Why did he have to bear all of them? Because the Time Master chose him, the Time Master chose him. Should he bear all of this? I'm too tired, I want to sleep. Since the age of 6, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Fighting, non-stop fighting. I'm too tired. At this moment, Suyu clearly knew that he should open the path of life and death. If he did, perhaps he could return to reality. But, he suddenly didn't want to. Just let me sleep here. Sleep in peace until the end of time. Yes, although his will was cloudy, he knew that he should open a path to revive himself. He had the ability to open a path, and he was prepared to do so. But, wasn't he tired? Let me be a coward for once. This world won't stop spinning without me. The outside world. The gate of heaven exploded. A dragon head had escaped, and Suyu had completely disappeared without a trace. Everyone's faces were solemn. What about Suyu? Where is he? Was he dead? Wan Tianqing's expression was unsightly. The next moment, he shouted, "Surround it." He wanted to see Suyu. If Suyu died, he would kill this dragon. In an instant, hundreds of experts rushed out and surrounded the giant dragon head that was trying to escape. The giant dragon had lost half of its body, and its aura was greatly reduced, but it was still powerful. Even with half of its body broken, it was still a top expert, no weaker than a heavenly venerable. If it really fought to the death with these people present, it dared not say that it could kill all of them, but it could still kill a few top experts. Wan Tianqing's aura fluctuated, and his voice was low. Where is he? The giant dragon's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, and also a little low. He is a madman. He broke through the gate of heaven. Even if it is only the shadow of the gate of heaven, it is not a place he and I can go. He may have died in the gate of heaven. Wan Tianqing's expression gradually became ugly. He looked around and suddenly shouted, "Wake up! Suyu, where are you?" His expression was very ugly. This was not right, logically speaking, Suyu should be opening a path to revive at this moment. Whether he was reviving as a dead spirit or a living being, he should be reviving. And not just not appearing, since Suyu dared to open a path, he must be confident. Why, did he not appear? At the side, Marquis Tong Tian walked out, and with some seriousness, he said, could he have fallen into the gate of heaven? Wan Tianqing suddenly looked at him, gritting his teeth in anger and despair. What do you mean? What is the gate of heaven? Fallen into the gate of heaven. What is inside the gate of heaven? Isn't the gate of heaven a technique after enlightenment? Could it be, there is a mysterious existence behind the gate of heaven? Marquis Tong Tian was a little frightened by his gaze, and stammered, the gate of heaven. Emperor Yu knows, he knows. I don't know why he broke through the gate of heaven, but he really knows about the gate of heaven. Wan Tianqing looked at him coldly. Tell me, what will happen to those who fall into the gate of heaven? I don't know. Marquis Tong Tian said nervously. I have no experience, and I don't know. And Emperor Yu? He did not know what to say. Logically speaking, Suyu should not have broken through the gate of heaven. He clearly knew that the gate of heaven might have sealed an era, so why did he still do it, or did he think that his gate of heaven was only cultivated through techniques, so he did not pay much attention to it? Marquis Tong Tian stammered, while Wan Tianqing gritted his teeth and stared at the giant dragon. If he dies, you will die today. The giant dragon did not speak. But it was already prepared for a great battle. That guy might really be dead. Gate of heaven. Emperor Wen, it seemed to have heard Emperor Wen's voice. What a terrifying existence, the surrounding. Experts were all silent. Wasn't it time for Suyu to clear the path? Why didn't he appear? Why, at the same time? In the boundless land of darkness. The man in white could not help but look into the distance again, and frown slightly. Zhou Wu, you really didn't hear the voice? I really didn't. The burly man said angrily, if I heard it, how could I not tell you? You keep asking, aren't you annoying? If you can't, go and take a look. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. As soon as he said that, the burly man scolded, are you crazy? Don't run around, it's dangerous over there, if you encounter it. Cut the crap. The man in white frowned. I have to go and take a look, really, I think I saw a dragon. Dragon my ass. The burly man scolded angrily. Where did the dragon come from? Why didn't I see it? If I saw it, I would have killed it and eaten it. I haven't eaten for so many years, I'm starving to death. You talk too much. The man in white ignored him, tidied his clothes, and quickly flew over. Seeing that, the burly man scolded angrily again, and turned his head to look at something. He seemed to be a little nervous. Don't run around, you'll make too much noise. It'll be troublesome if those guys see you, I'm afraid of them? Nonsense, if you're not afraid, go and fight them. We'll see. The two of them bickered as they flew in that direction. It was as if they had transcended time and space. After flying for a while, they even crossed rivers and mountain ridges before arriving at the place the white-robed man had just seen. The burly man looked around and scolded, idiot, I said there's no dragon. After saying that, he was slightly stunned. In the void, a huge dragon's tail appeared faintly. The burly man was stunned. Strange. Where did it come from? It really appeared. He suddenly looked at the man in white with some shock. Where did the dragon come from? The man in white ignored him and casually glanced at the dragon's tail. Soon, he shifted his gaze and looked around. Gradually, he frowned. Here, seems to be a dead person. A dead person? The burly man went forward and picked up the dragon's tail, a little excited. It's fresh. It's fresh, did you see it? Who cares, we have food now. Shut up. The man in white's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, the gate of heaven opened on his forehead. In an instant, he seemed to be dazzled. He shook his head with all his might and turned to look at the burly man. Open the gate of heaven and take a look. Huh? The burly man was startled. Why did he open the gate of heaven? All right, let's open it. Very quickly, he opened the gate of heaven and was dazzled. F***ck. The burly man was shocked and said in shock, F***ck, I think I saw the power of the Myriad Tao. What the hell? It blinded my eyes. Wherever the gate of heaven looked, there seemed to be 10,000 paths appearing, but they could not be seen with the naked eye. And at the end of the Myriad Tao, there seemed to be a big seal. On the big seal, there was a person sleeping. At this moment, the figure seemed to have sensed something. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, there was only deathly silence. But to the man in white, when he looked again, he saw a person. A young man was lazily sleeping on the big seal. The man in white closed the gate of heaven, and there was nothing in front of him. When he opened it again, it flashed again. There was indeed a person sleeping on the big seal, and this person was sleeping soundly with 10,000 Dao above his head. He was stunned for a moment, and only after a long while did he say, there really is someone. I think I saw. He was resting his head on a book. Another scholar? The burly man said in a daze, what kind of state is this? I can't see it with my eyes closed, but I can see the Myriad Tao when I open my eyes. What the hell? He's dead. The burly man was startled, but I opened the gate of heaven and saw that he was still alive. He's still alive. The burly man fainted and said angrily, speak human language. The man in white frowned slightly, he's dead, but he's still alive, but... He seems to be opening the Myriad Tao, but... This Myriad Tao is too weak. That's not right, this guy. No. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong when he opened the Myriad Tao's path of life and death? That's not right either. He seems to be able to open the path of life and death to revive? That's not right either. Why does the book he's resting on look like my sister's? At this moment, the man in white also had a headache. Strange state. What kind of state was this? This was actually the first time he had seen such a state. Very quickly, he saw a somewhat broken door. Yes, a door that was about to dissipate. He was slightly startled. Gate of heaven. This is a fellow who opened the gate of heaven. He should have accidentally barged into this place. Not good. Once the gate of heaven completely disappeared, he would not be able to revive and would completely die. Is this a fellow from the human race? The burly man was also shocked. A fellow who opened the gate of heaven? That's right, without opening the gate of heaven, it's almost impossible to come here. Can he still revive? Yes. The man in white nodded and quickly opened the gate of heaven, looking towards the sleeping young man. In the next moment, the gate of heaven fluctuated. Wake up. Hurry up and wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be completely dead. In his sleep. So you heard a sound. It was a little annoying. It was like being cooped up in bed in winter, and being pulled open by an annoying fellow and shaking you. He suddenly opened his eyes. That sound was too annoying, noisy. How dare you? A cold shout was heard. So you opened his eyes and looked up. In an instant, he seemed to see two doors in the sky. He frowned slightly and shouted coldly, who is it? At this moment, a deep and loud voice was heard, who are you? Are you dead? Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, the gate of heaven will close and you won't be able to leave. This was the voice of the burly man. The burly man asked curiously, you opened the gate of heaven and came in? But there's something wrong with how you came in. Are you a human? Are you dead or not? What did you open? You opened so many doors. What the hell, you blinded my eyes. Alright, don't ask any more, it's too late. A gentle voice was heard, hurry up and leave, it's not safe to stay here for long. You seem to be opening a path and something happened. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. You will completely die. One could recognize a person by their voice. At this moment, Suyu vaguely knew something. In an instant, countless thoughts emerged. In the next moment, he frowned and said, "You guys can't get out?" "TSK, what nonsense are you spouting, King Wu?" Upon hearing this voice, Suyu instantly understood. He could not get out. "I came specially to look for you guys." Suyu calculated for a moment and sensed it. Then, he quickly shouted, "Cut the crap and shut up. Don't interrupt me, you brute. You're wasting my time." Outside. The burly man was stunned. I'm being King scolded? These words. Why do they sound so familiar? He turned to look at the man in white. These words. I often hear them from this guy. At this moment, he suddenly opened the gate of heaven again and looked again. At this moment, he saw clearly that under the blinding Tao, there was a white-haired young man in white with an extraordinary bearing and fluttering white robes. At this moment, that person seemed to be looking at them too. He might not be able to see them, but who knew? The burly man felt that this guy seemed to be talking to him just now. He was stunned for a moment and looked at the man in white again. Suddenly, he was shocked. And his eyes widened in horror. The man in white frowned slightly and turned to look. His frown deepened. Your son? The burly man was shocked. Where did he come from? Why didn't I know? Terrifying. F***ck, he had a son. The man in white glared at him and then looked at the broken gate of heaven that was about to disappear. He said softly, "Hurry up and leave, or it'll be too late." "I know what I'm doing." Below, Suyu said in a low voice, "There's still 30 seconds before the gate of heaven disappears. If you hadn't woken me up, I could have slept for at least another 20 seconds, a true deep sleep. The two of you are disturbing me. I've set the time. I'll wake up 10 seconds before it shatters. It's rare for me to have such an opportunity." He did not give the two a chance to speak and quickly said, "Is the Time Master still alive?" "Cut the crap, just answer yes or no." Outside. The burly man was stunned. He looked at the man in white again and was shocked. F***ck, your son is so fierce, even more chaotic than you. What should I do? Alive. The man in white was shocked too. He ignored the burly man because there was too little time. The gate was about to shatter. You can't get out? Yes. This place can be entered from the gate of heaven, but not usually. How strong must one be to enter? Zhou Wu's level is about right. Encountered a strong enemy? Yes. Is there a real physical gate in the gate of heaven? Yes. Where is it? It's hard to say, it moves. Below, Suyu quickly asked a few questions. Soon after, he asked again, "You split open the sky?" Yes. Is it stronger than the human Emperor Dao? Not strong, I don't know how strong he is now. Suyu frowned and asked again, "Why did the Book of Time fly back to the Myriad worlds?" Seek help. My sister is dying, I'm injured, I can't open the sky here, can I come again next time? It's hard to say. This time, the man in white couldn't take it anymore. Let me ask you, are you opening the sky? Yes. Why are you so weak? Do I have to be strong to open the sky? Am I crazy? The man in white was speechless. Are you opening the path of life and death? Yes. It's hard to open the path of life and death, I'm confident. If you don't come and cause trouble, I will wake up on my own and go out. I'm too tired and need a rest. It's all your fault, otherwise, why would I be so tired? The man in white was stunned. We did it? What are you saying? I'm actually taking the blame. There's not enough time. At this moment, Suyu quickly said, "Other than the 4 houses, are there any other benefits? Don't talk about the path of writing, it's too trashy. I tried a few times, but I felt that it didn't suit me, so I stopped." Outside. The burly man opened his mouth wide and looked at the man in white. Damn, your son is really crazy. Path of writing was trash, he tried a few times, but he still stopped. The man in white instantly thought of the few times he sensed it, and his expression changed slightly. Path of writing is not weak. It's too weak for the path of creation. He was speechless. The man in white quickly said, I didn't leave too many things, the 4 houses and the path of writing are all that I have. You tricked the human race, but you didn't leave anything else? How the F***ck can I reason with you? This was the first time he met such an overbearing guy. He quickly said, you came to find me? Sort of, I guessed that you might be here, but I didn't expect to really meet you. If I can't meet you, I will return soon, Suyu quickly said. There were still 5 seconds left. He had to leave immediately. The people outside might be anxious. He set a time for himself. It was true that he wanted to sleep and escape, but reality didn't allow him to. He only entered the heavenly gate with a tiny bit of hope. As for leaving, he could naturally leave. There's really no more benefits? No more. The man in white was depressed. Why? Why should I give you benefits? Based on what? Path of writing and 4 houses, isn't that enough? Forget it, let's go. It's useless to ask. Suyu was also depressed. There were really no more benefits. He had wasted his time coming here. Although he had already guessed it, when he heard that there were no more benefits, he was still extremely depressed. He turned around and wanted to fly towards the broken heavenly gate. Time to go back. He didn't want to waste time with these two. At this moment, the burly man was anxious. You came from the Myriad world? What happened to my descendants? They're dead. You're talking nonsense, they died because of you. Why are you running? If you run, one rebelled, and the world is in chaos. Kingwen probably guessed it, so he wouldn't ask such a stupid question. At least he left something behind. You don't have any backup plan. I can't be bothered with you. Hey, arrogant brat, I have a backup plan. Don't be in a hurry to run, I've sealed it, Martial Monarch, I know. I'm leaving. In an instant, the broken heavenly gate disappeared. At the same time, the man in white seemed to think of something and suddenly shouted, you can resurrect. Remember, resurrect the stars and moon. Open the path of life and death, and there is hope to resurrect the stars and moon. Remember. He roared, and his face turned green. F***ck, I was scared by this brat and didn't have time to say it. Did this brat hear it? The burly man was stunned. He turned to look at the man in white and said, your son is so arrogant. Also, you still want the stars and moon? You're really inhuman. Your brother is almost the same. The man in white frowned slightly and didn't reply to the stars and moon. He quickly continued the previous topic, as expected, you idiot chased me back then. I knew something was going to happen to the Myriad worlds. As expected. This person inherited my Tao of writing and got the Book of Time. Then he came to open the path himself, and he actually came here. This time, just to see me? Looking for his father? The burly man was shocked, how filial. As for the stars and moon, he didn't mention it again. Forget it, my good brother, let's not talk about these sad things. Stop talking nonsense. The man in white frowned, the Myriad worlds are probably in a bad situation. Otherwise, he shouldn't have come to open the path when he's so weak. Moreover, it seems like he fought with the giant dragon. He quickly deduced some things. After a long time, he looked at the burly man, you really are up to no good. Look, trouble. The burly man was depressed and soon became unhappy, my son seems to be dead. The man in white was slightly stunned. After a while, he said, maybe he became a dead spirit. If we can go back, I'll help you find a way to resurrect him. All right then. As he said that, he quickly suppressed this matter. This matter couldn't be helped. He quickly said, that person just now really wasn't your son? It feels like, he's even crazier and more arrogant than you. That's your brother. The burly man stared at him. You're scolding me, don't think that I don't understand. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. The man in white wanted to say something, but his expression changed slightly, let's go, trouble is coming. The burly man also quickly retreated, his voice faintly heard, you really didn't leave any descendants? That kid just now is really a bit like you. My God, he actually broke through the door to find you. This relationship is really deep. Shut up. Look, even the tone is the same. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Scholar, mind your limits. The two of them quickly disappeared on the spot. In the chaos. The battle was about to start, so you still hadn't come back to life. Something might have really happened. The giant dragon's aura also surged, and the chaotic aura overflowed. It was ready to fight to the end. And at this moment, the space slightly fluctuated, and the next moment, a somewhat illusory voice sounded, "Open." A low roar resounded throughout the world. In an instant, a pitch-black great path of the dead appeared. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, but the white clothes had turned into black clothes. "Your Majesty!" Everyone was overjoyed. The giant dragon was also shocked. He was still alive. In the void, Suyu stepped on the great path of the dead, not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he frowned and growled, "Open." A great path of life appeared. Suyu stepped on it, but the black aura could not dissipate. The death aura could not dissipate. Under the impact of life and death, he could not turn into a living creature. Suyu frowned and growled again, "Come back to life." Rumble, a powerful aura rose from his body, but the death aura could not dissipate. Instead, it increased. Suyu's expression changed slightly, and he growled again, "Come back to life." He stepped on the great path of life, and the aura of life and death collided, sizzling, but it still could not turn him into a living creature. Suyu roared, "Open again." Great paths appeared one after another. Life and death open. The two gaps left by the countless great paths were filled by two great paths, but there was no way to connect them. There was a clear distinction between life and death. There was no way to fuse them. Suyu frowned and looked at Xianxia and the others. With some helplessness, he shrugged. "Stop looking. I knew it. I might have no problem transforming life into death, but transforming death into life has a high probability of failure." Suyu sighed. "I can withstand death. I don't need any enlightenment or reminder from the river diagram. It's not the first time I've experienced death. Even if it's only in a dream, my toughness is not to the extent that I can't withstand death once." Even if it was true death, he could withstand it. The key was that after death, he was considered a dead spirit. Now, he could not walk back, he could not turn into a living creature. In this way, the great path could not be perfected. As for the dragon, he was stunned. He looked at Suyu and stammered, "You can really come back to life?" "Nonsense." Suyu frowned and said, "I didn't come back to life. Can't you see that I'm in a dead spirit state? Are you blind? I failed to open the path. Are you satisfied? No, you, at the last moment, were you shouting for someone?" Suyu glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Your luck is not bad. I thought you might stay inside, but you actually ran out. Oh, your tail seems to have been taken away by someone. I didn't see it specifically, but there's a high probability that it was taken away and eaten by someone." The dragon's expression fluctuated. He guessed that someone had eaten it, but he did not dare to say anything. Suyu looked at him. "You can leave. You've done your duty by stopping me once. If you don't leave, do you really think that my people can't kill you?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "Not kill it? It will become a disaster sooner or later." Suyu laughed. "Forget it. If we really kill it and it self-destructs, it won't be worth it to kill some of our experts. Let it go, it's not weak." The dragon looked at Suyu and then at Xianxia, its eyes flashing. "You really failed to open the path?" Suyu narrowed his eyes. "So what if I failed? So what if I succeeded? Do you really think that I can't kill you?" His aura suddenly grew stronger. However, it was all death energy and lacked vitality. At this moment, he was a bit stronger than when he fought with the other. The dragon was silent for a while and gradually retreated until it was very far away. It said in a low voice, "You opened the path in the chaos. Sooner or later, you will become enemies with chaos." "Shut up." Suyu said angrily, "I'm not in a good state right now. Don't provoke me." The dragon fell silent again and turned to leave. He could not stay here any longer. King Wen, it had heard the voice of that terrifying existence. Could Suyu summon it? No one knew. It was a little afraid. The dragon retreated. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. That fellow still had extremely strong combat strength. If they really fought, it would not be worth it if some of them died. There was no need to fight. It was best if they could scare it away, but while he was relieved, the others were nervous. Marquis Fire Cloud looked at Suyu, who was filled with death energy, and said nervously, "Your Majesty, what do you do? Is he really dead? Did he turn into a dead spirit?" It was easy to go from life to death, but from death to life, Suyu could not be revived even after opening the path of life. Was he finished? Suyu ignored him and looked at the sinkhole in the distance. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and exhaled. What he exhaled was the aura of death. Life and death is just a thought away. Suyu did not care too much. He was thinking. The next moment, his voice reverberated. "Open it. Draw the power of life and death over. I'll try again." With that, he looked at Xianxia and the rest and laughed. "Go. Go deep into the sinkhole and intimidate those sealed fellows. Also, intimidate North King and the rest. Tell them to keep a low profile and not cause trouble for me. I'll try again. If it really doesn't work, then so be it. I'll think of something myself." Xianxia frowned and quickly nodded. "I'll go intimidate North King and the rest. Senior Fatball, lead the rest to intimidate those fellows in the sealed land. If they cause trouble, break the array and kill them." Fatball was speechless. "Is this for real? We can't beat them, alright, whatever you say." It quickly left, but before leaving, it looked back at Suyu and said doubtfully, that. I saw your master, but separated by time and space, separated by life and death." Fatball was stunned. Suyu smiled. "He's still alive. The Time Master is making a big deal out of nothing. He said he was going to die in battle." "Bullshit, he's still alive. King Wu is full of energy. I don't see any signs of dying. He's really injured. He didn't mention that the Time Master wasn't around. Something might have happened. There was no need to mention it." Fatball's eyes lit up. "It saw its master. Is this for real?" Suyu said. "Don't ask if it's true." "It's true. King Wen said he misses you." "Yes, that's it." "Liar." Fatball suddenly became sad. "Master doesn't like me. He likes Bean Bun." Suyu was speechless. Bean Bun blinked and didn't say anything. It was best if he didn't say anything. Fatball might beat him up. Suyu was speechless. He quickly said, "No, King Wen said he misses you. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. He can't come out now. He said he needs reinforcements and wants you to reach the Lord of the Law Realm as soon as possible to find him." "Really?" "I don't lie." Suyu nodded. "In any case, you're not human." Fatball wagged its tail and suddenly became cheerful. "Master is really alive? I told you I smelled something." At this time, the others also moved. King Wen, was what Suyu said true or false? Why didn't it seem so believable? Suyu ignored them. It was up to him to believe it or not. He had charged into the Elysium Gate to probe. As expected, he had encountered it. Perhaps opening the Elysium Gate was a turning point. Of course, this wasn't the time to think about this. Suyu shouted, "Alright, go. I want to try reversing life and death. The space Dao hadn't been perfected yet. If I really become a dead spirit, how will I get out? It's dark and not cool at all." Everyone left. Soon, the void trembled. Aura after aura rose throughout the dead soul's domain, intimidating all directions. In the dead soul's path, King of Great Zhou had a solemn expression. At this moment, he and Marquis Lan Shan were opening the life and death passage. Vitality was seeping out of King of Great Zhou's body. Death Qi was also seeping out of Marquis Lan Shan's body. In the passage they created, a black and white power intertwined. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan had a pained expression as he asked several times, "Still not connected to Mo Dao?" Behind him, King Nan was resisting the pressure from the various experts in the river. He did not make a sound and looked ahead. Mo Dao had not arrived yet. King of Great Zhou gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, soon, persevere. Remember, don't die. As long as you don't die, His Majesty has hope of reviving you. If you revive, your chance will come. Perhaps, in this era, you will be King Lanshan. Really? Marquis Lanshan was excited. The feeling of being conferred king must be very good. Really? King of Great Zhou smiled, and so did Marquis Lanshan. After being conferred king, will you return the provisions you owe me? King of Great Zhou was speechless. After a long time, he nodded. If I'm alive, I'll return it. If I'm dead, then it's gone. He could already see Marquis Lanshan's death aura dispersing at an extremely fast speed. It was very difficult for a pure dead spirit like Marquis Lanshan to bear the power of life and death. Actually, Su Yu and Lu Hongdu could bear it. Unfortunately, one could not walk in the land of chaos. If he did, the Great Tao would collapse. The other could open Mo Dao. Moreover, Lu Hong was not strong enough, so he might not be able to guide the power of life and death. Marquis Lanshan smiled, all right. You who owes me money, stop looking. I won't die. Besides, I have already died once. Dying again is nothing. Her death aura kept dispersing. Vaguely, her figure became a little illusory. Seeing this, King Nan wanted to go forward and help. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted coldly, Diji Lua, you really dare to cause trouble. Boom, in the river of dead spirits, a phantom appeared from the water and laughed harshly, trespassing my territory, Yuziki, you are the one courting death. Rumble, a great battle broke out. It was a battle of rules. King Nan had to maintain the passage from being destroyed. At this moment, although the other party was sealed, it was still difficult to fight in the river of dead spirits and the other party's territory. At the same time, outside the sealed land, Fat Ball was startled. Its eyes seemed to see something. It saw a light beam fluctuating violently. The next moment, it was furious, how dare you? You are courting death. Boom, an incomparably huge boot descended from the sky and directly stomped on the sealed land. This stomp. Dijilua did not take it seriously. Go ahead and stomp, it would be best if you can break the seal. However, when the boot touched the seal, suddenly, the seal flickered as if it sensed the power of King Wen. All of a sudden, the seal seemed to lose its effect. Rumble, this stomp directly shattered the light beam that Dijilua was in. Fat Ball was also startled. It went in. The next moment, it was shocked and hurriedly controlled the boot to fly out. At this moment, in the deepest part of the seal, Death Emperor's light beam flashed. Just as it was about to rush out, with a bang, the seal appeared again, Death Emperor's face appeared, and even a phantom appeared. He suddenly looked at Fat Ball outside with a strange look in his eyes. This is King Wen's boot? Yes. The little white dog hurriedly put away the boot, a little happy. King Ming actually left a back door for my master. You guys are finished. I have nothing better to do than to stomp on you a few times. And at this moment, Dijilua's face appeared on the screen. With a look of pain, he said furiously, bastard, you, stomp. Dijilua instantly put up a defense, but found that the little white dog was just scaring him. Fat Ball was also a little happy and said happily, if I don't stomp on you, that guy actually wants to run away. If he really runs away, then it will be troublesome. Unless that guy doesn't run away, then I will stomp on you. Death Emperor did not say anything. He just looked at it, then looked at Dijilua, and said calmly, all right, don't cause trouble. He also sensed the movement in the Great Tao. However, it was still in a sealed state. Did he really have to fight to the death with these people? Dijilua had nothing better to do, and Dijilua was stepped on. In the battle in the Great Tao, he was also beaten up by King Nan. At this moment, he was a little depressed and did not cause any more trouble. A moment later, in the depths of the ultimate ruin, Lu Hong's expression changed. The next moment, the power of the Great Tao vibrated. He looked at Suyu in the distance and roared, it's coming, can you do it? Suyu glanced at him and ignored him. And at this moment, Lu Hong also did not speak anymore. The power of the Great Tao vibrated violently. The next moment, with a roar, a Great Tao appeared. Lead it in. Boom, a wave of life and death power flowed over. The next moment, the King of Great Zhou flew out with Marquis Lan Shan. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou's hair was a lot whiter, while Marquis Lan Shan's aura was a lot weaker, but he was still alive. Seeing this, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The King of Great Zhou smiled. Don't worry, if she really wants to die, I will stop her. I know what you're thinking. If someone really died in order to open the path, then Suyu would probably find trouble with him. While Suyu glanced at him and suddenly said, you seem to have expended a lot of life force. You won't live for long. The King of Great Zhou smiled. I share the same fate as His Majesty. If His Majesty can break the seal and let me become the master of the laws, I can live. His Majesty only has a short 10 over years of lifespan, why should I stay longer? Suyu smiled. Zhou Tian, you're not waiting for the next one anymore? Not anymore. The King of Great Zhou revealed a smile. Because I've waited. If I wait any longer, His Majesty the Human Emperor will return. I'm afraid it won't be too smooth, otherwise, he would have returned long ago. Keeping on stopping is probably hoping that the human race will have reinforcements appear. He guessed it. The situation over at the Human Emperor's side was probably not too good. Otherwise, he would not have stopped long ago and directly returned, so he nodded slightly and did not say much. At this moment, a wave of black and white power overflowed from Lu Hong's body. He had stayed at the boundary of life and death for a long time, so this power did not have too much of a burden on him. Lu Hong roared and walked to the edge of chaos step by step, yelling, "Stop chatting, hurry up and receive me." What was there to chat about? As for Suyu, he walked to the edge of chaos step by step and smiled. Teacher Lu, on account that you helped me receive the power of life and death today, I'll clear this debt of you forcefully snatching tens of thousands of merit points from me back then. Lu Hong was dazed. My God, tens of thousands of merit points, you still remember it? My God, how long ago was that? Also, tens of thousands of merit points, do you still care about merit points now? That was all during the period of nurturing one's character. This should be forgotten by a human, right? It actually took until now for Suyu to clear this debt for him. Lu Hong suddenly wanted to cry. Should I be touched? Thank you so much. Lu Hong cried and thanked. Suyu nodded, you're welcome. It's what I should do. *CK your ancestors, what should I do? This time, he finally witnessed this fellow's stinginess. At this moment, a wave of black and white power surged into the chaos. Suyu smiled. The Great Tao appeared. That thick Great Tao force instantly connected with the black and white power. Countless amounts of life and death force surged over. Facing death to live, death to return to life, Suyu absorbed a large amount of life and death force and murmured, death, new life, half life and half death. Perhaps, I should be the clearest about this. The Book of Time allowed me to experience it countless times. I should be clearer than anyone else. And that instant of true death had given him a deeper understanding. At this moment, the black and white power interweaved in his body, and at this moment, Suyu suddenly understood why he couldn't face death to return to life. He suddenly turned his head to look in a direction and suddenly smiled, sorry, I broke it first. So, you were still giving me death chi. Suyu sighed and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that I don't have enough death chi. I just don't have enough anger. Women, even if they die, they can easily do bad things. They're unreliable. Lu Hong and the others were slightly startled. What did he mean? And at this moment, above Suyu's head, an invisible passage suddenly broke open. The death chi was a bit heavier. It was related to this passage and interfered with my life and death balance. The moment the passage broke, Suyu's life and death balance was instantly achieved. At the same time, in a faraway direction, in an ancient castle, a figure suddenly appeared. He looked towards the depths of the ultimate ruins. As he looked, he slowly descended with a sense of desolation. It broke, fine, I've long wanted to break it. Humph. A cold snort was heard. With a rumble, the ancient castle gates closed. Outside the ancient castle, some of the subordinates were silent. Our king seemed to be very angry. Forget it, we can't disturb our king now. And at this time, Suyu smiled brightly, probably very unhappy? Probably, but he couldn't stop. Xianxia didn't know what he was doing. Seeing that he was exhausted, she kept injecting death qi. If the passage did not break, he would never be able to revive. We'll talk about it later. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, the life and death on his body gradually balanced. The death qi was expelled, and the life qi began to recover. Then, life and death changed again. The life qi suppressed the death qi. Combine. A low roar shook the surroundings. In the great Tao, the two paths of life and death suddenly erupted with resplendent light, and at this moment, the entire land of chaos suddenly trembled violently. Rumble, a huge great Tao traversed the heaven and earth. Wherever it went, the chaotic aura dissipated and began to retreat. Wherever the great Tao covered, all the chaotic power dissipated, the heaven and earth opened. At this moment, it really seemed like the heaven and earth were born. In the void of chaos, the earth and the sky were suddenly born. It spread towards the depths. Wherever the great Tao spread, the heaven and earth began to spread. The entire dead soul's realm seemed to tremble. Then, the great Tao of death seemed to tremble as if it sensed something. Not only that, but at this moment, the great Tao of time also seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. In the upper realm, the human sovereign Tao also trembled. Between heaven and earth, another pure land was added. The heaven and earth that Suyu opened was somewhat turbid. It was different from the dead soul's realm and the human sovereign Tao. It was similar to the great Tao of time, but with the addition of the power of life and death. At this moment, Suyu's aura grew stronger. Rumble, the myriad of worlds in chaos trembled, but very weakly. This was because the heaven that Suyu opened was too small. But no matter how small it was still a heaven. The rainbow-like great Tao began to extend all the way to 1,000 meters away, 10,000 meters away, 10,000 meters away, and then came to an abrupt stop. Suyu's expression also changed. Soon, he sighed, weak. Too weak. Even if the human sovereign Tao was not complete, it still created a territory as large as the land of the Tao source. The size of the territory often represented the strength of the great Tao, and my heavens, 10,000 meters in radius. Was this heaven considered heaven? Alright, I guess so. The moment the great Tao spread, the entire chaos began to tremble again, the heaven and earth began to stabilize, and Suyu's aura continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. This Tao, for the time being, shall be known as the Universal Civilization Tao. The name was big, but it was actually very weak. However, Suyu hoped that one day, this Tao would become the true core of a universal civilization. So what if it was 10,000 meters in radius? Sooner or later, I will expand it to be bigger than the myriad of worlds. At this moment, Suyu's anger exploded, and he was full of confidence. The next moment, he laughed loudly. Emperor Wu, I will play with you. Boom, a monstrous aura rose, and Suyu shot out, tore through the void, and instantly disappeared into the chaos. To practice with the Emperor Wu, at the same time. In the depths of the great Tao of time. A weak wave gradually spread, and continued to spread. It continued to spread, until it reached the depths of the upper reaches. Suddenly, the phantom reappeared, somewhat puzzled. What happened this time? What the hell? What was going on in the myriad of worlds recently? Just as he was thinking. Rumble, the waters of the river suddenly began to tremble. Thump thump thump, the phantom trembled, then quickly revealed a blank expression. Another master of the laws died? Heavens, what was going on? I can't sense too far. Could it be that the Emperor Wu had died a second time? What the hell? If it wasn't the Emperor Wu, could it be that there were other masters of the laws in the myriad of worlds who had been killed? Your Majesty, what happened this time? Someone asked. The golden phantom hesitated, then said after a long while, the Emperor Wu was killed. A strange emotion erupted. That wasn't right. Hadn't he been killed just a moment ago? He was killed again. The golden phantom felt that this wasn't convincing enough. After some thought, he added, a moment ago, the Emperor Wu's great Tao collapsed. Now, the Sea of Will has been shattered. He's completely fallen. Yes, that's right, the interval wasn't long, so that's about it. Otherwise, he had no way of explaining why the river of time had been trembling so frequently recently. Everyone was silent. Fine, whatever you say, we'll reluctantly believe you. So you didn't care about the others' reactions. The first thing he did was look for Emperor Wu. It wasn't because Emperor Wu was handsome, but because Suyu wanted to test his strength and get a feel for it. In this era, there were probably only a few old fogies who could accurately judge his strength. Emperor Wu was obviously a very suitable candidate. He was very strong, he'd experienced many powerhouses. Baijian and the others were all of the younger generation. They'd never seen those masters of the laws, nor had they fought with those top existences. As for Chaos Dragon, Suyu had more or less figured out his strength. Before, he was far from his match. Now that he fought Chaos Dragon again, it was hard to say. Of course, Chaos Dragon was injured. At this time, Suyu felt he had a chance of defeating him. This time, Suyu was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the void. A moment later, Suyu arrived at the Starry Mansion. It was near the entrance to the 7th floor. This was also where Emperor Wu was connected to the Dead Soul's realm. Emperor Wu. Suyu's voice was like a great bell. An old friend is here. Won't you come out to see me? Emperor Wu appeared very quickly this time. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared at the entrance. He looked at Suyu, his eyes cold. You've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Emperor Wu looked coldly at Suyu. I knew you'd come back. Sure enough, you've come to kill me. But, where are your subordinates, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he looked at Suyu, and his expression changed slightly. Your strength, there seemed to be some changes. After all, he was sealed and this was only an avatar. His vision was limited. He only felt that Suyu was strong, but by how much, he couldn't accurately judge. Suyu stepped forward, a smile on his face. Emperor Wu, tell me, how much of your strength have you recovered? It's enough to kill you. Emperor Wu snorted. Suyu frowned, but soon relaxed. Shameless boasting. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered the sky with one hand, a large hand covered the heaven and earth. The power of 10,000 Daos condensed on the palm, and the power of life and death became even more obvious. It was like Taiji, and the power of black and white intersected. A palm pierced through the void and slammed down. This palm strike directly struck the 7th floor passageway. Boom, the martial emperor's clone didn't retreat. Instead, he punched out, causing a loud explosion. With a bang, the doppelganger was directly smashed into the ground by Suyu, leaving a clear human-shaped imprint on the 7th floor. Suyu struck out with his palm and stepped into the air, directly stepping into the 7th floor. A moment later, the martial dominator's clone flew out from the ground with a slight dizziness. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, which soon turned into ferocity. You're courting death. Suyu, how dare you sneak attack me? Suyu was speechless. Did I launch a sneak attack? Alright, if you say so, then so be it. Martial Monarch, I'm going to hit you. The Martial Monarch didn't wait for him to finish speaking and punched at Suyu. His clone was also considered powerful. It wasn't at the heavenly venerable level, but it definitely had the strength of a heavenly king. Suppress. Suyu growled, suppress you, do you hear me? Boom, a great path appeared in the sky like a giant mountain. Invisibly, it directly pressed down. With another loud bang, the martial monarch's clone punched out, but it hit empty air, and was suppressed by the giant mountain. Bang, another loud bang was heard. The martial monarch's clone was firmly suppressed at the location where Prince Gong's residence was. Roar. The martial monarch roared wildly. The entire 7th floor was stirred up, and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of rule power surged into the clone's body. The martial monarch's clone instantly became stronger. Boom, another punch was thrown out. This punch was much stronger than before, and it shattered the suppressing mountain. The martial monarch's sword stood up, but his face was a little solemn. How did you become stronger so quickly? His clone wasn't weak to begin with, but now it was instantly suppressed by Suyu. As for Suyu, his expression was strange. He smiled. Interesting, it seems you've unsealed quite a bit. Sure enough, you can continue to strengthen yourself. Less nonsense, let me see where your limits lie. The martial monarch's true self was 100% not a match for Suyu. Among the masters of the laws, the martial monarch wasn't weak. But, how much of his strength could he unseal? 5 elements purgatory. A hand covered the sky, transforming into a cage. The power of the 5 elements combined and instantly enveloped the martial monarch. The martial monarch was furious. Collapse of Mount Tai. This time, he punched out again, and this time an image appeared. It was as if in a certain era, he had smashed a giant mountain amidst the chaos. This punch caused astral winds to rise all over the 7th floor, sweeping through the world. The fist imprint flew out. As soon as it did, it was trapped by the cage formed by Suyu's 5 elements purgatory. In an instant, the giant fist imprint exploded within the cage, causing the 5 elements purgatory to tremble violently. However, it couldn't be broken. The martial monarch's expression changed again. Impossible. He looked at Suyu, his expression ugly. How can you improve so quickly? This isn't the Tao of the brush, this isn't the power of the 5 elements Tao, but the power of the 5 elements Tao combined. It's the origin of the 5 elements ancestors' power. Don't tell me you walked the 5 elements Tao? Something was wrong. Above his avatar, the faint outline of a heavenly gate appeared. It wasn't complete, but it was enough to see the power of the great Tao. He looked at Suyu and subconsciously looked up at the sky. What he saw stunned him. Fuck, where was the great Tao tributary, where was it, how could it not be? He lowered his head and looked at Suyu himself. What he saw stunned him, his dog eyes blinded. At this moment, Suyu was like a Buddha, radiating endless multicolored light. However, those countless Taos converged into one, and the connection wasn't in the sky, but, behind him, the martial emperor was stunned at first, then he seemed to think of something. His mouth opened wide, and he stammered, you're Tao, you went to open a path? Was Suyu opening a path just now? Seeing his heavenly gate appear, Suyu knew what he saw and laughed, can't I? Martial Emperor, come and play, this avatar is too weak, put more power, I want to test my strength. The Martial Emperor's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, you're courting death. You opened a path, but not in the river of time, the great Tao is like rootless duckweed. You actually went to the chaos to open a path. Suyu, you're crazy, you're a madman, you're really courting death. He didn't see the connection point between Suyu's great Tao and the river of time, but vaguely connected to the chaos. Wasn't this courting death? How long could a rootless duckweed Tao last? Suyu laughed, are you trying to say that my endurance isn't good? Yes, the current Suyu had a huge flaw. Not enough energy. Normally, the great Tao could collect some chaotic energy bit by bit, convert it, and then charge it. However, the length of Suyu's great Tao was limited, and the amount of rule power it could contain was limited. Once the battle dragged on, the power of the rule power would be exhausted, and very quickly, Suyu would become weak. The martial emperor said in a deep voice, you're a madman. Since you know, you actually ran to the primal chaos to open a path. Rootless duckweed, without the support of the river of time, after fighting for a long time, you will completely become a trash. Suyu laughed, summer insects can't talk about ice. Great Tao of time. Do you think that the energy of the great Tao of time is infinite? Was there so much from the beginning? The great Tao of time is also a separate Tao, extracting the power of chaos and converting it into the power of the myriad Tao. Martial Emperor, you've opened the gate of heaven in vain, your knowledge is so shallow. Unimaginable. Suyu laughed, a battle between experts can easily end in an instant. Even if my great Tao isn't strong, the conversion energy isn't enough, and the power of the rule power isn't much, it's still enough for me to fight for an hour. What kind of strong enemy can make me fight for an hour without being able to kill? I should have escaped long ago. Drawbacks, Suyu didn't care at all, even if the current great Tao of the universe wasn't strong, it would be enough for Suyu to fight with all his might for an hour. If he really met a strong enemy, within an hour, Suyu wouldn't be able to kill the other party. He would probably be killed by the other party. Of course, if their strengths were equal, fighting a protracted battle wouldn't be too friendly for Suyu. Also, if he were to escape, the other party would chase after him relentlessly. That would be troublesome for Suyu. However, the pros outweighed the cons, and that was enough. If he didn't open the path, he wouldn't be able to reach this level of strength quickly. If he didn't open the path, he would never be able to surpass some people. At this moment, Suyu couldn't be bothered to talk to the martial emperor anymore. This guy's knowledge was too little, or rather, this guy's heart wasn't big. He had also opened the gate of heaven and seen a lot, but this guy was guarding his own territory. Suyu had seen his Tao before. It wasn't as strong as the Tao of writing, but he had been guarding it without letting go. As existences who had opened the gate of heaven, King Wen had opened the gate of heaven, Human Emperor had opened the gate of heaven, and the Martial Emperor wasn't clear about the situation. As for the others, Suyu felt that even if they didn't open the gate of heaven, they wouldn't be too weak. In any case, they were definitely stronger than the Martial Emperor. Of course, more than 100,000 years had passed. The gap between the sealed Martial Emperor and the four extremities human kings who cultivated normally was probably getting bigger and bigger. Stop talking nonsense, come and spar with me. I'll beat you to death. Suyu chuckled, too lazy to talk to him. Drawbacks, let you know my drawbacks, let you know that my endurance isn't strong, but so what? Mountain breaker. With a punch, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Sky splitting. The fist turned into a long saber, and the saber split heaven and earth. The Martial Emperor's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly, and suddenly a big hammer appeared in his hand. It was probably a hammer. Following that, another one appeared, double hammers. Suyu, don't think that you're very strong. Die. The double hammers appeared, and the Martial Emperor's body expanded. The power of rules surged in, and he instantly blasted at Suyu. Rumble, the two instantly clashed. This time, Suyu didn't use too many methods. He mainly used the fierce Great Tao to attack. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, fists, kicks, palms, all were close-range combat methods. Some auxiliary and confinement methods were too meaningless to deal with the Martial Emperor. If this guy couldn't break free, wouldn't he have no way to fight? After a short battle, Suyu struck out with a palm. The power of life and death intertwined. At this moment, in the Martial Emperor's eyes, Suyu was also alternating between black and white. With a rumble, he was hit by the palm. In an instant, the left side turned black, and the right side turned white. Black and white alternated. In the blink of an eye, the death aura corroded the left side, and the life force filled the right side. In the blink of an eye, half of the avatar was corroded. Suyu sent him flying with a palm, but he frowned and said, "This is not right. Life and death alternates. Logically speaking, when I attack, you should explode because of the impact of the two forces. Now, only the left side is corroded, and the right side is full of life force. This is not right. Sure enough, my great Tao is still not perfect, and I don't know how to make use of it." As for the Martial Emperor, his face was yin and yang. His expression was very ugly. Suyu was using him as a test subject. He gritted his teeth and growled. The next moment, more power of rules gathered. Suyu's eyes lit up. "You can still extract the power of rules. I knew it, you old thing, you have unlocked a lot of your power. You have been pretending that you haven't unlocked much. Just nice, if you are too weak, I will kill you, and it will be difficult to experiment." Suyu was happy. The Martial Emperor was the best target. He could become stronger at any time. Although he didn't know how much he had unlocked, maybe he could forcibly extract some. Continue. Life and death. This time, Suyu mainly used the Tao of life and death. He sent out palm after palm. The Martial Emperor roared, holding the two hammers in his hands, bombarding the heaven and earth, crazily charging towards Suyu. This time, it was much more ferocious. He directly smashed the power of life and death. As for Suyu, instead of being shocked, he was happy. Try my power of the universe again. What the hell? Before the Martial Emperor could kill Suyu with one hammer strike, the world suddenly turned upside down. The next moment, it was as if he was in a chaotic world. This was also Suyu's first time using it. He smiled and said, "I am not very familiar with it, but this can be considered a world phantom that I opened. I want to see if I can control everything here. Go to hell. Damn you, are you using me as a test subject? Dream on." With the two hammers in his hands, he charged towards Suyu with a loud bang. As for Suyu, he was also interested and said with a smile, "Go back." The void rotated. The Martial Emperor clearly felt that he was killing towards Suyu, but the more he killed, the further away he was from Suyu. Suyu's eyes lit up. "How do you feel?" The Martial Emperor was furious. "Bastard. Your Tao is too weak. If I unseal it, this trifling Tao will be destroyed with one hammer strike. He was not talking nonsense. If he unsealed it, with this little bit of power of the great Tao, it would have exploded long ago. What a pity, wasn't it sealed? Suyu also smiled. No rush, I will wait for you next time. As he spoke, he continued to experiment, time acceleration. Yes, this time he began to speed up. This place is my world. If I say time can be accelerated, then it can be accelerated. A wave of power of the great Tao covered the martial emperor. The martial emperor's avatar instantly began to age. However, very quickly, the martial emperor's body shook and he roared. The power of acceleration was destroyed by him. The martial emperor was furious. Come, let's fight. Using these little tricks, what kind of ability was that? One power to break all laws. The hammer blasted the power of the great Tao in front of him, and Suyu's retreating laws and time laws were all destroyed by him. The martial emperor's aura became stronger and stronger as he madly attacked Suyu. Suyu's eyes were bright. What a good opponent, a good target, a good sparring partner. Strength attached to my body. Suyu shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a huge force was attached to his body. Powerful body. The power of the great Tao poured in. Indestructible. Golden light flashed, and Suyu's body suddenly became countless times stronger. He punched out, no other means. This punch collided head-on with the martial emperor's twin hammers. With a bang, the twin hammers shattered and exploded. Suyu took a step back, but his eyes were incomparably bright. As for the martial emperor, the twin hammers exploded, and with a roar, he kicked out. It had to be said that this guy was quite strong. Rumble, Suyu was kicked until he kept retreating. In the next moment, Suyu shouted, steady as a mountain. He rooted himself in place. Petrification. His body was instantly petrified, not against the martial emperor. Recoil. A recoil force appeared on the stone. The martial emperor's kick landed, and with a bang, he was knocked back. His legs and feet were numb, but he gritted his teeth and rushed over again. Rumble, his fists punched out tens of thousands of times in a row, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere, causing the power of the rules outside Suyu's body to overflow, and also causing the martial emperor's own hands to shatter. At this moment, the martial emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He took a few steps back and gritted his teeth. If you have the guts, then don't defend. The golem Suyu opened his eyes and smiled. No, let me try my defense. Martial emperor, you don't seem to be able to break it. Humph. The martial emperor sneered. One power to break all laws is not a joke. It's just that I don't have much power of the rules at the moment, so I can't resist your power of the rules and break your power of the great Tao. That's true. Suyu smiled. In that case, if your power of the rules isn't as strong as mine, it would be difficult to break my defense. After saying that, he laughed again. Martial emperor, try something else. Bastard. The martial emperor wanted to break the sky and leave this place, but Suyu's expression changed. You want to leave? You old thing, come back. The martial emperor ignored him. As for Suyu, he gritted his teeth when he saw this. You want to run? Dream on, continue to be my sparring partner. Taunt. Yes, taunt. As soon as the great Tao of ridicule was unleashed, Suyu casually said a few words, and the martial emperor felt his anger overflowing. Does Taishan feel good beating you up? Does it feel good planting flowers on your butt? Alright, with these words, there was no need to use any power of the great Tao to interfere. The martial emperor was about to explode. Was there a need to taunt him? Boom, he turned around and charged towards Suyu. Bastard, if he didn't beat Suyu to death today, he wouldn't be called the martial emperor. The battle erupted again. At this time, Suyu also started to slowly try out his various powers of the great Tao. Although he didn't really want to bully the martial emperor's clone, but it was really too good, a good target, a good sparring partner. You are a pig. Suyu shouted, using the Tao of Bean Bun to interfere with the other party. Your whole family are pigs. The martial emperor roared crazily, punching over, causing Suyu to retreat. Suyu frowned slightly. It's useless, this Tao is too weak. Endure it. Enduring Tao, the martial emperor was slightly stunned. This Tao wasn't weak, but he quickly sobered up. He attacked again, killing halfway. he suddenly turned around and ran, fighting your grandpa, not fighting anymore, he couldn't take it anymore. Reverse before and after. The direction reversed, the martial emperor looked, F*ck, he took the initiative to fly towards Suyu. Ah, bastard, you beast, I will kill you. No matter how strong his aura was, he was going crazy, this bastard, he had too many tricks. You can't run, I will beat you to death, boom. At this time, Suyu had a feeling, the martial emperor vaguely had the strength of the chaotic dragon, this degree of unsealing was not low. This time, many great Daos were directly broken by him, it couldn't affect the martial emperor, one strength to break 10,000, to the powerful experts, it was indeed so. If one was strong, whatever power of the great Dao, to them, it was all broken with a punch. But if one's strength wasn't strong enough, naturally, they had more powerful methods. Imprison. Chains. Charm. All kinds of great Dao powers appeared. Cry for me. Woo woo. F*ck your ancestors. The martial emperor really cried, quickly cursing crazily, attacking Suyu again. Anger, rage. The martial emperor didn't resist this time, he was so angry that his eyes were blood red. Anger overflows the heavens, anger to the point of losing your mind. As Suyu muttered, the martial emperor only felt like countless flies were flying around his ears, mad and furious, he had already begun to kill indiscriminately. Rumble, a loud sound shook the surroundings, Suyu kept retreating, he felt that he might break this avatar of the martial emperor, but it felt so good, even if the chaotic dragon was not fun to play with, but this avatar of the martial emperor, after all, was not the main body, it was too easy to be disturbed by the great Dao, and it was too easy for Suyu to see the effects of the great Dao. Suyu was in a good mood. Just as he was about to continue trying out the various great Dao, the furious martial emperor seemed to have gone crazy, but at this moment, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of clarity. Gradually, the frenzied him approached Suyu. As if attacking in all directions indiscriminately, as if he had lost his mind in anger, but just as Suyu was about to try out another great Dao power, the martial emperor's eyes suddenly regained clarity, and he shouted angrily, "Go to hell." Boom, this punch was stronger than the previous ones, the punch shattered the space where Suyu was. With a loud bang, the punch landed on Suyu's figure, and with a bang, Suyu was shattered into pieces, and the heavens and earth collapsed. The martial emperor's avatar also used up all his energy, and fell from the sky, landing on the ground. He panted heavily and cursed, "You're messing with me. Do you really think I'm that stupid? I'll beat you to death, you're addicted to it." At this moment, Suyu appeared in the air, frowning slightly. His face was slightly pale, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the martial emperor, "Not bad, this is not your real body, otherwise, wouldn't I be beaten to death by you?" The martial emperor's avatar let out a cold laugh, "Real body? Do you need my real body to deal with you? I've only unlocked 20% of the seal, and with 30%, I can beat you to death. Keep bragging." Suyu laughed, "Can you beat me to death with 30%? Bragging?" The martial emperor's avatar stood up, swaying, and sneered, "You're not weak, but your strength has only reached a critical point. You're even a bit weaker than the weakest master of the laws. Of course, you might be able to fight against some ancient human kings who cultivated the Tao of the body, but compared to me, you're far weaker." Suyu frowned slightly, but quickly nodded, "That's true. My strength is about the same as that chaos dragon from before. Strictly speaking, I'm about the same level as Baijan from 6,000 years ago, and the current Hell King ancestor, Chaos Dragon, and Empyrean Corona. When he escaped last time, he'd paid attention to observe them. They might be as strong as the ancestor that appeared later, or they might be slightly weaker. But they were all in the same realm. They could all beat Empyreans, but they couldn't beat masters of the laws. But I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve." Suyu laughed and looked at the martial emperor's avatar, "At the same level, with the same strength, they might not be my match." The martial emperor didn't say anything, but he cursed inwardly. Again. Suyu walked over again, and the martial emperor said angrily, "Scram. Suyu, what are you trying to do? If you have the ability, then kill me. It's not like I can't kill you." Suyu smiled faintly, opened the heavenly gate, and looked up at the sky. If you continue to extract the power of the laws, the seal will strengthen, and your strength will decline. This is already the limit, isn't it? If I brought 7 or 8 heavenly kings with me, I could kill you today. Martial Emperor, be my sparring partner, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I'll kill you today. The Martial Emperor was going crazy. He roared angrily, if you want to fight, then fight with real swords and spears. What's the point of using those messy great Daos? You can't kill me. Are you disgusting me? Anger, he was really angry, he wasn't afraid of fighting. He liked to fight. But people like Suyu were too disgusting and annoying. All kinds of messy great Daos were thrown at him, really disgusting. For example, the great Tao of vomiting. Fuck you, what the hell, what great Tao of stench? It was so stinky that the Martial Emperor really wanted to vomit. He couldn't stand it, Suyu smiled faintly. Come and try. I'll test out all the great Daos. After I'm done, I'll leave. Martial Emperor. Do you want me to come and find you endlessly? The Martial Emperor's face turned green. In the next moment, he said angrily, come on. Boom, his aura grew stronger again, and he instantly charged towards Suyu. Today, I'll fight with you. Do you really think I have an undeserved reputation? This time, the Martial Emperor was no longer just punching and hammering. This guy directly opened the heavenly gate and watched. Once Suyu used any disgusting great Daos, he would instantly escape and then kill his way back. With the heavenly gate, it had to be said that this guy's combat experience was also extremely rich. An hour later, Suyu buzzed, shuttled through the void, and instantly escaped. He disappeared from the 7th floor. The Martial Emperor's phantom had a bloody nose and a swollen face. He recovered to normal very quickly. Looking at the passageway entrance, he said with a cold snort, no matter how many means you have, you can only fight for so long. If you don't run, I'll kill you. Suyu's drawback appeared at this moment. Fighting to this point, he had no choice but to escape. If he did not escape, he would soon run out of rule power. The Martial Emperor cursed. Bastard, when I unseal my true body, I'll kill this bastard at the first moment. I'm disgusted by him, he cursed, and turned around to go back. He had just rested for about half an hour when suddenly, his face changed wildly, and he roared, you're still coming. Boom, Suyu ignored him. He just went to the land of chaos and accelerated his recovery speed. He extracted quite a bit of chaotic power and converted it into the great Tao power that he needed. About half an hour or so, of course, it was also taking advantage of the Martial Emperor being unable to chase and kill. Otherwise, he would be killed countless times in half an hour, but, wasn't the Martial Emperor unable to leave? Continue then, he really needed an unkillable opponent to hone his great Tao. At this moment, he really needed the combat experience with this level of opponent. Rumble, in the entire 7th floor, a great battle broke out again, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. An hour later, Suyu escaped again. This time, the Martial Emperor cursed for a while again. Dog shit, sooner or later, I'll kill you. I'm unsealed. The first thing I'll do is to find you, the Martial Emperor cursed, cursing this guy to be killed. This is too annoying, he waited for a while. Seeing that Suyu didn't come back, he was slightly relieved. Half an hour had passed, and Suyu didn't come back. Just as he turned around, he was furious. You're still coming? Why wasn't it half an hour? As for Suyu, he also explained at this moment and said excitedly, don't say, fighting with you, I've familiarized myself with the great Tao power. I discovered that my great Tao seems to have spread a little, and my comprehension is deeper. My control is stronger. I spent a little more time, again. Boom, the Martial Emperor was going crazy, he was really going crazy. The battle broke out again. Another hour passed, 3 minutes more. This time, Suyu persisted for 3 more minutes and escaped again. The Martial Emperor watched blankly, not even in the mood to curse. He just watched blankly as Suyu left. After about 29 minutes, Suyu returned excitedly, the conversion speed is slightly faster, Martial Emperor, again. Rumble. The battle started again. The Martial Emperor fought woodenly, punching. This battle was disgusting, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Suyu escaped again. 28 minutes later, he returned again. The battle continued just like that. At this moment, King of the Great Zhou's group had already returned to the Tianyuan domain. Soon, the group arrived outside the Tianyuan domain. All of them looked towards the Star Universe residence in the distance. King of the Great Zhou felt some sympathy at this moment, and said in a low voice, "Will the Martial Emperor self-destruct and die with him? If I were the Martial Emperor, I really can't stand it." Suyu went back and forth tirelessly, fighting with the other party for 5 to 6 hours. They also waited in the land of chaos for a while, and seeing Suyu going back and forth, they didn't want to wait any longer, so they returned. Wan Tianxing sighed softly at this moment. "Martial Emperor, just you wait. Emperor Yu isn't someone who gives up easily, just ask Bai Feng and you'll know." At the side, Bai Feng touched his chin, and after a while, he said, "This reminds me of the past, this guy, cough cough, when Emperor Yu cultivated, in order to hone his martial skills, he could train for 3 to 5 days without sleep." Suyu's tenacity was indescribable. When he first arrived at the Civilization Academy, he was still weak. Just like that, he had to cultivate until dawn every day, sleep for a while, then go to class, to cultivate, to compete, to earn money. Compared to his peers, Suyu's self-discipline, Suyu's tenacity, was beyond imagination. No one could succeed casually. If the Martial Emperor thought that Suyu would give up after fighting for a while, it could only be said that he was thinking too much. As expected. On this day, the entire Dead Souls domain felt it. Suyu flew back and forth, because Suyu was very excited, his endurance was increasing, and his recovery time was shortening. From lasting for an hour, he could last for 1.5 hours in the end. And the recovery time was shortened to about 15 minutes. He ran back and forth, fighting back and forth. This time, he fought for a full 3 days. Yes, for 3 days, he was fighting with the Martial Emperor. He had almost tried the power of the Myriad Tao. 3 days later. On the 7th floor of the Starry Mansion. The Martial Emperor's doppelganger's eyes were dull and a little dazed. When he saw Suyu return again, he smiled, a silly smile with a little foolishness. "You're here?" Suyu was startled. Was he beaten silly by me? Heh heh. Heh heh. The Martial Emperor laughed. Suyu wanted to speak, but with a loud explosion, the clone exploded. The Martial Emperor's voice sounded, "Heh heh, I sealed myself, you continue." Heh heh. "I'm done." He would blow up this doppelganger and be done with it. Suyu was stunned for a moment, and only said after a long while, I think I'm almost done. If I continue to fight, I probably won't be able to gain anything. This time, is to bid farewell to the Martial Emperor. After all, I still have a lot of things to do. I can't keep fighting with you here. I'm not a battle maniac. Strange fellow, why did you self-destruct your clone? If he wanted to draw another one, he would have to pay a price and would need time. He had persisted for 3 days, and you didn't even have the time to listen to my last words. What af*** king fool. The Martial Emperor was silent. Suyu did not mind, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Martial Emperor, these 3 days, I have been very happy. I'll come again when I have time." After Suyu finished speaking, he laughed and left in the air. After he left, the Martial Emperor's voice suddenly became crazy. On the first floor, a huge eye opened, his mouth opened wide, and suddenly, he roared, "Suyu, you will die a horrible death. This seat will definitely use 3 days and 3 nights to beat you to death when I break the seal." Yes, 3 days and 3 nights, this time, Suyu beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. He wanted to fight back, the Starry Mansion shook. Violent shaking, the Martial Emperor wished he could crawl out at this moment and kill that guy. He was furious, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he felt that he had won, and that he would not fight anymore. Explode this clone, and play by yourself. In the end, Suyu told him that he came to say goodbye. The Martial Emperor was going crazy. What he wanted to see was Suyu. You going crazy, Suyu angry, Suyu annoyed, and not Suyu looking at him like he was looking at a fool. Bastard. Go to hell. The Martial Emperor went crazy, the mansion shaking non-stop. At this moment, his angry roar seemed to be heard even in the infinite worlds. At the same time, burying Soul Mountain. Baijan chose to bring people to the lower realms. It was about time. There were many dangers in the tunnel between realms, but Baijan was powerful. This was not the tunnel of the fated kin. If he went to the lower realms, he was powerful and had a high chance of success. A moment later, the group arrived in the lower realms, in the endless void. In these few days, the battle in the upper realms had ended. As some ancient beasts returned from the depths of the chaos, especially a few powerful ones, the battle in the upper realms ended again. This time, a tiger and a dragon appeared in the depths of the chaos. They were powerful, which also caused the battle in the upper realms to end prematurely. Because everyone was afraid, powerful ancient beasts appeared in the depths of the chaos. As for the giant bird, they did not see it, and did not know if it was dead or what. Baijan appeared in the endless void, felt the aura, and smiled, "I'm back." The infinite worlds, after leaving the infinite worlds for 6,000 years, he was back again. "Your Majesty, where to now?" "First to the human realm, then to the giant realm." Baijan smiled, "Let's see how the situation is in the human realm now, and also see what that Suyu left behind for me after he left." He walked in the air toward the human realm with the others. He did not move quickly. He also wanted to see how the infinite worlds were now. As he walked, he suddenly turned his head to look in a direction, raised his eyebrows, and smiled, "Heaven Supervisor, long time no see." In the distance, the Heaven Supervisor's figure flashed, glanced at him, and smiled. "Baijan, you're back." The King of 100 Battles looked at him and smiled softly, "You're back. Are you interested in coming to my place?" "Haha, forget it." "How dare you?" Marquis Nanchi shouted. The Heaven Supervisor glanced at him and smiled, then looked at Marquis Yunshui and Marquis Jianghai, and smiled brightly, "Everyone. I don't know about others, but Yunshui probably did not have a good ending." With a light laugh, the Heaven Supervisor's figure disappeared. "Baijan, I know about the past. Unfortunately, you probably don't dare to kill me now, and perhaps I won't be able to wait until you do." "Ha ha ha." The Heaven Supervisor's figure completely disappeared. The King of 100 Battles looked at his back, and after a long time, he said softly, "Interesting, the ancient providence has revived again." He murmured, and soon, the King of 100 Battles no longer cared. He could not deal with the Heaven Supervisor now. Killing the Heaven Supervisor now was just asking for trouble. On his side, the situation in the giant realm was unknown. If he killed the Heaven Supervisor now, a large number of Masters of the Law might appear in the upper realm, and that would be troublesome. Beside him, Marquis Yunshui frowned slightly. The King of 100 Battles said without turning his head, "He should be talking about Suyu." "It's fine, I will take care of it." The King of 100 Battles chuckled, "It seems that the Heaven Supervisor thinks that Suyu can still succeed, and his desire for revenge is not small. Yunshui, be careful." "Your Majesty, it's fine, providence isn't everything." "Providence doesn't mean anything, otherwise the Heaven Supervisor would have already unified the world." Since the Heaven Supervisor said this, he must have seen something, such as Marquis Yunshui's poor providence. However, Baijan did not believe all of this. No emperor would believe in all providence, of course, it was necessary to be careful. After all, the Heaven Supervisor was a top expert in the field of providence. Heavenly Abyss Realm. Suyu was finally back. After battling with the martial monarch for 3 days, the imperfections in opening the path were finally resolved. "Your Majesty." Everyone was relieved to see Suyu return. If they continued to fight with the martial monarch, they were really worried that Suyu and the martial monarch would fight to the death. That would be troublesome. Suyu nodded slightly and swept his gaze across them. There were gains and losses in opening the path this time. Mist Mountain and Blue Sky were both heavily injured. The monarch of Great Zhou was not heavily injured, but his vitality was greatly depleted. Suyu looked around. In addition, many people had advanced to Dao integration. Above Dao integration, these people's progress was average. The floating earth spirit had the greatest improvement. This guy vaguely felt like it had reached second-grade Dao integration. It was astonishingly fast, catching up to September and the others. September had not advanced to Heavenly King yet. Still no Heavenly Venerate level combatants? Suyu looked around. Apart from Fat Ball, the others still did not seem to have Heavenly Venerate combat power. Clearly, after seeing him open the path, these people did not feel much improvement. So many heavenly kings, but no one advanced. He was slightly disappointed. He had thought that someone could enter the heavenly venerate realm. Wan Tianqing said, "Actually, everyone has already improved very quickly, including me. I feel that there is hope to improve soon, but it also takes time to digest and comprehend. I feel that the monarch of Great Zhou, Marquis Fire Cloud, and the others are almost there, but it won't be so fast." The monarch of Great Zhou also said, "It indeed takes time. We have comprehended too much these few days, and we have no time to digest it. I think everyone will have a blowout period in the next few days." Suyu nodded slightly. On the other side, the monarch of Great Qin and the Dasha of Goguryeo looked at each other. Soon, the monarch of Great Qin walked out. "Your Majesty, me and old Xia, you said before, to change Dao cultivation, but, you don't care about us anymore," Suyu smiled. "Are you sure? Are you really not going to cultivate the physical body Dao? Don't worry about the desolate heavenly beast's physical body Dao. It's actually the same as the human's physical body Dao." The future of the physical body Dao was actually more promising. The two of them looked at each other, and soon, the great Qin king nodded. "We won't cultivate the Dao of the body. We want to walk the Dao of the saber and spear." Suyu smiled. "That's fine too. It's not too difficult for me to change paths. As for the Dao of the desolate heavenly beasts, it was originally under your control. Since you don't want to cultivate it anymore, that's fine. How about this? I'll extract the power of my fleshly body and help everyone repair their fleshly bodies." This Dao was originally left behind by King Wen to help him recover his vitality. Writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were left behind by King Wen in preparation for reviving the dead. The Dao of inkstone was used to repair the body and restore vitality. However, Suyu had a lot of things that he could use as a substitute, so he didn't need this. By severing the path of the desolate heavenly beasts, we'll be able to satisfy everyone's need to cultivate their physical bodies. Perhaps, we'll even be able to help everyone advance further." Saying that, Suyu looked at the South Heaven Emperor and the others and said with a smile, "Next. My biggest goal should be to revive you all." For the time being, he couldn't be bothered to care about the outside world. First, strengthen our side's strength. If South Heaven Emperor and the others were revived, perhaps they'd become Empyrean powerhouses. Now that he'd opened the Dao of life and death, Suyu still had hope of reviving the dead. At this point, Suyu added, "Skyspan, get ready. I'm going to the 8th floor of the Starry Mansion." The reason he was going was to retrieve the treasures left behind by the Dao of ink and Dao of paper. Last time, Suyu had taken the treasures of the Dao of ink and Dao of inkstone. One was the corpse of a desolate heavenly beast, and the other was the sacred seal. These things were still there and could suppress a master of the laws once or twice. Suyu had only used them once or twice before, so they didn't consume too much energy. This was one of Suyu's trump cards. He hadn't used it much because he didn't want to waste it. However, if he used it well, he might be able to deal with a master of the laws, or even kill them. Previously, even if he suppressed the master of the laws, Suyu couldn't do anything to him. But now that the master of the laws was suppressed, Suyu had a chance of killing him. How many masters of the laws were there left in the myriad worlds? The treasures left behind by King Wen were actually quite good. He'd left the hunting heaven list for Lu Hong to use. Now, Suyu looked at him. "Come with me. I'm going to retrieve some of the treasures King Wen left behind. If he didn't, they might be useless in the future. For now, they might still be useful." Lu Hong nodded, but didn't say anything. His heart was tired, and he didn't want to talk about it. Suyu still remembered the tens of thousands of merit points he'd lost in the past. It made him feel tired and sad. Skyspan Marquis stepped forward. "Your Majesty, shall we go now?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Suyu nodded. "In addition, I can't move the newly formed world. It still exists in the primal chaos. In other words, my Dao origin and foundation are still in the primal chaos. He couldn't move that place. Now that he'd taken it away, the Master Seal's cornerstone and the civilization's will, the Dao would reject it elsewhere and show signs of collapse." The king's expression turned solemn. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Suyu smiled. Nothing much. Ordinary people can't move it if it's left there. Just like the human emperor Dao, necromancy Dao, and time Dao. So what if they're left here? No one can move them. I'm saying this to say that the world I just formed was still in the primal chaos. If you're willing to comprehend it, you can do so and see how the new Dao grows stronger. You might not have had time to observe it before. The king said solemnly, the Dao is a secret. How can you observe your majesty's Dao so casually? Fallacy. Suyu frowned. Comprehension of the Dao isn't something to be treasured. It's to progress together. No matter how powerful one person is, he can't surpass the comprehension of 10 million people. If you want to comprehend the Dao, I only have one request. Leave some of your comprehension in that world so that I can perfect my Dao. The time Dao might not be as perfect as it is now. Later, as more people comprehend it, this Dao will be perfected. Yes, this was also one of Suyu's comprehensions. Be it the time Dao or the necromancy Dao, they shouldn't be so powerful in the beginning. Now, it's just that there are more people comprehending them. In fact, the Dao is also absorbing everyone's comprehension to strengthen itself. Everyone's hearts trembled. Is the Dao absorbing their comprehension? Suyu didn't say much. Soon, he looked at one person. That person also looked at Suyu. Princess Ji. Princess Ji froze. Your Majesty Emperor Yu. Suyu smiled. No need to be reserved. I have a favor to ask. Princess Ji knew what he was thinking. She sighed and nodded. I understand. If I have a pseudo-Dao that matches everyone, I will let everyone devour it to strengthen their Dao. Pseudo-Dao and true Dao could strengthen each other. Princess Concubine Qi had previously gone to retrieve some pseudo-Dao energy, so when Suyu looked at her, she immediately guessed what he was thinking. Suyu smiled. If Princess Qi is willing to continue cultivating the Dao of petrification, I will help you find the true Dao. Fusing the pseudo-Dao with the true Dao, Princess Qi might become an Empyrean. King Gong's Dao of petrification isn't the only one. There might not be any conflict. Princess Qi cultivated the Dao of petrification and reached the heavenly king realm. She had comprehended it for many years, but it was difficult to become an Empyrean with a pseudo-Dao. If she could fuse a true Dao of petrification with her, she might become the first Empyrean on Suyu's side. Empyrean combat power was there. Fat Ball was there. Realm was realm, combat power was combat power. Fat Ball didn't have the Empyrean realm. In fact, it was the comprehension of the master of the laws. On Suyu's side, many people had combat power higher than their realm, including Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian. They were only Dao openers. No one knew how far to open a Dao. How could one differentiate realms? If they didn't open a complete Dao, they wouldn't be masters of the laws. Princess Qi said, if possible, I'd like to trouble your majesty to help me find a Dao of petrification. She hadn't mentioned it before. As for Suyu, he didn't mention it either. At that time, Suyu wasn't strong enough. She might not be loyal to Suyu because she always wanted to leave. How could Suyu easily help her find the true Dao and become an Empyrean? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Suyu smiled, alright, I'll help you find a Dao after I'm done with some matters. If everyone can use the pseudo-Daosh you have, that's for the best. I hope everyone will have some gains this time. Fusing pseudo-Daos would definitely make everyone stronger. He just didn't know how much Princess Qi had, how strong she was, and who she would be matched with. If she could be matched with several heavenly kings, that would be even better. Even if she couldn't increase her realm, it was fine as long as her combat power increased. Princess Qi quickly said, I don't have that many pseudo-Daos, only 9 at the moment. But the strongest one is a pseudo-heavenly king Dao. Many people's eyes flickered at this. Sky Destroyer was impatient, is it the big stick Dao? Princess Qi ignored him. Of course not. Sky Destroyer's Dao was a niche one. It wasn't a common Dao. Princess Qi didn't beat around the bush, saying, it's the devouring Dao. The devouring Dao again? Sky Destroyer's resentment, my god, at this moment, everyone's eyes became even more strange. This wasn't going to be easy. Many people cultivated the devouring Dao. Fat Ball counted, Pot Cake, 9 Moons, and Yen Emperor were all experts of this Dao. the heavenly king pseudo-Dao, anyone who devoured it would have a huge harvest. It wasn't appropriate to give it to anyone, right? So you didn't feel so conflicted. He looked around and smiled, the heavenly king Dao. I'll give it to Senior Pot Cake. Next to Bean Bun, Pot Cake blinked in confusion. Give it to me? It seems like I'm not the only one who cultivated the devouring Dao. 9 moons can become a heavenly king himself. As for Yen Emperor, he just changed his Dao and needs to stabilize it. There's no rush. Fat Ball doesn't need it. Fat Ball can comprehend it himself and open it. Suyu smiled and said, Senior Cooking Biscuit, swallow some more. Advance to the heavenly king realm as soon as possible so that your family won't get along. When Bean Bun becomes stronger, you won't be able to control him. As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly laughed. The solemn scene became cheerful. Many people looked at Bean Bun. Bean Bun jumped a little, feeling somewhat innocent. What's wrong with me? Suyu looked at Blue Sky and smiled, Dao friend Blue Sky, recuperate well. It's best if you go to my new world to recuperate. I will activate the Mortal Master Seal. You can enter and comprehend the Daos at the origin of the Dao to mend your Dao injuries. Blue Sky nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The origin of the Dao, the Mortal Master Seal was the origin of the Dao. It was also the origin of the Daos that Suyu had opened. This place wasn't for anyone to enter casually. Of course, the others didn't say anything. Blue Sky had died for Suyu several times. At this moment, everyone knew that Blue Sky's status and position on Suyu's side were increasing by the day. As Suyu spoke, he smiled and said, I'll make a trip to Xingyu Mansion now. After that, I'll be busy with the preparations for my resurrection. After I'm done, let's not talk about the others, but I hope that Cooking Cake, September, and Valiant can all step into the Heavenly King domain. Mist Mountain should also recuperate well. The rest of you, go to the land of chaos and comprehend the Tao of life and death, especially the river diagram. If I resurrect, I will choose the river diagram first. He too took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. You're welcome. Suyu smiled, the first one is the most dangerous. You know it yourself. It's not an exaggeration to call you a test subject. Comprehend the Tao of life and death yourself. Then, Suyu looked at someone in the crowd, Zhou Hao. I'm here. At the back of the crowd, Zhou Hao, who wasn't very powerful, stepped out. He wasn't very powerful, at the Sun-Moon tier. In this place where the Tao integration realm was about to break through 100, he was standing at the back. Ever since Suyu had imparted to him the 72 casting and 360 acupoints unlocking technique, he had actually paid very little attention to Zhou Hao. Although he was a disciple, Suyu actually didn't officially say that he would take him as a disciple. King Wu's descendant, this time, Suyu should have seen King Wu. Although he didn't see his face, King Wu was still alive. King Wu's descendant. Perhaps only Zhou Hao, Suyu looked at him. Zhou Hao was as silent as usual, with a bit of wildness. The murderous aura around him wasn't weak, but strength was strength. To be able to quickly enter the Sun-Moon tier in a few years was already very good, Suyu observed carefully, nodded slightly, and said, Your progress isn't slow. The 72 casting is completed, and 360 apertures are also opened. Your physical body is much stronger than others, and even some Eternals may not be able to defeat you. It's similar to how I was back then, just that my grasp of the Great Tao was not enough. Suyu had also experienced this stage. The first time he came out of the Star Mansion, he could also kill Eternals, but it was only explosive power, and he still needed Wan Tianqing's cooperation to suppress the others' regulations. Suyu smiled, and said, This time, I might have seen your ancestor. He's still alive, and, looks like he's living well. I heard his tone, he's very cheerful. After so many years, it's not easy to be so cheerful. Before he left, he asked about the situation of my descendants. I said that his descendants are all dead, and King Wu is probably a little sad. Everyone's heart moved slightly, and the great Zhou King couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty really saw King Wen and King Wu? Suyu smiled, and said, What, you think I lied to Fat Ball before? It's not, the great Zhou King wanted to deny it, but, alright, he really thought that Suyu lied before. Suyu smiled, and said, I saw them, but separated by time and space. Let's put it this way, not in the same dimension. In a special state, I entered it in a state of nothingness. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to enter, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to come out. The sickly Marquis Lanshan couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, you met with Lord King Wu? What did you talk about? Suyu smiled, and said, We chatted for a while, but there wasn't much time, so I told him to shut up. This person seems to be quite talkative. Was he also a chatterbox in the past? Marquis Lanshan's mouth opened, and the others also had strange looks in their eyes. Really, you told him to shut up, the king of the four extremities, you are really arrogant, so you didn't care, and quickly said, Zhou Hao, I'm going to the 8th floor, you go too. Last time, Great Bright King had some gains in Bright King's mansion. I hope you can also have some gains in Martial Imperial Mansion. He looked at Zhou Hao, and said with a smile, Give your ancestor a surprise. He thought his descendants were all dead, and then suddenly appeared. It should be very interesting. Bad taste, very interesting. Everyone was also speechless. Zhou Hao also didn't know what to say. Forget it, then he wouldn't say it. Everyone, cultivate well. This is also a rare period of peace, maybe, it won't last for long. In the end, Suyu said in a clear voice, If I didn't succeed in opening the path, maybe it would take a long time for me to go out, but since I succeeded, this time, maybe it won't be too long. Everyone had strange looks in their eyes. How long will we go out? Alright, maybe it really will be very soon. After this trip down, everyone's strength was improving rapidly, terrifyingly fast. If this went on, and a few more heavenly venerables appeared, maybe Suyu would really go up very soon. His strength had already accumulated enough, why not go up and keep holding back? Heaven-reaching Marquis, open the door. In the Dead Soul's domain, it was relatively easy for Heaven-reaching Marquis to go to the 8th floor. Very soon, Heaven-reaching Marquis opened the door. This time only Lu Hong and Zhou Hao followed. Lu Hong was still a little excited, more excited than Zhou Hao. Suyu glanced at him. This teacher Lu was not honest. Anyway, since he knew him, he had not been honest. Looking at this, maybe he would have some gains after going to Starry Mansion. Of course, Lu Hong was the same as the great Zhou King, he liked to hide something. He wouldn't say everything, this was also normal. In life, who didn't have some secrets? Lu Hong had helped a few times, now Suyu also couldn't be bothered to say anything more. 8th floor, Suyu appeared on the 8th floor again. Fortunately, the 8th floor wasn't inside the Martial Emperor's body, otherwise, he would be angered to death. In fact, the Martial Emperor knew that Suyu came again because teleportation needed to go through his body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to teleport to the 8th floor. However, the Martial Emperor, who had just self-destructed his clone, was now in a depressed mood and hated Suyu. He didn't say a word, allowing Suyu and the others to enter the 8th floor. He didn't even stop Suyu and fight for 3 days and 3 nights, he was almost crazy. Go to King Wen's mansion. At this point, the 8th floor was almost unimpeded for Suyu, without any danger. Just that little bit of rule force that leaked out was nothing. Not to mention, he still had 60 council tokens. With this thing, he wouldn't be targeted. The council token was a good thing. Sooner or later, he would use it again. Suyu had collected more than half. He was already thinking about how to trap a group of people with this thing. Of course, there was no need to use it for now. King Wen's mansion. Suyu walked to the backyard again. The words heaven gazing appeared in front of him again. This time, Suyu looked for a while and chuckled. Heaven gazing and Tao seeking, King Wen, is a powerful character. He is at any time. He opened the sky without saying a word, no one knew when and where he opened it. Lu Hong also nodded, while Marquis Tong Tian said resentfully, he is powerful, but his words aren't very reliable. Didn't you say that I could seal an era, Su? You glanced at him. You've become bold, aren't you afraid that King Wen will come back and make a door bolt for you? Too lazy to pay attention to him, Suyu pushed the door and entered. He was familiar with this place. He was familiar with it, but Marquis Tong Tian looked around curiously. Gradually, he felt a little strange. Zhou Hao didn't think too much. He was an honest man. After looking for a while, he didn't do it on purpose, but he was really curious. King Wen is really powerful. The flowers and trees that he planted are still alive after so many years of no one taking care of them. In the courtyard, the flowers and plants were all in full bloom, so you didn't bat an eyelid. Lu Hongyi was serious and didn't say a word. He didn't know how to answer or expose him. The powerful one isn't King Wen, but the one beside us. If these flowers and plants weren't planted by Suyu, my surname wouldn't be Lu. Most likely, King Wen's estate had been emptied. This place was just used by Suyu to decorate the facade. It looked full of life, but all the good things were gone. Soon, the group arrived in front of the 4 small houses. The brush path and inkstone path were both empty. Suyu walked to a coffin-like house, looked at Lu Hong, and said, "What's the inheritance of the ink path?" "Open the door." Lu Hong laughed dryly and quickly took out an item. A pitch-black charcoal. Suyu glanced at it and nodded. "It's the same as you. It suits you and matches you." "My heart is black." Lu Hongxin was tired. "How am I black? What did I do to you? It's just a matter of tens of thousands of merit points." "It's about time you keep thinking about it." Without saying anything, he stuffed the black charcoal into the lock. Soon, the lock of the Great Dao was opened. Lu Hong stuffed the lock into his storage ring. This action was the same as when Suyu first came. No, it was even more natural than Suyu's. It was so natural that Marquis Tong Tian and Zhou Hao didn't care. Suyu glanced at him. Lu Hong turned his head, a little stiff, a questioning look in his eyes. "You want it? What realm are you at?" "You still want it? If you want it, I can give it to you." Suyu's eyes seemed to say, "Get lost." Lu Hong instantly smiled and no longer looked at him. From the looks of it, Suyu didn't want it. It was a good thing, and he could keep it for himself. Like the previous 2 rooms, there was also a table and a box in this room. Marquis Tong Tian said expectantly, "What good things did Lord King Wen leave behind?" "A sacred transformation seal and a desolate heavenly beast corpse." "What did the ink path leave behind?" Suyu looked at Lu Hong. "Open it and take a look." Lu Hong didn't refuse. He quickly stepped forward and opened the box. Just like before, there was a piece of paper and something else. Suyu glanced at the paper. In general, it said that the ink path inheritance was the weakest of the 4, but it was very special. It was a branch of the Great Tao of Death that he had forcibly opened up. Not everyone could cultivate this path. It required a special state, such as the half-dead state. And the reason he had forcibly opened up this Great Tao was to resurrect. The ink path intercepts the power of the Great Tao of Death, damaging one's vitality, a special reserved longevity pill. Suyu was taken aback. Longevity pill. Lu Hong was also taken aback. "It's this. I was wondering what it was, so it's a longevity pill. This is the best treasure for replenishing vitality and lifespan." He suddenly looked at Suyu. His Majesty seems to have exhausted his lifespan. This is good stuff. If His Majesty takes it, his lifespan will definitely be restored, and he might even be better than before. The King of Great Zhou consumed one, and that vitality is extremely powerful. It was a longevity pill. It was indeed a treasure, a supreme treasure. This thing was refined from killing an immortal master of the laws, using the other's Great Tao power and blood essence to refine. Back then, it was said that there would be 3 pills. Was this one of the 3, or an extra? This thing was left for the ink path inheritors to replenish their vitality. But Lu Hong didn't really need it. The main reason was that he had been to a place where life and death intersected, and had comprehended the power of life and death. When Suyu had extracted this power, he had also intercepted some. In fact, the ink path's consumption of vitality wasn't too great. Suyu took a look at the pill. The pill contained divine splendor. On a closer look, it seemed to be filled with great Tao laws, and there was rich vitality contained within. Suyu nodded slightly. "Good treasure. This pill can increase lifespan by a little, and it can also comprehend the great Tao of life by a little. If it is given to an immortal who cultivates the great Tao of life, they might be able to quickly step into the top ranks. There seemed to be no one cultivating the great Tao of life on his side. Otherwise, just this pill alone would be enough to give birth to another top-notch expert. This pill was not inferior to the corpse of a desolate heavenly beast, Suyu looked for a while and said with a smile, "Keep it first, maybe it will be useful. It can increase lifespan, strengthen vitality, and comprehend the great Tao of life. Maybe, resurrection of the dead will be useful." Lu Hong nodded. It was indeed possible. If resurrection of the dead, how much lifespan was left? Was it to start anew, or what? Or was it calculated based on what was left before death? This was a very complicated matter, and with this item, Suyu could swallow it himself and restore his lifespan. Although he had opened his own Tao, the current Suyu couldn't be considered to have opened it to the level of master of the laws. He hadn't reached that level yet. Since that was the case, Suyu's lifespan hadn't been restored. Soon, Suyu walked out of the room and went to the next room. As for Lu Hong, he took the table with him. Paper Tao room. The Heaven Hunter list appeared. Soon, Suyu opened the room. The layout was the same. It was still a table and a box. This time, Suyu opened the box himself. It was still a piece of paper, a treasure. Paper Tao. I haven't opened it either. From what I see, the Paper Tao might be the Clone Tao, or the Myriad Dharma Tao, or the Return to One Tao. The Return to One Tao. The Paper Tao is the Tao I speculated, manifesting as a clone, one law, one body. The Heaven Hunter list was created by copying the Book of Time. King Wen himself hadn't cultivated the Paper Tao. And this time, the treasure left behind by King Wen was somewhat special. Or rather, it was very special. 10,000 Shenwen, leave it behind. I've fought for many years and killed countless enemies. I've left behind 10,000 Shenwen to help the inheritors of the Paper Tao cultivate the Tao. Suyu glanced at the bare one's teeth. A moment later, he couldn't help but curse, if I'd known, I would have come earlier. Fuck, 10,000 Shenwen were actually the embryonic form of the power of the laws. King Wen had actually left such an item in the Paper Tao room. He'd indeed fought for many years and killed countless enemies. 10,000 Shenwen didn't sound like a lot, but in reality, he'd probably killed more than 10,000 enemies. Suyu quickly took a deep breath and smiled. I found a way to cure Blue Sky's great Tao injury. I can even go one step further. This time, he can truly comprehend the embryonic form of the great Tao of time. Suyu's was too inexperienced after all. These 10,000 Shenwen solved Blue Sky's problem. Lu Hong also smiled brightly. They're all good stuff. Fortunately, I'm here. This way, Teacher Blue Sky's great Tao power will soon be perfected, and he might be able to enter the heavenly venerate realm. Suyu smiled and glanced at him. What about you? You only have longevity pills, which don't seem to be of much help to you. You came here eagerly. I can see that you're in a good mood. Back then, you said that there were treasures on the 9th floor, but the 9th floor has been destroyed. I remember saying that. Do you know about this? Lu Hong smiled. I know. Then didn't you gain nothing this time? Lu Hong chuckled. It's okay. I'm not that kind of person. It doesn't matter if I don't have treasures. Suyu glanced at him and said after a while, tell me the truth. Do you need my help? Lu Hong felt awkward and quickly coughed. No need. I'll just make a trip to the Underworld Emperor Manor. Lu Hong said embarrassedly, the Ink Tao is considered the great Tao of dead spirits, but it's not. Instead, it's more like the Underworld Tribe's Tao. King Wen might have used the Underworld Emperor's Tao as reference when he opened up the Ink Tao. So, I want to make a trip to the Underworld Emperor Manor to see if I can gain anything. Suyu nodded slightly. Alright, you go to the Underworld Emperor Manor. Zhou Hao, you go to the Martial Imperial Manor. I hope that both of you can gain something, especially you, Lu Hong. If I want to resurrect dead spirits, perhaps I'll need your help to suppress the great Tao of dead spirits' backlash. Lu Hong's strength could not be said to be strong, but it was not weak either. After coming out from the boundary of life and death, he had actually fused a lot of the Ink Tao. Now, he could be considered a third-grade Tao integration. This progress was already very fast. In fact, during this period, many people were left far behind by Suyu. Lu Hong could still keep up at this moment. It was actually quite amazing. If he wanted to resurrect dead spirits, he would most likely need the Ink Tao. As for the other great Tao powers, Suyu could deal with them himself, but the great Tao of dead spirits fluctuation still needed the ink Tao to suppress. Lu Hong chuckled and nodded. This is all a small matter. I'll do my best to master the ink Tao as soon as possible. That way, I might be able to suppress some dead spirit powerhouses. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Suyu glanced at him. This guy was used to hiding and rarely took the initiative to speak. Of course, thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Hong ran away. Suyu shook his head when he saw Lu Hong running so fast that he didn't say anything else. Beside him, Zhou Hao also bowed and quickly left. Suyu exhaled. I hope we can all gain something. He then looked at Marquis Tong Tian and asked, when can you become a heavenly king? Marquis Tong Tian said embarrassedly, difficult. Difficult? Suyu smiled. The gate's potential is not small. Marquis Tong Tian suddenly whispered, that is actually not difficult. Tell me. Marquis Tong Tian said sneakily, Your Majesty, if you kill a martial monarch and eat his heaven gate power. Or if you kill that Yu Hao and eat his hell gate power. I might become a heavenly king if I steal a bit of the power of other clans. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. Marquis Tong Tian said sneakily, Your Majesty, just like how you steal the power of the great Tao of time, I can also steal the power of other clans. He appeared somewhat wretched. Your Majesty, steal a bit. If you steal a lot, perhaps. I can also open other gates. For example, the Hell Gate, the Heaven Gate. Bear One's teeth grinned. When the time comes, let alone a heavenly king, even a heavenly venerable won't be a problem. Even a master of the laws. Saying so, he became excited. Your Majesty, the martial monarch and the Hell King bloodline are enemies anyway. Even if you kill them, don't waste it. Let me eat the power of the gate, and I will definitely become stronger quickly. Suyu looked pensive and said softly, Are there only these 2 gates in this world? Are there any other gates? I'm not sure about that. Marquis Tong Tian instantly shut up. He couldn't say anything else. He was now afraid of Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly. The Hell King bloodline will have to be dealt with sooner or later. If you can kill Yu Hao and the others, I will let you eat the power of the Hell Gate. Marquis Tong Tian was overjoyed. If that was the case, he could also improve quickly. His power of the Great Tao was quite special. In fact, he hadn't improved much in the past few times. Second grade Tao integration power was actually about the same. After not sealing the 8th layer, he was already about second grade Tao integration power. Now, he was just recovering his strength. Let's go and take a look at the other residences. This time, I can go in and take a look at the residences of the emperors of the various clans. If there are any benefits, I'll take them all. At this time, Suyu held the representative token in his hand and controlled the power of the Myriad Tao. In this place, he could really move unimpeded. First, he would plunder the other residences. Over at the Tianyuan realm, a bunch of people were waiting for resources. After all, they were all quite powerful. While Suyu was plundering the benefits. Human realm. The 36 prefecture lords had all arrived. Marquis Zhenan and Wenqi had also arrived. At this moment, Marquis Zhenan looked at the 100-battle monarch who was walking in the air with a complicated expression. Soon, he said in a clear voice, Your subject, Zhenan, greet your majesty. At ease. The 100-battle monarch walked in the air with a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and looked around. The others, including Xia Huyu and the others, also bowed. We greet the human emperor. The 9th human emperor, 100 battle, he had returned. The 100 battle monarchs will swept across the human realm. After sensing for a while, he smiled. Thank you. The human race lived in peace and contentment. Suyu's departure didn't seem to have caused any damage. Moreover, it was actually a good thing that all the powerhouses above the sun and moon were taken away. Of course, it was more troublesome than planned, and there would be fewer Tao integration cultivators. At this time, Marquis Jianhai said in a low voice, There's no one above the sun and moon of the human race? All gone. He felt that Suyu had gone too far. There wasn't even an eternal realm left. Xia Huyu smiled. Please forgive us, senior. The others have all left. There's nothing we can do. Everyone has their own aspirations, and we can't force them. Xiaohu quickly said, Human Emperor, we've already prepared a banquet. All the representatives have arrived. Would the Human Emperor like to meet them? Marquis Jianghai said coldly, You want His Majesty to meet those who aren't even Eternal Realm cultivators? He was underestimating the 100-battle monarch. Xiaohu did not say a word and did not think too much about it. He just lowered his head silently. The 100-battle monarch didn't say anything. He smiled. Then let's meet them. By the way, are you the descendant of the battle monarch? Human Emperor is wise. I, Xianxia, have always inherited the bloodline of the battle monarch. However, I've already embarrassed my ancestors in this generation. The 100-battle monarch smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything else. He looked at the other palace lords, and finally at Marquis Jiannan. Thank you for your hard work. The human realm was so huge, but the arrangements were not bad. If the powerhouses left, so be it, he was finally back. After 6,000 years, Baijan indeed felt a little more unfamiliar with the current human race. He also felt like an outsider. 6,000 years ago, he was like a tsunami, and everyone was united. Unfortunately, after he chose to fake his defeat 6,000 years ago, the current human realm was no longer his human realm. The 36 palace lords were only polite to him on the surface. It was no longer the era when he returned to the human realm and countless people went crazy for him. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Baijan sighed. At this moment, he felt a sense of loss. The human realm was different. As he walked on the land of the human realm, a group of people followed behind him. Baijan could no longer find that feeling of the past. He could feel that the current human realm was rejecting him. He could feel the emotions of the 36 manor heads present. Some were resentful, some were indifferent, some were indignant, and some were cursing in anger. These people were too weak. Some emotional fluctuations could not be hidden from Baijan. Perhaps they were hateful, but why had they returned? 6,000 years ago, weren't you sealed, didn't you die in battle, and now, the human realm already has a new master, so why had you returned? Baijan was not the only one who felt it. The people around him could also feel it. They were not weak and could naturally feel the various emotions. They could even faintly hear the discussions of some people in the distance. Some people were saying, It's been so many years since the new master arrived, so why had he returned, didn't he die back then? As the strongest expert of Baijan, Marquis Xianxia heard this. Marquis Xianxia's expression was somewhat complicated. He suddenly said, Your Majesty, they are all ignorant people. Your Majesty, do not mind them. They do not know anything. If we had won back then, would this have happened? It is precisely because we cannot win and are unwilling to bury the entire human race that we have done this. Marquis Xianxia's expression was complicated as he looked at Xiaohu and the others. He hesitated but still spoke up for Baijan. If we could have defeated the Hell King bloodline back then, we would not have made such a choice. Perhaps, you have guessed something, but if we had not preserved the seed back then, perhaps with our defeat, the entire human race would have been annihilated. He wasn't willing to give up, because he didn't receive any reply. The human realm might seem difficult, but in fact, His Majesty has been paying close attention to it. If not for that, Zhou Tian wouldn't have invited the primordial giant kings to come and help. Marquis Yunshui also mentioned this matter. Marquis Xianxia said, The ancient giant king is willing to help because of your Majesty. Otherwise, why would he need to wade into these muddy waters? Xiaohu was all smiles as he nodded. Senior Marquis Xianxia is right, we all understand. Marquis Xianxia frowned. He knew that these were just perfunctory words. However, he was truly unwilling to accept this. If he really acted as if no one else was present, indifferent, then it would mean that he didn't care too much about the opinions of these weaklings. But at this moment, he cared. Marquis Xianxia said in a low voice, You are a descendant of the Battle King. Since you were able to become the master of this prefecture at such a young age, and I heard that you were also a good friend of Suyu, Xiaohu smiled lightly and said, Senior, just heard, Senior seems to have been saved by Emperor Yu. I paid the price of killing a heavenly king to save you, Senior. Although you're older than us, you're still one of our seniors. However, His Majesty Emperor Yu is the Lord of the 10th tide flow. For you to address him directly by name. You seem to have had some contact with His Majesty in the upper realm. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Marquis Nanchi was taken aback, his emotions somewhat complicated. He said nothing. Marquis Xianxia said coldly, "Do you know who you're talking to? Even in ancient times, your ancestor, the War King." Xiaohu forced a smile and nodded. Without waiting for him to finish, he said sincerely, "Yes, even my ancestor Battle King didn't dare to speak to everyone like this. He had to kowtow and call everyone grandfathers." Silence, absolute silence. In front, the 100 Battle King, who was looking around, did not turn back. He smiled lightly and said, "All right, relax the atmosphere. There's no need to be so bitter and hateful. Xianxia, speak less." "Your Majesty." Marquis Xianxia was a little angry. He was a direct descendant of a Battle King and was different from others. Now, these people seemed to be rejecting them, which made him a little angry. His Majesty's return would only bring benefits to the human race. What would he do to the human race? When His Majesty was on the throne, he also loved the people like his own children. In the 9th tide flow, which human did not say that His Majesty was wise, the kind that came from the heart, the great Zhou King often said that 100 Battle King might be at a disadvantage to the alliance, but not to the human race. Of course, in the final battle of the 9th tide flow, it was hard to say. Xiaohu smiled and did not continue. Besides, what if he was cut down? He was too weak. However, Marquis Nanchi had directly called him by his name, so he still said something and retorted. "You owe Suyu a life, so you can't not respect him." Marquis Nanchi was also a little conflicted. He sighed. "Perhaps you are right. Indeed, he saved me." Marquis Xianxia frowned and said in a low voice, "Wrong. If he did not cause trouble in the higher realms, why would one search the land of the Tao Source? Nanchi, do you think we owe him? No, we do not owe him. If he did not go to the higher realms, why would there be a change in the Tao Source? He did not feel that he owed Suyu for this. He had been in seclusion, and one had suddenly come to wipe him out. Wasn't this all Suyu's doing? Marquis Nanchi did not speak. To the side, Marquis Zhennan frowned slightly. "Xianxia, enough. You have just returned to the human realm, and His Majesty is also tired. Why don't you rest for a while and then meet with the experts of the various prefectures and cities?" Emperor Yu's manor, human Lord Su did not take with him the manor he built before he left. His Majesty can temporarily stay there. Baijan nodded slightly and smiled. "Go there. Zhennan, your physical injuries are not light. When you return, I will help you recover. Perhaps you will have a chance to enter the Quasi-King realm." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Marquis Zhennan bowed slightly. Baijan looked at Wen Qi beside him and smiled. Wen Qi has also fused the path. Not bad. It is all thanks to Your Majesty's great blessing. You are still the same as before. You like to flatter me. Baijan smiled and looked at the sky. After a while, he said, "I will go back and see if I can save Dark Shadow and Misty Mountain. If I can save them, everyone will be here. As for the rest, they were not here." Baijan did not speak about this. As he walked toward Emperor Yu's manor, he asked, "You are Xiaohu Yu, right?" "Yes, human lord, what orders do you have?" Xiaohu Yu quickly followed with a bright smile on his face. "I heard that you have a good relationship with Suyu." Xiaohu Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing. He is high and mighty, and I am just a nobody. Human lord, please do not misunderstand." "Sly fellow." Baijan laughed. "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. Whether it is rejection, anger, or resentment, actually. Human lord, since I left 6,000 years ago, it is only a past tense. Of course, I have no ill intentions towards the human race. We are of the same origin. Suyu left because he felt that he did not want to be under me, and I did not want to work for him. We each have our own choices," Baijan said as he walked. "Now is not the time for internal strife between him and me. Perhaps we have different ideals, different ideas, and even different doctrines. But we are still humans. He continued, whether it is the immemorial age or the ancient age, they are all humans. In fact, the immemorial age and the ancient age have never been separated. They have always been one. It is only a matter of time. And the Hell King surrendered to the chaos. If you really want to say that the human race is a traitor, the Hell King's bloodline is it. He said seriously, I may be wrong, but I have never betrayed. The immemorial age and the ancient age are an era. Behind them are all humans. He did not need to explain. These people were too weak. They were only at the sun-moon tier. However, he still explained. When he saw the human realm again, the feeling was completely different from before. It made him feel that perhaps he still had to say a few words. He and Suyu, perhaps he represented the immemorial age, while Suyu represented the ancient age. But in essence, there was not much difference. Whether it was the human ancestor or the human emperor, they were actually all from the same era. This era had not completely ended. The Hell King's bloodline was no longer backed by humans. Xiaohu nodded with a smile. What the human emperor said is right. His Majesty Emperor Yu also said the same. Before he left, he said that the human emperor would not mistreat the human race after his return. This is also his trust in the human emperor. Otherwise, according to my understanding of him, he would not abandon the human realm. If the Hell King's bloodline and Wan attack, he would not abandon the human realm even if he died in battle here. This was indeed Suyu's thoughts. Xiaohu knew Suyu's thoughts. Suyu actually believed that Baijian would not do anything to the human race. Otherwise, he would not have left just like that. This was also a tacit understanding between Suyu and Baijian, although they had not met. It doesn't matter whether you cultivate your own trusted aides or direct subordinates. The human race was still the human race. In essence, they were all humans. They did not betray this race, however, there was a difference in ideology. Suyu did not agree with Baijian, and Baijian might not necessarily agree with Suyu. Baijian also laughed. You are right. If that is the case, I should be happy. These are actually not important things. Now, there are actually many things that are pressing. Including the human emperor and the others, they may all return one after another. Baijian continued, when the human emperor and the others return, the myriad worlds will be in chaos. This is still not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing is that the existence behind the gates of hell may break out. Baijian sighed. In truth, I already knew a little back then, and it was because I knew a lot that I felt so helpless, even somewhat despaired. In the end, I had no choice but to choose another path. Xiaohu also knew a little, but of course, he did not know the specifics. At this time, he cautiously said, then why didn't Human Master take a gamble back then? Perhaps, there was hope. Now, he has sealed himself for 6,000 years, but his strength is still the same. If his strength does not change, then wouldn't 6,000 years have been a waste? Marquis Nanchi and the others had strange expressions. Was this a brazen attempt to pry for information? Baijian smiled. Strength naturally can still change. 6,000 years, since he made the choice, how could there not be any change? Then isn't it as you said, 6,000 years have been wasted? These 6,000 years can also be considered a period of consolidation. Xiaohu's round face beamed. Then there must be many Empyreans on Human Master's side? Then the human race will be strong. With a master, it is the fortune of the human race. Baijian laughed in spite of himself. On the side, Marquis Nanchi also lightly coughed. He was just short of directly asking, how many Empyreans are there on your side? Baijian smiled. As for how many Empyreans there are, I really don't know. 6,000 years ago, I left some people behind and had them constantly comprehend the Tao, even hiding within the great Tao. There will more or less be some changes. If luck is good, there should be 5 or 6. If luck is bad, then I don't know. 5 or 6, Xiaohu swiftly recorded this down. Baijian did not need to trick him on this, there was no need. Baijian also wanted him to pass on this message to Suyu. At this time, Xiaohu felt that his status as friends with Suyu was not bad. Perhaps Baijian knew. Moreover, he was a descendant of the Battle King, so Baijian was quite polite to him. Xiaohu hurriedly said, then, Human Master, Do you think we can defeat Wan and the Hell King bloodline? There is still hope. Baijan nodded. But it's best if a great battle erupts between the two sides and there are losses on both sides. Otherwise, even if we win, the losses will be disastrous. Even if the human emperor and the others return, the situation will not be good, only worse. Don't pin your hopes on the human emperor's return and the situation will improve. Baijan said in a low voice. First, the human race didn't have as many masters of the laws as Wan. After so many years, Wan definitely has the advantage, even if the losses are greater. Second, the gates of hell may open soon, and even other places may open as well. That will be the worst time for the human race. So we must win, but not by a Pyrrhic victory. If we win by a Pyrrhic victory, we're finished. Even if a master of the laws is to be born, it can only be the human race. We have to give them more support. Xiaohuyu's heart stirred when he heard Baijan's words. Was the human emperor's return not necessarily a good thing? Perhaps, that was indeed the case. In fact, Suyu had vaguely mentioned this before. If the human emperor had the advantage, he would have returned long ago. Why would he delay? If he did return, it would probably be a big problem. On this point, Baijan and Suyu had the same thoughts. Then, do we not have any hope at all? Of course. Baijan laughed. If not, why would I come back? Of course, some things don't need to be said too much. You'll naturally understand after some time. Xiaohuyu nodded. At this moment, he felt that Baijan was actually okay. Well, maybe. But who asked me to know Suyu? Who asked Suyu to be the master of this era? Soon, the group arrived at Emperor Yu's manor. Baijan smiled as he looked at the magnificent Emperor Yu's manor, but he didn't say anything. Marquis Xianxia frowned slightly. Extravagant and wasteful. Even when His Majesty inherited the throne, he didn't build such a magnificent palace. It was indeed extravagant. This Emperor Yu's manor was built by Zhu Tiandao and Xiaohuyi. In order to curry favor, they spent as much as they could. It just so happened that the front lines had conquered the Wan and were attacking the Myriad realms. They really brought back all the treasures. Some of the treasures and specialties of the Myriad realms that were suitable for building palaces were all brought back. They even demolished many palaces in the Wan and the Myriad realms just for a piece of wood or a brick. Xiaohuyu laughed and said, Senior, you misunderstand. This is nothing. Emperor Yu led us to defeat the Wan and conquer the Myriad realms. Except for the god, demon, and immortal clans, we can take whatever we want from the other realms. It's just a palace. It's not worth mentioning. If you're so capable, fight it yourself. After conquering the Myriad realms, you can change the heavenly court if you want, and no one will stop you. Xianxia wanted to say more, but Baijan raised his hand and laughed. You're indeed very capable. Conquering the Myriad realms is also a great undertaking that will be passed down through the ages. Your Majesty. Marquis Xianxia said in a low voice. If not for Your Majesty, there wouldn't be so few Dao integration cultivators in the lower realms. Although you said you defeated the Myriad realms, there were only a few dozen Dao integration cultivators. This kind of strength is not worth mentioning. Xiaohuyu didn't say anything. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Perhaps, some of the other palace lords sneered in their hearts, while others lowered their heads and didn't look. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning? I've never seen you conquer the Myriad realms. Yes, a few dozen Dao integration cultivators. There weren't many Dao integration cultivators in the lower realms, but think about the human race's starting point. There wasn't a single Dao integration cultivator. It wasn't the ninth tide, where the old antiques had reached nearly 100 Dao integration cultivators. It was a comparison of power, not a comparison of strength. The Master of the Law defeating an Eternal wasn't a miracle. The Sun and Moon defeating an Eternal was worth remembering. Baijan didn't want to talk about this, so he interrupted Marquis Xianxia. Soon, the group entered Emperor Yu's residence. In Emperor Yu's residence, after chatting for a while, King Baijan said, Then I'll go look for people first and see if I can bring Dark Shadow and Misty Mountain back. Everything else will remain the same. He had no intention of changing any of the rules in the human realm, nor did he want to waste his energy. Since the human realm was living and working in peace, why change anything? Baijan was also a decisive person. After saying this, he directly tore apart the winding river and disappeared from Emperor Yu's residence. Before leaving, he said, matters in the human realm will temporarily be handled by Nanchi and Jinan. Xiaohu will assist them. Everyone else will temporarily listen to the three of them. Not letting Jianhai manage things would easily spoil things. He also didn't let Marquis Yunshui manage things. On Marquis Yunshui's side, because they had previously met with human experts, many people were actually quite against it. They remembered seeing Marquis Yunshui under Suyu's command last time. When he said this, Xiaohu laughed. It seemed that this old lord's heart was like a clear mirror. He knew everything and understood everything. If Jianghai and Yunshui were really in charge, there might be trouble. After Baijian left, Xiaohu said with a smile, Seniors, please let me know if you have any requests. If I can do it, I will do my best to arrange people to do it. Seniors, if there is anything you need, I will definitely do my best. Marquis Jianghai looked at him coldly and said after a while, Don't provoke me again and again just because His Majesty is lenient. Xiaohu had a helpless look on his face. What did I provoke? You're not an idiot, are you? Forget it, I can't be bothered with him. Beside him, Marquis Jinan frowned slightly and coughed lightly, Jianhai, forget it. You should also want to see the current mortal realm. I'll take you there to have a look. There's nothing to see here. Marquis Jianhai said indifferently, this place is no longer the human realm of the past. Marquis Jinan was slightly startled. After a moment, he smiled and said, You can't say that. After all, this is our root, our homeland, Marquis Jianhai said in a low voice. However, do you think that the current human race welcomes our return? Jinan, we have nothing left here. We have no descendants, no relatives, no friends. Other than this domain, everything here has nothing to do with us. Marquis Jinan frowned a little and said gloomily, But this is our place of origin. Jianghai. Marquis Jianghai said coldly, It's just the place, not those people. Jinan, wake up. Marquis Jinan frowned and looked at him, then at Marquis Nanchi and Marquis Yunshui. He said in a low voice, You too, also have the same thoughts? Marquis Nanchi sighed. Don't listen to Jianhai's nonsense. Jianghai, our homeland is still our homeland. The humans here are of the same origin. There are some things that should not be mentioned. Perhaps we felt that what happened 6,000 years ago was not wrong. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, it was indeed wrong. Marquis Jianhai snorted coldly. Wrong? Did we have to fight to the death back then, fight with one until both sides were wounded and then be destroyed by the Hell King bloodline? Then the entire human race would be destroyed? I don't understand why these people felt that it was wrong. It was the same back then. If we did not do as His Majesty says, Nanchi, do you think there would still be humans today? He felt that these people could not be reasoned with, so there was no need to say more. If they had fought to the death back then, there would probably be no humans now. There would be no hope at all. Seeing them quarrel, Xiaohu had no interest in watching the show. He led the other manor lords, smiled, and greeted them before quickly leaving. Baijian was no longer here. What was the point of arguing with these people? At the same time, Baijian entered the River of Time to search for Dark Shadow and Misty Mountain. These two had just died. Perhaps they were still alive. At this moment, in the Starry Universe manor. So you did not wait for Lu Hong and Zhou Hao. He had Marquis Skirich transport him back first. He wanted to take the Great Qing King and Daxia of Goguryeo to search for the Tao, to find the Tao of Saber and Spear that suited them. As for the Tao of Desolate Heavenly Beasts, he could extract the power of laws and help everyone recover their bodies. In the River of Time. So you also entered, through the hole he had dug. He and Baijian, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, they were both searching for the Tao in the River of Time. Suyu was searching for the Tao of Saber and Spear, while Baijian was searching for the Tao of Dark Shadow and Misty Mountain. In the River of Time. Daxia of Goguryeo was also looking left and right. Your Majesty, find me a powerful Tao of Saber. It has to be stronger than my grandson's. His grandson, Xiao Longwu. He had already reached Tao integration stage. His strength was not as strong as Xiaojia's, but his saber intent was stronger. The number 1 Tao of Saber of Xiaojia was no longer him, Daxia of Goguryeo. What a tragedy. Of course. Suyu smiled. It has to be stronger than Xiao Longwu's. Otherwise, he would lose his title as the #1 in the world, cough cough. Da Xiao of Goguryeo coughed. What are you trying to say? How annoying. The great Qin King turned to look at them. What's wrong? None of your business. Da Xiao of Goguryeo couldn't be bothered with him. The great Qin King sneered coldly. He didn't like to smile, but his smile was ugly. Isn't it just about the #1 most handsome man in the world? Da Xiao of Goguryeo faltered. He turned to look at Suyu. Suyu shrugged. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. The great Qin King snorted. What are you looking at? Senior Xiachen is down there. Are you blind? A few days ago, Senior Xiachen talked to us about the past, but he didn't say anything. He even told us about how you wet your bed when you were young. Oh, you weren't there at that time. Your grandson called you, so you went out. Thankfully, everyone except Xiao Longwu knows about it. Is this a secret? Suyu shrugged his shoulders. Oh my god, this is really embarrassing. I'm a tight-lipped person, I didn't say it, Xiaojia's people said it. That's right, I heard it from Xiachen. Xiachen didn't treat it as a big deal. In his eyes, Da Xiao of Goguryeo was still a Chunibyu. Da Xiao of Goguryeo's face turned purple. Knew everything? He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, knew everything? Of course. The great Qin King didn't care. We were all there, of course we heard it. You. Why didn't anyone tell me about it these days? Da Xiao of Goguryeo was furious. The great Qin King comforted him. Don't worry. To put it bluntly, who doesn't have a dark history now? Don't worry, it's only limited to this era. We've already agreed that no one is allowed to mention it after a few years. So, everything has to be hidden. If anyone dares to leave a word behind, we'll attack them together. He glanced at Suyu. Do you understand? Do you understand? I'll count you in as well, let it be dark now, but no one is allowed to know about it in the next generation. Suyu nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. It's fine. I'm not that kind of person, I've even thought about it. After I retire, I'll carve the biography of this era in the depths of the Great Tao. Don't worry, unless it's a top-notch existence, a monstrous existence, no one will discover the legend left behind in our era. However, I have to leave some hope for future generations to understand the legend. Beside him, Da Xiao of Goguryeo sighed, wanting to cover his face and cry, how embarrassing, he doesn't want to live anymore, so many things happened years ago, and he, Xiaojia, still had a living ancestor. He kept talking about it, but he didn't take it seriously. I'm not a child anymore, I'm now the famous Da Xiao of Goguryeo of the human race. What are you doing? I can't vent my anger yet. Suyu listened to the two chatting with a chuckle. He was in a good mood at the moment. Continuing to explore the Great Tao, Da Xiao of Goguryeo didn't mention that matter anymore. Instead, he said solemnly, Your Majesty, do you think that resurrection can really succeed? Xiachen was also among the dead souls. Suyu smiled. I'm somewhat confident, but it's hard to say. Resurrection is much more difficult. First, suppress the Great Tao of dead souls. They're actually imprisoned by the Great Tao of dead souls. Second, grant them life, but where will it come from? Is the Tao of life enough to resurrect them? Third, connect to the Great Tao of time and restore their original Tao. This is actually very difficult. According to King Wen's idea, it's fine to just create some Tao to fool them. The paper Tao is most likely prepared for this. Fourth, after resurrection, I think the heavens and earth might not tolerate the resurrection of the dead. Suyu said solemnly, perhaps, the Great Tao of time will no longer accommodate them, and neither will the Great Tao of dead souls. In the infinite worlds, in the dead souls domain, they're actually expelled. The great Qin King was silent for a moment. Then, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Two choices. First, find a way to go to the higher realms and connect to the Great Tao of human sovereign. Second, connect to my Tao. Both of them were shocked. Connect to your Tao, then, what would be the result? Suyu said calmly, connect to the Great Tao of human sovereign, that's a pseudo-Tao powerhouse. Connect to my Tao, That's a pseudo-Dao powerhouse. Even more fake. Because my Dao is too weak, too thin. If they follow me, let's put it this way. I only have the combat power of a peak heavenly venerable now. If these people follow me, if I don't improve, they'll at most be heavenly kings for the rest of their lives. They won't surpass me. And their combat power will also be restricted by the power of the entire Great Dao's rules. Suyu sighed. I still hope that the Great Dao of Time can accept them. Otherwise, neither of these two choices is a good choice. At least for now, whether it's me or the Great Dao of Human Sovereign, none of them can. Compared to the perfected Great Dao of Time, it was far from enough. The Great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo glanced at each other, frowning. This wasn't a good choice, but the Great Qin King still said, I feel that if there's really no other way, perhaps everyone will choose your Great Dao. However, will it affect your Majesty? Suyu smiled and shook his head. No, it will only help me perfect my Great Dao. If it really did affect it, the Great Dao of Time wouldn't be opened in the heavens for everyone to comprehend. Everyone comprehending the Great Dao is also helping me perfect it. That's a good thing. The Great Qin King smiled. If your Majesty can quickly become the master of the laws, everyone will naturally rise with the tide. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If it really doesn't work, old Xia and I will try first. How about? Your Majesty, your Great Dao of sabers and spears, forget about it. Suyu was stunned. Dasha of Goguryeo also smiled. The Dao of the myriad worlds is too scattered. A saber Dao is divided into at least a few hundred paths, but your Majesty only has one saber Dao. Once your Majesty becomes strong, we'll definitely become the master of the laws. Dasha of Goguryeo smiled. Even now, old Qin and I aren't heavenly kings. But if we control one Dao, we might have the combat power of a heavenly king, even if we're only a fake heavenly king. A fake heavenly king is still a heavenly king. At worst, we'll be like your Majesty, not good at protracted battles. But in a battle of the strong, do you care about how long it takes? At this moment, Suyu suddenly looked at the two of them, frowning slightly. You two, why do you feel like you're waiting for me here today? Why do I suddenly feel like they're setting me up? They suddenly mentioned the matter of dead spirits coming back to life, and then the Great Dao. Although I'm the one who said it. I still feel like I've fallen into their trap, the Great Qin King coughed lightly. We're not waiting for you, your Majesty. The Great Qin King sighed. Actually, old Xia and I know our limits. We don't have enough experience and strength. If we switch Daos, can we become heavenly kings? Your Majesty, tell me, apart from you, who else in this tide has become a heavenly king? Blue Sky and Wan Tianxing also opened their own Dao, not a fixed Dao. Opening a Dao is different. Old Xia and I are still a step behind. Can we open the Dao of sabers and spears? The Dao we open might not be as strong as it is now. So, old Xia and I thought about it. Your Majesty's Great Dao might not be strong enough, but we can nurture it. The myriad Daos are also nurtured by everyone. If we can't control one Dao alone, then we can steal some of the power of sabers and spears from the river of time. That way, your Majesty won't be the only one nurturing the Dao. Dasha of Goguryeo nodded. Princess Ji also said that the Daos of truth and falsehood can actually be fused. Old Qin and I think that we can fuse one Dao here first. Then, we will bring the power of truth into your Majesty's Dao of sabers and spears. This way, we will benefit, and so will your Majesty. If 10,000 people fuse their Daos, and each person fuses one Dao, perhaps your Majesty's Dao can be perfected very quickly. Suyu looked at the two of them and frowned. This doesn't seem like the result of your own thinking. Who instigated this? Is this feasible? Of course it is. However, Suyu said coldly, I feel that someone instigated you. You have to know that once I die, you will be crippled. That will be the end. Once my Great Dao collapses, then all of you will be finished with me. Dasha of Goguryeo laughed. Can we still separate now? Can't, the Great Qin King said solemnly, old Xia is right. There is no way to separate. Doesn't your Majesty also use the human master seal as the foundation of your Dao? If the human master seal shatters, your Majesty will probably not have a good ending. Old Zhou means that everyone has no hope of advancing further. Those who can't advance to Heavenly King in the River of Time should all go to His Majesty's Dao to fuse. A pseudo-Dao Heavenly King is a pseudo-Dao Heavenly King. Even if we can't defeat a real Heavenly King, we can still fight 2 against 1, right? If your Majesty's Dao is perfected, then everyone will ascend to heaven. At that time, we will be the ancestors of the Dao. The great Qin King said calmly, our fates have long been connected. Back then, the moment old Xia and I pushed you to be the human master, everyone could only advance and retreat together. You gave us a separate Dao, and we nurtured it for you. If you die, everyone will die together. If we die, your Dao will probably be damaged too. Great Zhou King, Suyu muttered and could not help but laugh. This old thing went to instigate you again? No. The great Qin King said, although he is annoying, what he said is not unreasonable. Your Majesty, how long do you think old Xia and I can advance to Heavenly King? Suyu thought for a moment. If everything goes smoothly, perhaps 3 to 5 years? Perhaps, the great Qin King laughed. Even if it's 3 to 5 years, will we be able to make it in time? If I fuse with your Majesty's Spear Dao, how long will it take for me to become a pseudo-Dao Heavenly King? Suyu thought for a moment. I'll help you control it. It'll be very fast. However, the difference in strength between this Heavenly King and a true Dao Heavenly King is quite large. If you can't compare to a human Emperor Dao Heavenly King, you will have to fall by 1 realm. You can only be considered a second-grade Dao integration like now. To fuse with his Dao, one would have to fall by 1 realm. Even if he fused with his Dao and became a Heavenly Venerable, he could only be considered a Heavenly King. In this regard, the human Emperor Dao was much weaker than Suyu. The great Qin King asked again, if your Majesty has the true strength of a Master of the Laws, will our strength increase? The feeling of investing in primitive stocks, Suyu laughed. Yes. When I really have that strength, your strength will also increase. At this point, Suyu didn't say anything else. He directly said, think about it carefully before making a decision. Don't listen to that king of Great Zhou's lies. The 2 nodded. They weren't children anymore. Everyone knew how to choose. At this moment, Suyu was silently exploring the Dao, thinking in his heart. As he was thinking, his eyes flickered. In the distance, a figure also paused slightly. In the next moment, a heavenly gate appeared on Suyu's forehead. Similarly, a gate appeared on the forehead of that person in the distance. The 2 looked at each other. After a moment, Suyu's eyes flickered. Let's search in the direction we came from. The Dao we're looking for might not be here. The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo didn't feel anything and nodded. Suyu turned and led them back the way they came. In the distance, Baijian was silent for a moment, then also turned and walked back. After walking for a while, the 2 turned back at the same time and looked at each other again. Baijian hesitated for a moment. A fluctuation swept over. If you want to go back, the human realm is yours. I'll go to the giant realm. Not for now. Suyu also released a fluctuation of laws. Whoever is strong will be the master. The prerequisite is not to cause any trouble in the human realm. Be it you or me, we've both been masters before. That's true. Baijian's fluctuation contained a hint of a smile. I know you might have a grudge about Yunshui and the others. We're all masters. If there's any debt, just put it on me. We'll talk about it later. Suyu didn't continue. Soon, the 2 walked far away. When the fluctuation of laws could no longer contact each other, the 2 stopped thinking about what had just happened. It was best if they didn't meet. Actually, there was nothing to talk about when they met. Daxia of Goguryeo and the great Qin King knew nothing. They could vaguely feel some fluctuation of laws. As for Suyu, his expression was slightly solemn. Baijian was very strong, stronger than he was now. As expected, he hadn't been idle for the past 6,000 years. Did he think he had no chance of winning? Was Wan and the Hell King's trump card even stronger than I expected? As he pondered, the great Qin King really did sense a spear Dao. He happily began to fuse with it. He planned to first fuse with it, steal the power of truth, and then transfer it to Suyu's Dao. On the other side, Baijian also fished out a powerhouse from a Dao, the Dark Shadow Marquis, At this moment, the two top powerhouses of the human race were strengthening their side's strength, preparing to participate in the Upper Realm War. Yes, the Upper Realm War. These two weren't just going to watch the show from the lower realms. As long as the opportunity was right, they would participate in the war. They would first destroy the Hell King's faction and won. At this moment, the two sides still had a tacit understanding. At least the leaders had a tacit understanding. They needed to increase their strength first. As for the human realm, that would wait until they destroyed all sides. Suyu was even beginning to think of a way to actively snipe Wan's master of the laws. It would be best if he could do it before the gates of hell and heaven opened. Sitting around and waiting for death wasn't a good choice. Once the human emperor and the others returned, both the gates of hell and heaven would open at the same time. That would be a huge problem. Soon, Daxia of Goguryeo also found a saber Dao and began to fuse with it. As for the desolate heavenly beast Dao, the two temporarily gave up on it. Suyu temporarily sealed it, waiting to extract its power to satisfy everyone's physical needs. Suyu hadn't met Baijian, so there was no need. The current situation was in line with Suyu's intentions. As for Baijian, even though they had only exchanged a few words, Suyu felt that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Of course, their ideals were indeed different. 6,000 years ago, Baijian had chosen to lie low under the protection of billions of people. This was something that Suyu couldn't accept. Suyu had the same thoughts, but the situation at that time was that the human race hadn't supported Suyu. As an outsider, he naturally wouldn't get involved. When he fell into the trap, Suyu knew that he couldn't get out of it, and he couldn't. He brought the great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo back to the Tianyuan realm. Suyu once again gathered everyone and the experts. Tianyuan realm. Ancient Hongmeng city. This place had become Suyu's temporary palace. Of course, Suyu didn't care. It was fine to be anywhere. It was just convenient for everyone to find him if anything happened. There were many people in the city lord's main hall. Suyu didn't say much and simply said, "The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo have decided to fuse their Tao with mine and cultivate the Tao of universal civilization with me. I won't say much about the pros and cons. I'm sure everyone here knows a thing or two. I won't say too much. Today, we will fuse our Tao and grow together. Those who are interested can observe." Many people in the crowd looked at each other. Soon, Xianxia, who hadn't been too happy recently, said, "Your Majesty, will fusing your Tao make us stronger?" Suyu smiled. "There's hope for those below the Heavenly King level, but for those above the Heavenly King level, I don't recommend it." Yes, the Heavenly King level. With Suyu's current strength, he could at most support the existence of a Heavenly King level expert. If he fused his Tao, the other party wouldn't be able to improve and become a Heavenly Venerate. Even if they became a Heavenly Venerate, they would only have the combat power of a Heavenly King. Hearing this, Xianxia was a little tempted. He had also reached the third-grade Tao integration stage. However, there was not much hope for him to improve further in such a short period of time. Now that they heard Suyu say this, those below the Heavenly Kings were actually a little tempted. However, everyone knew about the drawbacks that Suyu mentioned. Suyu's great Tao was too weak. Unlike the great Tao of time and the great Tao of necromancy, if something were to happen to Suyu, it would still be very easy for something to happen to him. Even in the current Myriad realms, there was more than one person who could deal with Suyu. Everyone was still thinking about it, but Suyu did not say anything else. On one hand, he hoped that everyone would cultivate the same Tao with him and quickly help him perfect his great Tao. On one hand, he actually didn't want everyone to be bound to him so tightly. Binding was a two-way street. The more great Taos he bound, the greater Suyu's responsibility would be. At that time, there would really be no way for him to be defeated again. If he was defeated once, he might be completely wiped out. Without giving the crowd any time to think, Suyu turned to Marquis Tongtian. Marquis Tongtian was very sensible and instantly opened a door. It led to the edge of the primal chaos. Suyu stood up. "Great Qin King, Daxia of Goguryeo, let's go. Everyone else who wants to see the situation, follow us. This is the first time the great Daos have fused, the true Daos have fused with the false Daos." He himself called his Tao the false Daos. Because compared to the river of time, his Tao was indeed not worth mentioning. Great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo quickly followed. Everyone else, one after another, walked through the door. No matter what, they would wait and see. The edge of the primal chaos. Suyu's world still existed. At this moment, it could be seen. Between the land of the ultimate and the primal chaos, a small new world had appeared. It was slightly bigger than when the Tao had first been opened. However, it was only slightly bigger, and it might not even be as big as a palace. At this moment, there were people comprehending the false Taos. And the source was the Mortal Lord Seal. The Mortal Lord Seal faintly floated in the air. Suyu did not say much. Instead, he stretched out his hand, and the Mortal Lord Seal automatically opened. Shadow of blue sky was vaguely revealed inside, and tens of thousands of clones vaguely appeared. Suyu threw something down and quickly sealed the Mortal Lord Seal. It was the tens of thousands of Shenwen that King Wen had left behind. Inside the Mortal Lord Seal, Blue Sky suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed a ball of light that Suyu had thrown over. He looked at it carefully, and his eyes flickered. Shenwen, there were countless Shenwen, and the Shenwen with different great Daos. Without needing Suyu to explain, he immediately understood something. His eyes flickered, and he looked into the depths of the Mortal Lord Seal. There seemed to be tens of thousands of lines extending out. Blue Sky was silent. This thing was useful to Suyu himself. Everyone walked the path of 10,000 blades returning to the origin. If he could use it, so could Suyu. 10,000 Shenwen, Blue Sky murmured. In the cultivation of the Great Tao, it was taboo to owe favors. This favor was repaid in waves, and then another. What should he do? Should he use it or not? Previously, in order to help Suyu with the Tao, his Great Tao was injured. First, he entered the Mortal Lord Seal to comprehend the power of Suyu's Myriad Daos. Now, Suyu had obtained the Myriad Daos Shenwen from somewhere. If he used it, not only would his Great Tao be good, he might even be able to improve further. Sigh. A sigh was filled with melancholy, helplessness, and joy. Perhaps, this was a fellow Taoist. On the Great Tao, they helped each other and supported each other. Forget it, forget it. Why think so much? Blue Sky smiled brightly. At this moment, he was truly free and easy. The entanglement between him and Suyu was increasing. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. In the next moment, 10,000 Shenwen floated in the air. In front of him was Suyu's foundation of Myriad Daos. Blue Sky suddenly smiled, revealing a hint of playfulness. If you don't steal the power of Myriad Daos, I'll steal it for you. As the saying goes, as long as the saint doesn't die, the great thief doesn't stop. This thief, I'll take it as a thief. In the next moment, 10,000 Shenwen floated in the air. All of the Shenwen suddenly connected with one person. They were all Blue Sky's clones, but at this moment, they were a little weak. The clones suddenly opened their mouths and swallowed the Shenwen. A moment later, these clones digested the power of Shenwen. Then, one by one, they went forward to search for the corresponding Tao of Suyu. After a while, these clones all connected with the source of the corresponding Great Tao. At this moment, all of the clones were connected with a young Blue Sky. Then, the young Blue Sky suddenly shook his own Great Tao power. In an instant, a weak power of the River of Time seeped in. Through the connection between Blue Sky and Myriad Daos, a faint power of the River of Time flowed into Suyu's Great Tao. Yes, this was also a way of stealing Great Tao, stealing the power of the River of Time. It was also a kind of Great Tao fusion. Blue Sky did not break free from the River of Time. Instead, he acted as a connection between Suyu's Great Tao and the River of Time. This was different from the Necromancy Great Tao and the Human Emperor Great Tao. Their Great Tao power was directly connected to the River of Time. As for Suyu's side, Suyu clearly did not want to connect directly. Blue Sky did not mind being this connection. If anything happened to the River of Time, he only needed to break the connection with his Great Tao. At this moment, two powers rose up from Blue Sky's body. He seemed to turn into a black and white man. One power came from Suyu, and the other from the River of Time. The two powers intertwined, mixing together. Then, even more power flowed into Suyu's Great Tao. Tens of thousands of blue skies looked up at the sky, smiling brightly. To cultivate the Tao was to cultivate a clear conscience. I have done no one wrong, of course, idiots like one who did not count. They asked for it. I, blue sky, have never done anyone wrong. I will definitely win at the 10th tide, in the chaos. Not long after Suyu threw the 10,000 Shenwen in, his aura suddenly rose. In his eyes, the invisible power of the Myriad Tao suddenly absorbed more energy. There was no chaotic power, nor was there any special mark of the power of time. In an instant, Suyu understood, it was blue sky, just like before, he acted as a filter. This time, he acted as a filter between the river of time and his great Tao. At this moment, the power of the Myriad Tao gradually increased in Suyu's great Tao. It was not obviously strong, but the power of the Myriad Tao began to flow. This had a great advantage: endurance. Yes, endurance was longer, and recovery was faster. Previously, Suyu needed to slowly convert the power of chaos. But now, Blue Sky had accepted this task. He directly stole power from the river of time to help Suyu recover quickly. The advantage of this was that it would not allow Suyu's great Tao power to be assimilated by the river of time. Suyu's eyes changed for a while. Blue Sky, Suyu didn't stop him. For Blue Sky, such an action had its pros and cons. It was inevitable that it would suffer some pain. The key was that the two different great Tao forces were colliding. If one side made the slightest movement, it might cause Blue Sky's great Tao to collapse. Of course, this was beneficial for Blue Sky to comprehend the two different Myriad Tao powers. He did not say it, nor did he mention it. At this point, anything he said was very hypocritical. It was fine as long as everyone knew what was going on. At this moment, Suyu looked at the Great Qin King and the others. The Great Qin King saw Suyu look over and nodded slightly. Revealing a stiff smile, "Your Majesty, you may begin." Suyu nodded and looked at Princess Qi. Princess Qi has experience in merging the Tao. This is also my first time doing it. If Princess Qi feels that it is inappropriate, please speak up to avoid any mistakes. Princess Qi had now completely changed from the state of a skeleton. Her appearance was graceful and noble, and she seemed to have a noble identity. There was also a vague aura of majesty. However, when Suyu looked over, she quickly restrained herself and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Emperor Yu. If there is a need, Qi Rong will help." "Thank you," Suyu said politely. The next moment, the two experts flew into the world. The great Tao power instantly appeared. The power of the saber and spear shook the small world. At this moment, a saber and a spear appeared in the sky. This was Suyu's own world, so he could naturally present the great Tao power. The saber and spear appeared. In Suyu's world, there was only one saber and one spear. "Both of you, hold the saber and spear." The two experts quickly soar. Dasha of Goguryeo held the saber, and the Great Qin King held the spear. "Absorb the saber and spear into the body," Suyu shouted. Without hesitation, the two quickly absorbed the saber and spear into their bodies. The moment they did, there was a rumble, and a saber and a spear appeared in their bodies. The power of the saber and spear that came from different great Taos vaguely clashed. After all, there was still some difference. As for Princess Qi, she frowned slightly and quickly said, "Transform your own great Tao into the power of the saber and spear, and fuse your great Tao with Emperor Yu's great Tao. Emperor Yu's great Tao can accommodate the two of you. What you need to do is to suppress the rebellious power of the great Tao of time, and find a point of convergence. Then, you can fuse the different parts of the great Tao and not repel each other." The two experts looked at each other. Dasha of Goguryeo smiled and said, "Old Qin, let's see who can suppress this rebellious power." As soon as he said this, two sabers appeared in his body. "Fuse!" Dasha of Goguryeo shouted, and the two sabers quickly began to collide and fuse. However, the repulsive power still existed. Dasha of Goguryeo forcefully fused for a while, and then frowned slightly. The next moment, he suddenly laughed. "Too troublesome." Suddenly, the two sides collided. "Your Majesty, strengthen the power of the saber Tao in your great Tao and forcefully devour it." Boom, the two sabers collided. At this moment, in the infinite worlds that no one could see, the river of time trembled slightly. In the river of time, The power of the saber Tao that Xianxia of Goguryeo fused with before began to tremble. Then, the power of the rule seeped into the void, and then disappeared silently, as if it was forcefully devoured by something, just as Xianxia of Goguryeo began to devour. On the other side, the great Qin King also began. In the river of time, the power of the spear Tao that great Qin King fused with also began to leak. After leaking, it could not return. In the river of time, the power of the saber Tao that the great Qin King fused with also began to leak. After leaking, it could not return. Upstream of the river of time. This time, the phantom didn't feel anything. But at this moment, someone seemed to feel something. In front, an expert suddenly said with some surprise, "Some of my saber Tao's power leaked. If it leaked, so be it. Isn't it normal?" Someone disagreed. It was such a normal thing, yet he brought up such a small matter. The person who spoke was speechless and said gloomily, "Nonsense, if it was normal consumption, of course I wouldn't say it. The key is, I just felt that someone had just fused with my Tao, and immediately after, he began to extract my Tao power, the kind that will not return." As soon as this was said, someone was surprised. He died? No, right? Who knew? If he died, would the power dissipate? Under normal circumstances, it would not. Even if the great Tao power exploded, it would return. This time, the power did not seem to return. In the back, the phantom fell into deep thought. The loss of the saber Tao power, what did this mean? After fusing with the great Tao, some of the saber Tao power was lost. This was obviously extracted by someone. Where did it go? Apart from the saber Tao power, other great Tao could not be fused, unless another saber Tao power was being extracted. Someone wanted to fuse the saber Tao. Great Tao could be fused. Great Tao power of the same type could be fused. Thinking of this, the phantom said softly, "Could it be that another saber Tao genius extracted your saber Tao power? The other party might have walked a different saber Tao and had now fused with this saber Tao, so he began to extract the power." However, this kind of situation could only be done by masters of the laws, and they had to have an extremely deep understanding of the great Tao to be able to extract the great Tao power of others. Everyone was puzzled. The infinite worlds had been quite troublesome lately. The phantom thought for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid there have been some changes in the infinite worlds recently. Perhaps our impending return has triggered some backlash. After so many years, there hadn't been much of a disturbance. Recently, however, there had been one disturbance after another." Someone teased, "Your Majesty, could it be that the martial emperor came back to life and went to extract the saber Tao power?" The phantom was speechless. "Screw you, don't mention the martial emperor, okay?" The others also laughed. After a while, someone said, "Your Majesty, can your true body recover? I think it won't be long before we synchronize the flow of time with the infinite worlds." Back then, the human emperor had led them against the flow of time and blocked the experts of the infinite worlds from entering the past, so that the future wouldn't be disturbed. After so many years, the Wan's experts had attacked again and again. Although they hadn't broken through the obstruction, they had heavily injured the human emperor. Add to that the natural flow of time, and they were getting closer and closer to the infinite worlds. But now, the human emperor hadn't appeared for many years. As for the extent of his injuries, neither the humans nor the Wan had any idea. The phantom smiled. "I'll naturally recover before returning to the infinite worlds. No harm done." No one said anything else. Soon, someone said, "Eh? Some of my spear Tao power was also extracted. It can't really be the work of the martial emperor, right? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he extracted the war monarch's saber Tao power and then my spear Tao power?" Everyone was puzzled. Only a master of the laws could do something like this, right? The phantom sank into deep thought again. After a while, he said, "Are they both extracting at the same time?" "Yes." The phantom carefully thought for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Could it be, the true Tao is fusing with the false Tao?" "What?" Someone was puzzled, but the phantom wasn't so sure. He had many guesses as to what exactly was going on, but he couldn't say for sure unless he saw it with his own eyes. "Could it be that my speculation last time about someone splitting open the sky was true? It shouldn't be." The phantom's thoughts flashed through his mind. He sank into deep thought. At this time, someone else suddenly said, "Your Majesty, our physical strength has been declining day by day these past few years. Could it be that there's a fleshly body cultivator on the human side who's absorbing even more of the great Tao's power?" This had been going on for a long time, but recently, it seemed to be going even faster. Fleshly body cultivation, the virtual shadow frowned again. The devouring of the physical body started a long time ago. Previously, you told me about it, and I also deduced that there might be an extremely strong practitioner of the way of the body, who is absorbing and expanding his control over the way of the body. But it stopped a few years ago. Has it started again now? Yes. A revered fleshly body cultivator quickly said, "It started recently. In fact, it happened before, but it wasn't very fast. I thought it was just a normal fusion of the Tao. But recently, the speed has increased. If this continues, we'll be much weaker." The Phantom's expression shifted. The others frowned as well. It's the humans, right? Perhaps a powerful human cultivator appeared many years ago and slowed down their expansion. But recently, they've sped up again. Your Majesty, could it be that the humans know we're returning, so they're strengthening themselves to fight against Yuan? The Phantom was silent for a moment, then said, "Perhaps." King Ping observed for a while longer. Fleshly body cultivation isn't the only one. After so many years, we've all gained some understanding of other Daos. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Your Majesty, I'm worried that Yuan will sense our weakness. We're already having a hard time. If we weaken even more, I'm afraid Yuan will launch even more attacks. I'll think of something. The Phantom reassured them, but inwardly, he sighed. The power of the fleshly body cultivators was being invaded. This meant that an extremely powerful fleshly body cultivator had appeared and was devouring all of it, perhaps even trying to control it. Was this a good or bad move? At least for now, it didn't look good for them. The human kings of the fleshly body cultivators were currently in a weakened state. Although they could still maintain the strength of masters of the law, if more power was absorbed, something might happen to them. Myriad worlds, what's going on? For many years, there hadn't been any major changes. Now, however, problems kept popping up. At the same time, in the land of primal chaos, the two powerhouses rapidly fused their strength, extracting large amounts of power from their weapons and fusing them into Suyu's world of sabers and spears. Their auras constantly changed. One spear, one longsword, both shone more brilliantly. Within the power of the myriad worlds, these two great Daos were visibly thicker. Next to Suyu, Wan Tianxing watched for a while, then said, "The fusion is going well. Your Majesty, can they be self-sufficient? In other words, if these two returned to battle, could the speed at which their great Daos absorbed and converted the power of primal chaos to match their consumption? If not, it would instead lower Suyu's endurance." Suyu sensed it and nodded slightly. They can more or less maintain a balance. The great Qin King and Xia of Goguryeo aren't weaklings. Now that they're strengthening the Tao of sabers and spears, the power absorbed by the Tao of sabers and spears should be enough for them to consume. Wan Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. He was afraid that these two would absorb too much power, causing Suyu to weaken. That wouldn't be good. As he spoke, the great Qin King roared. His spear swept through the air, causing the entire world to tremble. At this moment, the great Qin King seemed to have transformed into a spear. He roared and shouted, "Old Zhou, come in and fight." The great Zhou King was speechless. Suyu smiled. "Great Zhou King, go in and take a look." The great Zhou King was speechless. After a long while, it reluctantly flew into that small world. As soon as it flew in, boom, there was a loud explosion. The great Qin King swept out with his spear. At this moment, he seemed to have merged the entire spear Tao. In this world, the spear Tao was the only one, and this world belonged to Suyu. It also belonged to the great Qin King. The great Zhou King's expression changed slightly and he also slapped out. However, this palm was not as strong as it was in other places, nor was it as strong as it was in the 10,000 worlds. His palm was blocked by the great Qin King's spear. The great Zhou King retreated and hollered. The power of enduring Tao exploded. A look of hesitation flashed in the great Qin King's eyes. However, it disappeared very quickly. The spear energy exploded, and with a loud boom, it caused the Great Zhou King's path to tremble. The Great Zhou King frowned once more. Not bad. In this place, the Great Qin King seemed to be suppressing him. The Great Zhou King suddenly exploded with a strong aura. Since he couldn't take it anymore, then there was no need to. The Great Zhou King shuttled through space and surrounded the Great Qin King to fight. He was extremely fast and attacked the Great Qin King. The Great Qin King also waved his spear and suppressed him. The Great Zhou King was slowly suppressed to the edge of the world. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This guy was really strong here. He circled around the Great Qin King and used all sorts of methods. As for the Great Qin King, he was overjoyed. He was actually suppressing the Great Zhou King here. Gradually, the Great Qin King became more ferocious. At the next moment, the Great Qin King suddenly stopped and retreated. The Great Zhou King was stunned. The Great Qin King had a look of disdain. Alright, it's enough as long as I defeat you. I won't go overboard, there's no point. The Great Zhou King was speechless. Suyu and the other spectators suddenly laughed as well. The Great Zhou King's intentions were clear. He wanted to drag the Great Qin King out of Suyu's world. In the end, the Great Qin King wasn't rash this time round. He knew when to stop and suddenly stopped at the edge of the world. The Great Zhou King was speechless. CKU, that bastard. Right then, Dasha of Goguryeo laughed. Old Zhou, come, play with me. At that moment, a saber Dao appeared and fused into Dasha of Goguryeo's body. Dasha of Goguryeo raised his saber and charged towards the Great Zhou King. As for the Great Zhou King, he was extremely straightforward as he retreated to the edge of the world. When Dasha of Goguryeo saw that, he hesitated for a moment before raising his saber and charging out. The moment he went out, Dasha of Goguryeo felt that something was amiss. Yes, he felt that he was omnipotent in the world. However, the moment he went out, he felt weak instantly. That feeling of reinforcement was gone. Boom, after the Great Zhou King went out, there was no difference. Instead, there was less pressure. The moment he went out, he disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already behind Dasha of Goguryeo. A spatial tear appeared in his hand. Slice, with a slash, Dasha of Goguryeo's clothes were sliced apart. Dasha of Goguryeo turned around and slashed with his saber. The Great Zhou King disappeared silently once more. Dasha of Goguryeo's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to leave, a small sword pierced through the sole of his foot. Dasha of Goguryeo roared and slashed with his saber. In the end, the Great Zhou King disappeared once more. In the blink of an eye, Dasha of Goguryeo was injured all over. Dasha of Goguryeo was depressed and retreated to that world swiftly. At that moment, the Great Zhou King appeared unhurriedly and smiled. Number 1 in the world, Yuan Qin Hao possessed the combat strength of a heavenly king within His Majesty's realm. In fact, you even have reinforcement and your enemies will be suppressed. However, once you leave the realm, you're at most second-grade Dao integration power. How will you be able to match me? These two fellows really thought they were heavenly kings, not far away, so you also nodded slightly. In this small world of mine, both of you are true heavenly king existences. However, as I said before, after leaving, you will be demoted. Unless both of you step into the heavenly venerable realm, or even, the master of the law realm. Everyone was stunned, Suyu smiled. What's wrong? Is it strange that the master of the law is the great Dao? The human emperor has sealed off a portion of the great Dao of time. This isn't the great Dao of time. It's not impossible for me to become the master of the law. However, I will still be demoted. Unless I can match the great Dao of time. At that moment, the Great Zhou King's heart palpitated slightly. What your majesty means is that by merging with this Dao, one can become the master of the law. Then, the human emperor's great Dao power also cultivates many pseudo-Daos. Why, senior human emperor hasn't severed from the river of time. Suyu smiled. The power of the Tianhaku hasn't been severed yet. Therefore, the strength of the pseudo-Dao of the human emperor's great Dao is actually similar to the strength of the truth Dao. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the human emperor's great Dao is only slightly stronger than mine. How can it compare to the truth Dao? If I want to demote my great Tao, even if the human emperor doesn't demote his great Tao, his strength won't be comparable to the truth Tao. He will at least be half a level lower. The great Zhou king was instantly shocked. Your Majesty means, the human emperor's Tao is inferior to Your Majesty? Suyu smiled and shook his head. That's not it. It's just that the human emperor isn't willing to sever his great Tao. He first borrows the power of the river of time to perfect his great Tao. Once it's perfected and no longer needed, the human emperor will naturally sever his great Tao. My Tao is just too weak. Therefore, I can barely maintain it by converting the power of chaos. The human emperor's Tao is too strong, and the conversion speed isn't that fast. The upper realm actually lacks some power of chaos. This also causes the human emperor's Tao to consume too much. It can't make ends meet, and the consumption can't compare to the conversion. Therefore, the human emperor didn't choose to sever his great Tao. As for Daxia of Goguryeo, he couldn't care less about the loss he had just suffered. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, what you mean is that we are the true heavenly king stage in this world, but when we leave, we are still second-grade Tao integration stage. Yes. Daxia of Goguryeo said dejectedly, Then can we bring this world to battle at any time, or pull the enemy into this world? Otherwise, it would be too depressing. Suyu smiled and said, Not yet. Of course, we can move in the primal chaos region for now. However, once we leave the primal chaos region, whether it's the great Tao of death or the great Tao of time, they will all reject a new world. Suyu's eyes flickered. The primal chaos is interconnected. Especially this place, where primal chaos experts from the upper realms have come before, so my world can be teleported to the chaotic mountain range. Everyone's hearts trembled. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo would be able to fight against the heavenly king if they stayed in this world? Wan Tianxin quickly said, Your Majesty. Then can this world expand rapidly? The current place is too small, yes, but I need to perfect the power of the great Tao. After the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo fused with it, everyone could see that the world was clearly expanding. The strengthening of the Tao of sabers and spears caused the end of the great Tao to extend and cover a wider area. The land of primal chaos in front of him was clearly retreating. This time, heavenly annihilation no longer hesitated and immediately said, Your Majesty, then will I be able to quickly become a heavenly king if I fuse with the Tao of the great rod here? Suyu smiled, Not necessarily. I still need to comprehend it. It's just that it's easier to say that it's because there's only one Tao in this place. For example, the Tao of the great rod that you mentioned. Isn't it the Tao of the rod? I only have one great Tao here. If you comprehend it deeply, not to mention the heavenly king, even the master of the laws will do. I will also take the initiative to open up the great Tao for you to comprehend. However, if you are stupid and I take the initiative to open it up to you, you are unable to comprehend it, then I can't do anything about it. Sky Annihilation disapproved. Am I stupid? He was a little moved. If he fused with this Tao and became a heavenly king, even if he lowered his rank by 1, he would still be a second rank. Moreover, this world was still being perfected. In this process of perfection, there would definitely be a lot of insights and gains. This was clearly the choice of the dragon. At the beginning of the world, comprehending the great Tao should be the easiest. Moreover, the Tao here was destined to have one benefit: no one could control it. The great Tao was unique. Other than Suyu, no one else had grasped a Tao, including the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo. The two of them grasped the Tao of sabers and spears. The others probably wouldn't choose it either. After pondering for a moment, Sky Annihilation quickly said, Your Majesty, I want to merge with it. He also wanted to merge with it. Suyu looked at him, and Sky Annihilation nodded. I want to merge with the Tao here. Once Your Majesty becomes a powerhouse, then we will also rise. If Your Majesty has the ability to match the river of time, then doesn't that mean we will directly become powerhouses on the same level? Suyu nodded. Sky Annihilation laughed. In other words, when the time comes, we can take advantage of Your Majesty's strengthening of the great Tao to rise like chickens and dogs. It's too difficult for us to comprehend the river of time on our own. We don't even know if our great Tao has a master of the laws. But here, we are the only ones. Right now, we are one rank lower. Even if we become masters of the laws, we might not be able to match a so-called Empyrean. But if your majesty becomes strong, then we will be true masters of the laws, right? Suyu laughed. That is the case, but you must understand that I won't be able to do it for a long time. At that time, you might think you have the combat strength of an Empyrean, but in reality, you might not even be able to fight a heavenly king. Won't you fall? Sky Annihilation Bare One's teeth laughed. How could that be? What's more, I originally wanted to become a heavenly king, but there was almost no hope. Now there's hope. This is also a shortcut. Those of us who merge with the Great Tao can actually share in your majesty's talent. Suyu laughed. At this time, Xinghong and the others also said, Your Majesty, let us merge with the Great Tao. Everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed an opportunity, and also a huge gamble, but as long as they won, everyone would occupy a place in this new world. In the truest sense, they would soar with Suyu. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly king realm were all thinking. At the moment, Suyu didn't want to merge with the Great Tao. Otherwise, their combat strength would be weakened. There were still very few who directly possessed the master of the law's comprehension. Suyu looked around and smiled. All right. He no longer refused. Then since everyone trusts Suyu, let's merge with the Great Tao if you're willing. We'll fleece the river of time until it's bald. With these words, he laughed heartily. One Great Tao after another appeared. Everyone, boom, before he finished speaking, the heavenly annihilation tore through the air and snatched the Tao of Staff. As for Xinghong, he also made a sneaky move. He directly kicked Yun Xiao away and said apologetically, Yun Xiao, there's only one sword Tao. You should wait. I'll go first. Suyu was dumbfounded. Yes, Xinghong and Yun Xiao both cultivated the sword Tao, but this guy, isn't he too sneaky? Yun Xiao was also dumbfounded. In the next moment, she roared angrily, Bastard! How can you bully women like this? This is too hateful. While the two of them were still fighting over the sword Tao, the great light monarch smiled and suddenly stepped into the air. He said with a smile, No one will fight me for the Tao of array formations. I'll play as a heavenly king. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Tiandao instantly appeared and looked at his father with a smile. Father, give it to me. I'm also in a difficult situation. I just entered the Eternal Realm not long ago, and you're already a second-grade Tao Integration Realm cultivator. Why should I merge with you? Father, you're old. Give the young people a chance. The great light monarch opened his mouth. After a while, he scolded, You don't have to walk the Tao of array formations. You brat, is there shit in your head? There are so many Tao, and you want to fight with your father? Zhu Tiandao sighed. Father, I'm also familiar with the Tao of array formations. As for the other Taos, I'm actually not familiar with them. The great light monarch wanted to beat his son to death, bastard. At this moment, a large number of people flew in. Tao integration, without needing Suyu to say anything else, waves of powerful auras rose, and they quickly started to merge with the Tao. At this moment, Suyu's world started to expand continuously. At this moment, Suyu completely let go and looked at the monarch of the Great Zhou. The monarch of the Great Zhou also revealed a smile and sent a voice transmission. Your Majesty, are you satisfied? Is this the result you want? No. The monarch of the Great Zhou smiled and sent a voice transmission. I'm just fighting for an opportunity for everyone. Danger is often equal to effort. Your Majesty, if we don't take any risks, how can we become stronger? I hope that your Majesty will say that we don't wait for His Majesty the Human Emperor to return, but take the initiative to kill our way over. I hope to see His Majesty take the initiative to kill his way over. This is His Majesty sovereign you. After hearing this, Suyu smiled. Yes, maybe this is the best choice, take the initiative to attack, just like that day when I said I would take the initiative to kill my way to the higher realm. On this day, a large number of experts started to merge with the Tao in Suyu's world and reap the benefits from the river of time. The great Tao merged, and the river of time trembled. A struggle for the Tao, that's right, when more people fused in, Suyu suddenly had a vague feeling. Trouble, a struggle for the great Tao. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had a premonition that he was in trouble, but it might not be too big. He was seizing something from the river of time. A struggle for the great Tao. River of dead souls. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had a vague feeling that the disappearance of the master of the great Tao of dead souls had something to do with the master of the river of time. Because the Lord of Dead Souls had seized the control of the Death Chi from the Time Lord. A struggle for the great Tao. What is this great Tao talking about? A struggle between the sky splitters? Or between different rules? Or a different era? Suyu looked at the expanding new world and had a premonition. Maybe, one day, I will meet the master of the great Tao of time. Maybe, meeting him will be trouble. Because the few of us seem to be fleecing him. He nurtured the infinite worlds, but in the end, be it the human emperor or the master of the great Tao of dead souls, in order to take a shortcut, they all stole his converted power. Under normal circumstances, it should have been converted to chaos, but converting chaos was too slow. So, if the few of us thieves were to be encountered by the master, wouldn't he beat us to death? At this moment, Suyu felt inexplicably shy. I didn't steal. The ones who stole were the human emperor and the master of the great Tao of dead souls. Look at me, I opened the sky and didn't connect to you. But now, it was blue sky and the others who tried to force me to steal. I am innocent. I am also under the yellow robe, Suyu sighed hypocritically. Yes, I didn't steal. I did have this thought, mainly because I was worried that the opening of the river of time was too big and too much power would enter, assimilating me. In the end, Blue Sky and the others brought their skills to join the master. That must be it. These people originally had the power of the great Tao. Now, they were actually turning to the master. In the eyes of the Time Lord, it would be considered a betrayal of the sect. Then, after these people joined Suyu, they also integrated the power of the rule power they learned from the great path of time into Suyu's side, instantly strengthening the power on Suyu's side. The power of the river of time was actually weakened a little. Of course, it was very weak. Even if a group of people who hadn't reached the master of the law's realm left, it wouldn't affect the river of time too much. Just as Suyu was thinking about this, river of time. The turbulence continued. This time, the turbulence came wave after wave. The power of the river was surging violently. Those at the human sovereign realm in the upper reaches of the river had obviously sensed it. In fact, it was not only the human emperor. At the same time, in the great way of the body in the mortal realm, some people also felt it. Baijan, who was sitting cross-legged in his physical body, suddenly opened his eyes. The ripples were battering the entire river of time. Although they were not too strong, he could still feel them. At this moment, there was also a group of people beside Baijan. Yes, he directly brought people here. In the great path of the physical body, the power of the 100 battle suppression great path allowed the dozens of people to absorb the power of the physical body and directly restore their physical bodies. It was much more convenient than Suyu's side. The physical body sovereign personages in the upper reaches felt their physical body's power slipping. It wasn't that Baijan was extracting a large amount of power. Instead, he was suppressing the fluctuations of the physical body Tao in order to restore the experts under him, supplying the power of the physical body to the experts under him for cultivation. At this moment, some people also felt the fluctuations of the river. Someone asked, "Your Majesty, did something happen to the river of time?" Baijan looked at the main river. After a long time, he said softly, "It's fine." He looked at the people below and said calmly, "Hurry up and absorb the power. If we suppress it for too long, some of the physical body sovereign personages in the upper reaches will become weaker. It's best not to get killed now. Otherwise, we will form a grudge." The moment he said this, many people were startled and hurriedly started to recover. Someone asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, if we absorb too much, will the strength of the sovereign personages in the upper reaches weaken?" "Yes," Baijan said indifferently. "However, you guys should absorb faster. I will absorb the power of the physical body in the river of time to replenish what we expended." Everyone did not dare to delay any longer, hurriedly starting to cultivate. For the past 6,000 years, many people's physical bodies had not recovered. They maintained their willpower and comprehended great Tao energy, improving very quickly without the limitations of the physical body. However, now that they had recovered their physical bodies, they needed even more power. After a while, a low shout rang out. A figure appeared. His physical body was incredibly strong, and his aura was ethereal, vaguely resembling a master of law. However, he did not walk the physical Tao but his Tao. At this moment, he quickly appeared beside Baijan with a smile. Your Majesty. Baijan also revealed a smile. Congratulations, Marquis Evergreen. Marquis Evergreen was a top strategist under him back then, also a peak expert. After 6,000 years, he met Evergreen again. Now, the moment his physical body recovered, his cultivation realm also appeared. Heavenly Venerate, an expert with the cultivation of a master of law. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Marquis Evergreen's long hair fluttered as he quickly landed behind Baijan. He looked at the people below with a smile. This time, we will be even stronger than last time. I think we won't need to hide for another 6,000 years. Baijan nodded slightly and chuckled. I don't want to either. As he spoke, a roar rang out. Boom, a gigantic humanoid figure appeared. The giant figure wielded a long saber the size of a door. He flew over and laughed. Your Majesty. Wu Ji. Baijan smiled again. Both civil and martial experts had recovered. At this moment, Wu Ji's aura was also extremely powerful, even faintly overshadowing Evergreen. Wu Ji laughed. Your Majesty, 6,000 years seems like it was yesterday. Your Majesty, how have you been these 6,000 years? Fine. Baijan was all smiles, and Evergreen also said with a smile, Wu Ji, it looks like your saber Dao has improved again. Now that you've left the mountain, you can enjoy yourself again. There's no need to complain to us every day like before. No way. Wu Ji's body was incomparably huge. He laughed. I never complained. With that said, he looked at Baijan, his smile even brighter. Your Majesty, shall we directly kill our way out this time? Kill Wan and Hell King's lineage? There's no rush. Baijan chuckled. Evergreen also smiled gently. What's the rush? With that said, he said, Your Majesty, we've also vaguely heard about this human tide. Suyu has left with his people. Should we fight against the outside world first and settle the inside world first, or should we fight against the outside world first and then deal with the inside world? How much does Your Majesty know about Suyu? He only proposed 2 plans. The outcome still needed to be determined by Baijan. However, Wu Ji said carelessly, Your Majesty, let's take down Suyu first. Does he think that we can't go over just because he sealed off the dead soul's realm? 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. If we fight to the death with the people in the upper realm, and this kid suddenly pops out and gives us a blow, won't we be in trouble? His thoughts were also straightforward. Suyu had brought people to the dead soul's realm, which was right under their butts. If they did not do something about it, it would be very easy for something to happen. Baijan said softly, no need. Let's deal with the Hell King bloodline and Wan first. With that said, he glanced at the people below who were still recovering their bodies and said softly, I know everyone is listening. I'm afraid some people don't want Suyu and me to fight each other first. I won't recklessly clash with him on this point. Don't worry, everyone. Below, someone replied in a soft voice, Your Majesty, we've also heard about Suyu. He didn't do anything out of line and attacked without a good reason. It's not a good thing to attack Suyu now. Wu Ji doesn't like to use his brain, so it's better if he doesn't come up with any ideas. A person stepped into the air. Wu Ji glanced at her and pursed his lips, not saying anything. It was a woman. Full of heroic spirit, her long hair fell on her shoulders. She wore a glazed robe, but it did not hide her voluptuous figure. The woman had a smile on her face. Her tone was not harsh, but it was somewhat aggressive. Your Majesty, if Your Majesty can conquer the higher realms and defeat Wan and the Hell King bloodline, you can naturally let the experts under Suyu know of Your Majesty's great achievements. At that time, once Suyu is defeated, everyone will definitely take the initiative to join him and fight for the human race. If Your Majesty is defeated, the human race also has a backup plan. I've heard about Suyu. Although he's young and impulsive, he's also full of vigor. We're old and more scheming, but youth has its benefits too. The woman smiled and looked at Marquis Chongqing. Chongqing, don't instigate His Majesty to do anything. Our fight with Suyu is about the control of the human realm. Since Suyu has already given it up, why must we be so ruthless and overbearing? She looked at Baijian, then at Wu Ji. You must know that we are ancient people from 6,000 years ago. A generation changes every 100 years, and it's been 60 generations. Suyu and the rest are the true talents of this era. Killing Suyu will only cause us to drift further away from the human race. The woman continued, everyone has fought everywhere, and there must be a belief. Her voice gradually became louder. This belief is in everyone's heart. The human race. Whether it's the human race inherited from the human ancestor or the human emperor, they are all humans. Hell King colluded with the chaos, he must be killed. But Suyu has never colluded with the chaos. Before he could finish, someone said in a muffled voice, he is colluding with Wan, isn't he? Look at him, what kind of people are under him? Below, another person soared into the air. He was a bit older and looked rather aged. He looked at the woman and said, Hangyue, Suyu mostly relies on the power of the myriad races. What do you think? Hangyu looked at him and didn't speak. Below, another person flew up. It was a very young man in black clothes. He said coldly, Long Brow Marquis, that's enough. There's no need to care so much about some things. Suyu is relying on the iron-eating races, and you and I know the situation. Recognize the reality and don't shirk responsibility. We gave up 6,000 years ago, and this is the truth. Since we have given up, can't we allow others to save themselves? His expression was cold as he looked at the old man, then at Chongqing and the rest. Hangyu is right. Your Majesty, Suyu is popular. Now that we have occupied the human territory, people are already panicking. Do you want to force us to fall out with the human race? Aren't we humans? He looked at the crowd. We are also humans. Even if the human race 6,000 years later doesn't recognize us, we are still humans. Chongqing and Long Brow Marquis words are all shirking responsibility. Colluding with Wan? What do you mean colluding with Wan? According to this, we should just label human emperor and the rest as traitors. His tone was slightly unfriendly. It's fine if others say it, but your Majesty must not listen to these slanderous words. 6,000 years ago, your Majesty was defeated by all sides and didn't want to fight to the death. We can understand that everyone is a deserter. Since we are deserters, we should have the awareness of deserters. There is no need to beautify ourselves and vilify others. Chongqing only suggested this, but Long Brow Marquis, you are good. You should just accuse us of colluding with Wan. You are not a person to be close to. He snorted coldly. Beside him, Long Brow Marquis frowned slightly. Blood Shadow, are you saying that we are deserters? The cold-looking young man said coldly, whether we are or not, there will be a public opinion. We are deserters, and you are deserters. What is there to argue about? Of course, when we are defeated by all sides, escaping is also a method. I also think we should escape. Otherwise, we wouldn't have followed your Majesty in the past. But if we want to escape, everyone should know what to do. Don't think that you are right. Maybe you think that you are right, but to the human race 6,000 years later, we have abandoned them. For the past 6,000 years, they had no one to rely on. Over 400 years ago, there were countless powerful beings in Wan, but the human race didn't even have a single eternal realm cultivator. After that, some eternal realm cultivators appeared, but they still haven't reached Dao integration. His Majesty cut off their path to physical advancement, and now he still wants to blame them for colluding with Wan. Do you really want to form a death grudge? Blood Shadow said coldly, you can say that we don't share the same ideals, but don't accuse others of anything. Long Brow Marquis, I have always hated people like you. Long Brow Marquis aura fluctuated, and he said coldly, are you trying to sway people's hearts? I dare you to say that again. Blood Shadow also looked at him coldly. Sway people's hearts? We have waited for His Majesty for 6,000 years. If people's hearts are so easily swayed, then we might as well let everyone go. If His Majesty relies on people like you to rule and win over people like you, I will naturally leave. Why would I need you to chase me away? He snorted coldly, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Long Brow, don't think that you can do anything just because you have reached the so-called heavenly venerable stage. Back then, I didn't want His Majesty to lead a sycophant like you, and it is still the same now. Whenever Green comes up with a plan, he can only come up with a plan, but you like to make your own decisions on everything. If you dare to instigate His Majesty again, I will start with you. Long Brow Marquis was furious. Baijan glanced at the few people. Evergreen, Wu Ji, Scarlet Moon, Long Brow, and Blood Shadow. These 5 powerhouses who had just awakened were all top-notch existences, and all possessed heavenly venerable level combat power. This was also everyone's greatest harvest these years. Of course, there were also heavenly venerables in the past, but they had already fallen, such as Soldier Cave. At this moment, these few people could be considered to have advanced to the late stage. Baijan saw that they were at daggers drawn, and he frowned slightly. Enough. We are all brothers of the same family. How many years has it been, and there is still no end to fighting? Long Brow Marquis, what Blood Shadow said is my intention. There is no need to mention these anymore. Long Brow Marquis frowned slightly, and his entire long eyebrows were trembling. Your Majesty, you know me, I am not selfish. Baijan nodded slightly. He knew what Long Brow Marquis meant. He looked down and said calmly, what Blood Shadow said is true. Since everyone is on the same side as me, there is no need to use these methods. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who are unwilling can go find Suyu. Of course, I do not need to deceive everyone. The current Suyu will probably not accept outsiders. If everyone has this intention, please think twice before acting. This was not a lie. Because of what happened to Marquis Yunshui and the others, it would be strange if Suyu was willing to accept outsiders now. No one spoke. Soon, someone awakened again. This time, it was a little weaker, a heavenly king. Then, 2nd grade Dao integration stage, 3rd grade Dao integration stage, and only then did they recover one after another. The stronger one was, the more powerful their physical body would be, but the faster they could absorb energy, so they would definitely recover a little faster than the weaker ones. Gradually, everyone gathered together. 45 newly awakened powerhouses, plus a total of 50 powerhouses from South Stream, Yunshui, River Sea, Dark Shadow, and Misty Mountain. Including Baijan, there were 51 powerhouses, even the weakest ones had 3rd grade Dao integration stage power. 4th grade and 5th grade were almost non-existent. There were many 3rd grade Dao integration stage powerhouses, a bunch of 2nd grade ones, and the rest were all heavenly kings and heavenly venerables. This did not include the primordial giant king. No one from the primordial giant tribe had come. If they were included, there was still the heavenly venerate Lei Bao in the upper realm. There were a total of 6 heavenly venerate powerhouses, plus existences like Baijan. Baijan glanced at them and smiled. Everyone has made some progress. Not bad. 5 heavenly venerate powerhouses have been born. They are stronger than they were back then. There were fewer people, but their power was not weak. The weak Dao integration stage powerhouses were either dead or had made progress. 3rd grade Dao integration stage powerhouses were extremely powerful even in the upper realm. There were many Dao integration stage powerhouses in Wan, and so did the Hell King bloodline. However, 3rd grade Dao integration stage powerhouses could fight 2, 4, or 5 Dao integration stage powerhouses alone. There were also many 2nd grade Dao integration stage powerhouses. Perhaps there would even be people who would reach the heavenly venerate stage soon. At this moment, Chongqing also revealed a look of joy. Your Majesty, then. Yunling, Baijan glanced at everyone. Once the number of heavenly venerates reaches 10, we will think of a way to seek a breakthrough. Now, excluding Baijan and including Lei Bao, there were only 6. There were still 4 left. However, Baijan felt that it would be soon. A few heavenly kings felt that they were about to reach the heavenly venerate stage. 10, this was unimaginable in the past. But now, they saw hope. There were many heavenly venerates in Wan, but the heavenly venerates in Wan were not united. Moreover, the Wan lacked a supreme powerhouse like Baijan. Using 6,000 years of seclusion in exchange for a break was also a good thing. Just as everyone was thinking, Changmei said, Your Majesty, will Suyu mess things up? The matter of him conquering the myriad worlds was known to all. Once the upper and lower realms are opened, the upper realm one will definitely know. At that time, if we attack Suyu first, it is difficult to judge the combat power of Suyu's subordinates now. How many powerhouses did Suyu have under his command? At this moment, everyone was not too sure. Marquis Jianhai and the others had seen some things in the upper realm, but no one could guarantee the situation on Suyu's side. Baijian said softly, "All right, we don't have to worry about Suyu for now. The war in the upper realm ends after the battle. Wan and the Hell King's bloodline have not made up their minds to shed all pretense of cordiality. This matter needs to wait." "Then you Luo?" Changmei asked again. Baijian chuckled. "It's all right. There will be some arrangements. Don't worry, everyone. 6,000 years ago, we might not have won if we fought one alone. Now, if we fight one again, it should be enough." 6,000 years ago, although they looked powerful, many old antiques did not show up. It might not be beneficial to fight one to the end. But now, their strength had grown by a large margin. Especially himself. 6,000 years ago, he could only fight the Hell King's ancestor. Now, if he met that ancestor again, it would be hard to say. On Baijian's side, powerhouses gathered. 3 days later. On Suyu's side, powerhouses also gathered. Below the Heavenly King level, almost everyone chose Dao fusion. Unless there was only one great Dao, and everyone cultivated this great Dao, they could only give up. At this point, the powerhouses under Suyu's command were also as numerous as the clouds. There were many heavenly kings: Fat Ball, Bean Bun, Hongmeng, the Great Zhou King, Wan Tianxing, Blue Sky, Fate Emperor, Princess Qi, Marquis Fire Cloud, as well as Cooking Cake and Jiuyue, who had just stepped into the Heavenly King realm. These two had also stepped into the Heavenly King realm in the past few days, one with the help of Princess Qi's pseudo-Dao. There were also several pseudo-heavenly kings. The Great Qin King, Daxia of Goguryeo, Xinghong, and Yingwu had all stepped into the pseudo-heavenly king realm. Marquis Dingjun also had hope, but he was a little depressed because he also walked the path of the spear. The Great Qin King had taken the path of the spear. At this moment, Marquis Dingjun was extremely sad. He could not help but feel sad. At this point, it really felt like there was a galaxy of talents. But Suyu still felt that it was not enough. Empyrean combat strength was still a bit lacking. Fat Ball would probably be the first to step into the Empyrean realm. Blue Sky had a good chance, but it was hard to say for Wan Tianxing. The greatest guarantee was actually the South Heavenly King. Once the South Heavenly King recovered, there was a 99% chance that he would step into the Empyrean realm. Even if he could not walk the Great Dao of Time, he could fuse it with Suyu's Great Dao. Suyu guessed that there was hope for the South Heavenly King to step into the Master of the Laws realm and directly grasp a Dao, becoming a pseudo-Master of the Laws. At this point, the recovery had to be put on the agenda. As for Suyu, he was also making preparations. He looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong's progress was not slow, but if Suyu wanted him to suppress the Great Dao of Death, it would be a bit troublesome. He thought of the Dragon Blood Marquis. Perhaps it was time for the Dragon Blood Marquis to do something, such as killing the North King and the others and devouring them. After that, it would be best if this fellow could become a Heavenly King or even an Empyrean or Master of the Laws at a critical moment. This way, this fellow could suppress the fluctuations of the Great Dao of Death at a critical moment. The Dragon Blood Marquis path to becoming the Son of Destiny might come to an end here. Today, there were many pseudo-heavenly kings and pseudo-second-grade Dao integration stage beings under Suyu's command. In other words, they were third-grade existences and a bunch of third-grade Dao integration stage beings. All 31 guardians had reached the Dao integration stage. Just from this alone, one could see that this was an incomparably powerful force. Moreover, Suyu still had a trump card, and that was the Holy Transformation Seal. It would also be of great use at critical moments. In just a few short days, Suyu looked at the crowd, his thoughts also fluctuating. This was a powerful force, much more powerful than before. In the next moment, his great Dao diagram suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone, some people have seen this great Dao diagram before, and some people haven't. However, it doesn't matter if you've seen it before. The Dao that everyone has comprehended now is different from before. If you keep looking, you'll definitely gain something. I need to prepare for a period of time to revive the dead spirits. Everyone, cultivate here and observe the Great Tao diagram. I hope that everyone can break through to the Empyrean stage on their own. The Great Tao diagram floated in the air. Everyone was overwhelmed as they once again received the Great Tao's enlightenment. During these days, everyone was extremely happy, but also extremely miserable. The happy part was that there were too many fortuitous encounters. They kept comprehending the Great Tao, and their comprehension of the Great Tao was greatly deepened. The unhappy part was that there were too many comprehensions, and everyone felt like they were having indigestion. And so you didn't stay for long. He flew toward the dead spirits realm with He too, Lu Hong, and the others. He too was a little excited, a little agitated, and a little apprehensive. Revive, and he was the first choice. Previously, he wanted to revive, but when he really wanted to revive, he was uneasy. So you ignored his uneasiness and said as he flew, King Wen prepared the 4 Great Tao of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for revival. However, my path is not the same as King Wen's, because I split open the sky myself. I may let everyone revive in my own world. King Wen may have also split open the sky back then, but King Wen may want to revive people directly in the river of time, so his choice will be more difficult, while mine is relatively easier. So you quickly said, my difficulty lies in how to strip everyone's existence in the Great Tao of dead spirits, and then give everyone life. This is the most difficult part. Reviving from the dead is no small matter. The others nodded, and Lu Hong also said solemnly, this is really difficult. Especially me, Your Majesty, I really can't guarantee that I can suppress the Great Tao of dead spirits. This Tao is too powerful, and it's not something that a third-grade Tao integration stage like me can handle. So you nodded. I know, so there will be people to help you. Who? Lu Hongxin thought. Could it be the South Heavenly King and the others? That would be very difficult. Moreover, the South Heavenly King and the others were also members of the Great Tao. If they really resisted the power of the Great Tao, something might happen. So you ignored them and soon flew to a boundary. He looked at the others and said, you guys go to the research institute first, I'll go and ask about the situation. He too and the others looked in that direction. This was also the most special place in the dead soul's realm, especially in the spirit suppression realm. An ancient castle had stood for countless years. Until now, from the era of the human sovereign to the era of Emperor Yu, it still stood. Even when Suyu had swept through the entire spirit suppression realm, this place had always existed, and no one had touched this ancient castle. He too laughed. Then, Your Majesty, have a good talk with Xingyu. We'll go to the research institute first. Suyu nodded slightly, too lazy to care about their gazes, and stepped into the air and left. After he left, he too said with a smile, Your Majesty, you're quite concerned about Xingyu. I feel that reviving us is only incidental. Is this specifically to revive Xingyu? Lu Hong glanced at him, not saying a word. I can't be bothered with you, whether it's true or not, I won't answer. If I answer, it will spread to Suyu's ears. That narrow-minded guy, be careful not to get into trouble, I won't be fooled by this, he too is courting death, but I don't want to court death. Lu Hong secretly remembered that the next time he too provoked him, he could sell he too to Suyu. He didn't know if he could sell it for a good price, ancient Star Moon Castle. The ancient castle was silent. The huge castle gate was closed tightly. When Suyu came in the air, some of the dead spirits under Xingyu's command recognized Suyu and were immediately overjoyed. Several dead spirits in the quasi-invincible realm knelt down to greet him. Welcome, Commander. Since Suyu pretended to be the commander once, until now, the dead spirits here would call him that when they saw him. Even if they knew that Suyu had long been the master of the dead soul's realm. Suyu smiled, glanced at the closed castle gate, and said with a smile, Is Lady Xingyu in seclusion? No, I don't think so. The dead spirit named Xingda by Suyu hesitated and said, Milord didn't say that he was in seclusion, but he hasn't been out for a few days. Suyu smiled, nodded, and walked toward the castle. Lady Xingyu, I'm coming in. Get out. Inside the castle, a sudden angry shout came. Suyu smiled and directly pushed the door in. What do you mean by get out? You have a bad temper. In the main hall, Xingyu's already dark face became darker. She looked at Suyu coldly. What are you doing here? I'm here to report the recent situation to Milord, Xingyu sneered. Don't pretend. Suyu, the dead soul's channel between you and me has been broken. You go your way, and I live my life as a dead spirit. Now, I have nothing to be schemed against by you. You want the treasure, right? This castle is it. If you want it, just take it away. Suyu smiled. Milord, you must be joking. About the dead soul's channel. I don't want to hear it. Suyu shrugged, and the next moment, he shouted, Shut up. Women are so annoying. Listen to me. This sudden outburst made Xingyu tremble. Just as she was about to speak, Suyu's great pressure swept over and directly suppressed her. Xingyu glared at him. Too much. Suyu smiled and said, I was opening the great Tao of life and death that day, understand? I was dying, and I needed the chi of vitality. You kept sending me the chi of death. Do you want me to die right away? Xingyu was slightly stunned. What the hell, Suyu said again, you women are too troublesome. Even if you die, it will be troublesome. I almost died. It's all because of you. Sir, you almost killed me. Do you know that? How many people are counting on me to live? You almost killed me. I didn't say anything, and you're still angry with me? Suyu snorted and said, I didn't get angry with Milord, that's because I'm kind. Considering that Milord was also doing it for my own good, I thought about it and didn't argue with Milord. Xingyu was a little confused. Was I wrong? But, you didn't say, okay. Suyu looked at her and said with a smile, of course, it's a small matter. Now that I'm alive, I came to find Milord to clarify. I opened the great Tao of life and death and opened the sky this time to revive Milord. Suyu sighed with emotion. Who asked Milord to be my superior? When I have something good, don't I look for Milord first? I pulled Hichu over to be a lab rat. Go and revive Hichu first. Hichu is dead, but don't die, Milord. Suyu said with a smile, so this time, I specially came to find Milord to tell this situation, lest Milord causes me any trouble again. As he said, he looked at Xingyu and frowned. Milord still can't understand my feelings? Sigh, then I said it in vain. Okay, then I'm leaving. He turned around and was about to leave, but Xingyu was extremely angry. Damn you, you imprisoned me, what do you want me to say? When Suyu was about to go out, Xingyu's seal disappeared. Xingyu said angrily, where are you going? Suyu turned around and said innocently, Milord, didn't you ignore me? Xingyu wanted to strangle him to death. She was a little annoyed and snorted, shut up. It's not your place to interrupt when I'm talking. As she said, she asked curiously, what is opening the sky? Suyu almost laughed, but soon he said seriously, it's opening a great Tao of life and death alone. I killed myself and tried to turn into a dead spirit, and then resurrected, in preparation for Milord's resurrection. Alone? Xingyu was stunned. Alone. What do you mean? It means opening a path in the chaos without relying on the river of time. Ah? Xingyu trembled, then you turned into a dead spirit? Suyu nodded, I turned into a dead spirit, and it was at that time that Milord transmitted death chi to me, no. Xingyu said hurriedly, at that time, you seemed to have suddenly disappeared, as if your power was used up. I saw that you had no power, so I transmitted a little death chi to you. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't mean it. Suyu sighed, it's okay, I almost died. If I really died, it's not bad to turn into a dead spirit. Milord, don't you think so? Xingyu looked even more aggrieved, hurriedly said, I really didn't mean it, forget it. Suyu said with a smile, I forgive Milord. After all, we are subordinates, and we have to give face to our superior. Xingyu was extremely depressed. What subordinate, you liar, this guy is now terrifyingly powerful, with a bunch of powerhouses under his command, but you still pretend to be a subordinate all day long, shameless. Suyu smiled brightly, Milord, so what happened before is over. Xingyu glanced at him, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She was a little annoyed, a little aggrieved, and said sullenly, forget it, I won't argue with you. Suyu laughed, and quickly said, okay, then there's nothing more to say. One more thing, my lord, you should have been sealed by someone. You may not have been weak when you were alive, and you are not weak after death, but you have been sealed. Before resurrecting you, I may have to unseal you. Xianxia said gloomily, sealed? Which bastard did it? King Wen. Xianxia was stunned. King Wen, Suyu said with a smile, it's him. King Wen deliberately sealed you, so no matter how many dead spirit marks you devour, you can't be strong. That bastard is King Wen? Xianxia couldn't help but curse, so that's how it is. I said I haven't been strong for 100,000 years, so it's all because of him. Bastard. This is too much. The next moment, she asked again, why did he seal me? Suyu said with a smile, maybe he wanted to resurrect my lord, but there was no way, so in the end, he sealed you first. This kind of person is too irresponsible, isn't it? Xianxia nodded, irresponsible indeed, since I can't be resurrected, then unseal me, bastard. Suyu laughed again, so, on my side, since I want to resurrect my lord, I must be prepared, so I will do it, not like King Wen, who doesn't care about anything and seals you first. Think about it, 100,000 years, no, the seal should be more than 100,000 years, so many years, my lord's strength can't improve, so if you are killed by the dead spirits, wouldn't it be a waste? Xianxia nodded, yes, damn it, King Wen is too unreliable. Then why does King Wen want to resurrect me? Xianxia was puzzled, so you shrugged, and said with a smile, that I don't know, is it because of the star seal? King Wen is really not a good thing. He felt that there was something wrong with what Suyu said, but, forget it, he didn't want to argue with Suyu. Xianxia hesitated, can I really be resurrected? It's hard to say, but it's very likely. Suyu said with a smile, I will be prepared, and then I will come back to save my lord. I have moved King Wen's home to the Dead Soul domain, and there are flowers everywhere. When my lord recovers, you can stay there for a while, Fat Ball will welcome you. Flowers? Xianxia nodded, in my memory, there are indeed a lot of flowers, and I taught Time Master how to plant flowers, really, Suyu was speechless, you are really ancient, and also really idle, why teach people how to plant flowers? If you let Fat Ball plant flowers for more than 100,000 years, my poor Fat Ball, it hasn't rested for 100,000 years, how pitiful, so, the culprit is here. My lord, then I will leave first, if you are interested, you can go to the Research Institute to have a look, no, I only like to stay here. Xianxia refused, although she was quite interested. Suyu laughed, super rotten otaku, forget it, all these years, Xianxia didn't seem to go out much, except for the last time she went to the Starry Mansion, and it was to save me. Okay, then I will leave first, my lord, I will report the progress next time. Xianxia reluctantly nodded, maintaining her dignity, you may leave. Thank you, my lord. Suyu left. Soon, the Starry Moon Castle opened again. Xianxia was in a good mood, no longer shut herself in, but went to take care of her flowers. She didn't take care of them for a few days, and it was all that bastard's fault, almost causing her flowers to die. Forget it. Seeing that he prepared for my resurrection, I will not argue with him. Xianxia happily continued to take care of her dead soul flowers. Outside, the dead spirits were all watching helplessly. My lord is too fickle, he was angry before, and this commander ran away after saying a few words, and my lord is fine, sure enough, the commander is still the best. Haha, women. At this moment, Suyu had flown far away. He shook his head and chuckled. Look, it's so easy to solve. Suyu had actually heard King Wen's last words. He was very curious. Why did King Wen want him to revive the stars and moon, feelings? Or was the moon and stars a backup plan? Who cares? Suyu had planned to revive the moon and stars. It didn't matter if King Wen said it or not. Inside the Research Institute, Suyu arrived quickly. He too was being dissected, yes, King Wen's students were currently dissecting him out of curiosity. Suyu now knew the name of the female dead spirit. She was Li Yun, one of the more outstanding disciples of King Wen. At this moment, Li Yun was studying the river diagram with several other dead spirits. Seeing Suyu, Li Yun asked curiously, does Emperor Su really want to revive him? When Suyu saw He Tu's pleading gaze, he couldn't help but smile, I have such a plan. Have you all researched anything? Reincarnation, Li Yun pondered for a while. This is different from Emperor Su's reincarnation. Before, he only lived and died in his own world, while they were controlled by the great Tao of necromancy. This is equivalent to seizing their control from the great Tao of necromancy. And the great Tao of necromancy is very domineering and exclusive. Exclusive, this was what Li Yun said. Suyu nodded after some thought. Very exclusive indeed. All Taos belong to me, yes, this was the master of the great Tao of necromancy. All Taos belong to me, the great Tao of death, and the great Tao of death is also my only Tao, branches are not allowed. The current dark Tao was created by King Wen. This kind of existence had a high degree of control over the dead spirits. At this moment, Suyu reviving the dead spirits was actually snatching the job of the master of the great Tao of necromancy. Li Yun reminded seriously, Emperor Su, be careful if you want to revive them. I think the great Tao of necromancy might be activated. Activated? Suyu frowned. What do you mean? Revive. She explained, be it the great Tao of time or the great Tao of necromancy, I think they are both in a dormant state, or rather, in a reactive state. However, once the bottom line is touched, the great Tao might awaken. Suyu was shocked. No way, the great Tao of necromancy was terrifyingly powerful. It was an existence that had created an entire world. If it were to awaken, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Are you trying to scare me? Li Yun continued, of course, even if it revives, I don't think it will cause too much of a commotion. After all, the master of the great Tao of necromancy might be dead, or he might have completely disappeared. Without a master, the great Tao can only be passive. Suyu nodded slightly. Even if he was in a passive position, it might still be very scary. This made Suyu a little more worried. If that was the case, the difficulty of recovery would be even greater. At this moment, Li Yun cut open the river diagram again and pondered for a moment before she said, the river diagram is really different from us. Let's put it this way. Our core is actually death chi. If we turn death chi into life chi, we might die completely. As for him, he has a body. As she spoke, she took out the river diagram's black heart. Black heart. The river diagram was depressed. You're the one with a black heart. I'm AF** King Dead Spirit. Of course my heart is black. Is it still red? He was speechless. His heart is still there. It's actually a miracle that it didn't rot. Li Yun said and then said, also, can you cut this one for us as well? She pointed at Lu Hong. Lu Hong's expression was ugly. Suyu was curious. Li Yun explained, he's a half-dead spirit. I think if we cut him, there might be another result. What is the mentality of a half-dead spirit, what is the form of a dead spirit, and what is the form of a dead spirit with a body like the river diagram? We can make a comparison to avoid mistakes during the recovery process. Professional, Suyu nodded. Sure enough, professionals were indeed different. Suyu actually had one idea in mind. From what Li Yun said, it seemed that she wanted to cut him separately. Suyu looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong's expression was gloomy. I won't do it. You're also a half-dead spirit, Suyu coughed lightly. Teacher Lu, I'm not a half-dead spirit anymore. I'm a living person now. Sigh, how sad. No one can convert me anymore. Otherwise, I could try it myself. That's right, after cutting off the channel of death energy, Suyu could be considered a living person now. He was no longer a half-dead spirit now. Lu Hong was even more gloomy. Suyu smiled. Teacher Lu, you're already at the Tao integration stage. It's just cutting your body open. It's not a big deal. You make it sound so easy, why don't you try it? He said calmly, don't we need to study a living person? We can also compare the gap. Li Yun said with a strange expression, a living person? It's not like we've never been a living person before. When we were alive, we also did a lot of research on living people. The data is in our minds, and our memories have also been recovered. Why do we need living people? He was exhausted. Lu Hong was helpless. It seemed that there was no chance for Suyu to do it. Meanwhile, Suyu narrowed his eyes and glanced at him with a vibrant smile. Lu Hongxin's heart jolted. Forget it, this grandson was very narrow-minded. Since there was no hope, then he wouldn't show it. He quickly smiled. All right, for the great cause of recovery, I will definitely support you. Soon, Lu Hong lay down on the research table. How sad. But there was no other way. Li Yun and the others also didn't hold back and directly cut open his body. They were all Dao integration stage powerful beings anyway, so it was very difficult for them to die no matter what. Suyu was a little curious, and he poked his head out to take a look. Lu Hong's expression was quite ugly. Forget it, I'll close my eyes and stop looking. Li Yun continued to cut open his body while analyzing it with the other dead spirits. Suyu also stepped forward to examine Lu Hong's body, and he sensed if there was any difference between Lu Hong's state and his state when he was a half-dead spirit. After examining for a while, Suyu's brows furrowed slightly. Teacher Lu's power composition is more balanced than mine back then. It's truly a state of life and death. With this in mind, Suyu's eyes flashed. He knew a cultivation method, the origin aperture reversal technique. Life chi turned into death chi, and death chi turned into life chi. This was only a special cultivation method, not the great Dao. Suyu had tried to transform it into Dao before, but it didn't work. Even Shenwen couldn't transform it, so it could only be used as a special cultivation method. With this in mind, Suyu said in a solemn voice, I know the origin aperture reversal technique. If I reverse 360 orifices, I can turn life chi into death chi. Is this cultivation method useful? Li Yun fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The dead spirits pondered for a moment, and Li Yun asked, can Emperor Su still reverse it now? Needless to say, Suyu hadn't used this cultivation method for a long time. At this moment, his origin aperture had transformed into the heavenly gate, and he really wasn't sure if he could use it. With this in mind, Suyu tried to reverse it. With this reversal, the heavenly gate appeared, and suddenly, a death chi gushed out from the heavenly gate. Suyu was slightly delighted and nodded. It could still be used. However, at this moment, a strong life force suddenly rushed out from the heavenly gate, and in an instant, it defeated the death chi. Suyu was shocked. He hurriedly materialized the heavenly gate. At this moment, the emerging heavenly gate was overflowing with life force, and the death chi was quickly defeated. Suyu's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, he shouted, Tong Tian. A moment later, a figure appeared. Marquis Tong Tian was a little confused. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly call me? Strange, Suyu said in a low voice, look. Only then did Marquis Tong Tian look at the heavenly gate. With this look, he moved slightly, and soon knew why Suyu had summoned him. He thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, this heavenly gate. His Majesty used death chi in the heavenly gate? Suyu nodded, and said in a low voice, it was fine before. I also had the heavenly gate before, and I was also using death chi. It was all very normal. Today, I used the reversal technique, reversing life into death, and was actually defeated by the heavenly gate. Marquis Tong Tian fell into deep thought, and said after a long time, this is hard to say. Maybe he didn't touch the heavenly gate before. Nonsense. Suyu frowned. Previously, when I materialized the heavenly gate, I often took in death chi. Marquis Tong Tian also felt a headache, and said hesitantly, maybe it's different now, and the biggest difference is that His Majesty broke the heavenly gate before, and then reformed it. Suyu did not say anything. Was there any difference in this period? Marquis Tong Tian continued, so, I speculate that after His Majesty broke the heavenly gate once, it caused the previous heavenly gate to become more active, or in other words, he was targeted by the sex. Suyu, what do you mean? What do you mean by targeted by the sex? I'm targeted by the heavenly gate, Marquis Tong Tian continued, it's like this, the heavenly gate. The existence of the heavenly gate sealed the heaven-opening era, and the heaven-opening era is generally believed to have been sealed by either the Lord of Dead Spirits or the human ancestor. Could it be that the human ancestor sealed it, and even the Lord of Dead Spirits was sealed in it? He continued, it's very possible. As far as I know, those who can open the heavenly gate seem to be humans, and one is said to be able to open it, but I've never seen it. He looked at Suyu, so I think, could it be that the human ancestor sealed the Lord of Dead Spirits, and now that the heavenly gate has been touched, the heavenly gate might think that the Lord of Dead Spirits came up with it? Or perhaps the dead spirits want to save the Lord of Dead Spirits? Unseal him? He speculated one by one, and Suyu was really possible. Was the heavenly gate created by the human ancestor, or was it found by the human ancestor from heaven and earth, and the heaven-opening era was sealed by the human ancestor? Suyu knew that the human ancestor's great Tao of the flesh was very strong. But, unless the human ancestor also opened the sky alone, the great Tao of the flesh was just the great Tao he used in the past. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Soon, Suyu took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. He quickly said, in that case, my heavenly gate can't touch the deathly aura anymore. No, if there's too much deathly aura, it will automatically collapse and turn into life energy. Suyu's eyes lit up. This may be a good thing. Indeed, when the deathly aura touched the heavenly gate, it would actually turn into life energy. This? Suyu really didn't know before. If that was the case, he suddenly looked at he too, and he too immediately bare one's teeth. I have to be a lab rat again, right? Just say it. Suyu squinted and smiled. He too, the deathly aura is life energy. Good thing, he too had no choice but to release some deathly aura, and Suyu quickly appeared in the heavenly gate. Sure enough, it was really different this time. When the deathly aura attacked, it was instantly reversed into life energy. With a bang, this life energy instantly returned to He2's body. He2 grunted. He was a dead spirit, and this life energy was actually very harmful to his body. This time, he suffered a small loss. On the other hand, Suyu's eyes lit up. That life energy was surging in his body, and it took a long time for it to be suppressed by the deathly aura. The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he became. In this way, there might be a better way and guarantee to transform a dead spirit. The few dead spirits continued to study. The difference between a half-dead spirit and a dead spirit was still very big. His physical body was still there, and his life energy and death energy were both at the same time. As for the dead, they naturally wouldn't have any life energy. How to make life energy and death energy coexist might also be the key to resurrection. The few of them began to study in depth. As for the matters of the outside world, everyone was too lazy to care about them, including Suyu. Unless the dead spirits in the sealed land were to break the seal, there was nothing important that he needed to deal with right now. Just as Suyu was studying the resurrection. Upper Realm. Chaotic Mountain Range. At this moment, the chaotic mountain range was in chaos. One had officially started to advance into the chaotic mountain, and outside, there were already vanguard troops from various races that had started to sweep through. Groups of experts began to head towards the chaotic mountain. One used the human mountain as its base, and a large number of experts gathered. At the peak of the human mountain, a group of Empyrean Venerable level experts gathered. At this moment, Empyrean Venerable Yu was introducing the situation to everyone with a serious expression. According to the current investigation, there are probably no less than 80 Dao Integration Realm ancient beasts in the chaotic mountain range. Previously, they were all in their own groups. They would only gather when outsiders entered. Their intelligence wasn't high. But ever since the last change, two terrifying existences appeared in the depths of the chaotic mountain. One was the eight-winged tiger, the other was the broken-tail dragon. That eight-winged tiger definitely has the battle power of a celestial venerable, and the broken-tail dragon, as far as I know, is injured. He might have fought with a terrifying existence in the depths of the chaos. Even so, the other party definitely has the battle power of a celestial venerable. At his peak, I'm afraid, it's beyond imagination, comparable to the Hell King's old ancestor. Heavenly Venerable Dao said softly, has the identity of the Hell King's old ancestor been found out yet? Celestial Venerable Yu shook her head. It's hard to tell. The Hell King didn't seem to have any descendants back then, but if he didn't have any descendants, where did these people come from? That means he might be a descendant born in secret. This so-called patriarch is very likely a direct descendant of the Hell King. At this point, Empyrean Yu continued, let's continue talking about the chaotic mountain. Now, the broken-tailed dragon and the eight-winged tiger each occupy one area. One occupies the southern area, while the other occupies the northern area. They are both in the depths of the chaotic mountain. Each of them has gathered dozens of Dao Integration Realm and hundreds of eternal ancient beasts. Everyone's hearts froze. Lei Bao, who didn't go out to investigate, said in a low voice, "They've gathered?" "Yes, they've gathered." Emperor Yu sighed. The end of the last battle was also because of the sudden appearance of these two. Otherwise, there would have been hope of taking down Yu Hell last time. As he said this, he continued, "Also, according to our investigations, in the Hell King's bloodline, other than the terrifying existence behind the door, the strongest is that old ancestor. In addition, there are Yu Hao and 5 other heavenly venerables, as well as more than 10 heavenly kings. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yu's group killed many heavenly kings and 1 heavenly venerable, their strength would have been even stronger." The more they spoke, the more depressed they became. When one thought that there were no enemies outside, the enemies were more numerous and stronger than one imagined. One couldn't help but be depressed. Emperor Yu continued, "Also, among these celestial venerables, Yu Luo's strength is the strongest. Previously, when he fought with Giant Axe, everyone saw that Giant Axe wasn't his match. In less than 30 rounds, he was severely injured by Yu Luo and escaped. This Yu Luo's strength, even if weaker than that old ancestor, is slightly stronger than us. I'm afraid he's about the same as Corona." At the side, Corona nodded slightly. "Probably not weaker than me. To be able to seal Baijan, he's indeed strong." Although it looked like one had more celestial venerables. But the other party's strength wasn't weak either. Including the terrifying existence behind the door, the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't huge. Emperor Yu said again, "Now, there are still 3 wandering celestial venerables." "No, including Baijan, whose whereabouts are unknown, there are a total of 4. This is also a huge change. Broken Tail Dragon, Baijan, 8-Winged Tiger, and Giant Axe, a total of 4 celestial venerables, unsure of their positions and locations. The strength of Baijan and Broken Tail Dragon might have surpassed celestial venerables and reached the level of a true ancient human king with a corporeal body. That was even more terrifying." Celestial Venerable Yu briefly explained the situation and solemnly said, "So, at this point, how to defeat the chaos lineage is also a big problem. These few wandering celestial venerables, especially the 2 ancient beasts, are even more troublesome. I'm afraid they will join forces with the Hell King lineage." Everyone looked at each other and felt a headache coming on. There were many of them, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but 4 top-notch existences with unclear stances. Celestial Venerable Yu said, on Giant Axe's side, he wants to return a favor to Su Yu, so he's mainly targeting the Hell King lineage. However, Giant Axe's strength is at the bottom of the celestial venerables. He won't gain anything from dealing with the Hell King lineage alone. Brother March. Celestial Venerable Yu looked at March and solemnly said, "Can Brother March contact Giant Axe and let him work with us? The human race does indeed have a grudge against us, but the Hell King lineage is a traitor to the human race and an enemy of Su Yu's group. If Giant Axe really wants to return a favor, why don't he join forces with us? Maybe we can achieve greater results." March had a naive look. "I can't contact him." Like hell we'll believe you, the few of them clearly didn't believe him. Releasing Giant Axe was strongly advocated by March, so how could it have nothing to do with Giant Axe? Another question, where did Baijan go? Celestial Venerable Yu solemnly said, not only Baijan, but Nanxi, Jianghai, and Yin Shui also escaped and are nowhere to be seen. Did they go to find Baijan? If he had gone to find Baijan, then where was he hiding now? If Su Yu and the rest can come up from the lower bound, they can go down too. Yun Shui and the rest followed Su Yu previously, do they know where the passage to the lower bound is? A passage that didn't belong to the fated kin, Celestial Venerable Yu solemnly said, if Baijan brought them down, will there be any changes in the process? Su Yu's side indeed suffered heavy losses. But on Su Yu's side, if I remember correctly, there's still a dog. That dog belongs to King Wen is still alive, and it fought Yu Hao without being at a disadvantage. Then this dog, Su Yu, Baijan. These people will be a huge problem in the lower bound alliance. They're all human forces, the more they talked, the more depressed they became. This wasn't easy, if they fought with the Hell King's lineage now, how many celestial venerables would they lose, how many would die? The key was that there were still many celestial venerables left. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly and said, but we have no choice but to fight now. Otherwise, if we drag this out, there might be changes. The Corona knows that the gate of hell is about to open. Once it does, there will be a terrifying existence inside. Who is this existence? Is she a top-notch strong practitioner of the Hell King's lineage? Why is she trapped behind the gate? Did she go there voluntarily or passively? What is the goal of the Hell King's lineage? To open the gate of hell? Celestial Venerable Mo said solemnly, so, no matter what, we have to solve the problem of the Hell King's lineage as soon as possible. Also, Human Emperor and the others might be returning soon. Suyu has no reason to lie to us. However, after they return, it's hard to say whether our Wands Masters of the Law or Human Emperor will have the advantage. Celestial Venerable Mo said solemnly, one last thing, ourselves. We are all Celestial Venerables now, but Celestial Venerables aren't Masters of the Law. When the strong practitioners of the various races return, what will we do? What will we become in the future? Will we still be ancient marquises, obedient to orders? At this stage, we need to fight to become Masters of the Law. Break the seal and advance. That way, even if everyone returns, whether Human Emperor or our people have the advantage, we will still be able to fight back. There were many Celestial Venerables in the One. If they all became Masters of the Law, it would be a huge force. March was a little impatient. Alright, the most important thing now is to solve the problem of the Hell King's lineage. If we don't get rid of them, something big will happen sooner or later. Look, they are very relaxed now. If the gate of hell opens before Human Emperor and the others return, we will all be out of luck. Who knows what will happen next? Break their claws and teeth first, then we will have hope to face the trouble later. Everyone was helpless. The more they thought about it, the more helpless they felt. Previously, they thought they were invincible. Now, F*CK, there were strong enemies everywhere. Baijan and Suyu's side wasn't weak either. Celestial Venerable Yu said, Baijan and Suyu may be in the lower bound, so let's ignore them for now. However, we must deal with the broken tail dragon and the 8-winged tiger on the battlefield. How can we ignore 2 Celestial Venerables and 70 to 80 Dao integration cultivators? No one could ignore this power, Celestial Venerable Yu continued. Also, I'm really worried that these ancient beasts of the Chaos King's lineage will work together. It's very likely that the gate of hell was created to seal them. Everyone became solemn again. Celestial Venerable Yu looked at everyone. So, we need someone to send envoys to these 2 ancient beasts. Even if we can't, we have to find out their stance. Other than that, there's one more thing. Find the entrance to the lower bound. Celestial Venerable Yu said solemnly, we have to. We can't put Wan's safety in the hands of Suyu and Baijan. There are only a few of them in the lower bound. This kind of power can't match up to Baijan and the others. Everyone was silent again. Celestial Venerable Yu suddenly said, how about this, March will be in charge of the envoys. Find the entrance to the lower bound. I'll find the broken tail dragon, and Tianming will find the 8-winged tiger. March said gloomily, how am I supposed to find it? He cursed in his heart, he was up to no good. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Try it. If it doesn't work, you and Lei Bao will find it together. Lei Bao frowned slightly. Celestial Venerable Yu faintly said, I think we can find it if the 2 of you go together. If we find it, we just need to agree on one thing. We won't attack the lower bound, and we won't make things difficult for Baijan and the others before the entrance opens. However, they need to send Tiangu and the others up. What do you think? He let the 2 Celestial Venerables leave. Of course, the condition was that only the 2 of them could leave. The strong practitioners of the 2 races couldn't leave. If they didn't come back, they would be cannon fodder. At this moment, they were worried about the lower bound, but they also urgently needed to fight against the people of chaos to prevent the existence behind the gate of hell from coming out. It was very troublesome. Even though they knew that March and Lei Bao were in contact with the humans in the lower bound, they still chose to let them go down to contact them. These 2 might know how to go down. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled faintly. If it doesn't work, we can work together to forcefully open the passage to the realm of life and help the 2 of you go down. Of course, there will be some danger then, but we have no other choice now. Celestial Venerable Yu sighed. The safety of the lower bound is completely entrusted to the humans. Everyone, do you think this is appropriate? Of course not. If it wasn't for the fact that the lower bound couldn't be opened now, everyone would have gone down together to kill Baijan and Suyu first. This was inevitable. The races in the lower bound had countless living beings, and it was their foundation and base. How many people were there in the upper bound? Most of the Dao integration in the upper bound were born in the lower bound. The rules in the upper bound weren't perfect, and the Dao integration was found to be fake. Who could be at ease? March didn't say anything. Lei Bao said gloomily, I don't know where the passage to the lower bound is. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. How could that be? If Baijan really went down, wouldn't Brother Lei Bao know? Lei Bao coldly said, What do you mean? Brother Lei Bao, don't you know what I mean? Celestial Venerable Yu plainly said, Why do you have to be so thorough? Wouldn't that make things difficult for everyone? We said that peace is the most important now. The people of chaos are our common enemy, aren't they? This lineage suddenly appeared and has been dormant for many years. The power that they have shown so far may not be their full strength. Aren't you all worried? When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. That depends on whether the sandpiper and the clam are strong. Be careful not to become someone else's dish. He looked at the two strong practitioners again. Can I leave the matters of the lower bound to you too? March didn't say anything. Lei Bao looked at March, and he innocently said, Why are you looking at me, Brother Lei Bao? I'm not Baijan's father-in-law or brother-in-law. What's the use of looking at me? Lei Bao frowned. March continued, Of course, if Brother Lei Bao is willing, I'll go with you. Lei Bao cursed in his heart, F*CKU, I don't believe that you aren't colluding with Suyu's side. Celestial Venerable Yu laughed. So, Brother March agrees? What about Brother Lei Bao? Lei Bao frowned and said after a while, I'll follow March. However, I feel that we have too few people and might not be able to find the passage. How about this, let Giant Bamboo and Lei Lai follow us. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled faintly. That's not appropriate. Why bother them? If that doesn't work, I'll let Saint Yuan and the rest follow everyone. Alright. Lei Bao was just testing the waters. Reality proved that it didn't work. Clearly, the giants and the Iron Eaters had become Wan's means of restricting them. Gathering on Human Mountain was also a means of control. Before, they could retreat secretly. Now, there was no chance. Everyone was on Human Mountain, and there were too many strong practitioners. Anyone who wanted to leave needed the agreement of a few celestial venerables. After a while, both sides reached an agreement. March and Lei Bao would think of a way to go down. They didn't want to do anything to the human race. They just wanted to send a batch of strong practitioners up. Especially a few, like Tiangu, who might be a heavenly king now. Perhaps, a celestial venerable, who knew? On the god race's side, Celestial Venerable Yu specially instructed to inform the former imperial concubine to go up. She was strong, but she wasn't in a good state. However, no matter how bad she was, she might be able to fight the last battle in the upper bound. The god race wasn't sure how strong the former imperial concubine was. These people believed that these two could go down, after Lei Bao and March left. Celestial Venerable Huang coldly said, These two are definitely colluding with the human race. It was obvious, Celestial Venerable Dao chuckled. So be it. I'm more curious about how Suyu and Baijan will get along. Everyone knows about Suyu from Marquis Tianlong. He's a domineering master who doesn't like to be under others. Baijan is the same. March didn't choose to help Baijan during the last tide. This time, he's colluding with Suyu. So, will March help Suyu or Baijan? It'll be interesting if they go down together. The human race's internal strife isn't new. Maybe we don't need to do anything. They'll fight among themselves in the lower bound. As the main characters from the ancient times until now, the human race's fate is incomparably prosperous. They have many strong practitioners. If they don't fight among themselves, we might not be able to do anything. Celestial Venerable Dao sighed. Baijan, Suyu, and Jail King's bloodline are all humans. If they really worked together, especially at the end of the last tide, Baijan and Jail King's bloodline might not be able to do anything. He smiled. So, it's not necessarily a bad thing for the human race to be too strong. Now that the human race's three factions are working together, we have a chance. There's no need to feel indignant. The human race has suppressed us for more than 100,000 years, while we've only suppressed them for 6,000 years. If you want to feel indignant, it's not us. Everyone nodded. That was true. The human race was still the hegemon. The human race had been the hegemon of the One for 6,000 years. That was already very good. In ancient times, the One had so many masters of the laws, but they were still suppressed by the human race. If King Wen and the others hadn't left, the later events wouldn't have happened. Celestial Venerable Tao smiled again. The most important thing now is to break the seal and become the master of the laws. Yes, the human race has many strong practitioners, but they've all reached the limit. Take the Jail King's ancestor, Baijan. One cultivates the primal chaos Tao, the other the physical Tao. Breaking the seal won't help them increase their strength. Suyu's dog isn't a celestial venerable, so breaking the seal won't help him at all. As for us, once we break the seal, we'll have more than 10 masters of the laws, and our strength will soar. Celestial Venerable Tao laughed. Of the 5 celestial venerables of the Jail King's bloodline, 3 are of the primal chaos Tao. Breaking the seal won't help. Therefore, in the myriad of worlds, we are the only ones who desire to break the seal. Everyone nodded again. Celestial Venerable Tao said, breaking the seal and wiping out the human race. I think it's very difficult. It's better to find a way to break the seal. When Suyu and the others met us last time, what they said might not be true, but it's not like there's no hope at all. Whether it's Martial Emperor or King Yu's corpse, it's worth a try. Everyone nodded silently. It was time to put this matter on the agenda. Celestial Venerable Yu quickly said, in that case, Tianming and I will test the attitudes of the 2 ancient beasts. It's best if we can find the passage to the lower bound, but if we can't, when it's necessary, we can break it by force. The power of punishment in the passage was much weaker than before. This was also a chance to break it by force. Everyone discussed for a while before quickly dispersing. They still had to fight the primal chaos lineage, but the prerequisite was that nothing unforeseen would happen. And at this moment, March and Lei Bao, who had left, didn't speak along the way. After a while, Lei Bao said in a low voice, Dao brother March, the human race and the iron-eating race have been allies for many years, right? March laughed. You can say so. Baijan, Lei Bao wanted to say something, but March laughed. Not really. I haven't had much contact with Baijan. I only know that my Chiyue was tricked to death by him. Lei Bao felt pity. While feeling pity, he said again, but you saw Suyu's situation. Do you think he has the ability to turn the tables? He was too rash. That battle last time could have been avoided. March was silent. Marquis Giant Bamboo had told him that Suyu might not have suffered any losses, but he had seen everything that happened last time. Descending might be an opportunity. He wanted to find Suyu and see if Suyu had any backup plans. If not, he would have to consider the future of the iron-eating race with just Suyu and Fat Ball. Baijan had a grudge against him for Chiyue's death. Though it wasn't Baijan who killed her, he could not accept Baijan's ideology. As for the Jail King, there was no need to mention it. His father was killed by the Jail King. Wan was also certain that they had colluded with the human race. Of the 3 human races, he could only place his hopes on Suyu. He hoped that Suyu could bring him some surprises. Lei Bao, you go ahead. I'll go back and find the passage to the lower world. March left alone. He still had to find Giant Axe and bring General Shuelan, who had been sealed in ice. He couldn't bring his clansmen with him, but it wouldn't be a problem to bring the humans. Right now, everyone was actually eager for the human race to scram and not cause trouble, and if Giant Axe and Shuelan had the chance to submit to Suyu, Suyu would be able to gather a few more experts. If that was the case, there would still be a chance. Adding himself, Giant Axe, and Fat Ball, the 3 Sky Sovereign level existences, if Suyu himself could also become an Sky Sovereign, for Sky Sovereigns, this would be a strong force. I hope everyone is fine. I hope Suyu can still preserve some strength. March was not in a good mood, he could only hope for everything. As for the passage to the lower realms, he obviously knew where it was. As for whether Lei Bao knew or not, that was none of his business. In any case, he was not prepared to leave with Lei Bao. Move alone. Very quickly, March found the frozen Shuelon. He was too lazy to unseal it, so he put it away and quickly left Human Mountain. Not long after leaving Human Mountain. Near Chaotic Mountain. The Great Axe Marquis looked around sneakily and said in a low voice, "March?" Very quickly, March appeared. Giant Axe carefully looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. He scolded, "That woman Yu Luo is really not weak. Ugly people are strong. Last time we fought, my injuries were not light." He was helpless. He had been beaten badly last time. As expected, exposing someone's shortcomings was something that would make enemies. Last time, Yu Luo beat him up like crazy, to the point that he was about to explode. March laughed foolishly. "Brother Giant Axe has guts. I'm not strong enough, there's nothing I can do." Giant Axe also laughed. "Fellow Taoist March, is there something you need from me?" "I want to go down to the lower realms." March said in a deep voice, "Last time, Suyu was defeated, the situation is unclear now. Baijian might have gone down to the lower realms, there can't be two tigers in one mountain." Yun Shui and the others chose to betray Suyu and continue to follow Baijian. "I was thinking, last time Suyu saved your life, this time in the lower realms, if Baijian suppressed Suyu. Maybe we will need Brother Giant Axe to make peace." Giant Axe frowned slightly. "Baijian won't go that far, right?" "Who knows?" March chuckled. "Brother Giant Axe, are you willing to go? If the situation in the lower realms is unclear, is Brother Giant Axe willing to help Suyu?" Giant Axe frowned. "If Suyu is really weak and unable to resist, I suggest that he simply retire in peace. Although Baijian is unreliable, he is strong. Of course, if Baijian really wants to kill Suyu, I will step in and not let Baijian do so." "Then what if Suyu's side is not weak?" March looked at Giant Axe, who said in a deep voice, "Not weak. His people were all beaten up last time. Even if Brother March helps him, plus the Iron Eaters, does he have the ability to resist?" Now, it was not just dealing with Baijian, that was the matter of the human race. The key was that the external enemy was strong. March smiled. "If they are not weak, is Brother Giant Axe willing to help?" Giant Axe scratched his head. "I have to see the situation. First of all, the greater interests of the human race must be the priority. If Suyu wants to compete with Baijian, but the gap in strength is too big, I will protect his life. If Baijian wants to kill him, I will definitely intervene. But if the gap between him and Baijian is too big, then I can't fight Baijian to the death for him, can I? In that case, the overall strength of the human race will be weakened." March nodded. "Then, Brother Giant Axe, what kind of strength do you think is not weak? At least Suyu has to have the strength of a heavenly monarch, right?" Giant Axe said awkwardly, "I heard that he lost his Dao Pen." "Ahem, he may have fallen to the Sun-Moon stage now. That should at least be a top-tier Dao integration stage, right? If not, Dao integration stage. Yes, he can recover his Dao integration stage combat strength again. Apart from that dog, he doesn't seem to have many subordinates. Without 10 or 20 Dao integration stage and a few heavenly monarchs, there is no way to compete." Even with the Iron Eaters, this strength was not enough, but at least there was still hope. If they were too weak, then he, Giant Axe, really couldn't help. March did some calculations. So you should have no problem recovering himself. But a few heavenly monarchs. He wasn't sure. After a moment of hesitation, March said in a solemn voice, "How about this? Once Suyu has recovered his strength, and there are 3 heavenly monarchs alive, including Fat Ball, Brother Giant Axe can come and help. If I don't have this strength, I don't want my entire race to die." Giant Axe pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "If there really are 3 heavenly monarchs, including Fat Ball, you, Fat Ball, and me, we can count as 3 heavenly venerables, plus 2 heavenly monarchs, this strength should be able to resist. He saved my life, and I couldn't kill Yu Hao and the others, so I returned his favor." The key was, could 3 live? I heard they all died, and what March was thinking was that Hong Meng was still alive, Fat Ball was also alive, also, Giant Axe didn't say that he wasn't a dead spirit. According to what March knew, the South King had also sided with Suyu. Didn't this mean that all three heavenly monarchs were gathered? Alright, in that case, Giant Axe could enter the pit. In that case, his strength wasn't weak. Giant Axe didn't think too much about it. He, March, and Fat Ball, if the three of them joined forces, they should be able to fight against 100 battles. If there were a few more heavenly monarchs on Suyu's side, then of course they would be stronger than 100 battles side. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with me helping Suyu. Maybe I could take the opportunity to make peace. My ability to make peace is still quite strong, Giant Axe thought to himself. Yes, make peace with them, March thought silently, a silly smile on his face, and Giant Axe thought about it, also a silly smile. At this moment, one man and one cat, no one knew who was really silly, and who was pretending to be silly. The world of dead souls. For several days, Suyu had been studying the matter of resurrection. In the research room, Suyu was a little tired. After a long time, he said, "It's about time. I just need to put it into practice. It's useless to study it any further. Let's try it on He-Tu first." He-Tu looked at Suyu silently, feeling more and more sad. "Try it on me? Is that something a human would say? I'm scared if you don't give me any confidence." Suyu looked at He-Tu and said with a smile, "There's too much hope. If it fails, won't it be more hopeless? It's a good thing that there's less hope now, because I'm not sure if it will succeed." He-Tu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's not a big deal if it really fails. As a dead soul, will you be afraid of death?" "Yes." Suyu nodded. He-Tu was speechless and didn't know what to say. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Let's go." Suyu didn't say anything else and looked at He-Tu, Lu Hong, and the others. "There's a high chance that you won't be able to resurrect in the River of Time if you go to the edge of chaos. If that doesn't work, you can only resurrect in my little world." He-Tu didn't have any objections. He said with a smile, "It's a good thing if you really resurrect in your Majesty's world. You won't have to compete with others." Suyu also smiled and said nothing else. He quickly walked out. Li Yun and the other dead souls also followed him. They were all looking forward to it. Resurrection, it might be the first time that the dead could be resurrected since the creation of the world. No one knew if it was possible or not. No one was sure. Today, the overlords gathered at the edge of chaos again. Recently, Suyu and the others often came here. The North King and the others were so scared that they didn't dare to go near. Even the overlords in the sealed land were getting more and more frightened. Because the power on Suyu's side seemed to be constantly increasing. Every time an overlord flew by, they felt that they were stronger than the last time. On this day, Suyu once again flew over with his people. The Death Spirit Emperor, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke from the sealed land. His voice was a little low. "Human Master Su, I heard that you seem to be preparing to resurrect the dead spirits?" Boom, the other pillars of light began to flicker. Suyu was also surprised. He bent down to take a look and said with a smile, "Where did you hear that?" The venerable necromancer said softly, "Your people often pass by, so I've heard a thing or two." Suyu laughed, "You can't keep your mouth shut. Does that mean it's true?" This time, the venerable Emperor of Death didn't show his face. Instead, a dark figure appeared. With some uncertainty, he said softly, "Human Lord, do you know that death is the most difficult thing to do? Resurrection is just a legend." Suyu leaned over to look at him and said with a smile, "Try it." "Does Venerable Sovereign also have the desire to revive?" Death Monarch said softly, "Who doesn't want to be resurrected? No one was willing to be an undead for the rest of their lives. It's just that they were forced to die once. As a former failure, death is the final destination. Which undead doesn't have regrets? Everyone wants to make up for the regrets they had when they were alive." His voice was not overbearing, arrogant. From the first day, it had been like this. He spoke softly. Suyu suddenly smiled and said, "Was Venerable Sovereign a scholar when he was alive?" "I read a few books, but they were all about the Great Tao." "I'm different from today's scholars," said the Venerable Emperor of Death. Very quickly, he changed the topic. "Human Lord wants to resurrect the dead souls. Do you need our help? That's right. Suyu was slightly stunned. What do you mean, venerable sovereign? We want to see a little hope, a little expectation, even if we may not get such a chance. Death Monarch said softly, for countless years, peerless geniuses like human sovereign and king Wen have never thought about resurrection. However, they all failed. Every failure was a blow to the undead spirit. We are more eager to see the hope of resurrection. Even if our enemies are resurrected. He sighed, even if they are our enemies. As long as they can be resurrected, it means that we still have hope. It also means that the undead are not our final destination. I think among the undead, the truly intelligent ones will not stop the human lord's resurrection, and are even willing to provide some help within their power. Suyu was a little surprised. Thinking about it carefully, this was the real understanding person. Yes, I'm trying to resurrect. These truly intelligent undead actually hope that Suyu can succeed. Whether he is an enemy or not, at least he can give everyone hope. Those who stop Suyu's resurrection are probably not very intelligent. Of course, Suyu is not afraid of the undead blocking him. He looked at the projection of the Death Monarch and smiled. Venerable Sovereign, you have thought it through. If you really want to help, it's not impossible. For example, if I remove the imprint of the Great Tao of Undead, it may cause the Great Tao to riot. Why don't you help me suppress it? The Death Monarch fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, maybe so, but suppressing it. I'm afraid I can't do it. I guess the riot of the Great Tao of Undead won't be very useful during resurrection. The human lord should be careful of the undead themselves. Suyu frowned slightly. The Death Monarch said softly, I don't think the human lord needs to bring too many undead with him. Once something happens, there may be a situation where the Great Tao will drive the undead to kill the human lord. Whether we are sealed, South King and the others, or North King and the others, they may all become the pawns of the Great Tao, the blades of the Great Tao of Undead. Suyu was deep in thought. The possibility was not small, he had neglected this point. This time, there were many undead who came to observe, including South King and Marquis Lanshan. Including the South King and Marquis Lanshan, if something were to happen to them, it would be very troublesome. They couldn't kill their own people, and suppressing them would also be troublesome. Moreover, if the undead self-destructed at the last moment, it would be even more troublesome. It was fine if the enemy self-destructed, but what about the people of Lanshan and the others? Thank you for the reminder, Dizun. Suyu laughed. Dizun seems to be a sensible person, much better than that Dijilua. As I said before, if Dizun wants to join us, kill Dijilua as a token of allegiance, and I can consider it. Below, Dijilua's face suddenly appeared with some anger, and he wanted to roar. But he quickly suppressed it. Because there was a dog that could step on him, at this moment, he saw a dog flying in this direction in the distance. Dijilua suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't speak. Soon, Fatball flew over and asked curiously, did they stop you? Did you kill them? It even took out its boots, so you suddenly stopped here, thinking that a fight was about to break out. Although it didn't really want to fight, Suyu was going to find its master. These people dared to oppose Suyu, which was bullying Fatball, and it had to settle the score with them. Suyu smiled and said, it's okay. Venerable sovereigns are reasonable. However, there are always some disobedient and reckless subordinates under the leadership of every leader. In a hostile situation, it's great to use them. This was also the truth. For example, there were actually many reckless people under his command. For example, people saying kill Baijan were not uncommon. Of course, Baijan's subordinates couldn't lack these people. In fact, it was necessary. Some people were really reckless, some were deliberately reckless, and some even understood the heart of an emperor and deliberately flattered him. Although the emperor might not accept it, it sounded good. So you didn't have the heart to kill Baijan, at least he didn't recommend internal strife now. However, hearing some people say kill Baijan made him feel good. Therefore, Baijan's subordinates probably couldn't lack such people. Death Dizun didn't say anything, nor did he mention the Earth Serpent. He said softly again, then I wish Human Master Su success. Thank you. Suyu smiled and stepped into the air. Fatball followed behind, wagging its tail and holding the boots in its mouth. It had a curious look in its eyes. Why did he suddenly chat with you? Is he hiding a dagger in his smile? Oh, you've learned to hide a dagger in your smile? Suyu laughed. Fat Ball was depressed. I'm a bookworm. Last time, the eight-winged tiger said it was a bookworm. Fat Ball thought about it. I'm also a bookworm. I've also read a lot of books. Now that it thought about it, a bookworm sounded good. Previously, when it fought with the eight-winged tiger, it couldn't beat it, so it was still a little upset. Suyu smiled again. As he walked, he asked, how's your great Tao of devouring now? I can eat and bite anything, but I feel like it's still lacking, Fat Ball said gloomily. I feel like it's lacking somewhere. Do you think it's because I'm too stupid? It's hard to say. Suyu smiled. Maybe it's related to your great Tao. The eight-winged tiger said that you're a sun-devouring divine hound, but you turned over a new leaf and became a member of the Wan race. The great Tao is connected to the river of time. During this period, King Wen and Time Master taught you how to open the Tao. I feel like they might not be opening the original Tao. Time Master and King Wen should both have heavenly gates and are experienced and knowledgeable. Since they taught you how to open the Tao and named it the biting Tao, I feel like it might be different from the devouring Tao. He carefully thought about it and felt that he couldn't be too hasty. Fat Ball wasn't an unorthodox person. It had a real master, and two masters at that. So its Tao was named the biting Tao. Perhaps it was indeed different from the devouring Tao. Suyu continued, biting and swallowing, it feels similar, but in essence, there might be some differences. Swallowing, there's the meaning of swallowing in one gulp. But biting, does it have the meaning of biting without eating? Fat Ball didn't quite understand. It was indeed a bookworm, but when it came to growing flowers, it was especially proficient. But, apart from growing flowers, it wasn't proficient in anything else. It was curious, biting without eating, what does that mean? On the side, Lu Hong coughed lightly and smiled. That is, how should I put it, I want to bite you to death, but I dislike your stench, so I don't want to eat you. Swallowing, the main point of swallowing is still to eat and swallow. The devouring Tao is to contain and swallow. As for biting, it's about being ruthless, crazy, and not stopping until the enemy is killed. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Fat Ball looked at Lu Hong, and the latter laughed dryly. I can be considered half a student of King Wen. Senior Fat Ball and I are family. So, I'm just explaining some of my understandings of biting and swallowing. Fat Ball nodded slightly, still at a loss, and looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled. Actually, Lu Hong's words are very clear. Biting means going crazy, not stopping until the enemy is killed. To put it simply, Fat Ball, you're somewhat Buddhist? Buddhist? The Fat Ball blinked. Can you make it simpler? Suyu smiled. It's ferocious strength. Crazy strength. What Lu Hong means is for you to be a mad dog. Lu Hong was speechless. Yes, that's what I mean. But, why don't you say you said it yourself? I can't afford to offend this person. Okay, Fat Ball didn't mind, but said thoughtfully, you mean, I've been raised to be too kind, so I should be more ruthless. Suyu smiled. That's kind of what I mean. Fat Ball poked bare one's teeth, and suddenly felt a little depressed. But, I can't be fierce. Why don't I show you how fierce I am? See if I'm fierce or not? As soon as it finished speaking, it looked at bare one's teeth again, it widened its eyes as if it was very fierce. Little puppy, Suyu was speechless. He really wanted to stroke its head. You're not fierce, you're a puppy. Fat Ball's body size was not big. It was chubby and looked very cute. This guy had been raising flowers for more than 100,000 years, and it really had some milk. It had a kind face, delicate eyes, cough cough, anyway, it was very fun, but it didn't look like a ferocious beast. Suyu actually had a way to make it fierce, but he didn't want to try. Beside him, Lu Hong, he too, and the others were holding back their laughter. Milk fierce, this was probably it. Was it fierce? Fat Ball seemed to feel it, and suddenly became depressed. What should I do? I can't be fierce. So frustrating. So, it's not a big deal for me to be strong. Suyu was silent for a while. Being fierce, maybe it's also a kind of instinct. I have a way, but are you willing to try? Actually, I think the current you is quite good. Really? But I want to be strong. You said that master is waiting for me to save him. Suyu was silent for a while, and suddenly said, I lied to you. What? Your master is already dead. At the last moment, he only had a little bit of willpower left. I was lying to you. Not only is your master dead, but your little master is also dead, they're all dead. Suyu calmly said, actually, I was just using you. I wanted to say that your master is not dead, and I wanted you to be my fighter. Do you understand? Fat Ball was stunned, and it looked at Suyu in a daze. Suyu was extremely calm. They are all dead. I saw King Wen's body behind the heavenly gate, broken, and eaten by a group of savage-like monsters. They ate King Wen's flesh and blood bit by bit, and King Wen was in great pain. Fat Ball's eyes were a little red. You lied to me? Suyu nodded. Yes, I lied to you, I have always been lying to you. Because I lack heavenly venerables here, I hope you can be of use to me. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from its mouth. The next moment, Fat Ball's body grew countless times, and its eyes were blood red. You said, Master and the others are dead? Dead. Suyu waved his hand, signaling Lu Hong and the others to leave. Why did you lie to me? Because, you are too stupid. Suyu said indifferently, you're good material to be a hired thug. I think it'd be a waste if I didn't use you. I will bite you to death. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. The next moment, a giant mouth bit down at Suyu. Suyu struck out with his palm. Fat Ball's speed was extremely fast, and its eyes were blood red. Master and the others are dead? No, you lied to me, you must have lied to me. Boom, with a loud noise, Suyu's palm struck its mouth, causing it to bleed. He calmly said, I didn't lie to you, they are dead. You are no match for me. Now, I don't need to flatter you anymore. You must remember, you are just a dog. Besides planting flowers, what else can you do? I will eat you. Awoo. A roar sounded again. The next moment, many powerhouses flew over from all directions, all looking surprised. What happened? Why did Fat Ball suddenly lose control? Lu Hong hurriedly gestured for everyone to leave. Bear One's teeth grinned. Suyu was really ruthless. With just a few words, he stimulated Fat Ball to lose control. Roar. At this moment, Fat Ball was completely relying on its instinctive anger. It wanted to kill Suyu, wanted to eat Suyu, and didn't even use its boots. However, the Suyu of today was not the same as before. At this moment, Suyu punched out, sending Fat Ball flying. He coldly said, you are too weak. Is this all you can do? Can you eat me with this? Your master has been dismembered and eaten. You stupid thing, you only know how to plant flowers. Besides planting flowers, what else can you do? Awoo. Fat Ball held at the sky. Suddenly, its body grew bigger, and its white fur turned black. In an instant, the white fur turned black. At this moment, a black dog appeared in the void. Awoo. With a roar, the black dog bit towards Suyu. This time, before Suyu could send Fat Ball flying, he suddenly frowned. He felt that he had taken the initiative to fly towards Fat Ball. Not only that, even his own power of the Great Tao seemed to have been absorbed by it. Awoo. Fat Ball bit the air, but this bite seemed to have bitten Suyu's power of the Great Tao. With a cracking sound, Suyu's Myriad Tao's power was suddenly broken by it. Suyu was secretly shocked. With a loud boom, his aura became stronger. He punched out again, sending Fat Ball flying. As for Fat Ball, it had lost control. It was extremely crazy. It opened its mouth wide and quickly flew towards Suyu. The power of the Great Tao became even stronger. I'll eat you. The huge mouth devoured the heaven and earth. Suyu was once again sucked to its mouth. Fat Ball bit down again. Gotcha. Suyu's power of the Great Tao was once again bitten off. As for Suyu, with a low growl, the powerful power of the Myriad Tao continued to attack it again, causing Fat Ball's mouth to bleed. Other than planting flowers, who else can you eat? You're courting death. Fat Ball roared crazily again. Its aura rumbled and became much stronger. In the blink of an eye, its aura was about to catch up to Suyu. The original fat ball could only be considered a heavenly king stage. It wasn't even an Empyrean, but with the boots, it could fight against an Empyrean. But at this moment, its aura instantly became stronger. Faintly, more power of the great Tao surged into its body. Rumble. The entire area was filled with a violent aura at this moment. On top of Fat Ball's head, a black fat ball shadow bit towards Suyu. This time, it was silent. A real dog that bites does not bark. Suyu was shocked. He hurriedly retreated. Just as he retreated, with a cracking sound, the void was directly bitten apart. All around. The Great Zhou King and the others gasped. At this moment, the Great Zhou King transmitted, "This has entered the Empyrean realm?" Fat Ball wasn't at the Empyrean realm. That was the realm of the Master of the Laws. But its combat strength should have reached that level, right? Wan Tianxing nodded slightly. Most likely. At this time, even Suyu had to avoid its edge. Fat Ball hadn't even used its boots. But now it seemed that Suyu could still suppress Fat Ball. Wan Tianxing wasn't worried about this, but something else. He quickly transmitted, "This Fat Ball is out of control. Isn't your Majesty worried that it won't be able to recover?" That was trouble. At this moment, Fat Ball was a bit dark. Once it completely lost control, it would be big trouble. Everyone was also shocked. Right, this Fat Ball seemed to have turned dark. Now that its strength had increased greatly, could Suyu suppress it? Boom, another explosion sounded, and the void shattered. At this moment, Fat Ball didn't even roar anymore. Its body was huge, but its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it opened its mouth, and a powerful devouring force swept over. Suyu's body trembled slightly. With a boom, he was swept to Fat Ball's side again. Crack, another crisp sound like glass shattering. Fat Ball's teeth flashed coldly. This bite didn't just target the body, but even the great Tao power was shattered. Suyu. Just as he was about to erupt again, suddenly, a large foot descended from the sky. Boom, this foot. Suyu punched out, but he was directly stomped down by that large foot. Not only that, but under each stomp, Suyu's body was exploding. Right now, Suyu was also a top powerhouse. However, the powerful blackened Fat Ball, together with the boot, caused him to continuously fall. Boom, another loud sound. Suyu was stomped into the ground. The ground shattered, and countless amounts of death aura surged. Fat Ball instantly rushed underground, and the huge boot stomped down again. Boom, the ground cracked, and a huge black hole appeared. While fighting silently, Fat Ball's aura became stronger and stronger, and Suyu flew out in an instant, slashing out with his saber. With a bang, the long saber slashed away the boot. Suyu shattered the void, and in the blink of an eye, appeared above Fat Ball's head, and stomped down. Fat Ball turned and bit towards Suyu, as if it wanted to bite Suyu to death. Suyu hurriedly retracted his leg, but Fat Ball bit down on his leg. Suyu punched out, almost causing Fat Ball's head to explode, but this time, Fat Ball refused to let go. Awoo! From its throat came the roar of a wild beast. Fat Ball's eyes were bloodshot, and its aura became stronger and stronger. It refused to let go. Bite this bastard to death. Suyu punched several times, but in the end, Fat Ball's leg was almost bitten off, but it still refused to let go. Suyu beat it until its head was bleeding, but it still refused to let go. If it continued, Suyu was worried that its head would explode. He felt a little helpless. This blackened state was too powerful. A moment later, Suyu flew out in his holy form of Shenwen, and began to comfort Fat Ball. "I lied to you, your master is still alive, it's okay, I just wanted to provoke you. Fat Ball, wake up." Fat Ball ignored him, and continued to bite, biting his leg crazily, until it was a bloody mess. Suyu kept comforting it. "I really lied to you, I just wanted to provoke you. Look, didn't you advance?" "Awoo!" Fat Ball roared. "Bite you to death." Very quickly, the others came forward. The King of Great Zhou and the others frowned. Right now, Fat Ball was biting Suyu until his flesh was a bloody mess, and even his bones were exposed. The King of Great Zhou transmitted his voice. "Your Majesty, suppress it, it's out of control." Suyu waved his hand and rubbed Fat Ball's black head. He smiled. This fellow could even transform. I didn't expect him to do so. After transforming, it controlled the boots, and its combat strength wasn't weak. Previously, when the 8-winged tiger encountered Fatball, it might not be a match for Fatball. Could this black dog be the sun-devouring divine hound? After rubbing Fatball's head again, seeing that it was still biting him, Suyu thought for a moment, and took out the holy seal. A faint gentle power seeped into Fatball, and a comforting power seeped into it. Fatball's blood-red eyes gradually became clearer. Suyu smiled and said, I really lied to you. Your master is alive and well. Not only is he alive and well, but before he left, he even remembered to remind me to pick up girls for him. How could this fellow die so quickly? Also, the Time Master is alive and well. He's really fine. Alright, stop biting. You're really biting. Faint energy seeped out of the holy seal, and the crack on the seal widened slightly. Previously, Suyu had used this on the Shi Wang Fei. Later on, he had used it on a martial monarch in the River of Time. At this moment, when Xiaoqin used it on Fatball again, it already showed signs of breaking. Suyu observed it carefully. Perhaps if he used it again, it would shatter. After releasing some more energy, Fatball gradually calmed down. Only then did Suyu put away the holy seal. Suyu shook his leg, but Fatball was still biting him. Suyu glanced at Fatball. This fellow seemed to be asleep. At this moment, Suyu could not shake it off. However, its black fur gradually faded, turning back into white fur. Seeing this, Suyu did not care. With a dog on his leg, he continued forward. The great Zhou King and the others looked at him. Suyu smiled and said, It's fine. This fellow's strength can increase at will. He just needs an opportunity. If he can use it flexibly and turn the strength of the dark state back to its normal state, even ordinary celestial venerables may not be able to match him. Together with the boots, he would truly have the battle strength of a top celestial venerable. At this moment, he could be considered the #1 powerhouse under Suyu's command. The South King's strength was slightly weaker than Fatball's. Your Majesty, should we wake him up? He won't lose control again, right? No need. Suyu glanced at Fatball, whose head was covered in white light. He smiled and said, Too tired. Too tired, everyone fell into deep thought. What did he mean? However, the book spirit, who had just flown over, understood Suyu's meaning. He bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Fatball was tired. 100,000 years, no, it wasn't just 100,000 years. It had been more than 100,000 years. Ever since King Wen and the others went to Xingyu Mansion, it had been planting flowers, planting flowers, planting flowers, watering flowers once every 3 days. Everyone else was sleeping, cultivating, or meditating, but it was the only one that watered the flowers once every 3 days and cleaned the courtyard almost every day. Too tired, day after day, year after year, it was not 1 or 2 years, but more than 100,000 years. At this moment, the energy of the sacred seal made Fatball fall into a deep sleep. It was too tired. This time, it was suddenly relaxed and naturally fell asleep. Snore. At this moment, everyone heard the little white dog snoring. For a moment, they all had strange looks in their eyes. This Fatball really fell asleep. However, biting Suyu's leg like this was not appropriate. Your Majesty. Suyu waved his hand. It's fine. We are cultivators. Don't you feel more imposing with a dog on our bodies? Everyone suddenly laughed. Hanging a dog on his body, alright, Suyu did not mind. Everyone did not say anything else. The King of Great Zhou did not say anything else. He only asked doubtfully, Is it considered to have reached the Empyrean realm? Suyu nodded. I am not sure in its normal state, but the blackened Fatball definitely has the combat power of an Empyrean. Together with King Wen's boots, it is even stronger. It is weaker than me, but not by much. Saying that, he laughed again. The blackened version may be its true self. Have you seen any ancient beast that is so pure and kind? Fatball was indeed quite kind. When Suyu entered for the first time, Fatball welcomed him warmly. Other than not allowing him to enter King Wen's house, it was very easy to talk to. Suyu went to borrow blood essence and borrowed a lot in one go. King Wen and Time Master were its only sustenance. The blackening this time was also because Suyu said that King Wen and the others were dead, so Fat Ball turned black. As Suyu walked, a snoring dog hung from his leg. He chuckled and suddenly grabbed Little Furball, who was perched on Big Furball's head. Little Furball, King Wen raised a dog to watch over his house for more than 100,000 years. I've been raising you for quite some time now. Do you want to watch my house for me in the future? Little Furball's big eyes were full of frustration. It ignored Suyu. Recently, it did not like Xianxia anymore. It had been a long time since it licked Shenwen. When it was needed, it was God-Eater Crown Prince. When it was not needed, it was Little Furball. Now he wanted it to guard his house for him. No way. No. Little Furball felt wronged. You already have a new companion. I am still eternal. I will not guard your house for you, Suyu laughed. He pinched Little Furball, almost making it spit out its tongue. Suyu laughed. It is good to be weak. It is useless to be too strong. If you are too strong, you will be beaten to death. Look, Fat Ball has lived until now. No one cares about it. In fact, compared to King Wen, it was too weak. You are the same. Compared to me, you are a bit weak. After countless years, you will be the same as Fat Ball. One day, when I disappear, you may still be able to stay. One day, if this era is sealed, you may still exist. Suyu smiled and said, in the so-called era of sealing, those who are sealed are the strong. I don't see ordinary people being sealed. The weak are sealed. It's good to be weak. With a sigh, Suyu laughed. Don't feel wronged. Fat Ball is King Wen's. Aren't you mine? Little Furball suddenly blinked. Its eyes squinted into crescent moons. It was suddenly in a good mood. I want to eat Shenwen. Suyu laughed. He grabbed it and pressed it into his heavenly gate. It is full of food. After putting Furball in, Suyu looked at the others and laughed. Fat Ball has become a heavenly lord. I hope everyone can do it as soon as possible. This time, the resurrection is successful. South King will also succeed. Mist Mountain also has hope. With that, Suyu quickly arrived at the edge of chaos. Today, he was going to resurrect the river diagram. As for Fat Ball's advancement, it was just a whim. Success was a good thing. Failure was also nothing. Just as Suyu was preparing to resurrect the river diagram, Fat Ball suddenly opened its eyes. It looked at Suyu, then peeked at the others. Then, it looked at Suyu's badly mutilated leg. Suddenly, a hint of embarrassment appeared in its eyes. It hurriedly closed its eyes. Continue pretending to be asleep, Suyu smiled. He sighed in his heart. Even dogs know to be embarrassed. Humans are really complicated. He too, come. Prepare to resurrect. He too quickly walked over with some nervousness and solemnity. Resurrection. It had been yearning for many years. At this moment, it was a chance. This was also a big gamble, at this moment. The entrance to the lower realm corresponding to the Burying Soul Mountain. Two figures appeared. March looked vigilant, looking around. Giant Axe sighed. I'm back. He was finally back. March did not speak. He sensed around and quickly flew toward the iron-eating realm. As he flew, he said, go to my realm first. I still don't know the situation in the human realm. Soon, a man and a cat arrived at the iron-eating realm. When March sensed it, he was stunned. Where are my clansmen? Why is there no one? He couldn't be dead, right? Giant Axe was also confused. Soon, he comforted in a low voice, Brother March, there are still clansmen in the upper realm. The lower realm. Even if the lower realm is destroyed, there is still hope. Don't be depressed. Don't be sad. The upper realm will develop well. How pitiful, he sympathized with March. Giant Axe comforted him for a while. He was also sad for March. It was over. The iron-eating clan was gone. Could it be by Jean's doing? That would be very troublesome. March was speechless. He frowned. They were definitely not dead. If they were dead, he would feel it. Where did they go? Very quickly, March caught a wandering fellow outside the boundary. He did not expect to get any news. In the end, he unexpectedly found out that Suyu had evacuated with his people to the Dead Souls realm. Moreover, he had evacuated with great fanfare, sinking the entire Tianyuan realm. March was slightly startled. They went to the Dead Souls realm, then did his strength recover or not? Giant Axe said sympathetically again, how pitiful. This Baijan is too much. He forced them to the Dead Souls realm. Is that a place for people to stay? The aura of death is everywhere. There is no way to live. Too pitiful. Thinking of this, Giant Axe sighed. The losses last time were too heavy. He only clashed with the Hell King's bloodline to save us. Forget it. If there was another Heavenly King on Suyu's side besides that dog, I'll help him. Too pitiful. Forget it. I'll lower my requirements. In this situation, let alone the 3 Heavenly Kings, it would be a miracle if there was another one other than Fat Ball. In any case, he was a lord of a generation. His life was too miserable. Baijan is also not a good person. Even if he defeated the human realm, he should at least leave a place for people to stay. He didn't even allow people to stay in the infinite realms and rushed to the Dead Souls realm. Isn't this ruthless? Giant Axe was a little helpless. How can a lord do this? It's too inappropriate. After scolding Baijan, he looked at March. Then what do we do now? Go to the Tianyuan realm and see the situation. March did not know what to do. Forget it. Let's find Suyu and the others first. He did not think much of it before, but after Giant Axe's words, he suddenly felt that Suyu was quite pitiful. He was probably living a hard life now. My clan is following him. Maybe, it's also very pitiful. Thinking of this, March also had a look of sympathy. How pitiful. Dead Souls realm. Suyu put down everything and stared fixedly at the river diagram. As for the he too, he gradually felt the pressure from his gaze. Your Majesty, you will die. Suyu's voice was soft. He too frowned. It's okay. I want to try. I am the first tide. I don't want to stay in the Dead Souls realm forever. I will be the one to end that tide. Your Majesty, I am the descendant of the human king, a peerless genius. I have opened 360 orifices and learned the 8 heavenly cycle acupoints. I have fought against all the powerful figures in the world. I am the first tide, but I haven't lived as long as those old guys. Suyu looked at him and smiled. If you fail this time, you will die for real. Your Majesty, I have died once. Suyu nodded. He was just repeating the possible consequences. Since he too didn't care, then let's start. Suyu's expression instantly turned serious. He looked at the sky and said solemnly, I'm going to strip the source energy in the great Tao of dead spirits. Lu Hong, you're in charge of guiding me back with his dead spirit mark. During this period, I'm afraid there might be problems. He looked around and said in a low voice, everyone, I need you to be careful this time. In addition, South King and the others. I may revive together. South King and the others were stunned. Why, Suyu said, one success is better than many. I am worried that after the first time, the great path of necromancy will revive, and there will be no second time. This was what Suyu worried about the most. Once the great path of necromancy was revived, the first time would be the best. After that, there might not be another chance. Therefore, if the situation allowed, Suyu would revive all the powerful figures at once. Otherwise, he didn't know when the next time would come. Hearing this, everyone's expression became even more solemn. Reviving one person was different from reviving many people. Suyu said, South King, Mist Mountain, seal your strength first. In case there is a problem with the great path of necromancy and you fall into chaos and attack us. The group of powerful undead looked at each other and began to seal themselves. Suyu continued, everyone else, get out of my world. Keep an eye on the South King and the others. At the critical moment, I'm worried that sealing themselves will be useless. The power of the great Tao will make them lose their minds. The South King and the others remained silent. At this moment, a large number of experts flew out from the Suyu world. Even Blue Sky flew out, his aura becoming more and more ethereal, and he seemed more and more powerful. Suyu wasn't in the mood to investigate the specifics. Suyu turned to look at the sealed land and another region. The Dragon Blood Marquis, the North King, and the rest were all there. At this moment, these fellows were also paying attention to him. Suyu was preparing to resurrect the dead. Because there were too many people, it was not a big secret. The venerable dead spirit emperor knew about it, and so did the others. Moreover, the commotion would definitely not be small, and it would be difficult to conceal it. At this moment, Suyu's aura rose, and his voice reverberated in all directions. He shouted coldly, "I want to revive the Southern King and the other experts. When the great Tao of necromancy is in turmoil, I hope you won't give me any trouble. North King, Dragon Blood, Dead Spirit Monarch, Earth Serpent. I hope you can think twice before you act. The resurrection of the dead spirits is also the hope of your resurrection. Don't destroy your last hope, and don't end your own life as a dead spirit. Existences that have awakened from the river of dead spirits, whether they are lying dormant or hiding, I hope that you can hear me. Otherwise, I will start a massacre in the dead spirit's domain today." Suyu's voice reverberated in all directions, direct warning, intimidation. Without warning, some people might think that Suyu was up to something and cause trouble for Suyu. That would not be good. At this time, hundreds of auras shook heaven and earth, intimidating all directions. With the addition of the living and dead spirits, Suyu's Tao integration stage cultivation base had exceeded 100. In the true sense, there were as many powerful beings as there were clouds in the sky. As these auras rose, the North King's voice sounded in the distance. It was a little complicated. Since the human master wants to resurrect the dead spirits, he is indeed our light. We will not obstruct the resurrection. No one knew whether they would or would not. But at this moment, they had to say this. Otherwise, Suyu would definitely not let this matter rest. At the same time, at the entrance to the 7th level of the Starry Mansion, the Martial Emperor silently materialized another doppelganger. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the passageway and looked into the depths of the passageway. His expression was a little solemn and hesitant. Resurrect the dead spirits, this was something that even King Wen and the others had not been able to do. Could Suyu succeed, even though the dead spirits in the dead spirits domain were either sealed or intimidated, there might still be trouble during this period. Suyu is getting crazier and crazier, he murmured. At this moment, he increasingly felt that Suyu was a madman, a desperado. He dared to do anything, and he could do anything. He dared to do what others did not dare to do. He did what others did not dare to do. This guy was crazy. He was gambling every time. He did not know what resurrecting the dead spirits was like, but he dared to do it. This guy's existence was to do things that others did not dare to do. At this moment, Suyu's aura was getting stronger and stronger, reaching its peak. Standing at the edge of the land of chaos, Suyu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Vaguely, it was even stronger than before. He casually pulled Fat Ball, and it consciously stopped biting and flew away. At this moment, no one cared about Fat Ball. Everyone's expression was very solemn, and they all looked at Suyu. And Suyu suddenly made a move. He shouted in a low voice, "Open!" The gate of heaven opened. At this moment, a thick great path of dead spirits appeared in front of Suyu's eyes, as if it was right above his head. But here, it seemed to be a bit on the edge. "Great path open!" A loud roar, boom, a loud sound resounded throughout the dead soul's domain. At this moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Vaguely, everyone saw an incomparably huge great path appearing in front of him. The great path of dead spirits. "Appear!" Suyu shouted. At this moment, a large amount of death aura emerged from his body. The death aura did not pass through the gate of heaven, but overflowed from his body, as if it was going to pull the entire great path of dead spirits down. And the great path of dead spirits that everyone could not see before seemed to have officially appeared at this moment. An incomparably thick great path that spread across the entire heaven and earth appeared directly, in all directions. The experts were shocked. What was Suyu doing? And Suyu's aura was getting stronger. The gate of heaven hung above his head, and around the gate of heaven, the death aura avoided it, and dense life aura emerged from the gate of heaven. He stepped into the sky step by step, and his voice was like a great bell. I want to enter the great path of dead spirits and fish out the great path source of everyone. I want to manifest the great path of dead spirits. Everyone, watch me. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them without any orders. In the sealed land, if anyone dares to make a move, I will kill them at all costs. I will manifest the great path for everyone. Everyone, watch carefully. You will be able to clearly see any fluctuations in the great path source of dead spirits. If there are any abnormalities, I will kill them all. Yes, sir. A unified roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Hundreds of experts shouted one after another. The aura of Tao integration rushed into the heaven and earth, shocking everyone. There were too many experts, and Suyu, step by step, stepped into the sky, directly tore open the great path of dead spirits, and shouted, "He too, come up." He too's expression was solemn, and he flew up. At this moment, everyone could only hope that everything went smoothly. There was nothing else they could do. Suyu was in front, and he too was behind. The river split open, Suyu stepped into the surging river, and the water of dead spirits rushed into the heaven and earth. Suyu let out a low roar, and the celestial seal appeared, suppressing the heaven and earth, suppressing the river. He too, follow the great path source of your great path. He too did not say anything, and he followed Suyu into the great path of dead spirits. He sensed for a moment, and with a solemn expression, he quickly flew in a certain direction. And Suyu, with the seal in hand, suppressed the river. He did not allow any energy to interfere with He too's search for the location of his great path source. In the great path of dead spirits, there were no branches. Everyone's great path source was just a drop of water. As for where this drop of water was, one could only find it bit by bit. The entire great path of dead spirits seemed to be roaring and rushing at this moment. But when it reached Suyu, it instantly calmed down. At this moment, almost everyone could see the river, and they could see Suyu and he too in the river, like a small boat in the huge waves, moving forward in this turbulent river. In the sealed land, phantoms appeared one after another. The venerable Death Emperor looked up at the sky and murmured, "The waves are magnificent, and the beauty of the great path is beyond imagination." Perhaps this was the first time in his life that he could see the entire great path of dead spirits so completely. Beside him, Dijilua sneered, "Venerable Death Emperor, this Suyu is extremely domineering." Later, the venerable Death Emperor tilted his head and looked at him, saying calmly, "Dijilua, boorish men, martial artists, wise men, cunning men, villains, and strategists, all have their own value. But among these people, do you know what kind of people they fear the most?" Dijilua frowned slightly, and soon shook his head. "I don't know, Venerable Death Emperor, please enlighten me." "Idiot." The venerable Death Emperor said indifferently, "Boorish men and martial artists don't necessarily mean that they will be stupid. Stupidity is a very scary thing. Dijilua, you have been with me for many years, or rather, after the seal, you are my man. No matter what, many years have passed, I hope that you will be a bit more reckless, a bit more impulsive, but I don't want you to be stupid, do you understand?" Dijilua's expression changed. The venerable Death Emperor looked at the others and said calmly, "If you really want to die, everyone can cause trouble, but if you don't want to die, you'd better behave. It's not scary to die once, but I'm afraid that after dying once, they won't learn anything. Everyone has lived for so many years, living for a long time when they were alive, and living for a long time after death. Could it be that their eyes have gone blind with death?" Outside, on the upper lily path, there were more than 10 heavenly kings. There were also existences like Suyu and Fat Ball, causing trouble at this moment. Were they really not afraid of death? There were also many powerhouses here, a total of 15. Among them, there were a total of 10 heavenly kings, and 4 heavenly venerables, but so what, if they really fought, they would probably all be wiped out, and Suyu's side would suffer heavy losses. The venerable Death Emperor no longer spoke, nor did he care about Dijilua. "If you want to die, then try it yourself," at the same time. As Suyu stepped into the river of dead souls, below, Marquis Tong Tian frowned slightly, and suddenly transmitted his voice, "King of the Great Zhou, Commander Wan, there seemed to be experts in the sky above the Tianyuan realm investigating our passage. Among them, there seems to be one from the Iron Eater clan. Could it be March? He didn't investigate carefully, so he wasn't too sure. However, he sensed two powerful auras probing the vicinity. Wan Tianqing's heart stirred slightly. March was in the upper realm, why would he come down? But March had the battle strength of a heavenly venerable, this was something he knew. March, and who was the other one? Wan Tianqing thought for a moment, then transmitted his voice, you go out and deal with them, but don't rush to let them enter. Investigate the situation, and if necessary, call them in. Wan Tianqing was also worried that something might happen, and of course, he was more worried that the arrival of March and the others at this moment was not a good thing. Unless there was really big trouble, perhaps they could try to let March and the others enter, to seek survival in the face of death, as a backup. Marquis Tong Tian was also a sensible person, and quickly said, I understand. If there really is danger, I'll teleport them to the most dangerous guys. What do you think? Wan Tianqing smiled. This guy was still so considerate. Although he was a little talkative, he seemed to be much better recently, and didn't talk too much. Alright, if there really is trouble, Wan Tianqing thought for a moment, either teleport them to the sealed land, the Dead Souls galaxy, or the area where the martial emperors are. Wait for my news. Understood. Marquis Tong Tian nodded. I understand, don't worry. In any case, whoever is stronger will be teleported to. It didn't matter if these two people had good intentions or bad intentions, they definitely hadn't communicated with the people from the Dead Soul domain. If they had good intentions, the two experts would naturally fight the most dangerous experts. If they had bad intentions, then they wouldn't believe that they were here to be bystanders. A moment later, Marquis Tong Tian disappeared without a sound. No one knew where he had gone, and it was normal for Marquis Tong Tian to often disappear. The original location of the Tianyuan domain had long since turned into nothingness. March and Giant Axe investigated for a while, and March frowned, the domain passage has disappeared. It seems that the passage between the Dead Souls world and the world of life has been completely sealed. Can't find it, this was very troublesome. How would they communicate with Suyu? Suyu didn't seem to have left any means of communication. Did they go to the human realm? Over at the human realm, Baijan was still there, and March didn't really want to deal with Baijan. Giant Axe was also flying around, and couldn't find the passage. He said with a headache, why don't we go to the human realm first? I've checked, and the 36 cities seem to have disappeared. There's no way. March was about to nod when suddenly, the space fluctuated slightly. The next moment, a figure appeared. It was Marquis Tong Tian. When Marquis Tong Tian saw the two, he immediately smiled and said, Master March, Marquis Giant Axe, long time no see. March heaved a sigh of relief, Tong Tian, it's good that you're here. Marquis Tong Tian had also gone to the upper realm last time, and he still knew that Tong Tian and Suyu were in cahoots. It seemed that the domain passage had been sealed by Marquis Tong Tian. March quickly said, Is Emperor Yu well? Marquis Tong Tian laughed and said, He's fine. Aren't the two of you in the upper realm? Why did you come down? It's a long story. March was about to say that he wanted to make it short, but Marquis Tong Tian laughed and said, Then tell me about it. I've been too free recently, and I happen to have time to listen. Master March, Marquis Giant Axe, it's rare to see each other. Let's have a chat. March frowned slightly, and Giant Axe was also speechless. He said angrily, Tong Tian, what chat? You talk so much, who's interested in chatting with you? Oh right, where's Suyu? Also, the last time you ran away, the Heavenly Kings died. Are there any other Heavenly Kings now? Checking strength, Marquis Tong Tian immediately felt that Giant Axe was up to no good. Forget it, he would ignore him. Marquis Tong Tian quickly smiled and said, You too, let's chat. I'm informing His Majesty that he's in seclusion. I can only open the door for you two to enter after His Majesty's permission. You two came down to see His Majesty, right? It's such a coincidence that he's in seclusion, so I can't just let anyone in. Please be understanding and let's chat first. Once His Majesty comes out, I'll immediately ask His Majesty and have His Majesty welcome you personally. Seclusion. After listening to Sovereign Skirich's words, March thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's wait a little longer. This time, we did descend to the mortal world to check on Emperor Yu's situation. The last time we parted in a hurry, so we are not too clear about the specific situation. This time, Giant Axe also came to assist Emperor Yu. After a few words, he said worriedly, "How are the people down there now?" "So you seem to have brought many people down, and the key was that the Iron Eaters had all gone." He was very worried that it would be difficult. Marquis Tong Tian could not say much for the time being, so he said a few perfunctory words and quickly changed the topic. March was even more worried when he saw how perfunctory he was. Was it very troublesome? Marquis Tong Tian thought about it and planned an ambush in advance. "We're not doing too well down there. Also, some very strong fellows often come looking for trouble. These days, we've often been troubled. It's good that the two of you came. Both of you are top-notch existences. If there's trouble, would the two of you be willing to lend a hand?" "Of course," March said in a low voice, "it's our duty." Giant Axe also nodded. "It's difficult. If there's trouble, we'll definitely help. But there aren't two strong existences in the Dead Souls domain, so it's not too much trouble. If you need it, we can help at any time." He thought about it carefully. In the Dead Souls domain, there were 4 Heavenly King existences. If he fought 1 against 2, 1 against 3, there was hope. With March and the 4 Heavenly Kings, he was not afraid of anything. This was a small matter, Marquis Tong Tian smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. If there's really trouble, I'll send the two of you into the Dead Souls domain and face the opponents directly. At that time, it'll be a stopgap measure. The two of you will have to help." March frowned. "Is there a fight down there?" "Not really." Marquis Tong Tian smiled. "Just in case, because there have been a lot of changes recently." "Don't worry. I'm not lying to the two of you. If I did, I wouldn't even be a door. I'm not lying to the two of you. The fight down there hasn't started yet." March nodded slightly. "That's right. If there really was a fight, Marquis Tong Tian wouldn't appear. This guy, he's just trying to find a topic, right? Fine, let's continue chatting." Soon, the 3 of them chatted. In the Dead Souls River. Huge waves surged to the sky. So you went forward, crashing in crashing. He too constantly sensed the location of his Dao source. His expression was solemn. Soon, he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, it should still be ahead. Fusing the Dao source might be ahead." Suyu nodded slightly. If he went forward, he would reach the area where the Dragonblood Marquis was. He too's strength was inferior to the other party, so he should be closer. Suyu continued forward. After walking for a while, he too's eyes flickered. "Your Majesty, it's nearby." But it was difficult for he too to sense the specific location. The waves here were too great. Suyu growled. The Great Seal erupted once again, suppressing the waves. At this moment, a huge water droplet vaguely appeared in the river. Above the water droplet, the appearance of He-Tu could vaguely be seen. He-Tu's Dao source of Dead Souls had been found, so you looked at the Dao source, then at He-Tu, and said in a low voice, "Try to fuse the Dao source into your body." Fuse the Dao source? He-Tu thought carefully, nodded, and quickly dove into the river. As soon as he dove in, He-Tu immediately screamed mournfully. A large amount of death chi was corroding him. Even though he was a dead soul, it was difficult for him to bear at this moment. Suyu frowned slightly. He stomped his foot and shook the river of death chi away. With this shake, he too was much more relaxed. He quickly scooped up a drop of water from the river. As he scooped, the entire Dead Souls River trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. In other words, it was actually not allowed for dead souls to fish for their Dao source of dead souls. The rules of the Dead Souls world did not allow these dead souls to fish for their Dao source of dead souls. As soon as he too obtained the drop of Dao source of dead souls, he suddenly wore a painful expression and said while clenching his teeth, "Your Majesty, this Dao source of dead souls seems to be rejecting me." Suyu quickly inspected it and frowned slightly, before he said in a deep voice, "It's the force of the great Dao that's rejecting it. Ignore it, try to fuse with it by force." "Got it." he too swiftly fused the Tao source of dead souls into his body. Bang! A huge wave of dead souls surged toward Suyu. Rumble. At this moment, even the celestial seal was somewhat useless, as it could not suppress the huge wave. Suyu let out a roar, and a suppressive force burst out from his body. Suppress! A deep roar could be heard. Suyu frowned and looked around. It was not a good sign for something to happen so soon after the fusion. Rumble! A huge amount of water surged toward him from both sides. Meanwhile, he too was rapidly extracting the Tao source of dead souls. The drop of water was being devoured by him. Under this devouring, he too's power actually began to increase significantly. Originally, the Tao source of dead souls and his main body were separated, but now they fused together. He too was only a 4th grade Tao integration cultivator before, and because he was a dead soul, he did not actually improve after comprehending the great Tao several times. However, at this moment, his aura instantly increased by a lot, and in the blink of an eye, he too's aura reached 3rd grade. Moreover, it was still increasing. He too roared madly as too much Tao source of dead souls rushed into his body. He too roared while roaring, "Your Majesty, the great Tao of dead souls absorbed a part of our power, which is in the Tao source. Now, I've taken this power back." So you understood that this was part of the power that the great Tao had detained. The great Tao of dead souls was different from the great Tao of time. The master of the great Tao of dead souls was more domineering, and he might have seized a lot of power that belonged to dead souls to maintain the operation of the entire great Tao of dead souls. After all, the great Tao of dead souls might not be able to extract enough death chi from the river of time. At this moment, he too taking back the Tao source was actually seizing the power of the entire great Tao of dead souls, which would also cause the great Tao of dead souls to resist. Lock! Suyu shouted in a low voice, and the power of the great Tao erupted in an instant, instantly appearing in all directions and locking the monstrous waves. However, he frowned more and more. Trouble, he too alone had caused so much trouble. What about the South King and the others? At this moment, Suyu could still hold on, and it was not a big problem. However, if that was the case, would it cause the entire river of dead souls to recover? At this moment, there were signs of recovery. Would it summon back the Lord of Dead Souls, or would it trigger some of the backup plans that the Lord of Dead Souls had left behind? At this moment, Suyu was also in a dilemma. Should he let the South King and the others come together, or should he recover the river too first and then think of a way? I'm afraid there won't be a second chance. But if we do it together, once one of us fails, all of us will fail. Then we'll all be finished. This kind of choice made Suyu unable to make up his mind for a while. Moreover, if there were more people, it would also be troublesome, and he would be under great pressure. Who can tell me, what should I choose? Suyu asked himself in his heart. As a decision-maker, in front of others, he had to show calmness, confidence, and understatement. But in fact, at this moment, Suyu really could not make up his mind. If he failed, he would lose only he Tuesday. But if he succeeded, perhaps only he too would succeed. Damn it! How annoying! Suyu was very annoyed. He said it was easy, but once the South King, Mist Mountain, and Xingyu all failed to recover, it would also be a great blow to Suyu. He was struggling in his heart, but he could not show it. At this moment, Suyu could not wait for someone to come and stop him, so that he could take the opportunity to make a decision, and simply try to revive he Tuesday. But at this time, no one came to stop him. It was not time yet. Suyu took a deep breath, and after a moment, he made a decision. His voice was like a great bell, reverberating in all directions. If you want to come back to life, come to my side. You have a slim chance of survival, make your choice. As his voice faded. Below. The South King looked up at the sky, then at Mist Mountain, and a smile appeared on his face. Do you want to go? Marquis Mist Mountain also smiled. Of course. They knew that Suyu had not yet revived he too, but he suddenly called everyone over. That was probably because something had really happened. It didn't matter, they could go together. Marquis Mist Mountain stood up sore and chuckled. South King, we should be able to succeed, right? Who knows? The South King smiled. The two of them stepped into the air and flew into the sky. A moment later, a few more Dao integration stage dead spirits flew into the sky. Xiachen turned to look at Daxia of Goguryeo and smiled. If I succeed, I will come back to teach you a lesson, you unfilial descendant. You have secretly cursed me many times. If I fail, I will pass on the bloodline of the battle monarch. From now on, Xiaojia will depend on you, and Longwu is also very good. Little Heir is a little lacking, but he also needs to work hard. Xiaojia and the others all nodded with solemn expressions. Xiachen flew into the sky. One dead spirit after another, some hesitated, some resolute, and all flew into the sky. Marquis Xingyang, Marquis Lang Yun, and Marquis Fan Hai all flew into the sky. King Wen students looked at each other and also smiled. They all flew into the sky excitedly. They had experienced death once. They hadn't experienced resurrection yet. They hadn't experienced death a second time either. At the same time, in the distance, a figure floated into the sky. Xingyu looked up at the sky and saw Suyu, he too, and the dead spirits in the sky. She also quickly flew into the sky. At this moment, there were about 30 dead spirit powerful beings flying into the sky. There were Dao integration stage and eternity stage. In the distance, among the North King's group, a dead spirit suddenly flew into the sky. He also wanted to be resurrected, which dead spirit didn't want to be resurrected, so you didn't say that he had to be on his side. Moreover, so you might not even recognize him if he flew in now. Yes, he had a sliver of hope. He wanted to be resurrected, even if he knew that this resurrection could lead to a complete death. The North King frowned slightly. Resurrection is only a legend. It may not be real. Everyone, don't act rashly. In the air above, the dead spirit quickly flew toward the opening. That was the opening that Suyu had opened. At this moment, many people were watching. A few top cultivators flew out from the crowd. Suyu also saw them and suddenly shouted, "Don't stop them, but let me make this clear. There is a slim chance of survival, or even a slim chance of survival. If you are not on my side, I will grant you your wish. However, you have to be the pioneer. If you succeed, you will be resurrected. If you fail, you will be the first to die." Hearing this, some of the dead spirits were slightly shocked. Those who were not on Suyu's side could be resurrected. In the next moment, in the huge river of dead spirits, a figure suddenly floated into the air. Its aura was powerful, and it seemed to have the aura of a heavenly king. At this moment, the figure roared, "I am the heavenly fire of the fire god tribe, an existence of the primordial era. I am willing to try once. Whether I succeed or fail, it is my fate. I hope that the most powerful cultivator of the human race will grant my wish." Suyu said in a clear voice, "Come, don't make trouble for me. Whatever I tell you to do, do, or I will kill you. We will obey your command." The illusory figure soared into the sky and pierced through the air, instantly diving into the river. At this moment, dozens of figures flew into the sky from all sides. There were Eternal Realm cultivators and Dao integration stage cultivators. On the North King's side, 2 or 3 Death Spirit Marquises gritted their teeth and flew into the air soar with more than 10 Eternal Realm cultivators. Life and death were fated, one more gamble. The Dragon Blood Marquis frowned slightly and looked at the North King. The North King also looked at him, but did not speak. However, the North King did not have the heart to try now, because the possibility of failure on Suyu's side was very high. Boom, everyone watched as a group of powerful cultivators and a Sun and Moon Dead Spirit Marquis exploded. In the distance, Suyu frowned and shouted, "Sun and Moon, don't come up. You don't have the power of the Great Tao, do you want to die?" Hearing this, some of the Sun and Moon Dead Spirit Marquis with some intelligence retreated. The Sun and Moon Dead Spirit Marquis couldn't even go up. What a terrifying power of the river. As for the others, they quickly flew toward Suyu's side. However, at this moment, there was a huge wave sweeping over. The powerful cultivators under Suyu's command supported each other, so it was not a big problem. Some of the Dao integration stage cultivators could also just barely withstand it, and they flew toward Suyu's side. However, some of the Eternal Realm cultivators who were traveling alone were instantly shattered by the huge wave. Their dead spirit cores exploded, and they directly fused into the great Tao of the Dead Spirit Marquis, completely disappearing. Seeing this scene, some of the undead spirits who wanted to go again were frightened and retreated. The Eternal Realm cultivators who were traveling alone were very dangerous. However, at this time, some of the remaining Eternal Realm cultivators looked at each other, and they all joined forces to break through the huge wave and fly toward Suyu's side. They carried the hope of survival, Suyu did not take the initiative to go. This was just a small bump on the road to resurrection. If he could not even withstand this, then there was no need to mention the trouble that would follow. He looked toward a figure in the distance. It was Xingyu. Xingyu was also only a 7th stage Eternal Realm cultivator. At this moment, she was braving the wind and waves, and she was not with the others on Suyu's side. Suyu watched for a while, and seeing that she could suppress the huge wave, he did not look anymore. Beside him, the aura of the river diagram was becoming stronger and stronger. The entire dead spirit essence was about to be completely devoured by him. He was even starting to approach the 2nd grade Dao integration stage. His progress was frighteningly fast. And at this moment, the power of the river diagram's origin suddenly disappeared, completely devoured by him. And at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Rumble, a loud noise rang out, and the entire great Dao of the dead spirit realm trembled. Inexorably, a powerful will seemed to be awakening. Stealing the origin is not allowed. I grant you new lives. The origin is the price. That inexorable will swept through the west and quickly appeared in the entire great Dao. At this moment, a powerful will surged in all directions. It was as if the will left behind by the owner of the great Dao of the dead spirit realm was awakening. He was telling all the dead spirits that they were able to live a second time because he had granted them new lives. Since they were able to live another life, then they had to pay the price. Boom, a gigantic existence had transformed into a dead spirit giant. It strode forward with huge steps, and with a somewhat mechanical look, it stomped on the river and flew towards Suyu at high speed. Along the way, there just so happened to be a Dao integration stage being. It was the first Dao integration stage being that had flown out from the North King's side. Before he had a chance to evade, he was blasted into pieces by the gigantic dead spirit's pitchfork. The gigantic dead spirit was boundlessly powerful, and it did not even possess any emotions. After killing that Dao integration stage being, it continued to fly towards Suyu, dead spirit will. Suyu's expression instantly became much more solemn, and he shouted in a low voice, "Everyone on the road ahead, retreat. Get out of the way." At this moment, there were still a few powerful beings in front of him. They were the South King and the others. The Nan King's expression changed slightly. He quickly grabbed the others and tore through the air, ignoring everything else as he charged straight at Suyu. Behind them, explosions continued to erupt. The huge dead spirit, holding a fork in its hand, continued to run towards Suyu at an incomparably fast pace. Someone was trying to steal the origin and strip it of its power of origin. That was not allowed, that was not allowed. The pillar of the great Dao of the dead spirit realm was this power of origin. If you strip it today and I strip it tomorrow, wouldn't that destroy the great Dao of the dead spirit realm? Rumble. At this moment, the giant dead spirit was carrying a huge force of waves as it charged toward them at a rapid speed. Everyone could already sense the danger from afar. The South King and the others' expressions changed. Heavenly monarchs and even heavenly venerates. This was not the reason for their expressions. The real reason was that the river diagram was only a 2nd grade Dao integration stage being. What did that mean? It meant that once an existence like the South King devoured the origin, a master of the laws might appear. The South King's expression changed completely. I shouldn't have come up here. No, maybe it was better not to devour the origin. Yes, not to devour it. Otherwise, once a supreme being appeared, so you would not be able to deal with it. At this moment, in the sealed land, the Death Spirit King looked up at the sky and sighed. As expected. It was not that simple, it was just reviving the river diagram, but such an unforeseen event happened to the river of dead spirits. This was only the first step of reviving, devouring the origin. There was still trouble ahead. Beside him, a heavenly venerate also sighed. It seems that the probability of failure is very high. Just this giant will of the dead spirits is already a big problem. The Death Spirit King nodded slightly with a complicated expression. The dead spirits realm did not exist before the primordial era. The dead spirits realm was only opened in the late period of the heaven opening era by the Lord of Dead Spirits. Thus, the dead spirits appeared and gave us a second life. Since you have it, you must pay the price. At this moment, Suyu is fighting with the Lord of Dead Spirits for control of these dead spirits. Even if the Lord of Dead Spirits disappears, he will not allow others to seize his control of the great Tao. With a long sigh, he saw no hope. This was just the beginning. Moreover, Suyu wanted to revive others. However, if he did not revive others, the will of dead spirits would be alarmed, and there might not be a second chance. Will he give up? At this time, the Death Spirit King looked at Suyu in the void. Suyu's figure was straight, as if he was not ready to compromise. He was still prepared to revive these people at the same time. Because Suyu also knew that if he did not revive this time, he did not know when the next time would be. If he awakened some of the will left by the Lord of Dead Spirits, there might not be a next time, unless Suyu could match this will. Then, let's fight. Suyu, bare one's teeth, give it a try. The dead spirit giant tore through the air. At this moment, Suyu no longer waited. He suddenly laughed. He too, after devouring the source, let everyone find their own source and tell them how to devour it. Your Majesty! He too exclaimed, are we going to devour all of them? Devour all of them. Suyu shouted in a clear voice, all of you, find your own dead spirit origin, devour these dead spirit origin, and restore your dead spirit origin. With that, he tore through the air. Behind him, he too wanted to speak again, but the huge waves surged. He felt somewhat helpless. He could not move freely here, and there were not many people who could move freely. Kill. Suyu took the initiative to charge over. In the middle, he met with the South King and the others. Without waiting for the South King and the others to speak, Suyu waved his hand, and a huge force swept over, sweeping them to He2's side. Don't cause trouble, focus on recovering your source. Boom, one hand covering the sky, Suyu's huge hand covered down, instantly colliding with the giant holding the pitchfork. It was just a Heavenly King powerhouse. Alright, Heavenly Kings were also very terrifying. This was caused by He2's day. Under normal circumstances, He2 would definitely be killed by the pitchfork in the end, because as soon as they exchanged blows, Suyu felt it. Endless power condensed in this giant's body. Drawing the power of the entire river of dead spirits, this giant's source of death aura was endless. However, the current Suyu was not an ordinary heavenly venerable. He had always said that he could match Baijian 6,000 years ago. And 6,000 years ago, Baijian could fight 3 heavenly venerables, and a heavenly venerable could fight 2 or 3 heavenly kings. Now, Suyu and the other party also had a crushing difference in strength. A palm struck out, there was a loud boom, this huge palm smashed the other party into dust. However, in the next moment, the heavenly king giant revived again, with a hint of killing intent in its eyes. It was somewhat stupefied, speaking the ancient common language, repeating it. Seize the source, kill. Seize the source, kill. Yes, this endless repetition, Suyu's expression changed slightly, and a long saber appeared in his hand. The heaven-splitting saber technique erupted, and a saber slashed out. With a loud bang, the other party was once again cut into scattered death chi. However, the other party quickly recovered. In an instant, he returned to his giant form. At this time, Suyu had already understood. He felt a bit helpless. I can't kill it. Yes, he couldn't kill this giant. This giant was actually the manifestation of the will of the great path of the dead spirits. He could not kill it. He could only continue to destroy it and let it regenerate. He had to kill it first unless Suyu had the ability to sever the great path of the dead spirits. Suyu once again beheaded the newly revived giant and shouted, all of you, go. Behind him, there were still people rushing over. At this moment, Suyu actually knew some of the running programs. Yes, he had guessed it. If more people devoured the essence, it was possible that the giant wouldn't be born. Instead, the giant would absorb more power and grow stronger until it killed the person who had devoured the essence. Should they split up, at this moment, the river diagram devoured the source, and only heavenly king level existences appeared. Once more people came, the giant would definitely become stronger. However, this giant had recovered. The next time people came, there might be even more terrifying existences. At this moment, the giant didn't seem to be fully awake. It was mechanical and confused, but Suyu could also feel that the other parties will seem to continue to recover. How troublesome. With a rumble, Suyu once again repelled the other party. At this moment, he hesitated for a moment, but soon, he stopped killing the other party. At this time, Suyu felt the seriousness of the problem. If he killed the other party seemed to become stronger and stronger. Moreover, it seemed to become more and more intelligent. I can't kill anymore, I have to seal it. Suyu quickly set up a sealing suppression array. Although he was not proficient in the Tao of formations, he could still set up some simple sealing arrays. Not only that, at this time, Suyu held a huge brush in his hand. That was the power of the brush Tao. Suyu had devoured a lot of the power of the brush Tao, and the brush Tao had the effect of sealing. The 4 Tao, ink, paper, and inkstone, were all prepared by Qingwen for resurrection. Obviously, Qingwen knew something, including the appearance of this unkillable giant. Master of the brush Tao, seal. Suyu sketched out a large array, and with a huge brush in hand, he quickly sealed the giant within. The giant roared violently and struggled, rumble, the huge fork kept bombarding. After sealing the giant, Suyu looked at the dead spirits behind him again and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go!" Many of the dead spirits were frightened, but they gritted their teeth and quickly flew forward, stepping over the struggling giant. However, at this moment, some of the dead spirits were a little timid. An eternal dead spirit suddenly turned around and flew back, flying towards the opening that Suyu had opened. He wanted to go back, only when he was here did he understand how dangerous it was. A giant was an existence that he couldn't look up to. In the end, he hadn't flown far when a huge wave came crashing over with a rumble, smashing him into death chi and merging with the river of dead spirits. Suyu's eyes flashed and he looked in that direction. At this moment, the wave over there was a little smaller. Even though it was insignificant, Suyu could feel it. And the giant dead spirit seemed to calm down a little. The dead spirit died, and the source completely merged. What is this? Suyu kept thinking in his heart. He already had a vague idea. The river diagram had stripped away the source power, causing the river of dead spirits to feel that it had lost a lot, so a dead spirit giant was born. But once the other dead spirits died and merged with it, it might cause the giant's strength to decline, because the river of dead spirits had gained a little back. About half of the dead spirit's power had been left in the river, and now that it was dead, all of its power had merged with it. But compared to the river diagram, an eternal dead spirit was still too far apart. Therefore, this giant dead spirit only calmed down a little. With that in mind, Suyu quickly sealed the dead spirit. Suyu didn't know how long the seal could last, but at this moment, he didn't care. Suyu quickly flew back to where he had come from. He still had to help everyone merge with the source. Soon, Suyu arrived at where everyone was. At this time, there were close to 60 dead spirits gathered here, some strong and some weak, and they were all resisting the huge wave. Among these dead spirits, some were on their side, and some were not. Some of the experts under the North King had arrived, and even some of the dead spirit experts controlled by those guys in the sealed land had arrived. If all 60 experts wanted to revive, Suyu didn't dare to imagine how strong the giant would become. Who cares, they split up, and there wouldn't be another chance in a short time. Find your own source. Suyu shouted. The South King and the others quickly flew forward. Suyu's celestial seal continued to suppress, but it was obvious that it was running out of power. At this moment, the Heavenly King who had flown out of the river of dead spirits, Heavenly Fire of the Fire God clan, said hurriedly, "Human expert, if we go forward, the river's repulsive force against us will be even stronger, especially when living beings enter. Human expert, why don't you just be responsible for defeating the giant, and we can merge with the source ourselves? Life and death are fated, we can't rely on you." He felt that Suyu was doing two things at once, which made him tremble with fear. We can resist the power of the river ourselves. Human expert, please deal with the giant, otherwise, we are very worried that something will happen. Suyu ignored him. The South King also said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, we are not children, we are experts. Merge with the source, let us do it ourselves. If we die, then we die. Are you going to take care of us like children? If that's the case, you need to be distracted, you can't do this. Heavenly Fire was right. So you had to protect them while dealing with the giant. At this moment, others could not easily enter, otherwise the living beings would be repelled, leading to greater turbulence, unless it was the last moment. So you did not intend to call everyone up. Hearing the South King's words, he looked at the others. Although some hoped that Suyu would protect them, looking at the struggling giant behind, someone quickly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you should be responsible for dealing with the giant. As for merging with the source, we can do it ourselves." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xianxia, who had just arrived, also looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "You just need to deal with the giant. It's not too difficult to find the source. If we can't stop this wave, it means that we deserve to die." Suyu was silent for a while, then nodded. Suddenly, he reached out and took the celestial seal. The next moment, he handed it to Xianxia. "This is yours, hold it yourself." Xianxia was slightly stunned. Suyu said in a low voice, "This thing has been of great help to me, but it doesn't belong to me, it's yours." The celestial seal suppresses all unusual movements and suppresses everything. "I've already consumed a lot of energy, probably as much as 80 to 90%. Now, I'll return it to you first, and we'll talk about the rest." Xianxia was silent for a while, then quickly took it. Suyu looked at the others. "This belongs to Xianxia, I didn't want to explain, but," he looked at the people of Heavenly Fire and said coldly, "I hope that you won't have any disputes because of this thing. Xianxia, you can use this seal to protect yourself. Many things were actually prepared for you by others." Whether it was the celestial seal, the ink path, or the brush path, they all had the intention of helping Xianxia recover. They all belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak, and the others also remained silent. Suyu secretly transmitted his voice to he too, "Protect Xianxia, she should be very important. Don't let anyone snatch her celestial seal. It must be of great use, especially to Xianxia. Some things were arranged by the unseen, by the strong. These things should be related to Xianxia." Suyu said no more, and finally said, "Then everyone, fuse with your origins. I will hold this giant back. This giant can't be killed, it will only become stronger." The South King and the others nodded. Soon, the group continued forward. Some Eternals returned, their origins did not seem to be in the depths. As for Suyu, he quickly flew toward the giant. Boom, as Suyu flew over, the giant actually broke the seal. Suyu's expression changed. No one had fused with their origins yet, so why was it stronger? This recovery was faster than expected. How troublesome. Suyu cursed inwardly, "So, whether I revive one person or many, in fact, you will become stronger on your own? What the hell?" In that case, his choice was right. This dog had been growing stronger on its own, and not waiting for everyone to fuse with their origins before it became stronger. Die. The giant became colder, thrusting his fork at Suyu. Suyu also slashed with his blade. Boom, a great battle erupted. In other places, the entire river of dead spirits was also changing, and huge waves rose to the sky. At this moment, in the sealed area, someone frowned slightly. "Emperor, the river of dead spirits is rioting, and we are also affected. If this continues," just as he said this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, black blood, exhaling, he couldn't help but curse, "We are the scapegoats." Yes, the entire river of dead spirits was in turmoil, and they were also affected. Dijilua had been scolded by Emperor of Death before, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. But now, he couldn't help but say, "We didn't get any benefits, and we have to take the blame for them?" Annoyed, because the entire river of dead spirits was in turmoil, they were also very uncomfortable. Emperor of Death didn't say anything, but after watching for a while, he suddenly said, "Go all out, suppress the waves of the river of dead spirits." Everyone was taken aback by his words. They all looked at Emperor of Death. Emperor of Death ignored them, looked at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "The river of dead spirits is very violent, and Suyu is dealing with the dead spirit incarnation. Living people can't go in now, or it will cause even more turbulence. The others are looking for the origin, and if the river of dead spirits is too violent, it will lead to their deaths." Some people wanted to say, "If they die, then so be it. What does it have to do with us?" But at this moment, Emperor of Death didn't care about them. The next moment, a monstrous aura surged from the river of dead spirits. At this moment, 7 or 8 top experts broke through the air, and Wan Tianxing and the others had solemn expressions. Just as they were about to make a move, suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the end of the river of dead spirits, suppressing the 1,000-meter-long river of dead spirits. At this moment, the entire river of dead spirits was transparent. Wan Tianxing looked up, a little surprised, and then looked at Emperor of Death, feeling a little strange. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Emperor." Emperor of Death didn't say anything. His power erupted again. He was extremely strong, and although he was sealed here, he wasn't affected much by the river of dead spirits. At this moment, under his suppression, the huge waves of the river of dead spirits calmed down. Wan Tianxing and the others watched silently, not saying anything. The other 14 experts around Emperor of Death were a little unhappy, but some didn't say anything and also suppressed the river of dead spirits. At the same time, Nan Wang and his group were moving forward. Seeing that the huge waves in front of them had calmed down for a while, causing the huge waves on this side to be much smaller, Nan Wang was slightly relieved. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "My origin is here." After saying that, he didn't say anything and directly dived into the river. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Xianxia seemed to be melting. Without Suyu's help, just capturing the origin was a difficult task. Nan Wang's face was cold, and he slapped out his palm, slapping away the water around him, and said in a low voice, "Hurry up." Nan Wang, Xianxia was slightly shocked. "You can go by yourselves," Nan Wang said coldly, "help the weak first. Our origin is too far away, wait until you have fused with the origin. Hurry up, hurry up." Xianxia didn't dare to delay. Nan Wang looked at the people of Heaven Fire and said coldly, "Go find it yourself, don't follow us. Emperor Yu allowed you to enter, but, for people who are not on the same side, it's already a mercy if he doesn't attack you. Go find the origin yourself." "Still waiting? Are you waiting for me to help you find it?" Heaven Fire slightly cupped his hands and quickly disappeared. His origin was still ahead. As for the other experts, some left quickly, and some were a little hesitant. Seeing Xiaoqian's painful look, Xiaoqian was also an expert, but he seemed to be unable to fuse with the origin. Alone. A dead spirit couldn't help but say, "Lord Nan Wang, can you help us suppress?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, Nan Wang struck out with his palm, directly smashing the dead spirit into pieces. In an instant, the dead spirit's body merged into the river of dead spirits, and with a scream, it disappeared in the long river. Nan Wang's face was cold, incomparably cold. "Get lost." With a low roar, the other dead spirits' expressions changed. This Nan Wang was even more ruthless than Suyu. Suyu didn't attack them just now, but Nan Wang directly killed them. At this time, more than 20 dead spirits quickly fled. "Forget it, go find it yourself." Everyone was still very afraid of Nan Wang. He was one of the 4 heavenly kings since ancient times, and his authority was deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one dared to say anything. Nan Wang snorted coldly, "Give me an inch, and you want a foot." She didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment, she quickly dealt with a dead spirit. She quickly looked at Lan Shan and said in a deep voice, "Lan Shan, go help the others fuse with the origin. No living beings are allowed to enter this place. We are the core strength of this dead soul's world. Hurry up, we have to bring everyone back to life." She and Marquis Lan Shan were the core strength of this dead soul's world, the strongest experts under Suyu's rule. At this moment, only they could help everyone quickly fuse with the power of the origin. Below, Xiaoqian caught his own power of the origin, which was struggling violently. However, at this moment, the giant was blocked by Suyu, and the big wave was suppressed by the dead spirit sovereign, so the rest of the discomfort was bearable. Xiaoqian's power also became visible to the naked eye. Grade 3 Dao integration, Grade 2 Dao integration. When it was almost the same as the river diagram, Xiaoqian stopped and quickly flew up. He said with joy, "The power is very strong, at least the power of our own body has fused with the origin." In other words, the experts of the dead soul's world only had half of their power, which was a very terrifying thing. Just as he was speaking, a Dao integration stage super mighty figure in the distance also found his own essential power. However, in the instant that his essential power fused into his body exploded with a loud bang, and he perished in the blink of an eye. Xia Chen and the others were a little scared. This, if no one helped, wouldn't it be over? The South King glanced at them coldly and quickly said, "Spread out, quickly. Lan Shan, me, he too, and Xia Chen team up. Hurry up and help everyone fuse with the origin." The experts of the three sides quickly led everyone to continue searching for the origin. Soon, Marquis Xingyan shouted, "My origin is here. Lan Shan, go over." Marquis Lan Shan quickly led the others over, while the others continued forward. At this moment, the giant Suyu was facing was becoming stronger and stronger, an unkillable existence. At this time, it already had the power of a peak heavenly king. This guy felt like he was only one step away from becoming a heavenly venerable. Suyu cursed inwardly. Too fast, if this continued, he would soon become a heavenly venerable. Would he become stronger, at the level of the master of the law, then? I'm in big trouble. However, he had just blown up a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, so the power of the giant had weakened slightly. Suyu was even more aware of what he had to do this time. "Dragon blood, I'm sorry, but I seem to be preparing to melt you." At this moment, the giant suddenly spoke. He was no longer as confused as before. Although he still felt a little mechanical, he spoke in a different tone than before. "Insolent Junior, you dare invade my great Dao? Do you want to form a death grudge with me? My hatred for the great Dao is greater than anything else," the giant said mechanically. Suyu's heart trembled, but he quickly said, "Let my people go. Kill." The giant didn't say anything else and thrust his fork forward. Suyu took a small step back and quickly swung his fist, smashing the fork. However, his control over his power was not as precise as before. After destroying the giant's fork, another fork appeared, even stronger than before. He couldn't kill it, but if he did, he would only become stronger. This kind of opponent was the most difficult to deal with. Suyu looked back and shouted, "Hurry up." He couldn't drag it out any longer. Not only this giant, but Suyu could also feel that the entire river of dead spirits was still recovering. What he was most worried about was about to happen. Sure enough, at this moment, there was a loud boom, and a powerful wave swept over from the South King and the others. The wave that the King of Dead Spirits had suppressed earlier suddenly erupted. It wasn't intentional by the King of Dead Spirits, but at this moment, a majestic will swept across the entire river. "My troops, kill the invading enemies." The majestic voice resounded in all directions. Yes, the remaining will of the King of Dead Spirits was erupting. He wanted his troops to kill, at this moment. Some of the dead spirits who were guarding below suddenly had bloodshot eyes. Some clutched their heads and screamed violently. Some forcibly maintained some composure and gritted their teeth as they roared, "De Zhou King. Not good, our instincts are driving us to kill His Majesty." Boom, there was no need for him to say anything. At this moment, some dead spirits had already gone crazy and suddenly charged toward the gap in the sky. And the gap was close to where Suyu and the giant were. Suyu, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was overjoyed when he saw this. "This is good, killing all of you to fill the river of dead spirits is not a bad idea." He instantly split himself into clones, one to deal with the giant, and the other to deal with the dead spirits that had charged over. Those that he didn't know were all killed, and those that he knew, were all the same. So you could only guarantee that most of the people on his side knew those above the Eternal Realm, and those below the Eternal Realm actually couldn't fly up in the area where the North King was. At this moment, there were also dead spirits that couldn't control themselves and flew up into the sky. The North King frowned slightly and forcibly suppressed his urge to rush up and kill. "Control our people. We have our own people going up as well." He suppressed a Dao integration stage dead spirit next to him. The dragon blood Marquis eyes flashed, and he suddenly killed a Dao integration stage dead spirit next to him with a punch. "You don't have any self-control at all. What use do you have?" That Dao integration stage dead spirit was a little out of control, but he was still barely able to control himself. In the end, he was killed by the Dragon Blood Marquis sneak attack. After he was killed, the Dragon Blood Marquis casually sucked away his energy. The North King frowned and said coldly, "Dragon Blood, what are you doing?" I only told you to suppress them, not to kill them. The Dragon Blood Marquis said indifferently, it's just some weak-willed people who have already been controlled. These kinds of people will be the first to surrender when they encounter danger. Just kill them. The North King frowned and said coldly, Dragon Blood, what are you trying to do? The Dragon Blood Marquis didn't listen to orders anymore. This guy killed Dao Integration Stage dead spirits as he pleased. Damn it, it wasn't that easy to kill Dao Integration Stage dead spirits. However, these Dao Integration Stage dead spirits were being attacked by the huge waves and affected by the will of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. In addition, the Dragon Blood Marquis suddenly attacked. They were completely unprepared and were killed just like that. The Dragon Blood Marquis said coldly, Lord North King, why can't you kill those who don't listen? Lord North King is too kind. After saying this, the Dragon Blood Marquis smiled faintly. He suddenly soared into the sky and flew toward the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Seeing that someone had noticed him, the Dragon Blood Marquis smiled faintly. I'm going to kill those uncontrollable dead spirits. Human race powerful beings, if you are willing to help me, you can help me kill those bastards so that we don't cause trouble for Emperor Yu. Dragon Blood. Behind them, the North King growled in a displeased tone. However, the Dragon Blood Marquis ignored him. An opportunity had come, that's right, an opportunity. Normally, killing a powerful dead spirit would definitely attract attention. However, no one cared now. He was going to kill those uncontrollable dead spirits, and the human race might even help him. Very good, using someone else to do his dirty work was in line with his intentions. The Dragon Blood Marquis smiled. In the next instant, a sentence suddenly appeared in the minds of all the dead spirits, and it was imbued with an extremely powerful might. My tribespeople, slaying invaders will be rewarded with the power of the nomological laws. The more enemies you kill, the greater the reward. Those with weak willpower were directly controlled, those with strong willpower could still restrain themselves. However, at this moment, the remnant will of the Lord of Dead Spirits was not only forcefully commanding them, but also enticing and rewarding them. The Dragon Blood Marquis was still thinking about how much reward he would get for slaying invaders. Suddenly, in the Dead Spirit River, one of the dead spirits that had entered the Dead Spirit River suddenly lost control. Under these circumstances, everyone could see that the 4th grade Dao Integration Stage powerful being instantly pierced through a Dao Integration Stage dead spirit and nailed it into the Dead Spirit River. At this moment, a powerful power of the nomological laws of the dead suddenly appeared on the other party's body. In the blink of an eye, the other party had advanced from the 4th grade Dao Integration Stage to the 3rd grade, and the one he had killed was only a 5th grade Dao Integration Stage. Everyone was dumbstruck, everyone was dumbstruck. The great Dao of Dead Spirits could differentiate these things, because they had all entered the Dead Spirit River. No, the most important thing was, this reward, this was unbelievable. The Dragon Blood Marquis was also dumbstruck. He had slain a 5th tier Dao Integration Stage cultivator and advanced to the 3rd tier. This? What the hell was this? My people, if you kill the enemy, you will be greatly rewarded. The reward for killing and devouring the source energy will be doubled. Kill the heretic experts, and I'll help you all step into the Master of the Laws realm. You'll grasp the Tao of Death, and you'll be able to rival Masters of the Laws. The Dragon Blood Marquis was stunned. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the other undead spirits were also extremely shocked. If he killed one that devoured its source, the reward would be doubled. Heretic expert was probably referring to Suyu. Kill Suyu and become the Master of the Laws. Is this for real? An existence like the Lord of Undead Spirits would never lie to everyone. At this moment, in the sealed area, some of the 15 powerhouses were getting restless, while others said helplessly, we've been sealed. There's no way to get out. It doesn't have much to do with us, unless we do something in the River of Dead Souls. Dijilua snorted. Forget it. It's not like we can go. It's just that the source energy of the great Tao of Death isn't that strong. It can't rival Yuziki and the others. He wanted to kill a powerful enemy, but alas, he couldn't leave. This reward was too generous. To the Master of the great Tao of Death, the power of a Master of the Laws was nothing. It couldn't be fake. At this time, Suyu stared coldly at the giant. Master of the Laws? Your giant avatar isn't even a master of the laws, yet you say you'll reward me to become one? What a joke. You haven't even recovered to that point. This guy was lying, otherwise, you might as well make your own avatar a master of the laws. However, the giant was just as cold. Idiot, I haven't recovered yet. If I kill you, I'll gradually recover. Then I'll fulfill my promise. He didn't say he'd reward him immediately, he was just a master of the laws. Couldn't he reward him? Of course he could. My people, since you've killed an outsider, the dead soul's realm shall be yours. He'd chosen the master of the dead soul's realm. Of course, he'd only be in charge. The true master was himself. The giant's strength soared once more. Boom, the power of a celestial appeared, the giant's strength was recovering. With a splat, the giant's pitchfork forced Suyu several steps back. The giant swept up a massive wave, causing the river to ripple once more. But then, all of a sudden, some of the uncontrollable dead spirits in the river attacked the people around them. With a splat, they killed the dead spirits around them. In an instant, their strength skyrocketed. It was difficult for a master of the laws, but it wasn't difficult for anyone below that level. The giant's aura weakened a bit. However, it revealed a smile that was no longer mechanical. It seems these invaders are fighting amongst themselves. He was intelligent, Suyu's expression shifted. He was deliberately creating internal strife amongst the invaders. By killing the people around him, he could strengthen himself, by a lot, even if he used up some of his giant strength, it wasn't a big deal. His giant strength was rapidly recovering, Suyu looked at him coldly. A moment later, he punched out. His heart was filled with anxiety. Hadn't he finished devouring the essence yet? Trouble was only going to get bigger and bigger. Devour. King Nan shouted in a low voice. The next moment, his expression changed slightly and he suddenly looked forward. Up ahead, an opening had appeared in the river of dead spirits. Yes, an opening. The river had split open. King Nan's face paled, because in that crack, she saw a scene that she did not want to see. Below the crack, some people were also stunned. Dijilua looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Then he looked at the others and murmured, the river, has split open. Can we just enter the river and unlock it? This was inconceivable. This section of the river was located in the deepest part of the river. It was almost impossible to open it. Otherwise, they would have long since joined forces to open it up and find a weak spot to escape, but now, the mouth of the river had split open. The will of the Lord of Dead Spirits had sensed something and helped them, opening an opening for them. They could unlock the seal, they could kill, and they could escape. Shocked, Dijilua looked at the Death Spirit Sovereign and lost control of his emotions. Sovereign, let's go in. Go in. He didn't dare rashly go in alone. He saw King Nan and the others. But with everyone together, what the hell was there to be afraid of? Among the 15 top experts, sovereigns were comparable to masters of the law, 4 were comparable to celestial venerables, and the rest were comparable to heavenly kings. Only King Nan and Mist Mountain could kill them in an instant. The Dizun frowned slightly as he looked up into the sky. He wanted to flee, but if he did, he would definitely run into some people. Even as the thought crossed his mind, Wan Tianxing and the others flew up into the sky. Wan Tianxing let out a sigh and said, "Everyone, I hope you can avoid this battle. After this battle, we will find a way to open the seal and mind our own business. I promise you on behalf of His Majesty that if you don't enter the river during this battle, Emperor Yu's manor will definitely do our best to help you escape." Dijilua was a little crazy. Do you believe me? At this time, the river has opened. Don't forget, we are all dead spirits. The Lord of the Dead Spirits is our one and only. Are you going to stay here like idiots and not escape? You must be crazy. Some of the dead spirits were a little restless. Some looked at the Death Spirit Sovereign. The Death Spirit Sovereign frowned slightly and suddenly said, "Is Emperor Yu's mansion really willing to help us escape?" Wan Tianxing said in a low voice, "I promise, and Emperor Yu's promise too. At this moment, I just don't want a conflict. It's not good for us." The Death Spirit Sovereign was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. "I choose to believe you this time." "Sovereign!" Someone shouted. It wasn't Dijilua, but a celestial venerable. At this moment, he couldn't bear it any longer. Sovereign, we can go out by ourselves. The Death Spirit Sovereign said calmly, go out? If we go now, we must fight. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out. Why don't we wait here, wait for Emperor Yu's mansion to let us out? Sovereign! Someone shouted angrily. What kind of idea was this? If they didn't go out on their own, would they wait for them to let them go? Well, even if there was a big battle, so what, would they be afraid? No way. Everyone, please help yourselves. The Death Spirit Sovereign looked up at the sky and was silent for a while. At this moment, the only exit is Suyu's side. If we go out, there will definitely be a battle. Of course, some of the others gritted their teeth, and some struggled. What was the Death Spirit Sovereign thinking? In fact, Wan Tianxing was also shocked. The Death Spirit Sovereign really didn't want to go out. He didn't expect this. According to his idea, he had been sealed for many years, and now that he could break the seal, he would go out even if he had to pay the price. As for the battle, for the sake of breaking the seal, who cared? But the Death Spirit Sovereign actually believed his words. Even Wan Tianxing was stunned. What was this? What was the Death Spirit Sovereign thinking? The Death Spirit Sovereign didn't say anything, but looked up at the opening in the sky. What was he thinking? His thinking was very simple. If he went out, he might die, completely die. Was this all a heaven creator could do? He didn't believe it. The Death Spirit Sovereign must have other tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, he was just testing his strength. If he really chose to enter this opening, he would become enemies with Suyu's side. It was impossible not to participate in the battle. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice, go up. In an instant, a total of 8 figures flew up into the sky. Only a fool wouldn't leave. The Death Spirit Sovereign had gone crazy. What an idiot. He gave him a way out, but he didn't take it. Did he want to wait here until the seal broke by itself, wait for Emperor Yu's mansion? Haha, who would put their fate in the hands of others? The Death Spirit Sovereign frowned and said indifferently, no one can break the seal within 10 years. This seal will definitely break. Why bother? At most, he would wait for another 10 years. Death Spirit Sovereign, we can't wait anymore. Someone roared. They couldn't wait anymore. At this moment, Fat Ball broke through the air and blocked the passage with one boot. The next moment, Fat Ball turned into a black dog and roared, kill them. At this moment, Fat Ball was no longer kind. The Wen King boots had the effect of cutting off seals. Even though the passageway was above the sealed land, Fat Ball still cut off the other party's passageway. 8 supreme cultivators, 2 heavenly venerables and 6 heavenly kings. This kind of power was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, Suyu's side was also very powerful. Fat Ball, Wan Tianxing, Blue Sky, the Great Zhou Monarch, Bean Bun, Pot Cake, Marquis Fire Cloud, Princess Chi, and Hong Meng were all here. However, a few heavenly kings were not here. The Fate Emperor led his men and charged towards the Dragon Blood Marquis. September, the Great Qin Monarch, and Xia of Goguryeo led their people toward the Dead Soul Galaxy. There were also a large number of powerful cultivators flying out of the Dead Soul Galaxy toward the rift where Suyu was. Clearly, they had been affected by the rewards. At this moment, more than 10 heavenly kings led a large number of Dao Integration Eternal Realm cultivators in all directions to stop them from killing Suyu. At the sealed land, Fat Ball instantly turned black and roared, I'll kill these 2 heavenly venerables, you guys kill the others. Of the 15 powerful cultivators, 8 chose to enter the path of dead souls. Fat Ball wanted to leave 2 heavenly venerables alone, while the remaining 8 heavenly kings fought the other 6 heavenly king undead souls. However, the situation was unclear. Because of the remaining 7, apart from the Death Spirit Emperor, who had explicitly said that he would not participate, the remaining 6 had 2 heavenly venerables and 4 heavenly kings. This kind of power was also terrifying. However, no one cared about that. Before, Suyu's side was extremely powerful, but now, the entire Dead Soul world was against Suyu. No one knew what the Dragon Blood Marquis was thinking about. And the North King had not moved yet, but no one dared to be careless. The Great Light Lord and the others had already led their people toward the North King, in case the North King suddenly attacked. Fortunately, the Death Spirit Sovereign didn't choose to make a move. Otherwise, it would have been a catastrophic result, so you had to give up on reviving the others. Of course, once Suyu retreated in advance, he still had a way out. The power of the great path of necromancy and the dead spirit giant might not chase after him. Suyu still had a way out, therefore, at this moment, the king of Great Zhou roared, "Once your majesty gives up on reviving the southern king and the other experts and focuses on all of you, are you really going to fight to the death?" He let out a roar that shook the surroundings. As soon as he said that, the 8 ascending experts were slightly stunned. Kill. Boom, he stomped down with his boot. Intimidation was one thing, but he still had to kill. He had to kill a few to intimidate everyone, otherwise, today's matter would be troublesome. Boom, in the blink of an eye, a total of 17 peak experts, the weakest of whom was a heavenly king, instantly clashed with each other. The fat ball boots blocked an Empyrean, while his main body personally faced off against an Empyrean. Devouring power erupted, swallowing the world. Biting Tao erupted, incomparably crazy as it bit towards the Empyrean who was fighting against it. Kill these bastards. At this moment, one of the 8 experts who participated in the battle roared, "Everyone, we've known each other for so many years. Are you still not going to make a move? If we don't leave now, when will we? Empyrean is powerful and can leave at any time. Can we leave at any time? If we can take this opportunity to kill Suyu and become the master of the law, we can also dominate a region. Even if we can't kill Suyu, if we kill the southern king and the others, the Empyrean will have a chance to become the master of the law, and the heavenly kings will also become Empyreans." The 8 experts roared. The battle instantly erupted. As these people roared, wanting to join forces with others to kill Fat Ball and the others, Lan Tian suddenly roared crazily. His 10,000 clones appeared and instantly exploded. "You talk too much shit." Rumble, a loud explosion resounded throughout the Dead Souls realm. A mushroom cloud exploded. Lan Tian's strongest clone instantly appeared and pierced a dead spirit mark with a sword, directly turning it into powder. Rumble, the entire great Tao rules of the Dead Souls realm fluctuated slightly, and the heavens and earth shook. In the instant of the battle, Lan Tian killed a heavenly king in an incomparably crazy manner, almost using a suicidal method. At this moment, the world instantly fell silent. Lan Tian's clone was on the verge of collapse, but with an incomparably strong aura, he roared, "Whoever dares to come forward will be killed." This sword strike shocked everyone in the surroundings. It was too terrifying. A heavenly king, an extremely powerful existence, was killed by him just like that. Near the dead heavenly king, Diji Luo's expression changed dramatically. How could this group of people be so crazy? On Lan Tian's side, the 8 heavenly kings surrounded Diji Luo and the others, and in the blink of an eye, one was killed. At this moment, it suddenly became 8 heavenly kings surrounding 5. Diji Luo's expression changed, and the next moment, he roared, "Everyone, are you still watching? Once we are killed, you won't have a good ending. Do you still want to survive in the Dead Souls realm by defying the Lord of the Dead Souls?" Below, in addition to the Death Spirit Sovereign, the 6 experts also looked solemn. Defying the Lord of the Dead Souls might not be a good choice. If it weren't for the Lord of the Dead Souls' will, they might not have made a move. But now, someone looked at the Death Spirit Sovereign, and someone sent a voice transmission to him, "Sovereign, are you really not going to make a move? After all, the essence of our great Tao is within the Dead Souls' great Tao. This world belongs to the Lord of the Dead Souls, Sovereign." This was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. The Lord of the Dead Souls was the sky of this world. Even if he hadn't awakened much, he wasn't someone they could defy. If Sovereign didn't make a move, the others were also very conflicted. However, Diji Luo and the others were surrounded by the crazy Wan Tianxing and the others, and they were fighting crazily. If this went on, they might really all die. The Death Spirit Sovereign glanced at them and sighed softly. Yes, defying the Lord of the Dead Souls was a very troublesome thing. But, the Lord of the Dead Souls will had only awakened a little, and it might only be a remnant of his will. On Suyu's side, there were true experts from the land of the undead. Breaking through 100 Dao integration realm, if this battle continued, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Ba Lu, Yu Ji, listen to my advice. Wait for the seal to break itself, or wait for Suyu to help us break the seal. He was referring to the two heavenly venerables who hadn't participated in the battle. As he spoke, a dead soul suddenly slayed many experts in the dead soul's great Tao. Its aura instantly became stronger, and it rose from its previous 3rd grade to 2nd grade in the blink of an eye. This speed of strengthening was too fast. Not only that, at this moment, the dead soul's great Tao fluctuated, and some of the essence power left behind by the heavenly king that Lan Tian had slain was instantly absorbed by the 2nd grade Tao integration stage expert. At this moment, the dead soul giant's voice shook heaven and earth. Those who obey my orders shall be rewarded. Yes, this will directly bestow the source energy of the heavenly king who had just died to the undead spirit who had just killed a few experts. In the past, when a heavenly king died, his essence power would disperse and be absorbed by others. In this way, others would become stronger. This was the process in the dead soul's realm. When other experts died, more powerful experts would be born. This meant that the essence power would disperse and be divided up by others. In this way, this power still belonged to the dead soul's great Tao. At this moment, the eyes of the 6 experts on the dead soul emperor's side who hadn't participated in the battle instantly turned red. Not only could they escape, but they also saw the hope of ascending, from heavenly venerables to masters of the laws, from heavenly kings to heavenly venerables. At this moment, it seemed so simple, but it was right in front of them. The 6 experts were all a bit restless. Above, Fat Ball was fighting 1 against 2, but was also being beaten back. On the other hand, Wan Tianxing led a group of experts to suppress the 5 heavenly kings. However, if this continued, Wan Tianxing felt that the others below would participate in the battle. Once they did, there would be 2 more heavenly venerables and 4 heavenly kings, and that would be troublesome. At this moment, Wan Tianxing thought of Skirich Marquis. Outside, there was still March and another heavenly venerate. If these 2 entered, they could also resist the 2 heavenly venerates who hadn't yet participated in the battle. As for the 4 heavenly kings, if they joined in, there would only be 9 heavenly kings. 8 against 9, they might not lose. This was the balance. Originally, Wan Tianxing didn't want to let those 2 enter, but now he couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait any longer. As for whether Suyu had a backup plan. In fact, he knew one thing. Suyu had the sacred seal, which might be of great use. However, it was best not to use the sacred seal. Once it was used, Suyu's greatest guarantee against the master of the laws would be gone. At this moment, Wan Tianxing no longer hesitated, nor did he wait. He roared, "Skirich! Let them in!" But at this moment, the 6 experts below suddenly rose into the air at the same time. Di Jilua and the others smiled. At this moment, all 15 experts, except for the dead soul emperor, chose to participate in the battle. Sure enough, no one could resist all kinds of temptations. Moreover, victory was in sight. Killing Suyu didn't seem difficult at this moment. If the 4 celestial venerables joined forces and killed Fat Ball, then Wan Tianxing and the others, it would be difficult for Suyu to escape death no matter how strong he was. At this moment, Suyu's eyes were ice cold. He punched the undead giant and wanted to walk out of the great path of the dead. Yes, he wanted to walk out. This time, he might fail. But failing to resurrect was still better than being killed below. Just as Suyu was about to walk out of the great path, Marquis Skirich's unrestrained laughter reached his ears. "Your Majesty, we've come to help." At this moment, Suyu sensed 2 auras. At the same time, Marquis Skirich's laughter rang out in the ears of Giant Axe and the others. "Gentlemen, His Majesty needs help. Trouble is coming. I hope you 2 can help kill the enemy." Giant Axe thought, "This is a small matter, it's not a big matter, just tell me which heavenly king you want to kill." "Well, if you're not a heavenly king, it'll be difficult to deal with Suyu and the others. At least you have Fat Ball." However, the moment he was transported out, Giant Axe froze. March was stunned as well. The 2 of them instantly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they sensed dozens of incomparably powerful auras, heavenly kings, Empyreans. Yes, at this moment, there were a total of 5 Empyreans, 17 heavenly kings, and an unfathomable existence that might very well be a true master of the laws. In that instant, Giant Axe wondered if he had returned to the primordial era, or was this the higher realms, 1 master of the laws, 5 Empyreans, and 17 heavenly kings. This didn't even include the rising auras in the distance. Not only that, but there were also two powerful auras in the distance. One belonged to Suyu, the other to Suyu's undead giant. At this moment, both of their auras were at the Empyrean level. In the blink of an eye, they sensed 7 Empyrean auras. Where am I? This was Giant Axe's first thought. Who am I supposed to fight? This was his second thought. That black dog. I'm somewhat familiar, but also not familiar. This was his third thought. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Giant Axe's mind. And it wasn't just him. March was also dumbfounded. He'd already recognized the others, he'd recognized the group of Empyreans and Heavenly Kings. The living were all on Suyu's side, while the dead seemed to be powerhouses of the Dead Soul's domain. While Giant Axe and March were still in shock, the other dead spirits were also awed by the sudden appearance of these two powerful existences. Dijilua and the others all paled. How come there were suddenly 2 more Empyreans? They were shaken. Giant Axe was shaken, but Wan Tianxing, who was controlling everything, wasn't. His voice was like a great bell as he roared, "Senior March, kill the dead spirits here." Boom, a giant bamboo had been born in response to this. March was actually at a loss, and Giant Axe was even more at a loss. But, he'd heard the words, "kill the dead spirits." At this moment, Giant Axe also chopped out with his axe. At the same time, he was also somewhat at a loss. The two appeared in a flash and attacked. In the blink of an eye, 1 bamboo and 1 axe chopped down the 6 powerhouses that had just flown up. Kill. When Wan Tianxing and the others saw this, they were overjoyed and roared. The king of the Great Zhou had been using ninja, but at this moment, he suddenly roared, and his battle power suddenly erupted. He couldn't bear it anymore, there was no need to bear it anymore. This was also the explosive power that came from enduring to the extreme. Bear it, until you die. The king of the Great Zhou roared, and a huge spatial black hole appeared in his hand. Boom, the black hole exploded, directly tearing the void apart, and directly tearing a Heavenly King dead spirit into pieces. Just as the dead spirit mark appeared, Suyu roared from afar, "Throw it into the river of dead souls. South King, all of you devour it." Not only the South King, but the moment the second Heavenly King was killed, Suyu took the initiative to activate the pages of the Book of Dead Souls hidden in Dragonblood Marquee Avenue. It caused a huge commotion. At this time, even if it was noticed, Suyu didn't care. He had the Marquis Dragonblood and the other experts take the initiative to deprive the dead Heavenly King of his battle power, so that he wouldn't be used by the undead giant. With a loud rumble, the king of the Great Zhou punched out, sending the dead spirit mark into the river of dead souls above. Then, the dead spirit mark exploded in the Necromancy Avenue. The second Heavenly King was killed in battle. The Great Axe Marquis and March were still in a daze. They had just arrived, and they had already seen a Heavenly King die in battle. Was this really the Dead Souls realm? Was it so easy to die a Heavenly King here? At this moment, in the distance, 9 moons roared, their Heavenly King auras erupting. The Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo also erupted with pseudo-Dao Heavenly King auras, roaring as they charged towards the Dead Souls galaxy. On the other side, there were experts awakening, and there were also Heavenly King existences. The Great Qin King and the others had all become pseudo-Dao Heavenly Kings. Although their battle power was inferior, their auras were similar. So many Heavenly Kings, the Great Axe Marquis murmured, truly stunned. Where did they come from? So many. They were everywhere. What was this place? Was this the Dead Souls realm? But this place was completely different from the Dead Souls realm that he knew. The Dead Souls realm that he knew only had 4 Heavenly Kings. But this place. His eyes were going blurry. There were over 20 Heavenly Kings. Where did they come from? There were so many Heavenly Venerates. Why did it feel like the death of a Heavenly King was easier than the death of a Dao integration stage cultivator? In the upper realms, even Dao integration stage cultivators didn't die like this. Of course, Suyu was an exception. And this time, it seemed like Suyu was controlling the battle again. Hadn't he been defeated, hadn't he fled to the Dead Souls realm, then, why was he able to trigger such a large-scale battle? Just as he was thinking this, there was a rumble, and the aura of death surged. A Heavenly Venerate of Dead Souls instantly charged toward him. 2 Heavenly Venerates of Dead Souls and 4 Heavenly Kings of Dead Souls charged toward the 2 of them. Someone roared in rage, "Kill them!" So you really did have a backup plan. 4 heavenly venerates and 10 heavenly kings. Alright, now there were 8, even so, it was still an extremely powerful force. But the other side was also very powerful, with 3 heavenly venerates and 8 heavenly kings. Now, these dead souls suddenly understood why the Death Spirit Emperor didn't participate in the battle. Why did Suyu's side have heavenly venerates, and 2 of them at once? Both sides were shocked. Giant Axe and March were shocked by how many powerful beings there were, and the dead souls were also shocked by how many trump cards Suyu had. 2 heavenly venerates didn't just appear randomly. Kill! Wan Tianxing roared, 2 supremacies, kill them! Rumble, the battle erupted again. March and Giant Axe were at a loss, but they only knew one thing, and that was to fight. At this moment, Giant Axe was at a loss, but his judgment was accurate. He quickly transmitted his voice to Wan Tianxing. There's still a terrifying existence down there. What do we do? He thought these people didn't feel it. However, he soon received a reply from Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing quickly said, "Don't worry about this person, we've already taken care of him." Alright, Giant Axe Marquis was speechless. Could dead souls at the Lord of the Law's realm be taken care of these days? While he was still thinking, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly rose from the opening above. South King, who had just fused with the origin, instantly reached the heavenly venerate realm. Not only that, but his aura was still growing stronger. The South King let out a shrill roar. At his fastest speed, he did not rush out from the opening. Instead, he rushed into the great path of dead spirits and headed in Suyu's direction. With a single palm strike, he killed the dead spirit that had almost advanced to the heavenly king realm. Boom, the dead soul that had received the reward directly exploded. South King's voice was incomparably cold as he shouted, "How dare you? His Majesty Sovereign, you fought for your life. If you dare to betray him, kill him. Kill him." At this moment, a large number of powerhouses shouted from all directions. "Those who defy Sovereign Yuzhou must be killed." Beside Giant Axe Marquis and the others, Great Zhou's people also crazily shouted, "Those who defy Sovereign Yuzhou must be killed." Boom, battles broke out in all directions. Great Axe and March, on the other hand, were completely stunned. *CK, just how many powerhouses were there? This was still the pitiful Suyu they had imagined. He actually commanded several heavenly venerates, more than 10 heavenly kings, and more than 100 Dao integration cultivators in the dead soul's realm. How could we sympathize with Suyu in such a situation? Forget it. One man and one cat looked at each other again. Without another word, they would just fight. Damn it, they were completely dumbfounded today. Whatever, who cares, just kill them. They couldn't just kill the dead souls. Suyu also seemed to control a large number of dead souls. But the dead souls here could be killed. Die. Giant Axe slashed through the sky. Giant Bamboo hammered, just fight. 7 heavenly venerate powerhouses instantly fought. On Wan Tianxing's side, 16 heavenly king powerhouses fought in the blink of an eye. A group of terrifying existences fought earth-shattering, in the dead soul's passageway. In the next moment, another roar rang out. Marquis Lan Shan's essence fused into her, and she instantly possessed the aura of a heavenly king. Not only that, but this aura was still rising, vaguely touching upon the heavenly venerate realm. She and King Nan instantly charged out and killed some of the rebellious existences in the passageway. King Nan already possessed the combat power of a heavenly venerate, and Marquis Lan Shan was also a heavenly king. Heavenly Fire, the heavenly king powerhouse who had entered earlier, also roared wildly at this moment. Her aura strengthened, also reaching the heavenly venerate realm. Heavenly Fire's black flames rose, directly burning to death some of the rebellious dead souls around her, and integrating them into the great Tao of dead souls. Skyfire from the fire god race shouted coldly, "Since everyone has agreed, then we should keep our promises. Since the human race experts have given us a chance, if we attack now, we will be breaking our promises. If we break our promises, we deserve death." The 3 powerhouses quickly cleaned up some of the rebellious dead souls in the Great Tao, killing those who killed their companions. In the Great Tao, the dead souls kept fleeing. At the gap, Suyu smiled. A pleasant surprise, not because of King Nan and the others, but because of the appearance of March and Giant Axe. With the appearance of these two, he could avoid failure. If the resurrection failed, it would be a great loss for Suyu. Suyu looked at the giant opposite him and smiled. You don't seem to be able to do it. The dead spirit giant also possessed the combat power of a heavenly venerate. When he heard this, he said coldly and mechanically, "You're laughing too early." "Did you win?" "You didn't." However, Suyu simply smiled. "I've never wanted to provoke you people. I'm only here to resurrect some of my good friends, yet you're trying to stop me. Forget it. Since you're trying to stop me, then I won't be polite." At this moment, Suyu didn't care about him. Even if this guy became a heavenly venerate, he wouldn't be his match. What was there to be afraid of? He coldly looked in the direction of the sealed area. Suyu took a deep breath and smiled. The Death Spirit Emperor didn't participate in the battle. That's good, otherwise, he could try to kill a powerhouse with the combat power of a master of the laws. Suyu didn't say much. Money was just a worldly possession. Xianxia wanted to save some money for himself, but there was no need. At this moment, he took out the holy seal. After this thing would probably be useless. But it was enough. Suyu laughed. Under the dead spirit giant's frowning gaze, he suddenly tossed the holy seal towards the sealed area. At this moment, the giant seal instantly enlarged countless times. It blotted out the sky. A force of the sacred path burst out from his body. On the 7th floor of the Starry Universe mansion, the martial emperor's avatar trembled slightly. Suyu, he even threw this out. He really was too generous. This guy really was a lunatic among lunatics. Speaking of which, this thing was originally used to deal with me. Not bad, I'm very lucky. The martial emperor was secretly delighted. Not bad at all. The giant seal instantly covered the entire world. Suyu's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The dead spirit lord was stirring people's hearts, and so was Suyu. This time, he directly shouted, "Kill all powerhouses in the sealed area except for the Death Spirit Emperor. Kill the traitors." Rebel, he directly defined the dead spirit's realm. The dead spirit's realm belonged to the dead spirit lord, but at this moment, he was the master. What a joke. Dijilua and the others all sneered. "Do you think you can kill me just because you want to?" However, when the giant seal shot over, everyone's hearts palpitated. The four heavenly venerables sensed it, and their expressions changed. They were about to flee. However, at this moment, they remembered that they were still in the sealed area. Where could they run to? The heavenly kings did not feel the danger, but the heavenly venerables felt it. One of the heavenly venerables immediately shouted, "Emperor, please make a move. Trouble is coming." The Death Spirit Emperor frowned slightly. He did not really want to get involved, but he also looked at the holy seal that was covering them. Soon, he sighed inwardly. Danger. Make a move, my ass. At this moment, he could not make a move. I knew it. The Death Spirit Emperor thought to himself. I knew that those who could split open the sky were not simple. Sure enough, there were countless backup plans. He was very afraid of this giant seal. Just as he was thinking about this, at this moment, the giant seal shot over. It directly penetrated Fatball and the others. In the next moment, a brilliant holy light that covered the dead spirit's realm burst out. The giant seal also instantly shattered. However, at this moment, more power of holy light appeared, covering the dead spirits. It seemed to have a specific target, specifically targeting these dead spirits. Dijilua was the first to be hit. Suddenly, his movements became sluggish, and his eyes became slightly dull. It should be known that in this battle, sluggish movements, dull eyes, and dull thoughts meant only death. At this moment, Xianxia's 8 heavenly kings attacked Dijilua almost at the same time. This guy was too annoying, everyone wanted to beat him to death. Boom, assimilated by the holy light, Dijilua, whose movements were sluggish, suddenly became a little clear-headed at the last moment. His eyes widened as he felt 8 powerful auras sweeping over with unwillingness and disbelief. No. I haven't broken the seal yet, I haven't gone out yet, I still want to be resurrected, I still want many, many things. How can I die here like this? However, there were no ifs. When the holy seal was thrown out by Suyu, it also meant that Suyu hated these guys to the core. He wanted them dead at all costs. Xianxia and the others also understood Suyu's will. Must kill, especially this Dijilua. He was the first to be sanctified. Who else would they kill if not him? Rumble. Dijilua was directly smashed into pieces, and even the dead spirit mark was directly shattered. The dead spirit's realm shook once again. At the moment of death, Dijilua suddenly thought of something and screamed mournfully, "Even if I die, you won't have an easy time. Our power of the great path will only create stronger existences. So what if you kill us? There will still be strong undead spirits who will become stronger. At that time, we will come to find you again." Rumble. His voice was also smashed into pieces. The holy light covered heaven and earth, and was still radiating. Of the 15 powerhouses, except for the Death Spirit Emperor, 3 of the remaining 14 had been killed, and the remaining 11 were now all covered by the holy light. The holy seal was something King Wen had given to Suyu to use against a martial emperor. Even a martial emperor could be suppressed, let alone the others. Martial emperors were powerful existences among the masters of the laws. They could even suppress them. Suyu had originally wanted to save them to deal with the masters of the laws, but now he hated them. Of course, he was also worried that Wan Tianxing and the others would die. It wasn't impossible, their combat strength was equal, and they were even lacking a celestial master. Suyu didn't want to have any casualties in the end. Since that was the case, he would use the holy seal. It was a treasure, after all. If he didn't use it now, he might as well use it in the future. At this moment, the 11 experts were all covered by the holy light. Rumble, Fatball and the others also seized the opportunity and attacked. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Down below, the dead spirit emperor's expression changed. It's over. To tell the truth, these people had been sealed with him for many years, so he still had some feelings for them. But now, these people didn't listen to him and insisted on going up. This was bad. Not only did they provoke 2 celestial masters, but that madman Suyu was willing to destroy a treasure that could kill a master of the laws just to deal with them. This could only be said that Suyu was too ruthless, and they were too stupid. No. Save me, Emperor. Don't kill me. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded through the world. Many dead spirits were awakened by a powerful force at the last moment, and they let out mournful roars. No, this wasn't the result they wanted. They wanted to break their seals, to become celestial masters, to become masters of the laws. After being sealed for so many years, they had looked forward to the day they were unsealed. More than once, they had imagined what they would do after being unsealed, what they would do, and how they would enjoy themselves. But now, it was all gone. Suyu, you'll die a horrible death, someone cursed, but it was useless. Boom. The first explosion was the sound of a celestial master being crushed by Fatball and the others. No, more accurately, he was crushed by a boot. This was the first. Wan Tianxing and the others had also crushed the other heavenly kings, the 4th heavenly king, the 5th heavenly king, the 6th, enveloped by the sanctification seal. They all fell into a state of stagnation. In the middle of a great battle, even a 1/10 of a second's delay was enough to kill them. At this moment, the black pillars of light broke apart, vast amounts of dead spirit energy spread out, the entire dead souls domain shook violently. Even the great Tao of dead souls was greatly affected and began to shake. In the blink of an eye, 15 powerhouses were slaughtered. Of the 14 powerhouses, 4 were celestial masters. But now, everyone could see that when Suyu threw out that seal, these fellows were doomed. And this was indeed the case, they were finished. Amidst the roars of despair, the 14 powerhouses were crushed by Wan Tianxing and the others in the blink of an eye, and the disappearance of these 14 top powerhouses also meant that a powerful source energy would be released to help others. At this moment, the entire Dead Souls domain was deathly silent. The great Tao trembled violently. Opposite Suyu, the undead giant was also slightly shaken. This guy is too crazy. And at this moment, Suyu shouted, "South King, don't let the great Tao of dead souls recover the source energy that you've absorbed." Following Suyu's shout, the giant opposite him harumphed coldly and suddenly began to tremble. He was also absorbing the remnant source energy of the 14 fallen undead powerhouses. At the same time, the South King and the others also began to absorb the source energy. The two sides immediately began a tug-of-war. And at this moment, the giant and the South King vaguely felt that a third party was stealing this source energy. However, since the two sides could not compete, they did not mind throwing this powerful source energy to a third party, even further away. The Dragon Blood Marquis had a strange look in his eyes. Shock, fear, and joy. Shock that Suyu still had such a backup plan. Fear that too many powerhouses had died in that instant. Joy that he seemed to be very lucky to have absorbed a large amount of source energy. Between the South King and the undead giant, neither side seemed to mind throwing the source energy to a third party. Thus, the Dragon Blood Marquis had benefited. At this moment, the Marquis aura was about to break through, but he suppressed it. The Marquis was ecstatic. I seemed to have become a heavenly venerable in an instant. He was so excited that he was trembling. Did I become the biggest winner? With so many powerhouses dead, then, can I become the master of the laws, become the true ruler of the dead soul's domain? At this moment, he was so excited that he even forgot some of the abnormalities of the great Tao. At this moment, Suyu sneered inwardly. Your destiny as the chosen one should end here. He didn't mind the Marquis absorbing a little more power. 14 top powerhouses had fallen just like that. At this moment, the South King's aura grew stronger, as did the undead giant's aura. Both were heavenly venerables, and they were advancing towards a higher realm. Similarly, the Dragon Blood Marquis had also quietly advanced at this moment. With the fall of 14 top powerhouses, the entire dead soul's domain, except for the undead whose consciousness was being controlled, suddenly quietened down. In the great path of dead souls. Suyu's expression was cold as he looked at the giant opposite him. The undead giant's aura grew stronger, but he frowned and looked at Suyu. And Suyu was also looking at him. After looking for a while, Suyu said quietly, "Are you the true body's will, or just some remnant will? Is the Lord of Dead Souls alive or dead? Life and death?" The giant was indifferent. You want to talk about life and death with a powerhouse who can control death? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Suyu laughed. Control death? I admit that the Lord of Dead Souls is extremely powerful and talented, but to control death, it might not be enough. He did not say that the Lord of Dead Souls was not strong, but controlling death depended on the situation. Could you control the death of a top powerhouse? Obviously not. That was a little too arrogant. The giant could not be bothered with him, and he stabbed his fork at him. His aura was still growing stronger. It was even starting to approach Suyu, and at this moment, not much time had passed. As for the death of Di Jilua and the others, the giant was indifferent. If they died, they died. This was a world of death. The complete death of these people had also accelerated his recovery. In fact, he did not lose out. On Suyu's side, the South King, the giant, and the Dragon Blood Marquis had benefited. All three sides had benefited. As for who lost out, at this time, it was naturally those fools who had died. The giant's forked great path exploded, and he spoke a little more. Death is their final destination. You can only dream if you want to resurrect them. The great path of time cannot accommodate their existence. Suyu judged that this giant was not the true body. Suyu didn't care about his words. Instead, he asked curiously, "Are you a clone or a remnant imprint? A spiritual imprint?" The giant was calm. Once again, he forked Suyu backward. How about a clone? What about branding? I am who I am. The clone is me, the imprint is me, life is me, death is me, the myriad Daos are only me. After saying that, he said calmly, "Do you want to integrate these people into the world you created? You actually dared to split open the heavens with your level of strength, and even succeeded. I have to say, this is truly shocking. However, you are currently invading my land of great Daos. Do you know that this is an enmity of life and death? Even though I'm not my true self, if my true self returns one day, I will avenge you for stealing my Tao." This time, it was indeed Suyu who took the initiative to seize the Tao. If they died, the Lord of Undead Spirits would help them again, and they would definitely have to pay the price. But now, Suyu wanted to take them away. How could he allow that? The South King and the others were like the leaks that the Lord of Undead Spirits had raised. However, now, an outsider like Suyu was going to uproot the leaks. If this wasn't an enmity, what was? Suyu smiled. Are you saying that you won't kill me? Otherwise, why would he talk about his true self? However, the giant was indifferent. Kill you? You can leave at any time. The battle this time is only about whether you can take these people away or not. Do you really think we can fight to the death at this moment? I'm not my true self. My strength is weak after leaving the path of undead spirits, and I have nothing after entering the world of living. How am I supposed to kill you? That's right, this was the key to the battle. As for Suyu's death, it was unlikely that he would die. Therefore, those with a discerning eye could see it clearly. Those who could not see it were all dead now. Suyu said with a smile, "Why don't you take a step back?" "I've never taken a step back." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitchfork suddenly transformed into countless ropes that swept toward Suyu in an attempt to tie him up. "I know you're not being honest." At this moment, Suyu did not back down. The two of them were preparing while chatting. The giant's fork turned into ropes. It was a unique skill. Meanwhile, Suyu secretly accumulated his strength and pointed out with a finger, forming a lock, a cage, a suppression talisman, and an imprisonment formation. Rumble, a loud noise was heard again. At this moment, several auras rose from behind him. They were much stronger than before. The South King and the others were here. The South King slammed his palm across the air and harumphed coldly. "You revived me, and I've served you for many years. The origin of undead spirits has also provided the path of undead spirits for many years. Therefore, we're only in a mutually beneficial relationship. You're not the master." These words were naturally directed at the giant. The giant quickly took a step back. He did not care, or rather, he was indifferent and ignored it. An ant, the two sides were not at the same level. Even if the South King was powerful at the moment, so what? The venerable death spirit was stronger than Suyu, so what? In the giant's eyes, the venerable death spirit was just a dog. The dog he raised might bite back, might not, might wag its tail and beg for mercy, or might bite back. So what? The dog I raised is a dog. Only Suyu's strength level was not the only one. Therefore, the giant did not bother to argue with the South King. "Whatever you say, it's my loss if I take it seriously." His indifference made the South King frown, but soon it turned into a cold snort and he did not say anything. At this moment, the others also gathered one after another. There were more than 60 experts before, but now there were only about 30 left. Some were killed by those who obeyed the order, and some were killed by the South King. Suyu sensed for a while and suddenly frowned. Xianxia, he too, and the others were not there. The South King knew what Suyu was thinking and quickly transmitted his voice, "Your Majesty, Xianxia. Xianxia can't find her origin." Suyu was slightly stunned. "Can't find the origin, what is this?" He instantly looked at the giant and suddenly said, "Lord of the Dead Spirit." "Forget it, I'd better call you fellow cultivator Dead Spirit. Although you and I have conflicts, how about asking about something?" The giant took a few steps back, not because he was intimidated by Suyu's words, but because he had avoided their attacks and was waiting for his strength to recover. He was happy that Suyu was stalling for time. "You can stall for time. Speak." The giant was indifferent, but he still answered. Suyu said, "I have a friend of high status. She has been dead for many years, but now I can't find her origin. You are in charge of the way of the dead spirit, I think you should know the situation, right? Can't find the origin?" The giant seemed to be lost in thought. After a long time, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes, and he suddenly looked at Suyu. Soon, he smiled, for the first time. "You want to resurrect her?" "Of course." The giant laughed again, "Then you may be disappointed. The person you speak of. I may know who she is. Can't find the origin." "No, it's not that I can't find the origin, but that her backer is not weak. When she died years ago, her backer forcibly extended her life." Then, he smiled faintly, "I look forward to your choice. I don't mind telling you some things. I know a thing or two about this person. Her origin is not in the way of the dead spirit. No, or rather, not all of it is in the way of the dead spirit. You should know the intersection of life and death. Half of her origin is in the way of time, and the other half is with me. If you want to resurrect her, not only will you offend my true self, but you will also offend that person. Her state is special, half life and half death, but not in the ordinary sense, in the true sense of balance between life and death. This can't be done unless it's a peerless powerhouse. Back then, I vaguely remember a future powerhouse calling himself the human sovereign. He came to ask for a favor, and maintained her in this state, to wait for her later resurrection. I thought she had left long ago. I didn't think she would still be here. The giant laughed. I know a thing or two about that human sovereign. Maybe he wanted to open the sky and open a world of his own to guide this woman. Unfortunately, he should have failed, right? There's no more news of him. Suyu was shocked. Human sovereign, as expected, Xingyu and the human sovereign were related. When Xingyu died, the human sovereign actually came to the way of the dead spirit to resurrect her. But at that time, the human sovereign probably hadn't opened the sky yet. Halfway through, he had to give up on opening the sky, so there was no more news of the human sovereign. Suyu said in a low voice, her origin is in the intersection of life and death? So to resurrect her, I need to go to the river of time to receive the other half of the origin? Wrong. The giant said, you want to resurrect her, but it's different from others. When others die, they are truly dead. I just need to guide their origin from the river of time and resurrect them. As for this woman, she is neither dead nor alive. In fact, she isn't truly dead. Since she isn't truly dead, how can she be resurrected? Suyu was startled again. This time, he really didn't understand what the giant was saying. After a long time, Suyu said, what do you mean? The giant really didn't mind telling him this. One reason was to stall for time, and two, Suyu had the right to discuss Tao with him. No matter how weak the creator was, he was still a creator. It's actually very simple to resurrect her. Simple? Suyu felt a little strange. Was it really that simple? The giant laughed. It is indeed very simple. You are the creator of the way of life and death. The reversal of life and death is actually not difficult. She is also half alive and half dead, and so are you. Go to the intersection and find her origin. Give her all the way of life and death in your world. She will transform into the way of life and death, and naturally, she will be resurrected. Suyu was stunned. It was that simple? The giant chuckled. Isn't it simple? However, as the creator of the way of life and death, I have to remind you that the way of life and death in your world is very strong and unique. Also, if you give them to someone else, once they turn against you, it will be difficult for you to take them back. From now on, the life and death of all living beings in your world will be in her hands. She is being suppressed by the way of time and way of death at the same time. I'm afraid that not even 1% of her memories remain. The person you know might not be the one after her resurrection. The giant's smile became even brighter. Others will recover their memories and return to their original hearts, but not her. She is being suppressed by two supreme way at the same time. What you know is only 1% of her, an insignificant part. So what if it's simple? Are you sure you want to resurrect her? Suyu laughed. What you mean is, if she recovers, she will no longer be the current Xingyu? Unlike King Nan and the others, who might still be the same after she recovers. Yes. The giant laughed. So, you are handing over the two most important way of life and death to someone you are not familiar with. Yes, after she resurrects, you will not be familiar with her. At that time, do you still think it's simple? Do you still think it's worth it? There is also a supreme expert behind her. If that human sovereign is not dead, even if he fails to split open the sky, he is still a supreme expert. Be careful, or he will use this woman to invade your world. Suyu laughed, then suddenly turned around and shouted, let's go, to the boundary of life and death. The giant followed step by step, smiling. You really won't consider it? Impulsiveness will be punished. Young people like to be impulsive, but later on, you will understand how dangerous it is. Splitting open the heavens isn't easy. Why throw away your life for a stranger? While my strength hasn't recovered to the level of a master of the laws yet, you still have a chance to bring others back to life. Are you going to gamble all of your futures on this woman? This was a little provocative. King Nan heard it immediately. He said coldly, His Majesty will not give up on anyone. Suyu laughed. King Nan, you are wrong. If it's time to give up, it's time to give up. Don't flatter me, there is no need. Xingyu is not the same. Many of the things I obtained actually belong to her. I am a person who will take revenge for enmity, and repay kindness. As for everyone else, I naturally have the confidence to bring everyone back to life. Ignore the spiritual mark, this so-called provocation is child's play. If I don't play with it, the Lord of the Dead Spirits will not play with it either. Confidence? The giant laughed, there is still hope now, but if you wait a little longer. I'm afraid your confidence will become a joke. So you ignored it. The giant said, are you sure you want to give the Tao of life and death to her? Why not? So you laughed, the Tao of life and death is not the core of my Tao. Fellow Taoist, you are blinded by a single leaf. My Tao of life and death is not bad, but it is only because these two are useful, not because they are the core of my Tao. Even if she recovers her original heart and is no longer the current Xingyu, so what? I will do what I have to do. The giant laughed, unhurriedly following Suyu bit by bit. His aura was also growing stronger. With every moment, he was recovering stronger. Gradually, he was on par with Suyu, and not only that, he was still growing stronger. At the same time, in the depths of the Tao, Xingyu held the star seal, suppressing the fluctuations of the Tao, and searched around. After a long time, she said in a muffled voice, forget it, let's go back. She had a vague feeling that her origin was still in the depths of the sea. Now, a lot of time had been wasted. Forget it, let's not look any more. Beside her, he too and Xianxia protected her. At this moment, the two of them were extremely strange. The stronger they were, the deeper their origin was. They had found the South King's origin, and Xingyu kept walking forward. If not for the star seal, they would have been killed by the waves. Did they really sense something, or did they not sense anything? So they tried to walk around randomly. Where was Xingyu's origin? Xingyu did not say anything, turned around, and walked back. Not long after, a wave of aura fluctuations came. He too was shocked, His Majesty was defeated and fled? Otherwise, why would he come so deep? As he was thinking, figures appeared one after another, and Suyu's laughter came, why are you going back? Xingyu said that she couldn't find her origin, so she stopped looking. As soon as he too finished speaking, Suyu said with a smile, why can't you find it? How can you not know where your origin is? Lord Xingyu, isn't your origin at the end? Xingyu said with a cold face, I can't find it. Alright, I know, it's at the end. Go, I'll go with you. Suyu said with a smile, what are you worried about? Are you worried that it will take too much time? It's fine, look, the fellow Taoist behind us is not in a hurry, and we are not in a hurry either. Everyone turned to look and saw that the giant wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he leisurely followed them, keeping a certain distance from them. Smiling, he said, you guys can continue. I'd like to see what happens after the resurrection of the life and death realm. He too was stunned, and he sent a voice transmission, His Majesty, subdued him? What was he thinking? Suyu was speechless. Subdued? The giant was clearly waiting to watch a good show. Couldn't he see that, this giant's strength was starting to advance towards the master of the laws? The group continued forward. Xingyu frowned and wanted to speak several times, but Suyu cut her off. What was the point of speaking? Just shut up. He didn't have time to squabble with women. What a waste of time. Soon, they arrived at the place of life and death. At this moment, everyone saw the two forces intertwine. Xingyu's eyes were confused at first, but then a trace of understanding appeared. Her original source was really nearby, so you looked at Xingyu and said with a smile, Lord Xingyu, it seems you also feel it. Your origin should be here. It's good to have a backer. Are you the human emperor's daughter? Sister? Wife? Or, the human emperor's mother? Under Xingyu's angry gaze, Suyu laughed. Fellow Taoist necromancer said that your resurrection is actually quite simple. King Wen wanted to help you resurrect, but the Tao of life and death wasn't enough. As for your resurrection, my guess is that it's different from everyone else's. Suyu laughed, you might be accepted by the river of time, but King Nan and the others might not. Behind him, the giant laughed faintly, it's not possible. If this woman resurrects, she will definitely be accepted by the river of time. That's why I said you're in danger. Because on one hand, she will continue to control everything she cultivated in the river of time. On the other hand, she will control your Tao of life and death alone. She won't be under your control. Xingyu's state was even more special than He too's. She was truly dead, but her backer, human emperor, had once come here and directly fused her origin into the two great Taos, one Tao of life, one Tao of death. Therefore, what the great Tao of necromancer had received was actually incomplete. It was only a small part of her origin. So you couldn't help but sigh. It was really awesome to have a background. Look, people were already dead, but not all of them were received. They could survive, be resurrected, and directly return to the river of time. Others, on the other hand, didn't have such treatment. At this moment, Xianxia frowned and said, "What do you mean?" The giant laughed faintly. "I'm afraid this little fellow cultivator wants to hide something." "I don't mind saying a few more words." Before he finished, Xianxia directly said, "What's there to hide?" Speechless, childish. "It means that if you come back to life, you will control the Tao of life and death in my world. You only have 1% of your memories. Once you're resurrected, the dead soul's memories about me will probably be like the kind of pea buddy you met when you were taking a piss. Do you understand?" The group was stunned. What kind of F***king analogy was that? However, Xianxia laughed and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "That's the truth. I was taking a piss, and I met someone who came to take a piss with me. I've seen him before, but who knows who he is? Will I still recognize him the next time I see him? That's hard to say." He too nodded thoughtfully. Everyone also looked at he too strangely. His words had a profound meaning. At this moment, everyone was almost amused by these two. Xianxia frowned and looked at Xianxia coldly. "That is to say, I will forget you?" "Probably not, but maybe we will be strangers." Xianxia said with a smile, "Well, we are not acquaintances in the first place. When you came to convert me, I later used you to get the Star Universe seal and the map of the Great Path. Now, I will pay you back with the Tao of life and death." Xianxia looked at him coldly. "Do you want to make a clear distinction?" Xianxia said with a smile, "What you said is very clear. However, after your Excellency Xianxia recovers, if you still remember me, please take good care of me. The human sovereign is a big backer." "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly, "I won't be resurrected. I don't need you to pay me back." Xianxia said with a smile, "It's not up to you." Everyone was stunned. Then, they saw Xianxia step forward and grab Xianxia's neck, laughing, "You are a weakling. Do you think your words are up to you? If I want to pay you back, then I'll pay you back. You talk a lot of bullshit. Cut the crap and hurry up. If you dilly-dally any longer, fellow Taoist undead spirit will become a true master of the laws." So you directly pressed Xianxia down on the boundary of life and death, laughing, "Hurry up and fuse with the origin." "I won't." Xianxia resisted, angry, "I won't be resurrected." Xianxia laughed, "Come on, hurry up. If you don't resurrect, then why? You want to keep this beautiful memory with me. You are a dead spirit that is hundreds of thousands of years old, and you want to eat my tender grass?" Everyone was stunned. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what if we want to laugh? As for Xianxia, she was incomparably angry, aggrieved, and ashamed to death. "Yes, I won't resurrect. Is there something I'm worried about?" "No," she said angrily, "who would keep anything? What beautiful memory do we have?" "Xianxia, you overestimate yourself." Xianxia laughed heartily, "That's true, the two of us don't have any memories. I only sucked you dry a few times, ha ha ha." Words of tigers and wolves. King Nan couldn't bear to listen any longer. He shouted, "Hurry up, do you really have to wait for me to recover to the level of a master of the laws? What the hell?" Marquis Lanshan also looked strangely at Xianxia. His Majesty can be quite coquettish at times. Xianxia laughed, then quickly turned serious. "All right, recover. I don't want to owe others. If I owe too much, it's not a favor, it's a burden. Whoever benefits me, I will return it. It's not that I'm calculative, but I don't want to owe others favors. In the end, favors will change and become a burden." "Xianxia." Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said in a low voice, "After you recover, it doesn't matter whether you remember me or not. I only have one request." Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Speak." Xianxia's expression gradually turned solemn. The atmosphere was a bit different now. The others also became serious, their expressions solemn. What did Xianxia want to say? Xianxia was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "The Taos of life and death can't be given to you. Everyone was stunned. Xingyu was stunned as well. What was this? This bastard, I didn't want it, but he insisted on giving it to me. When I didn't refuse, he didn't give it to me again. Was this bastard doing this on purpose? Suyu laughed heartily. Of course not. Fellow Taoist necromancer is trying to trick me. If I give it to you now, how the hell am I supposed to resurrect the others? Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed. So you fuse with the essence first, and I'll resurrect everyone. Then I'll fuse the Taos of life and death with you. Even if you fall out, we won't lose anything. Fellow Taoist necromancer really is a trap. In the back, the giant laughed. Little fellow Taoist, you really like to overthink things. I can always tell you not to do this. Suyu looked back at him and smiled. Fellow Taoist, you're about to reach the master of the laws, right? I should be. Boom, an incomparably powerful aura rose up from his body. The giant walked forward, his smile gradually fading. I didn't want to kill you, but you just had to court death. You came deep into the great Tao, and now you can't tear it apart. How are you going to escape? Suyu pointed behind him, laughing. Escape to the great Tao of time. The giant said calmly, that's true, but only if you can survive my attack. Suyu, right? Little fellow Taoist, you have many tricks up your sleeves, but this is my territory. No. Suyu shook his head. This is the master of the great Tao of death. He's the overlord, but you're not. You're just his projection, an avatar, a spiritual mark. You're not him. People like us will never admit that an avatar or a spiritual mark is us. We are who we are. You're right, all Taos belong to me, but only me is my true self. Do you understand? Suyu smiled. An avatar is an avatar, a spiritual mark is a spiritual mark. Who said an avatar's spiritual mark is me? Suyu chuckled. I've never thought of it that way. Whether it's an avatar or a spiritual mark, it's just a method, a tool. Who would think of a tool as themselves? Isn't that stupid? The giant's face was cold. You're still provoking me. Of course. Why would I be afraid of you? Suyu laughed. You're the master of the laws, and this place is indeed your territory, but I'm not afraid of you. You're courting death. With a cold shout, a monstrous aura rose up and shot towards Suyu. Just as King Nan and the others were about to attack, Suyu smiled. No need. Everyone, prepare to revive. Lu Hong. A loud shout rang out. In the next moment, Lu Hong, who had been missing all this time, suddenly roared. At this time, in the Dead Soul's realm, above the great Dead Soul path, a great path suddenly shifted deeper. Lu Hong's aura erupted as he ran, shifting the ink path tributary. He couldn't help but curse, why do we have to go deeper? Nonsense. The power of life and death is here. Hurry up. Suyu's voice echoed. Lu Hong roared. He shifted the ink path and roared, men, sweep away all obstacles. Hurry. In an instant, many powerhouses appeared. Wan Tianxing and the others arrived. Without needing him to say anything, Wan Tianxing glanced around and shouted, all dead souls blocking the way, kill them all. Hurry. Suppress the power of the great Dead Soul path. All of you, attack. Disperse and attack the great Tao. Rumble, countless powerhouses attacked, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. As for Lu Hong, he frantically shifted the ink path, shouting, at least 3 Empyreans come. If all of them come, move to that guy's side. He'll stop us. Let's kill him together. He's just a master of the laws. Kill him. Fat ball, giant axe, march, gather. Everyone shouted. As for giant axe and march, they were at a loss. Holy shit, here, the masters of the laws could do whatever they wanted. This damned place seemed to have 2 masters of the laws today, the Emperor of Death, and this giant clone. Empyreans weren't worth much here, right? As they were thinking this, a powerful aura came from the distance. A martial monarch roared, scram. Bastard, where do you think you're going? March and the others quickly looked in that direction and were all stunned. Was this a martial monarch? At this moment, the martial monarch wasn't deliberately seeking attention. September's group was leading a group of people to kill some dead souls. When they reached the martial monarch, so be it. They kept attacking the martial monarch's passage. The martial monarch was enraged. I've been so low-key. Today's battle never stopped, I didn't interfere, I didn't participate. Who do you think I am? In his rage, he roared and punched out, smashing a heavenly king of the dead spirits that had just awakened from the dead spirits galaxy into pieces and exploded. September and the others hurriedly retreated. Seeing them retreat, the martial monarch coldly snorted. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're Suyu's subordinates. March was shocked. September was in danger. This was an incomparably powerful existence. In the next moment, the martial monarch coldly snorted again. Forget it. Scram. As long as that dog doesn't bother me again, I won't bother with you. With that, he turned and ran back into the passage. With a creak, the passage seemed to have been closed. March and Giant Axe looked at each other. Fuck, they'd learned something new. Was he scared? Even if he was scared, he still spoke so domineeringly and ruthlessly. The martial monarch was the martial monarch. He was scared, but he wasn't scared. At this time, Lu Hong angrily roared, "Hurry up, what are those two Empyreans doing? Don't they have any eyesight? I'm so angry, idiots, are the two Empyreans from the upper realm idiots? They've been fighting for so long, yet they still feel like they're in a trance." March and Giant Axe looked at each other. Yes, he's talking about us. In the upper realm, we're also overlords. Here, we're being despised. How shameful. The two of them didn't say anything else and silently followed Lu Hong, opening a path for him. Lu Hong shifted the ink path at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he shifted to the end. Boom, at this moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted. The giant's pitchfork came toward the ink path with some surprise and shock. He actually opened a secret passage. I actually didn't know about it. Damn it. It'll be terrible if you know. Lu Hong cursed. Soon, he roared, Empyreans, hit him. Do you want to see him hit me? He was about to explode from anger. They didn't cooperate at all. How annoying. It felt really good to cooperate with smart people. As long as you prepared your posture, the other party would know what to do. These guys, even if you lay flat, they still had to wait for you to tell them what to do. The three great Empyreans and the many heavenly kings attacked one after another. The powerful force directly blasted into the ink path. Along the ink path, it instantly reached the top. The powerful force caused the giant to take a step back. And at this moment, Suyu laughed loudly. A wave of life and death power spread from the ink path, directly spreading toward the land of chaos. Fellow undead cultivator, it seems like I still won. Everyone, enter the ink path, step into the land of chaos, enter my world, and be reborn. Boom, at this moment, heaven and earth shook. One undead cultivator after another quickly rushed toward the ink path. Lu Hong roared violently. The ink path wavered and roared, Quick, your majesty, beat that guy away, or we won't be able to guide him away. Suyu cursed, Nonsense, I'm maintaining the life and death path. I don't have time to care about you. March, Giant Axe, Fat Ball, follow the ink path and attack him together. One powerful existence after another entered the dead soul path from the ink path. At this moment, the dead soul path shook violently. A powerful repulsive force immediately repelled the auras of several living beings. The giant sneered, living beings entering, do you want to die? Stall for time. Suyu roared. Drag it out for a while. At this moment, he was guiding the life and death power, guiding his own world to move the South King and the others over. Not only did he want to move them, but he also wanted to use the rich life and death power here to revive them. Invasion of heaven and earth. An angry roar. Rumble, in the distance, Suyu's small world, while the dead soul path was in turmoil, while the giant was being resisted, directly rushed toward the land of ultimate ruin. In the void, a book and a large seal were rapidly defeating the rule of the dead soul path. I've already fought, I still want to snatch your territory. Courting death. Boom, the giant used his pitchfork to send March flying, then used his pitchfork to send Giant Axe flying. Very soon, he was engaged in a great battle with Fat Ball. Suyu, on the other hand, quickly gathered countless life force and looked at South King and Mist Mountain, smiling, who's first? Below, he too collapsed, Your Majesty, I'll go first. Suyu laughed, there's no rush. You first fuse with the origin and show everyone, that's enough. Revive, you don't have to go first. F*CKU, be a human, you keep saying women are a roadblock, but at the critical moment, you only know how to revive women first, damn it, he too was extremely depressed. At this moment, an extremely powerful life force merged into Marquis Mist Mountain's body. Suyu smiled, forget it, Mist Mountain first. Lu Hong, cut off the dead soul path and connect it to my world. Okay. Boom, the ink path was quickly sealed. At this moment, Marquis Mist Mountain instantly turned from black to white, from white to black and white, constantly changing and changing. The next moment, she flew out of the ink path. Outside was Suyu's world. She had been there before, but at this moment, it was extremely different. At this moment, she suddenly felt the existence of her physical body and the rejection of the death force. Marquis Mist Mountain was stunned. Am I revived? She suddenly raised her hand and stared blankly. Suyu, however, roared, speed, connect to the great Tao in my world, the great Tao that suits you. Quick, be careful. Rumble, at this moment, be it the dead soul path or Suyu's great Tao, both erupted with a thunderous force and struck at Marquis Mist Mountain. This world will not allow you to revive. Coming back from the dead, this was the real mess. Marquis Mist Mountain was just a white man, but in the blink of an eye, he was struck by lightning and turned black. Marquis Mist Mountain screamed, so painful, but so satisfying. Ha ha ha. I know it hurts. Marquis Mist Mountain went crazy. I know it hurts, heavens, I actually know it hurts. As for Suyu, he couldn't help but roar again, shut up, shapeshifting clothes. Do you want to be seen naked by those old perverts after reviving? At this moment, the great Tao seemed to have quietened down. The group of old experts all felt pain in their livers. Who the F*CK is an old pervert, who is your inner self? Marquis Mist Mountain was also startled. The next moment, he laughed loudly. His laughter was crisp but rough. Fine, I will only show it to His Majesty. Ha ha ha, His Majesty, I am very pretty. Boom, in an instant, she was struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. Suyu was speechless. This is pretty, hee hee. These women all had mysterious self-confidence. At this moment, the whole world shook violently, not just Suyu's world. At this moment, the dead soul path, time path, Suyu's great Tao, and even human sovereign's great Tao were all shaking. Someone was revived from the dead. Lightning Tribulation gave birth to new life. Marquis Lan Shan, who was struck half to death by the lightning, roared and shouted in pain and happiness. Sometimes, it was very sad to be alive. There was no taste, no pain, no touch. The world in his eyes, everything in his eyes, was actually gray and gloomy. But today, Marquis Lan Shan felt alive, she was revived. The lightning tribulation in the sky seemed to be telling her that she was alive, even though it was very painful. Marquis Lan Shan roared and suddenly said, Your Majesty, I am Sword Tao, now there is no Sword Tao, fuse it for me. Damn, you only thought of this now. Suyu was speechless. You didn't care about this before. To think I cared about it. I thought you trusted me, so I didn't ask. So you forgot about it. Sword Tao is a common Tao, it needs too many people and Xinghong took it first. For this, even Yunxiao was sent flying. Fuse Halberd Tao. Suyu shouted. Marquis Lan Shan was startled. She shouted, Your Majesty, I won't. Nonsense, you use a sword and a mace the same, you just slash. Who cares what blade, spear, sword, halberd, aren't you the same? No problem, alright. Marquis Lan Shan was helpless. She thought about it and shouted, then. I will fuse Halberd Tao. I have seen people use Halberd Tao. There are too few people who use a mace, I can't tell. Suyu was speechless. Fine, as long as you are happy. At this moment, in the world below, a halberd-like Tao floated in the sky. Marquis Lan Shan was overjoyed. She quickly began to fuse with this halberd Tao. As for comprehension, there was not much difference in comprehension between martial Tao. Moreover, Marquis Lan Shan's sword was not much different from halberd, she would be the same with an axe. At this moment, Suyu was roaring as he observed. He did not care about the undead giant, he spread out his life and death Tao, through ink Tao, into his own world. This time, he personally guided the life and death energy, switching between life and death. Suyu observed Marquis Lan Shan, worried that something might go wrong. After careful observation, Suyu quickly came to a few conclusions. Firstly, it was true that these people could not return to the River of Time because of the appearance of the Thunder Tribulation. This was a serious rejection. The Thunder Tribulation of Suyu and the Great Tao of Necromancy was considered light, but if the River of Time were to strike, Lan Shan would be easily struck to death. Secondly, lifespan. Suyu carefully observed for a while and came to a conclusion. If they died in battle when they were alive, for example, the young ones, in fact, according to their lifespan when they were alive, the undead seemed to have come to an end during this period. When Marquis Lanshan died in battle, she wasn't old. She died a long time ago. Before the human race imperial dynasty was opened, she was still a marquis. When she died, she was around 1,000 years old. They were among the younger batch of Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Compared to the current patriarchs, their lifespans were much longer. After recovering, he was no longer afraid of dying of old age. Thirdly, the issue of strength. Marquis Lanshan was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure when she was alive. After her death, she had almost reached the Heavenly King level. After fusing with the Origin, she had officially stepped into the Heavenly King level and was close to the Heavenly Venerable level. However, Suyu observed that after fusing with the Origin, although Marquis Lanshan's aura instantly became stronger, compared to after fusing with the Origin, it was a bit weaker. Of course, compared to before fusing with the Origin, it was much stronger. Judging from the aura of the current Marquis Lanshan, she should also be a top-notch Heavenly King. However, he didn't know how much power she could exert in her own great Tao. If she was the same as Daxia of Goguryeo and the others, then her true strength would be between the peak of the second class and the Heavenly King level. Suyu frowned slightly. After the transformation, it seemed that her strength hadn't increased too much. Well, it was related to him. Marquis Lanshan couldn't be blamed for this, his own great Tao was too weak, which instead limited their strength. Otherwise, Marquis Lanshan would be a true top-notch Heavenly King, the kind that was close to the Heavenly Venerable level. While Suyu was still analyzing this situation, Fatty Ball let out a howl. Fatty Ball's dark form was incomparably powerful, but at this moment, it was stabbed together with its boots, causing Fatty Ball to howl in agony. So painful, the undead giant was getting stronger and stronger. Holding the giant trident, Fat Ball roared as it stabbed him. And the undead giant stepped forward, as if it was going to stab March and the others to death. Continue. Suyu swept a glance, frowned slightly, and shouted, "Next!" The three Heavenly Venerables were clearly no match for the undead giant. One had to know that the three Heavenly Venerables were not weak, not to mention that Fat Ball was actually equivalent to two of them. Previously, the three Heavenly Venerables had not been at a disadvantage against the four Heavenly Venerables, but now, they were being beaten miserably by this undead giant. Clearly, this giant's strength was getting stronger, and it had already surpassed Suyu. Suyu didn't care about this. At this moment, he felt that his own great Tao power had strengthened again, and the world was also expanding. Below, a large number of powerhouses were forcibly bombarding the great Tao of Death, weakening its power. The originally 10,000 square meters of the world had already expanded more than 10 times due to the large number of powerhouses fusing with the great Tao. Now, with the integration of Marquis Lanshan, it expanded again. And Suyu himself was also expanding the world, encroaching on the territory of the world of death, resurrected. At this moment, everyone looked at Marquis Lanshan again. Marquis Lanshan, who had integrated with the Halberd Tao, was a little shocked. He really resurrected, yes. At this moment, everyone saw it. In Suyu's world, in the air, there was a heroic female powerhouse, holding a halberd, wearing fiery red armor, and a blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind. She was indeed heroic, she looked very young. When Marquis Lanshan didn't speak or laugh, she was indeed a beauty. However, at this moment, Marquis Lanshan held the halberd in one hand and put the other on her waist, laughing crazily, extremely rough. No matter how beautiful she looked, no one could see her. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Marquis Lanshan's laughter shook the heaven and earth. She was laughing crazily. I am the first resurrected dead spirit in the world, just short of saying, let me put my hands on my waist and show off a little. Your Majesty, does my Marquis robe look good? Marquis Lanshan laughed loudly. This was personally sent to the world of death by Lord Marshal King years ago for me to wear. Your Majesty, if I can be conferred the title of king, can your Majesty make another set of Lanshan robe for me? Suyu glanced at her, too lazy to pay attention to her. Now that this fellow was resurrected, even her expression had changed. He couldn't see that she was arrogant before, but today, she was really arrogant. In the past, her expression wasn't obvious, but now, it was obvious, and at this moment, the dead spirit giant also looked down and said indifferently, Mist Mountain Robe, I don't think Suyu has a chance, but Mist Mountain Burial Robe has a chance. His aura became more and more powerful, and he looked around and said indifferently, are you guys going to disobey me as well? He was looking at a few top-tier dead spirit powerful beings. North King, Dead Spirit King, Dragon Blood Marquis. Are these guys all going to disobey me? The Dead Spirit King closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. He was a smart person, and he wouldn't say anything at this moment. Whether it was Suyu or this dead spirit giant, they could fight it out among themselves. If he didn't help Suyu, Suyu wouldn't blame him. He didn't help the dead spirit giant. This giant wasn't the true body of the dead spirit lord, so he wasn't too afraid. If the true body really came, forget it, Suyu wouldn't even need his help, and he would be killed in an instant. In the distance, the North King was still controlling a few Dao integration stage subordinates. At this moment, these dead spirits were all trembling with fear. What to do? They didn't dare to help the dead spirit giant. This was the truth. So many powerful beings had been killed by Diji Luo. Who wouldn't be afraid, but they couldn't help Suyu either, they didn't have a chance to be resurrected. As dead spirits, they would still be governed by the great Tao of dead spirits. The North King had a complicated expression. Currently, a large number of dead spirit powerful beings had been killed in the dead spirits realm, and the rest were resurrected. Only he, Dragon Blood Marquis, and Dead Spirit King were considered dead spirits in the truest sense. However, they had also disobeyed the will of the dead spirit lord, even though this was only a remnant will. The dead spirits realm was no longer pure. Suyu's arrival had thrown the entire dead spirits realm into chaos. The North King looked at the battle over there, and he suddenly looked at the Dao integration stage powerful beings beside him and sighed. Why don't you follow the dead spirit giant and be careful? You might not die. Why don't you follow Suyu now? There may not be any hope of resurrection. However, Suyu has taken away a large number of dead spirit powerful beings. If he still wants to control the dead spirits realm, he needs real dead spirit powerful beings. Everyone looked at him, and one of the Dao integration stage powerful beings couldn't help but ask, then, what about you, my lord? Me? The North King chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm not a decisive person. If I were decisive, this wouldn't have happened. When I was alive, I was too timid and overcautious, which led to my death. Even after my death, I'm still the same. The East King came to me and tried to persuade me to ally with him, but I refused. The West King came to me, but I also refused. The South King also came to me, but I still refused. Whether it's allying with the human race or opposing the human race, it's all a choice. However, the only thing I want to do is to become my own king. However, I don't have the strength, the opportunity, or the courage. Perhaps I'm the kind of person that everyone says has great ambitions but little talent. He was an enemy of the human race, and he was also an enemy of one. However, he didn't want to be an enemy for the sake of being an enemy. He just wanted to be his own king. Everyone should just ignore him and let him be his own king. However, he didn't have the strength or talent to do so. This was what he said. He had great ambitions but little talent. Even if he didn't want to follow any side, he still had to have the strength to back it up. He didn't. You can make your own choices. I won't hold you back. As for me, the North King looked into the distance at the Dead Spirit Galaxy, which was specially used to attract dead spirits. He smiled. I want to go in and live in seclusion, but I don't know if I'll still have the chance. There's no place for me in the dead spirits realm anymore. The final void was no longer safe. Suyu was involved, and the dead spirit emperor was about to break out of his seal. What other choice did he have? As he spoke, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dragon Blood Marquis figure gradually appeared, and he said softly, My lord, the world has changed. So, my lord, please rest in peace. At this moment, the surrounding Dao integration stage powerhouses were all astonished. The Dragon Blood Marquis appeared, and his claw pierced through the North King's dead spirit mark. The Dragon Blood Marquis power was constantly being devoured by the Dragon Blood Marquis. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Marquis looked somewhat demonic. He looked up at the battle in the distance and revealed a sinister smile. What a good show! The other Dao integration stage powerhouses wanted to run, but they were instantly grabbed by the North King's claws. The sound of his claws piercing through the dead spirit mark rang out incessantly. The Dragon Blood Marquis chuckled lightly. Today is really a good show. The dead are dead, and the resurrected are resurrected. In the end, there are only a few true dead spirit cultivators left in the dead spirits realm. The North King's eyes were a little unfocused, and he did not say anything. He only looked over at the battlefield for a long time before suddenly saying, "Dragon Blood, in this era, there are always people who think they are smart, but in the end, they are played by others." The Dragon Blood Marquis smiled. "Are you talking about me, my lord?" He crushed the North King's dead spirit mark and continued to devour his origin power. The North King suddenly smiled, but he soon sighed. "Perhaps, only you really want to be a dead spirit. Dragon Blood, you are not wrong. You are the true king of this realm. Because, this is the dead spirit's realm. Only you are willing to endure hardship, but we still want to live for once." His aura became more and more unfocused, and there was a look of confusion in his eyes. "I actually don't want to be a dead spirit, and I don't want to be a heavenly king. What North Heavenly Queen is not what I want. What I really want is a peaceful life. I would rather be a dog in peace than a man in chaos." The North King smiled, and his figure began to dissipate. He sighed. "Dragon Blood, if you want to be the king of the dead spirits, the road ahead will be bumpy. You have walked too smoothly, and I have seen your changes. Don't you think that this is very sudden? There have been no changes for many years, but now, your strength has increased tremendously. It is as if the heavens are helping. You don't understand." The Dragon Blood Marquis smiled mockingly. "North King, you are really old. You are too content with being mediocre. You don't understand. In this era, there are always some people that you cannot imagine. My luck, my talent, everything I have, they are all bestowed upon me by the true king of the dead spirits. And this person in front of me is just a spiritual mark. Just as Suyu said, that is not the true body. In terms of status, he may not even be comparable to me. I am the true master of this realm. The true king of the dead spirits has chosen me. Do you understand?" The North King turned his head with difficulty and looked at Dragon Blood. His figure became more and more blurry, but his eyes became clearer. Suddenly, he coughed out blood and smiled. "You. Who do you think you are? Dragon Blood. You are very mediocre. Who can you compare to? The human emperor? Suyu? Or King Wen and King Wu? Or do you think that you are more talented than us four heavenly kings?" He coughed out black blood and smiled brightly. "You are still too young. You are really not worthy. I am not saying this because you killed me, but I hope that you can see yourself clearly. Dragon Blood, see yourself clearly. You still have a chance. If you don't, you will not have a good ending. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it." The Dragon Blood Marquis laughed. "Who do you think you are? Do you think that whatever you say is true, if you say that I am not worthy, are you? What a joke." While all this was happening, the giant undead spirit and Suyu both felt that something had happened to the North King. Just as the Dragon Blood Marquis said that the North King would not be able to see it, Suyu suddenly cursed. F***ck, I've been waiting for my death. The three heavenly venerates were on the verge of death. Fat Ball turned to look at him with a confused expression. Fat Ball had already turned into a ball of blood. "What do you mean waiting for your death?" Suyu cursed. "What a waste of time. I've been waiting for you to kill the North King for a long time. Why did you only do it now? How frustrating." The Dragon Blood Marquis had just become a heavenly venerate not long ago. After killing the North King and the other Dao integration stage cultivators, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. Suyu could feel it, however, he was still quite a ways off from becoming a master of the laws. At this moment, however, Suyu didn't care. He had already reached his limit. Dragon blood couldn't improve any further in the short term. Unless he killed the dead spirit emperor. But was that even possible? That was impossible. It was time for this son of Providence to complete his mission. This giant undead spirit was getting stronger and stronger. It was still very troublesome. Especially at a time like this, when Suyu had to manage the resurrection. How could he have the time to deal with the giant undead spirit? The instant the dragon blood marquis swallowed the North King, Suyu roared. Within the river of dead souls, a small page suddenly emerged from a giant water droplet. This was the page that Suyu had buried in the river of dead souls. Suyu had put in a lot of effort into it. He had fused the word death into the river of dead souls, the word Shenwen. Return to my great Tao. The dragon blood marquis roared. In the next instant, the drop of origin power rapidly flew towards Suyu. At the same time, Suyu roared, true body, descend. Boom, a muffled explosion reverberated throughout heaven and earth. In the next instant, everyone saw the dragon blood marquis, who was still holding on to the North King, appear in the river of dead souls. The dragon blood marquis was momentarily stunned. The giant undead spirit also frowned slightly. The North King, who was on its last breath, suddenly looked at Suyu, then at the drop of origin power, then at the page within it. Suddenly, it laughed. Ha ha ha. Laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. It had never laughed like this in its entire life. It had never been so happy. I'm dying of laughter, I saw it, dragon blood marquis, that fool. As expected, I said, this change happened too quickly. It was almost at the same time as Suyu's arrival. As expected, it was all Suyu's doing. The dragon blood marquis was stunned. What did this mean? He looked at Suyu. Why did I suddenly appear here? As for Suyu, there was no time to explain. He hurriedly said, don't ask, it's useless even if you ask. You're my son. Bah, I despise you even if you're my son. You say you're the son of destiny, and destiny is me. Bah, I'm not the Marquis of Destiny. Forget it, there's no point in talking. Hurry up and fuse with the origin power. The dragon blood marquis expression changed. He immediately roared, Suyu, you're courting death. Shut up. I don't have time to deal with you. I'm dying of anxiety. He quickly fused the drop of origin power into the dragon blood marquis's body. The marquis wanted to resist, but he couldn't move. At this moment, he seemed to realize something. That I fused with the Tao of dead spirits, I created it. Suyu curled his lips. Nonsense. With your conduct, if I didn't give you a destiny, where would you get one? Hurry up and fuse with it. Let's see if you can reach the master of the laws. If you can't, that's fine. I'm busy. Hurry up. Impossible. The dragon blood marquis went crazy. Impossible. I am the true heir chosen by the Lord of Dead Spirits. Suyu, you liar, shut up. Do you think I have less potential than the Lord of Dead Spirits? Is there a difference between acknowledging him as your father and acknowledging me as your father? Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. He reached out and the dragon blood marquis was about to explode. Boom, the Grand Tao violently fluctuated. He had completely lost control of it. Without the power of the Grand Tao, what was he? Nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, it was caught by Suyu. Suyu picked up the drop of origin water and smiled brightly. Good boy, eat it. At this moment, Suyu had transformed into some strange existence. He was feeding the dragon blood marquis medicine, feeding him the origin water. No. Suyu, you, shut up and eat it. Suyu punched the dragon blood marquis's mouth wide open. Not only that, but Suyu clenched his teeth and absorbed the page. He sighed. He was afraid that if he took it away, the dragon blood marquis would become weak. That wouldn't be good. As soon as he did, the dragon blood marquis's aura increased by a great deal. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from an early Empyrean to a peak, almost surpassing Suyu. Suyu. The dragon blood marquis fiercely struggled, but his power of the Grand Tao was beyond his control. Suyu ignored him. Under the shocked gazes of others, Suyu needed the dragon blood marquis. Soon, the dragon blood marquis could no longer make a sound. He could only madly struggle. His aura was also becoming stronger and stronger. on the other side, the dead spirit giant that was fighting with the three Empyreans suddenly stopped. It looked at Suyu and coldly said, "What are you doing? Don't you know?" Suyu smiled. "You appeared because I extracted a large amount of the dead spirit source energy. But, you see, I contributed my own dead spirit source energy. I had the Dragon Blood Marquis kill so many powerhouses, so he saved up a lot of source energy. Now that I've filled his entire body with the Grand Tao, I think fellow Taoist has no reason to continue reviving." Suyu smiled brightly. "Even if I win against fellow Taoist's avatar mark, there is no benefit, is there? If I lose, people will die. What's the point? Since that's the case, I'll fill in as much as I extracted. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to leave, right?" Suyu laughed heartily. "Look, he's so strong, look, he's about to become a true master of the laws. Also, this page contains my own comprehension of the Grand Tao of Death. I'll fill it in together with the source energy of the Grand Tao of Death. That's good enough, right? Of course, if the Lord of the Dead Spirits doesn't realize this before he returns, I'll steal his Grand Tao." Suyu's smile was very despicable. "Brother, I don't want to fight a robot and cause my subordinates to suffer heavy losses. You should go back in peace. Goodbye." The Dragon Blood Marquis suddenly roared. With unwillingness, anger, despair, and madness, he flew towards the dead spirit giant. His aura grew stronger and stronger, terrifyingly strong. Suyu shouted, "Fat ball, you guys retreat." The three Empyreans were aghast, they all fled, Giant Axe and March cursed inwardly as they fled. What kind of world was this? They'd just beaten up a master of the laws, or rather, been beaten up. Now, another powerhouse close to the master of the laws was about to self-destruct because of Suyu. This world was too terrifying. Was this still the lower realms? Was this still the dead spirits' world? Why did it feel like the battle here was much more intense than in the higher realms? Not a single Empyrean had died in the higher realms, but here, a whole bunch of them had died. Now, even if they were masters of the laws, were they also going to die? How terrifying! The dead spirit giant didn't stop them from fleeing, nor did it stop the Dragon Blood Marquis from flying over. It was calm as the Marquis flew over. "Suyu, what do you think is the difference between me and the true Lord of the Dead Spirits?" Suyu laughed. "A lot. Can you enlighten me?" the dead spirit giant asked. Suyu laughed. "First, strength. Second, intelligence. You may seem intelligent, but in truth, it's all a kind of imitation, a program. You don't have your own feelings. You're just a program. When the Lord of the Dead Spirits needs to activate you, you can only follow his instructions. Third, adaptability. You can only follow the instructions. In truth, you don't have any adaptability. Fourth, courage. Fifth, as Suyu spoke, the Dragon Blood Marquis had already flown over to the dead spirit giant. The giant revealed a thoughtful expression. Suyu suddenly laughed. "See, you're doing very well now. You can actually think. Perhaps, you really want to become the next Lord of the Dead Spirits, but you're still just a brand. Of course, it's not like there's no chance. But if I were you, the first thing I'd do is change my name. Don't confuse it with the Lord of the Dead Spirits." Suyu grinned. "How about I give you a name?" The dead spirit giant looked at Suyu. He didn't retreat. Even if he left, when the Dragon Blood Marquis exploded and filled the river of dead spirits, he'd disappear. "Please enlighten me," he said politely. "Should I have my own name?" Suyu laughed. "Lord of the Dead Spirits." Suyu laughed. "He's the Lord of the Dead Spirits. How about you call yourself the Lord of the Dead Spirits? In my opinion, even if you disappear this time, the brand will still be there. You can steal a bit of the Great Tao of the Dead Spirits' power and turn it into your Great Tao of the Dead Spirits. When the Lord of the Dead Spirits returns, hee. No more, the Great Tao of the Dead Spirits will be yours. At that time, you'll be the Lord of the Dead Spirits." The dead spirit giant seemed to be deep in thought. Everyone else was silent. Damn, Suyu was so shameless. He actually dared to incite the Lord of the Dead Spirits clone to betray him. Could he even be human, the dead spirit giant? No, perhaps he should call him the Lord of the Dead Spirits now. he had a thoughtful expression. He stabbed the dragon blood marquis on his fork and said, "Lord of the dead spirits?" Fellow Taoist Su. What's the difference between the dead spirits and the dead spirits? Suyu laughed. The difference between death and the dead spirits is huge. When humans talk about death, it usually means the destruction of the physical body. There's another saying in the human race, the physical body dies, but the spirit remains. This is what the Lord of the Dead Spirits pursues. As for death, it's actually a kind of extreme, true death. When the physical body is destroyed, so is the spirit. Suyu laughed. It's a kind of pure death, a kind of extreme death. That's called death. The true dead spirits are actually nothingness. The true Tao of death is actually more extreme than death. At this moment, not only him, but the others were also slightly dazed when they heard this. Was that so? It felt like, it made sense. Death was purer and more extreme than death. At this moment, the Lord of the Dead Spirits' eyes flickered. In other words, the dead spirits are more extreme and stronger than the dead spirits? Suyu laughed. It depends on you. It doesn't mean that my saber is definitely stronger than my spear, and vice versa. It depends on your cultivation and comprehension, right? You're right, thank you, fellow Taoist. Then I shall be called the Lord of the Dead Spirits. He suddenly smiled and looked at the dragon blood marquis. Then today, I also want to experience what true death is. Come. Boom, in a situation where the dragon blood marquis was about to go berserk, there was no need for him to self-detonate. The Lord of the Dead Spirits suddenly dragged him along to self-detonate. *CK your ancestors. The dragon blood marquis madness, unwillingness, anger, and grievance that wanted to tear the river apart let out a final mournful howl. As for who he was cursing, it was hard to say. There was a high chance it was Suyu, and a low chance it was the Lord of the Dead Spirits. As for the South King and the others, they were all shaken. They looked at Suyu, and then at the raging waves that had been set off in the great path of death. This was possible. As for Suyu, he watched silently with a slight frown. After a long time, he laughed. He can't really comprehend some Tao of death, right? I was just speaking nonsense. This feels like he really did comprehend something. The Lord of the Dead Spirits might really have gained something at the last moment. This was really strange. As for his self-detonation, it actually made no difference to Suyu. Even if he didn't self-detonate, the dragon blood marquis would. It was just a matter of who came first, and in this self-detonation, the last wisp of the North King's will, which had been ignored all this time, completely dissipated. There was some disappointment, some relief, and some indescribable regret. As expected, this world was still the world of these treacherous fellows. They had schemed and schemed, yet they never found it tiring. That brute dragon blood had thought that he was the son of destiny. What a joke. Even the North King felt that he was overthinking things. Who would have thought that dragon blood would be one step ahead of him? The unexpected win just now had suddenly become a joke. Of course, he was already dead, so he could laugh. The North King no longer felt regret. With a laugh, he completely dissipated from this world. At the last moment, he was finally completely relieved. I never had the heart of an overlord, the strength of an overlord, and the schemes of an overlord. Perhaps my death was inevitable. The 4 heavenly kings had all fallen. The era of the 4 heavenly kings has come to an end today. The North King left his final words. The East, West, and North Kings had fallen, and the South King was about to be resurrected. The era of the 4 heavenly kings that had been passed down since ancient times had come to an end. This also indicated that the ancient rule of the Dead Souls realm had come to an end. The Dead Souls realm now belonged to the Su King. In the Ink Path, the South King watched silently and did not speak. Yes, the era of the 4 heavenly kings had come to an end. Huge waves surged. In the Dead Souls realm, the great Tao trembled violently. The entire river of dead souls was fluctuating violently. This time even the entire river of time was affected. The river of dead souls trembled. The two were still connected. This time, the trembling was extremely intense, and at this moment, in the depths of the river of time, first, the trembling of Mist Mountain's resurrection made everyone look at the phantom. Someone muttered, "Emperor Wu died again?" The phantom human emperor felt that this fellow was implying something. 2 times. The first time, he said that Emperor Wu had been killed. The second time, he said that Emperor Wu's Sea of Will had been destroyed and completely perished. So at this moment, the third fluctuation. What did it mean? Obviously, everyone felt that it might not be Emperor Wu. Of course, since they had nothing to do, it was also a kind of fun to ponder about their boss. The Phantom thought for a moment. Since these guys had said so, it would be really unfair if he did not say something. He thought for a moment and said calmly, Emperor Wu died again. Everyone was silent, waiting for the human emperor to give them a reasonable and perfect explanation. This time, how did Emperor Wu die? Tell me, the Phantom said calmly. The first time, his physical body died. The second time, the Sea of Will died. The third time, after turning into an undead spirit, he was quickly caught by someone. With great strength, his undead spirit was killed, and the river of dead souls was shaken, causing the fluctuation of the river of time. This, whoever believed it would be stupid, someone laughed and said, Your Majesty, Emperor Wu is not weak, but he turned into an undead spirit. If he died again, could he cause the fluctuation of the entire river of dead souls? Or even the entire river of time? Is that possible? The Phantom sneered, The ignorant are fearless. The river of time and the river of dead souls are actually connected. You don't even know this, so what do you know? How dare you talk nonsense and deny everything I said? Alright, the human emperor could always make the dead come to life, to the point where even King Wen and the others had to compromise. Fine, you have the final say. However, when the fourth ripple came, this time, it felt like it was endless. Everyone was stunned and looked at the projection of the human emperor. Go on, the third time, even the undead spirit doppelganger died. What do you say for the fourth time? Someone laughed and said, Can Emperor Wu die 4 more times? Your Majesty, why don't you put it another way? Who died this time? The Phantom looked at him silently and said after a while, It was still Emperor Wu. Everyone held back their laughter. His Majesty didn't even want his face anymore in order to fight for his honor, or Emperor Wu. Bah, your face, he had died 3 times, and his undead spirit had died. Tell us, how could there be a 4th time? The Phantom said calmly, This fluctuation is connected to the previous one, and the time difference is not far. I guess before, only Emperor Wu's undead spirit died, but the source of undead spirits was not destroyed. This time, it was the source of undead spirits that caused the fluctuation in the river of dead souls. Someone in the crowd was confused again. The source of undead spirits? Of course, don't refute me, you ignorant fool. The Phantom said lightly, Undead spirits have an origin and a deity. Anyone who has explored the great path of undead spirits will know this. Those who don't know this probably don't deserve to discuss this with me. This time, someone really answered, Your Majesty is right. The undead spirits are divided into 2 parts. Are you serious? Wisdom King, you didn't say that to save His Majesty's face, did you? Of course not. Wisdom King laughed, There's no need. Actually, I'm not the only one who knows. If you don't believe me, you can ask those who have been to the river of dead souls. Very soon, someone gave his support. There is a theory of origin. Alright, those who thought the human emperor had no reason to believe it now all withered. This couldn't be refuted. The human emperor spoke clearly and logically. The first time, the physical body. The second time, the Sea of Will. The third time, the deity of undead spirits. The fourth time, the source of undead spirits. Good Lord, Emperor Wu died 4 times, and each time, the river of time was disturbed. This was not an ordinary scene, someone joked, It will be interesting if there is a 5th time. The crowd almost died of laughter. Indeed, even the source of undead spirits was destroyed. What answer would His Majesty give for the 5th time? At this moment, the 5th fluctuation followed. At this moment, in the realm of dead souls, Suyu revived the South King. The fluctuation this time was even greater than the Mist Mountain King's. The strong fluctuation caused the entire river of dead souls to shake even more violently than before. This time everyone looked at the Phantom. Go on, for the 5th time, if you can still say that Emperor Wu died and have a reason, we'll be impressed. At this moment, the Phantom turned around and looked behind him, a strange look in his eyes. Which bastard is always stirring up trouble? You're not done with me, are you? The sky splitter? The grandson of a sky splitter is always stirring up trouble? That was possible, the human sovereign made a judgment. It must be a grandson of a sky splitter who was constantly stirring up trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be shaking the river of time all day long. This grandson was so troublesome. With his back to the crowd, he thought for a while and continued, Emperor Wu died again. Everyone waited silently. How would Emperor Wu die this time? The explosion of the source of undead spirits doesn't mean that Emperor Wu can't die. The phantom pondered for a while and suddenly said, yes, this time, Emperor Wu's gate of heaven completely exploded. Before, when he died, the gate of heaven still existed, so he was still alive. Now that the gate of heaven has exploded, he has fallen. Someone smiled faintly, Your Majesty, in that case, Emperor Wu won't die for the 6th time, right? You've passed the 5th time. What do you say when the 6th fluctuation comes? The phantom remained silent. Will there be a 6th time? There should be. As for how long, he wasn't sure. The next moment, he was clear. The 6th time, it seemed to be coming. Forget it, I can't find a reason. Since I can't find one, then I won't let him die for the 6th time, the phantom said indifferently, he won't die for the 6th time. This time Emperor Wu is completely dead. I'll go take a look at the front. You guys continue to defend, I'll see how long it will take to return to the infinite worlds. He left in the air, and soon arrived in front. The next moment, he stomped his foot. The 6th fluctuation wasn't too strong, and was suppressed by his foot. This is good, there's no need to think about how Emperor Wu died for the 6th time. A bunch of guys, you dare to go against me? How can I lose to you? Hee, I will never lose. The 7th time, the 8th time, just come, I'm not afraid, I'll flatten them all. However, when he had this thought, the fluctuation appeared again, and he could calmly deal with it. However, when the last fluctuation appeared, the phantom suddenly jumped. F***ck. A loud shout resounded in all directions, the phantom's aura suddenly changed, and a powerful aura rushed through the long river. The phantom's eyes widened, he looked into the distance, F***ck, did I sense it wrong, Xianxia, resurrected? F***ck. He shouted again, and the phantom was shocked. How could this be, an expert who comprehended the great Tao of life and death, no, the master of the infinite worlds without rules, who, Mother F***ker, did Emperor Wu split open the sky? I won't believe it even if I die. In the path of dead souls. So you took advantage of the disappearance of the Lord of the Undead and quickly began to resurrect everyone. So you extracted a large amount of life and death energy, causing the entire life and death boundary to tremble. The second to revive was the South King. The South King's resurrection and the lightning tribulation were unbelievably powerful. Bolts of lightning struck down, making Suyu feel like the world was about to shatter. The South King had made it, it recovered from its charred state. Like Marquis Lanshan, the South King had changed his attire after recovering. He no longer looked like a dead spirit. At this moment, the South King's expression was still cold, almost the same as before, but a little colder. It was even colder than the undead state. The South King, whose aura was fluctuating, was dressed differently from the others. It was not too luxurious or too complicated. It was just a simple black silk dress without too many decorations. The South King did not seem to be a human. However, Suyu didn't know what race it was, and the South King had never mentioned it. At this moment, Suyu had a vague feeling. The South King was indeed not a human, nor was he a god fiend or an immortal. Suyu sensed that the South King was likely a vanished humanoid ancient race, one of the long-extinct races. If it wasn't the Soul Tribe, then it was the Heavenly Human Tribe, which had already perished during the primeval era. These great races that dominated the world in the immemorial era and ancient era had long disappeared in the dust of history. No wonder the Southern King did not mention his own race. It was not that he had forgotten them, but that they had already disappeared. The South King also chose a great path and directly extended upwards. In an instant, it felt like she was already a heavenly venerate. It seemed like she had grasped this Tao when she was alive and had also reached the Empyrean realm. The South King had been a heavenly king for a long time. Before she died, she might have been a heavenly king or even an Empyrean. Or perhaps, there were no Empyreans at that time, so she was the master of the laws. Of course. Suyu had never heard of a master of the laws reviving, so perhaps only King Nan himself knew the specifics. At this moment, the South King had fused with a great Tao not chosen by Suyu, but by the South King himself. It was a relatively rare power of the Great Path, the Whip Path. The Southern King had such a hobby. Does she use a whip? That couldn't be right, the South King didn't use his whip the last few times. Well, Suyu didn't have time to care about it. At this moment, he was reviving the next person. He didn't dare to delay for too long, or else the Lord of the Undead might awaken once more. He didn't have a second Dragonblood Marquis to use. The third person was Suyu. It was finally He-Two's turn. The He-Two was so excited that it was finally my turn. However, this time, it was more difficult for the He-Two to revive than the others. It wasn't that it was difficult for him to revive, nor was it because he didn't have enough vitality, but the power of the lightning. Although Mist Mountain and South King seemed to be able to resist it with ease, it was difficult for them to do so. The power of lightning attacking the river diagram was also very powerful. After fusing with the essence of the river diagram, it was only a second-grade Dao integration stage power. The power of this lightning had vaguely reached the level of a heavenly king. Previously, Mist Mountain and the South King's thunderbolt power was also very strong. However, there might be a limit to it. It didn't exceed the level of a celestial venerable, so the two of them were able to resist it. As for He-Two, his revival was even faster. With his physical body existing, Suyu didn't consume too much life force. However, the power of the thunderbolt almost killed him. He-Two managed to survive in the end. However, he was covered in cuts and bruises, and he wasn't as carefree as the South King and the others were after they recovered. Even if he recovered, He-Two's body was charred black. It would be difficult to wear him down in a short time. Meanwhile, Suyu shouted, "The others who want to revive, think about it carefully. The power of this thunderbolt is not under my control. It is the final test before the true revival. The thunderbolt bestows some vitality. If we help you resist it, we can also resist it. However, at that time, you may face a lack of vitality and be unable to revive. Moreover, you will be stripped of the great Tao of the undead. If that happens, I'm afraid only death will await you." He was also very insightful. The power of this thunderbolt actually bestowed some special vitality to the dead spirits. If they resisted it, it might directly cause everyone's revival to fail. It was best to take it on themselves. The dead spirits who had fused with the origin did not say anything about withdrawing at this moment. At this point, it would be really stupid to say that they would withdraw after seeing hope. Even if they died, they had to try at least once. In total, there were about 30 dead spirits who had fused with the origin. Those who had not yet had no chance now, and so you could not let them fuse with it again. If they fused again, the Lord of the Undead would inevitably appear again. Previously, Marquis Dragonblood had gone to great lengths to fill this hole. Now, unless he used the venerable dead spirit sovereign to fill it, no one could fill this hole. Resurrection, endless resurrection. Suyu extracted the vitality from his own great Tao, as well as the vitality from the depths of the great Tao of the undead. The revival of these experts consumed a lot of energy. When it came to the guy from the Fire God clan, Suyu had almost used up all the vitality in his own great Tao. Even the origin had almost been extracted by Suyu. The heavenly fire was quite powerful, and the consumption was so great that Suyu's revival almost failed. Obviously, the heavenly fire also felt it. After being revived, it obediently fused with the great Tao of fire and did not say anything. Suyu only had one great Tao of fire. It should have been Marquis Firecloud or the Fire Spirit Race's experts who fused with it, but Marquis Firecloud was a heavenly monarch and had not fused with the great Tao. The Fire Spirit Race's decision surprised Suyu. This was because the 5 elemental races experts had all chosen to fuse with the great Tao of the 5 elements. The same choice as the floating earth spirit. According to them, their race's chances of becoming a master of the laws were slim. However, by fusing with the great Tao and strengthening it, the floating earth spirit would be the first to step into that domain, just like the human Tao of the flesh. Once the floating earth spirit strengthened the great Tao of the 5 elements, even if it could not become a master of the laws, it would be on the same level as the ancient human monarchs of the flesh Tao. Clearly, the five elemental race wanted to fuse the great Tao of the five elements into the Tao of the flesh in the river of time. This was also a path. It had to be said that this was a wise decision. They might not possess the insights of a master of the laws, but strengthening the great Tao together was faster than others. The five elemental race had fused with the great Tao of the five elements, which made the great Tao in Suyu's world stronger than the other great Taos. The floating earth spirit would soon become a pseudo-Tao heavenly monarch. Of the 32 dead spirits, 6 had been killed by the lightning. In truth, Suyu had tried to stop them, but they'd only been able to do so for a while. In the end, the dead spirit had collapsed on its own. While the lightning had struck them, it had also given them an opportunity to revive. Without the lightning, the dead spirit hadn't been completely revived. Instead, it had collapsed. Suyu didn't care too much about the 6 dead spirits that had died. He wasn't familiar with 3 of them. Clearly, they'd come from other places later. As for the remaining 3, 2 were Tao integration experts under the South King's command, while the last was a late-stage dead spirit who'd sought refuge in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Suyu wasn't too familiar with any of them. He wasn't a hypocrite. If he wasn't familiar with them, then so be it. If they couldn't withstand the power of the lightning, there was nothing Suyu could do. He revived the dead spirits. Soon, Suyu looked at Xingyu, who was still in the process of fusing with the essence. Xingyu's aura had finally broken through. She'd quickly reached Tao integration. In the blink of an eye, she'd gone from 4th grade Tao integration to 3rd grade, then 2nd grade, then Heavenly Monarch aura, and finally, Heavenly Venerate aura. After reaching Heavenly Venerate, Suyu could sense that Xingyu hadn't reached her limit yet. She could still improve. However, the rules of the Myriad realms had come into play. Xingyu might have been a master of the laws in life, but she'd died once, and now that she'd been revived, she'd still been restricted by the seal set up by the human sovereign. Otherwise, Xingyu might have already reached the master of the laws realm. Although she was only a Heavenly Venerate, Xingyu's aura hadn't risen much. At this time, black and white intersected, and the power of life and death circulated. Suyu observed carefully for a while. In fact, he already knew how to revive her. Moments later, 2 great Taos emerged from the ink Tao. 1 life, 1 death. Life and death. Suyu looked at Xingyu, and Xingyu also opened her eyes to look at Suyu. Her expression was a bit complicated. She suddenly said, "Are you sure you want to revive me?" At this time only Suyu and Xingyu existed in the dead spirit great Tao. Suyu smiled. "At this time, of course I want to revive." Xingyu looked at him. After a long time, she said, "I've maintained my nature as a dead spirit in the dead spirits realm for over 100,000 years. I've always been a dead spirit, not a living being. I have no sorrow, no joy, only peace." She'd always been in this state. Because of her strength, she hadn't recovered her original heart before. The nature of dead spirits was cold, murderous, and angry. Only these, at Tao integration, most dead spirits would stabilize their hearts and recover their original self. This was also related to the recovery of their memories. Xingyu's memories had recovered very little. Suyu nodded slightly. Xingyu said, "It's you who made me feel angry and angry. You've always bullied me," Suyu couldn't help but laugh. "You must be joking, master. I'm not that kind of person. How have I bullied you?" Xingyu ignored him. "So, at this time, I actually want to revive. I want to become a human again and experience a different feeling," Suyu nodded. "Of course. Suyu." Xingyu looked at Suyu. "So, after I revive, you'll be a stranger, right?" Suyu thought for a moment before nodding. "That's good." Xingyu looked at him. Seeing that Suyu was calm and unperturbed, she finally nodded and said, "Then, let's go." Suyu didn't say anything else. The 2 great Tao of life and death extended toward Xingyu. One of them extended to the gap in the river of time, while the other connected to the dead spirit great Tao. Immediately afterward, Suyu took out a pill and tossed it to Xingyu. "This is a longevity pill. Take it. You may have been the master of the laws when you were alive, but you've lived through many years. You've only recovered your heavenly venerate power, but you may die of old age after that." Xingyu didn't know what the longevity pill did, but she quickly swallowed it anyway. Devour the power of the great Tao of life and death. Xianxia continued, after devouring it, you'll still be half dead, the balance between life and death has not been broken. With that, the heavenly gate appeared. He looked at Xingyu. After devouring the Tao of life and death, use the Tao of death to attack my heavenly gate. Xingyu looked at him. Attack you? Yes. Xingyu fell silent. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This is the only way to revive. Your current strength surpasses mine. Even if you take the longevity pill, the life energy on my side won't be enough for you to revive. Without giving Xingyu a chance to speak, Xianxia continued, also, after reviving, quickly enter the river of time and grasp the great Tao energy you once grasped. This world doesn't support anyone becoming a master of the laws. You'll likely have to remain in your heavenly venerate state. Xingyu nodded. Forget it, no matter how much I say, when your memory recovers, it might dissipate the impact. Let's not talk too much and begin. Xingyu didn't utter a word. She began devouring the Tao of life and death. Her aura grew stronger and stronger, but she was unable to break through that boundary. Xianxia didn't care too much. It was useless now, but once the seal was broken, the master of the laws would no longer be a restriction. Xingyu would quickly advance further on the master of the laws path. Sooner or later, there would be benefits. The energy of life and death was devoured. In the blink of an eye, Xingyu's aura surpassed Suyu's, rumble rumble rumble. At this moment, the great Tao of death shook again. Even the great Tao of time was shaking. Two forces collided, Suyu silently observed. When he found it wasn't enough, he shouted, swallow the eternal pill. Xingyu quickly swallowed the pill. Her vitality was slightly stronger, but the eternal pill wasn't a one-time use pill. It had a long-term effect. The temporary burst of vitality wasn't enough. Suyu's heavenly gate appeared. He shouted, convert life and death. Attack me with the power of death. Xingyu glanced at Suyu. Suyu's expression changed. He shouted, hurry. I didn't pay such a heavy price just to make you hesitate. Hurry. Xingyu was a bit angry. Suyu was always so domineering, depressed, the energy of life and death rapidly changed. Massive amounts of death energy seeped out. In the next moment, a powerful wave of death energy struck the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate shook and a burst of vitality erupted, covering the death energy and transforming it into vitality. As for Suyu, he frowned. He shouted again, did you not eat? Trash. I said all of the power of death, not a small part. Hurry, if you delay any longer, the Lord of the Dead will revive again, or even the existence of the great path of time. Will you be happy then? Xingyu was angry. Don't always order me around, okay? Suyu glared. Shut up, I'll do whatever I say. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? Xingyu was angry and helpless, but she didn't dare to delay any longer. She just thought that if she used all of her power, Suyu might be seriously injured. Fine, I'll beat this bastard to death. In the next moment, a powerful wave of death energy erupted from her body. Xingyu shouted. All of the power of death energy slammed towards the heavenly gate. Above the heavenly gate, there was even a faint will that belonged to the heavenly gate itself. The Lord of the Dead wanted to break open the heavenly gate with a joint attack from inside and outside. This might be the heavenly gate's idea. In the next moment, an extremely rich power of life reversed the death energy. As soon as Xingyu's death energy appeared, it was quickly reversed into vitality. For the dead, this was a heavy blow, but for Xingyu, the death energy was quickly reversed, and half of the original death energy was quickly turned into vitality. The vitality in her body suddenly gained an absolute advantage. At this moment, on the other side of the river of time, the power of the great path spread out, as if to receive its master. The great path that she controlled seemed to sense her revival, and Suyu was also sent flying thousands of meters away by this powerful life and death impact. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, frowning slightly as he looked at the place where life and death intersected. There, Xingyu's vitality erupted. At this moment, a special wave of power spread out from the hole that the Lord of the Dead had dug out. As for what kind of great path it was, Suyu wasn't sure, but it should be the great path that Xingyu had mastered when she was alive. At this moment, Xingyu's aura changed several times. She was alternating between black and the white power suddenly suppressed the black power. From all directions, waves of great path power rushed towards her with some offensive power. The power of the river of dead spirits also rushed towards her. It seemed to be preventing her from resurrecting, but at this moment, the star seal that Suyu had handed over to Xingyu suddenly erupted with a powerful force, instantly suppressing the surrounding great path power. Suyu glanced at it and smiled. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. The human emperor might have arranged everything in the past. All he needed was a different power of life and death to stimulate Xingyu's revival, so that the power of life could suppress the power of death. And on Xingyu's side, at this moment, her memory seemed to be recovering, and her face revealed a painful expression. She groaned a few times, and her aura became stronger and stronger. However, it was still within a boundary. From the other side of the river of time, there seemed to be a powerful attraction that wanted to accept her back. Her own great path power was also pulling her, as if trying to pull her back from the state of the dead spirit. Seeing this, Suyu shouted, "Go back." Xingyu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Suyu, the vitality in her eyes greater than death. At this moment, there was a powerful attraction coming from the cave behind her. Xingyu opened her eyes and looked at Suyu. The look in her eyes was different from before, as if her memory was constantly recovering. She looked at Suyu with some difficulty, her vitality overflowing, and said word by word, "My memory is being attacked." Suyu nodded. "I am afraid. I will forget you." Suyu smiled. "That's good." Xingyu looked at him, an imperceptible trace of anger on her face. "You don't have any regrets?" Suyu smiled. "Don't add drama to yourself, hurry up, okay?" Xingyu sighed as if she had lost something. "Then I'm leaving." She looked at Suyu, her eyes complicated. "If I completely recover, I am afraid I will go upstream." Suyu furrowed his brows. Xingyu's expression was complicated. At this time, the fierce memory attack swept over her again. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer, so she quickly said, My brother is upstream, he's in danger. He seems injured. I have to go. I control the power of healing and am skilled in the Tao of life. Here, I can only maintain my Empyrean state. If I go upstream, I can restore myself to the master of the laws. Xingyu's memories regarding the dead spirits were attacked once more. She had no choice but to speed up. Using her will, she said, "You said I like to grow flowers. Teaching the Time Master how to grow flowers isn't actually growing flowers, it's a kind of utilization of vitality. Upstream, I'm afraid the others are all injured. My brother hasn't returned yet, so I'm afraid he can't return now. So, I have to go treat their injuries and stall them for a longer time. I'm not trying to escape. I just hope to stall them for a longer time. Suyu, you have to become stronger. Otherwise, when they return, you won't have a chance." Suyu frowned. "You want to participate in the battle of the Masters of the Laws?" Upstream, that was the battle of the Masters of the Laws, and not just one or two, but dozens and hundreds. He originally thought that since Xingyu had recovered, even if she didn't remember anything, it wouldn't be a big deal. In the infinite worlds, there wasn't much danger. But if he went upstream, he could die at any time. Xingyu's sea of will rumbled, and a flood of memories rushed into her mind. Her voice was urgent, and even her will was in a rush. "I'm a healer. I have to go, and help them recover. It's been too many years. I'm afraid their injuries aren't light." Suyu frowned again. "Healer?" He suddenly laughed. "You're a doctor, but you killed yourself. Isn't that a quack?" Xingyu originally thought he would say something, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but say angrily, "Did you hear what I said? I'm not a quack. My death was an accident. I was targeted. Some experts fear I control the Tao of life." Cough, cough, cough. She coughed incessantly. Suyu's focus was always different from others. Xingyu looked back. "I have to go. If I leave now, I can still receive a large amount of life energy. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to find an opportunity to leave this place. I have to borrow this newly recovered energy and use the star seal to suppress the fluctuations." Then I'll head upstream. She was going upstream to participate in the battle, so you didn't say anything else. The human sovereign. The human sovereign was probably her brother. In the infinite worlds, it was either the older brother saving the younger sister or the younger sister saving the older brother. As expected, it was better to be an only child. With so many siblings, he had to constantly save them. How pitiful. But then again, Suyu thought it wasn't bad to have a younger sister to save. At this time, Suyu also knew what the energy from the river of time was. It was the energy of life, the Tao of life. Now that was interesting. The Emperor of the Immortals seemed to have grasped this type of Tao, but it wasn't quite the same. Xingyu said she'd been targeted back then. Had she been assassinated, at that time, the human sovereign might not have become the human sovereign, but the human sovereign, thoughts flashed through his mind. Suyu looked at her and said quickly, "So, you're going to leave immediately?" "Yes. I can't stay. Otherwise, if I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to go upstream anymore. Then they'll return soon, perhaps in defeat. That would be a disaster for the infinite worlds, and also a disaster for you. Once the human sovereign and the others returned in defeat, Suyu, as a human, would probably be out of luck." That was the reason. But Suyu still couldn't help but say, "Don't mention me. You're going to save me. Why does it sound like you're going upstream to save me? I'm so innocent." Xingyu was exhausted. At this moment, countless memories began to awaken, battering the entire sea of will. After a moment, Xingyu roared. Boom, a unique aura was emitted from it. At this moment, the death aura on her body had almost completely dissipated. She looked at Suyu again, and her eyes changed slightly. With some unfamiliarity, she looked at Suyu hesitantly. Suyu also looked at her and smiled. "Hi, hello, Xingyu." Xingyu seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't remember. She frowned slightly and suddenly looked back at the opening in the river of time. Holding the star seal, this time, the star seal overflowed with a different brilliance. She directly stepped into the opening without looking back. The powerful Xingyu, with the star seal, stepped into the opening with almost no difficulty. She turned back and looked at Suyu. Her eyes were a little cold, and her voice also changed. With some coldness, she said, "I still remember you, Suyu. However, you paid back what you owe me. Between us, no one owes anyone anymore. I've also saved you before." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Of course." Xingyu looked at him indifferently. At this moment, a great Tao of life appeared under her feet. Xingyu stepped into the river of time. Across the boundary of life and death, she looked at Suyu again. Her voice faintly came. "You are very talented. However, compared to some people, you may not be stronger. Take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the opening. Intense vitality erupted in the river of time. "Take care of myself," Suyu curled his lips. Women were really ruthless. Just now, she looked reluctant to part with him. In the blink of an eye, she really changed into a different person. Suyu smiled. "So be it, that's good. Since that's the case, I don't owe you any more after reviving you." In the river of time, a strong vitality erupted. Xingyu vaguely wanted to break the seal. She even had hope of breaking the seal. She could fight, but at this moment, she frowned. Break the seal, if she broke the seal, she could become the master of the laws. But this could also cause a chain reaction that would cause all the other Empyreans to take advantage of this opportunity to advance. She hesitated for a moment and looked back at the opening. At this time, it had already been covered by the river. Xingyu coldly snorted. "Bastard." She didn't even see him say a single good word. "You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." She looked upstream once more, a trace of worry in her eyes. Upstream, she could already sense that her big brother's condition wasn't good. Because they were connected by blood, she could sense that her big brother wasn't too far away. However, her big brother was likely heavily injured. At this time, this eruption of vitality was spreading upstream. She could take advantage of this opportunity to swim upstream. Looking down, she could no longer see Suyu. However, she could still see Suyu's expression. She could see that he didn't care at all. "Bastard." She cursed once more. In the next moment, she wanted to swim upstream, but she seemed to think of something. She twisted her body and rushed downstream at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, she arrived near an incomparably powerful tributary. At this moment, there seemed to be someone in the tributary. Suddenly, a person opened his eyes and rapidly flew out from the tributary. Baijan was shocked. Who was this? Bang! Before Baijan could say anything, an incomparably powerful force instantly exploded. A palm landed, and with a loud boom, Baijan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Xianxia waved her hand and a figure appeared. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis was at a loss, but in the next moment, his mouth fell open. He was suddenly caught in Xianxia's hand and turned into millions of silk threads, trapping Baijan within. Xianxia's voice was cold. You are the destiny of my dynasty and my subject. Suppress him for a moment, or else I will sever your destiny. With a clear shout, the Heaven Supervisor, who was out of control, was transformed into a giant net that enveloped Baijan. Baijan frowned. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly hesitated. He didn't choose to fight to the death with the Heaven Overseer and instead chose to fight this mysterious woman. At this time, figures appeared from the tributary below. Evergreen and the others were shocked. Who was this? Rebel. Xianxia snorted coldly and reached out. These people wanted to resist, but suddenly, a suppressive force appeared. In the next moment, the Star Universe seal appeared and with a loud rumble, it suppressed those ancient officials. This was completely different from when they were in Suyu's hands. Suyu held the Star Universe seal, but it didn't have the effect of suppressing these officials. But in Xianxu's hands, it had such an effect. Evergreen and the others' expressions changed. This was one of the rulers of the imperial court. Who was she? What was she doing? Xianxu didn't do anything. She reached out once more and grabbed towards those people. At this moment, everyone knew what she was doing. At that moment, she grabbed and extracted the life force and physical strength from the experts' bodies. In the distance, Baijan's expression changed and he hollered, "How dare you!" Bang! Baijan's aura instantly strengthened by 30% and broke through the Heaven Overseer's seal. At this moment, Xianxu's aura changed and she grabbed the Heaven Overseer once more. She turned it into a sword and pointed it at Baijan. Don't come over. Do you want to force me to break the seal and let everyone advance to Master of the Law? Baijan frowned. You are a human. What do you want? If you all advance, although there will be some changes, it isn't something I can't bear. Xianxu thought about it. Perhaps that was the case. She didn't say anything else and pointed at Evergreen and the others. They are my officials and betrayed the imperial court. I will take half of their physical strength and half of their life force. Their crimes of betrayal will be written off. Baijan, you don't want your people to always be labeled as traitors, right? Baijan frowned. Who do you represent? I represent the imperial court. Xianxu held the Star Universe seal and suppressed those people. She held the Heaven Overseer sword and said coldly, I represent the imperial court. Let me take as many as I want. I will pardon them for their crimes of betrayal. Baijan's expression changed. He was very strong and if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be afraid of this woman. He had stumbled because he had just come out and didn't expect her to attack him right away. He looked at Evergreen and the others. At this moment, they all had complicated expressions. Crimes of betrayal, was that counted? Maybe, it was, Xianxu said coldly, don't waste my time. Hurry up. In the crowd, Blood Shadow and the others sighed and lowered their heads. Take them. After that, our relationship with the imperial court will end. Xianxu said calmly, in the past, you all worked for the imperial court. Now that you have betrayed us, I will use my life force and physical strength to pardon you all on behalf of the imperial court. The human emperor didn't abandon you all. He was blocking the enemy on the front lines for you all. This doesn't count as the human emperor abandoning you all. You all betrayed him. The human emperor didn't abandon them and so did the other kings. They were still fighting on the front lines, thus, these people were traitors. It wasn't that the emperor didn't fight. The emperor had always been there to defend against the enemy. Xianxu didn't explain anymore. She quickly extracted large amounts of life force and physical strength. Soon, she took away the star universe seal that was suppressing them. She threw the heaven overseer and disappeared. Baijan's expression changed and he said in a low voice, "May I ask what your relationship with the human emperor is?" Xianxia, who was far away, ignored him. She was very busy, she had no time to care about Baijan. As for the experts under Baijan, she extracted half of their life force and half of their physical strength. They wouldn't die. Their life force couldn't be recovered, but their physical strength could be recovered. Baijan controlled the physical body Dao and would be able to recover them sooner or later. Xianxia moved forward quickly and shook off Baijan and the others. A door appeared on her forehead. Taking a quick look around, Xianxia soon crossed a few paths and arrived at a tributary. Is this the desolate heavenly beast Dao? She sensed it and judged that it should be. In the next moment, she merged the large amounts of life force and physical strength into the desolate heavenly beast Dao and quickly sealed it. After doing this, she looked ahead. It was too late. She had to go. She rushed forward, following the life force. Once again, she walked to the previous gap. She looked down. At this moment, the river had already covered the gap. She thought about it. Suyu, that idiot, might not use the desolate heavenly beast Dao in a short time. Although she had heard several times that this guy was going to break the desolate heavenly beast Dao and help others repair their bodies, he seemed to be forgetful. The star universe seal erupted again, suppressing the river. Xianxia broke the river with a palm, revealing the gap below. She could vaguely see Suyu again. At this moment, Suyu seemed to be busy with something and was about to leave the dead spirit path. Suddenly, Suyu looked ahead. It was a little strange. Why did you come back? Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, desolate heavenly beast Dao. What the hell? Suyu was confused. Speak human language. Xianxia snorted angrily. Go die. Quickly sealing the gap, Xianxia disappeared in the blink of an eye. But this time, Suyu touched his chin, smiled, and suddenly drilled out from the gap, just in time to see Xianxia quickly fly upstream. It was not that he couldn't drill through, but without the star universe seal, it was much more difficult to drill through. Seeing Xianxia quickly going upstream against the current, Suyu looked back and shouted, remember, Big Brother is used to trick people, not to save people. Don't kill yourself. When I have time, I will find your brother to play. Xianxia didn't look back, but her footsteps were a little stiff. This guy, it seemed like he was never serious. Suyu laughed and said, take care. Don't hold a grudge. Xianxia, when you reach upstream, tell your brother that you have a powerful subordinate who will soon attack and shock your brother, ha ha ha. Remember, don't reveal my information. Otherwise, if I really meet the human sovereign, I will be very disappointed if I don't see his shocked expression. Bad taste, Xianxia didn't look back, quickly leaving. Suyu, this bastard, always so improper, and Suyu, with a smile, waved his hand, but soon sighed. Attack my ass, in a short time, I can't attack up, just bragging, don't take it seriously. At this point, everyone had recovered. As for whether Xianxia retained any memories, Suyu didn't bother to ask. In fact, he guessed that she should have retained a lot. Forget it, he would know when he returned to the desolate heavenly beast Dao. When the stars and moon recovered, the recovery journey had come to an end, Suyu was back. He entered the river of dead souls from the river of time and soon returned to the land of the dead souls. The fluctuations of the river of dead souls gradually subsided. The short-lived Lord of the Dead Souls might have disappeared completely, but he might appear again next time. Once someone tried to resurrect and devour the origin, he would definitely appear again. The situation in the world of the dead souls had also changed dramatically. The North King was dead, Dragon Blood was dead, and 14 top experts in the sealed land had died. The powerful dead spirits in the river of dead spirits were dead, and the ones that survived, like the fire god race's heavenly fire, were now fused into Suyu's world. Suyu's world had also expanded a lot. At this moment, Suyu's strength had actually increased a lot, and his great path was much more complete. The stars and moon had integrated the great path of life and death, taking away Suyu's great path of life and death, but this great path belonged to Suyu's world. If the stars and moon became stronger, these two great paths would also become stronger. Thus, Suyu's world would be more complete. There were pros and cons. The stars and moon had taken away Suyu's great path of life and death. Once the stars and moon died, the cycle of the great path of life and death in Suyu's world would be destroyed, causing the whole world to be in turmoil. But if she strengthened these two great paths, they would also return to Suyu's world. This depended on the stars and moon. In the new world, there were 26 resurrected dead souls, almost all of whom were Suyu's subordinates, but a few were not, such as the heavenly fire. As for strength, the South King was the strongest at this time. When Suyu stepped into this world, he suddenly felt that he, the master of this world, might not be stronger than the South King. This was terrifying. Of course, it was only inside. Once out of this world, Suyu was still Suyu, but the South King might not be the South King of the present. The disadvantages of the false path were vividly displayed at this time. Here, Marquis Lanshan had the power of a peak heavenly king, and was even close to the power of an empyrean. But if he went out, he would at most be at the level of a newly ascended heavenly king. On the other hand, Heavenly Flame had the power of a celestial lord here. Once it left, it would definitely have the power of a heavenly king, and not a weak one at that. The others had all improved. For example, he too seemed to have a bit of the power of a heavenly king. Xiachen was probably a second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator, close to the domain of a heavenly king. Others like Xianxia were both second-grade and third-grade Dao integration stage cultivators, not far from the heavenly king level. Some of the 26 powerful beings were strong, while some were weak. However, even the former Eternal Realm cultivators possessed the power of Dao integration stage after fusing their essential essences. This was a group of experts, a total of 26. There were a total of 31 experts guarding this place. Just the experts from these two sides alone numbered 57. The experts from the other races, the human race, the experts from the ancient times. At this moment, Suyu's side was filled with experts. Suyu landed on the ground. At this time, the crowd returned one after another. Gigantic Axe and March had also arrived. Seeing the previously scattered people gather together and enter this world, Gigantic Axe and March were secretly shocked. In the outside world, some people's strength was average. However, for example, the Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo, as soon as they entered, their auras all skyrocketed, instantly becoming heavenly king-level existences. This was terrifying. Previously, there were more than 10 heavenly kings outside. When they came in, there were almost 20. Moreover, the South King and the others gave Gigantic Axe the feeling that even he could not match up to the South King. Not to mention the South King, he might not even be able to match up to the heavenly fire. Here, Marquis Lanshan's aura was not much different from his. March was also shocked. He looked around. It was not a big place, only the size of a small town, or the territory of a mountain of the Iron Eater tribe. However, this place seemed to be completely different from the outside world. It was not the dead spirit's realm, but it was also not like the infinite worlds. As March thought about this, Suyu smiled. Senior March, it's fortunate that you and Senior Gigantic Axe came to help us this time. Otherwise, I don't know how to deal with it. This was a polite greeting. If they didn't come, it wouldn't have affected much. At that time, Suyu had already used the sacred seal. It was actually a matter of time before he defeated those people. The one who really affected Suyu's plan this time was actually the venerable dead spirit emperor. If he had made a move, there would have been a change this time. But he didn't make a move. Everything was actually in Suyu's plan. Without being fully prepared, how would Suyu dare to act rashly? Since he dared, it meant that he was almost ready. March hurriedly said, Emperor Yu is too polite. Gigantic Axe wanted to say something but stopped. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Suyu smiled and said, Senior Gigantic Axe, this is the first time I've seen you. I've only heard of your name before, but have never seen you. Now that I've seen you, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Gigantic Axe was embarrassed. Emperor Yu, there are many experts here. I thought, forget it, I won't say it. I thought your side was really pitiful. Speaking up to this point, he still said, then those people before didn't die? He thought they were all dead. Suyu smiled and nodded. Of course they didn't die. Previously, I just didn't want to become the balance point between the chaotic tribe and Wan, so I took the opportunity to leave with my people. That's good. Gigantic Axe heaved a sigh of relief. I was worried that because you saved me, Emperor Yu's side would suffer heavy losses, and I would feel guilty. Now it's much easier. Suyu chuckled and said, feeling guilty. This is much better than many people. But senior, you don't have to do this. Asking Wan to release you was just a test. It was Wan who hoped that senior could help them, so he was willing to release you. As he said this, Suyu smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. Senior, just let this matter go. After saying this, Suyu looked at Heavenly Fire. At this moment, there were 4 people beside Heavenly Fire, all of whom were Dao integration cultivators. The 5 of them were the outsiders who had come this time. The others were all dead. Seeing Suyu look over, Heavenly Fire said in a deep voice, thank you for your help, Emperor Yu. Resurrected, this time, it could be considered a great bargain. The danger wasn't too great. Of course, those who were in danger were all dead. Suyu looked at them and said calmly, there's no need for pleasantries. It's meaningless. You chose to merge with my world, and you probably know what it means. I don't like to say pleasantries to people I'm not too familiar with. Here, you and I are connected. If something happens to me, you won't benefit, and if something happens to you, it'll damage my power of great Tao. Heavenly Fire said in a deep voice, I've already sensed that since we've chosen to merge with Emperor Yu's Tao, we'll fight for Emperor Yu, whether we have no choice, accept our fate, or repay a favor. He didn't say that they were subdued, but that was a matter for the future. At this moment, they weren't familiar with each other. Now, they had to serve Suyu. If they didn't serve, they could choose to sever their great Tao and leave, turning into the Sun-Moon tier, and then, die of old age. Yes, definitely die. Their lifespans were calculated according to when they were alive. How long could the Sun-Moon tier live? Without the power of Suyu's great Tao, they couldn't be contained by other great Taos, and they could only die of old age instantly. Suyu smiled, I like people with discerning eyes, but I'm afraid that they're blind. That's not good. At this moment, if anyone dares to bargain with me, there will be some grudges. I wouldn't dare. Heavenly Fire cupped his hands. In Suyu's territory, it was too stupid to bargain with him after using his great Tao. Moreover, Suyu had so many tricks up his sleeve. Who wouldn't be afraid? There were many strong cultivators in the sealed land, right? What about now? Most of them were dead. Suyu nodded slightly. At this moment, he also looked at the sealed land. Suddenly, he smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, Venerable Sovereign. His voice spread. In the distance, the Venerable Sovereign of Dead Spirits opened his eyes and said calmly, what's there to be happy about? Congratulations should be given to Emperor Su. Suyu smiled. Of course there's something to be happy about. This time, a large number of dead spirits died, King South and the others revived, and the source in the river of dead spirits calmed down. I think this is the best time for Venerable Sovereign to improve himself. There are also strong and weak masters of the laws. I think Venerable Sovereign may soon be able to step into the next realm. Yes, there was no competition, those who were competing were either dead or resurrected. This was also a period of development for the weak dead spirits. At this moment, if the opportunity was right, it wouldn't be difficult to become a heavenly king of dead spirits, or even a heavenly venerable. On Suyu's side, there were still some dead spirits. Not everyone had the courage to resurrect, including some Dao integration cultivators. These people were also in a period of opportunity for development. At this time, on Suyu's side, the battle prowess could be said to have risen to the extreme. And he himself was actually much stronger than when he first opened his Dao. This was because people were constantly integrated into his great Dao, expanding the world he controlled. At this time, Suyu's battle prowess was also rising. At this time, there were many powerhouses under Suyu's command. Heavenly Venerables, March, Giant Axe, Fat Ball, King South Pseudo Heavenly Venerables, Skyfire, Mist Mountain Heavenly Kings, Blue Sky, Wan Tianxing, King of Great Zhou, Bean Bun, Cooking Cake, September, Life Emperor, Fire Cloud, Marquis Giant Bamboo, Princess Chi, Hong Meng Pseudo Heavenly Kings, King of Great Qin, Da Xiao of Goguryeo, Floating Earth Spirit, Yingguo, Emperor Yen, Luiyue, Space Beast Emperor, River diagram pseudo-heavenly venerable Skyfire and Mist Mountain could just barely exert the battle prowess of a heavenly king in the outside world. King South could even exert the battle prowess of a heavenly venerable. If she was in Suyu's world, she might be able to fight the Hell King's ancestor. This was the harvest this time. The harvest was huge. This kind of strength, if spread, would be shocking. They probably wouldn't be much weaker than any side. Blue Sky actually vaguely felt like a heavenly venerable. It was just that this guy self-destructed his doppelgangers every day. His injuries healed and healed again. No one knew when he would be able to level up in a short period of time. Emperor Yan, the floating earth spirit, and the others had all fused into Suyu's world. In this world, even though the floating earth spirit had progressed to Tao integration later, he had caught up because the five-elemental tribe was perfecting his five-elemental great Tao. In this world, there were more than 20 people with the battle prowess of a heavenly king, and Suyu also looked around. There were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. He was in a good mood. Even this heavenly annihilation guy could probably be considered a second-grade Tao integration in his own world. Moreover, it was actually easier to comprehend Tao in his own world. Everyone would still have a period of improvement instead of being stuck here. Pseudo-Tao. So you didn't think that his world was a pseudo-Tao? He could only say that the master of this world was inferior to the master of time. It had nothing to do with the authenticity of the great Tao. Among the ancient powerhouses, the unlucky Marquis Dingjun was still a second-grade one. He still hadn't integrated into Suyu's world. There was no other reason. This guy just wanted to integrate the Tao of the spear. Now that the Tao of the spear was gone, even the similar Tao of the halberd had been integrated by Marquis Lan Shan, and the Tao of the staff had been integrated by the heavenly annihilation, Suyu felt that this guy really couldn't catch up even if he ate sh*t. There didn't seem to be any great Tao that suited him now. As Suyu was thinking this, Marquis Dingjun himself was actually feeling a bit inferior. In the outside world, it was actually nothing. The Great Qin King and the others were all similar to him. His old friend was handsome, and in the outside world, he was also comparable to him. But now that he had entered, damn, he was surrounded by heavenly kings, and he was the only one who was pitiful. He couldn't even stand in the first circle due to the auras of these powerhouses. I seemed to be F***king falling out of the first circle, with Suyu at the center. There were now more than 20 powerhouses around him. He just barely managed to stand in the first circle, but he felt that he would soon be out of this circle. Seeing that Suyu seemed to be thinking about something, he couldn't help but whisper, "Your Majesty, in this world, is there any great Tao that suits me? I want to integrate a great Tao." Previously, the Great Qin King had integrated the Tao of the spear faster than him, so he thought he could think about it first. But in the blink of an eye, the Tao of the halberd and the Tao of the staff were both gone. What should he do now? Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You want to integrate a great Tao?" "Yes." Marquis Dingjun nodded hurriedly, a bit helpless. "Your Majesty, but there's no great Tao that suits me. I also want to become the master of the laws. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I fought with others?" "There is." Suyu laughed. "I told you to integrate a long time ago, but you refused. Now you come to me. If not for the fact that I'm free, I wouldn't even bother with you. There's still the Tao of the halberd and the Tao of the spear. Choose one." In truth, halberd arts are hard to learn. The Tao of the spear isn't much different from the spear. The spear is the spear. Just make your spear a little longer. I left it especially for you. This last sentence delighted Marquis Dingjun. Left it especially for me? My face is so hard, of course, Suyu was just saying it. For now, no one had integrated a great Tao. He added, for warriors, it's best to integrate a great Tao as soon as possible. Unlike civilizers, who have a wide range of choices, warriors have much less choice. This was the truth. Many people used the universal great Tao of the warrior. With a wave of his hand, a great Tao appeared. Suyu no longer paid attention to Marquis Dingjun and went off to play. This wasn't the first time he integrated a great Tao. Last time, many people had done it, and Marquis Dingjun had been watching, so it wasn't a big problem. Suyu looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Our strength has more or less increased. Next is the last upgrade." I'll go and shatter the desolate heavenly beast Tao and extract it to help everyone recover all their physical strength. In the short term, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities to comprehend the great Tao. Everyone was delighted. There was still one more time. If they followed Suyu, they could really eat 3 meals a day. If they didn't follow Suyu, they wouldn't be able to eat even 1 meal a day. Suyu left his world here and led everyone back. Behind him, Marquis Dingjun was extremely anxious and hurriedly integrated a great Tao. As he did so, he shouted, "Your Majesty, shatter the desolate heavenly beast Tao. Slow down a little, wait for me." Sky Destroyer cackled and said, "There's nothing left. If you go back, there'll be nothing left." Marquis Dingjun cursed in his heart, impatient. Really, if I had known, I would have integrated a great Tao earlier. So you couldn't be bothered with him and led everyone back to the sealed land. In the sealed land, there were 15 light pillars, but now there was only one left. Death Spirit Emperor opened his eyes and looked at Suyu. Suyu also looked at him and smiled. "Previously, Headwan promised me to help you unseal." Death Spirit Emperor didn't say anything. Suyu said again, "Wait for a period of time. When I'm done with the things at hand, I'll help you unseal. Don't worry, it won't be too long. At least it'll be faster than Martial Emperor and the others, so you won't have to fight with my people now that you're unsealed. Don't be too anxious, Emperor Su." Death Spirit Emperor was not anxious. It's the same sooner or later. Unsealing now is not too good for me. It's also a good thing to comprehend the way of dead spirits in peace. You're quite open-minded, Emperor. Suyu smiled and said no more, then left with his people. A group of people flew toward the Tianyuan realm. In the distance, Martial Emperor seemed to be peeping again. Suyu vaguely sensed it, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. In the distance, Martial Emperor actually felt a little sad and wanted to curse. What the hell? Recently, the crisis of death had been too obvious. Every day, someone would say that he was dead. Was it Suyu? If it wasn't Suyu, who would be so free to say that he was dead all day long? Was he still human? "I'm alive and well." Now, he didn't quite believe in his sense of danger. Was he dead or not? At this moment, seeing Suyu flying toward the Tianyuan realm with so many experts, he also felt a toothache. They're getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more. My unsealing is clearly in front of me, but why does it feel more and more dangerous? I said that after unsealing, I'll beat this bastard to death. But, how can I beat him to death now? Suyu's strength was now terrifying, not to mention he had so many experts under his command. Don't be afraid. After unsealing, I'm stronger than the average master of the laws. Masters of the laws had different ranks. I'm not weak, so why should I be afraid of Suyu? What's the use of having more people? Fine, having more people isn't bad either. At least there'll be more heads to kill. Martial Emperor entertained himself. These days are getting a little hard to live. Tianyuan realm. When March and Giant Axe entered, they were both stunned. Is this still the Tianyuan realm? This is simply a holy land for cultivation. Sure enough, our thoughts were all bullsh. T. March had already seen it. In the distance, there was a huge bamboo mountain full of bamboos. On top of it, a large number of iron-eating beasts were eating, drinking, and sleeping. These days are much more comfortable than mine. The entire realm is full of vitality, verdant hills and clear waters, and the fragrance of flowers. Even the power of laws is incomparably abundant. We thought you were living a hard life, but good heavens, you're the ones living the life of immortals. Comfortable. Giant Axe also looked around, secretly curling his lips. Damn, it's so comfortable. This place is more comfortable than the human realm. Who said Suyu is living a miserable life? Bullshit. March seemed to think of something and quickly said, Your Majesty, I just remembered something. This time, Wan's experts actually tacitly agreed to us going down. They hope we can bring Tiangu and the others up, so they gave me and Leibao the chance to go down. Marquis Giant Bamboo and the others are all hostages, right? Suyu asked with a smile. March nodded. Yes, our clansmen up there are all hostages. Suyu smiled. Then bring them up. Even if you don't, Leibao will. Right now, 100 battles can't wait for the upper realm to fight, and Wan is worried that something will happen in the lower realm. Sending people up can also show that the lower realm has no intention of participating in the war. March nodded slightly, then quickly said, right, there are some changes in the upper realm. 2 top experts suddenly appeared in the chaotic mountain range, an 8-winged tiger and a broken-tailed dragon. Everyone had strange looks in their eyes. Fatball muttered, that tiger actually went up. Will he betray us? Also, that dragon also went up. We broke his tail, will he take revenge on us? March and Giant Axe were stunned. Damn, this has something to do with you, Suyu said calmly. The 8-winged tiger probably won't, but it's hard to say for the chaotic dragon, but it might not dare. It probably heard King Wen's voice. Ignore it, even if it betrays us, so what? Will one believe it? As long as one side doesn't believe it, it doesn't matter. I suffered heavy losses last time, it's not like they didn't see it. Do they dare to believe the words of a chaos beast? Compared to the chaotic clan, at least to Suyu's side, they were not much of a threat. March nodded slightly, then thought of something and suddenly took out a large ice cube. He hurriedly said, this is General Xuelan, what about her? Suyu was surprised. Why is she here? Xuelan's body exploded last time and Suyu saw it. She did not self-destruct of her own accord, but her opponent's self-destruction forced her body to shatter, and an icy power sealed her. This was a form of self-protection. With a glance, Suyu knew that this seal was not weak. Even a celestial venerable would not be able to break it. Why was March here? Suyu thought she had been taken away by the chaotic clan. March gave a simple explanation. Giant Axe was a little hesitant, but he still said, Xuelan is the Snow King's descendant, the Snow King's first wife's daughter. The Snow King might not have fallen. Saving Xuelan might still be useful. And Xuelan is not a bad person. Last time, he was captured together with a few strong martial artists. In the end, Nan Shi and the others left with Baijan. Now, he came to Suyu's side, and Xuelan sealed herself. Suyu laughed. She is not obedient. Giant Axe said embarrassedly, she is not too familiar with Emperor Yu after all. Self-destruction, she will die. I think, it might be because, they are not familiar. It will be fine if they are familiar. Suyu nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, that's true. But even if they are not familiar. Senior Giant Axe, let me ask you. In ancient times, if you were under King Wu and were transferred to King Wen, would you dare to disobey orders on the battlefield when the war started? Suyu said indifferently, this is not a matter of familiarity. I am the master, and they are the soldiers. I am the current human master. Since that is the case, their lives were saved by me. If I bring them to the battlefield, then they must obey orders. If I tell them to charge and be a suicide squad, then they must be. It is that. Simple. That is a military order, not a favor. Senior Giant Axe, do you understand what I mean? Suyu looked around, looked at Heavenly Fire and the others, and said indifferently, usually, we can laugh or curse as we please. On the battlefield, we are soldiers, soldiers. I am the master, and on the battlefield, there will only be one voice. If I say self-destruct, then self-destruct. If you trust me, then do it. If you don't, then you still have to do it. If you don't do it, then you are disobeying military orders. Everyone was awestruck. The great Qin King continued, of course, on the battlefield, orders must be obeyed at all times. On the battlefield, there are no favors, no right to choose missions. If you can go, you have to go, even if you can't. This is wartime, and wartime military rules are necessary. It has nothing to do with strength. Giant Axe Marquis was a little embarrassed. Suyu looked at Giant Axe and said with a smile, but. Senior Giant Axe came from far away, and this is the first time you came to my place. Knowing that my strength is greatly reduced, you still came to help. Then, Senior Giant Axe, I can give you some face. Suyu said with a smile, what Snow King's gratitude? There is no need, no need. I don't care about that. Senior Giant Axe, Xuelan's rescue and release are all on Senior's account. Giant Axe was a little embarrassed, this, Suyu said with a smile, Senior, you don't have to say any more. Tell me if you want to save her or not. If you don't want to save her, seal her in ice first, and find a chance to throw her out later. It's not good to keep her here. Why don't Senior keep her with the ice lump? Giant Axe felt even more helpless. Count it on me, I'm not that familiar with Xuelan. But if this is counted as mine, doesn't that mean that I owe another life to him? So annoying. He looked at the frozen Xuelan again. So you said again, this is also a chance to recover. I want to split open the desolate heavenly beast path and use my physical strength to help everyone recover. If she doesn't release the seal now, then even if she recovers, to recover her physical body, it might be possible to find Baijan. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Yes, Giant Axe remembered, Xuelan's physical body had also exploded. If she didn't recover now, it would indeed be difficult in the future. Thinking of this, Giant Axe bare one's teeth said, then please ask Emperor Yu to save her. Although I'm not that familiar with Xuelan, but Snow King is still very good-looking. Everyone was stunned by the sudden sentence. What did he mean? We thought you were interested in Xuelan. So you're interested in her mother? Marquis Fire Cloud couldn't hold it in anymore. He said in a muffled voice, Giant Axe, Snow King, you're also interested in her? Bare one's teeth grinned. Snow King and Martial King, isn't that a bit of gossip? Giant Axe scolded, nonsense. Even if Martial King has feelings for her, Snow King won't be moved. Snow King is a good woman who is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. *CK, everyone cursed in their hearts. What gossip? How did Martial King get involved? Now, someone was curious. Sky Destroyer said in a daze, could Xuelan be Martial King's daughter? Bullshit. Giant Axe shook his head. Nonsense. Of course not. Xuelan was born before Snow King became a king. I know Xuelan's father. I've seen him a few times. Of course, he's quite old. Maybe Fire Cloud knows him. Marquis Fire Cloud nodded. He did know him, but he couldn't help saying, he died a little early. Xuelan was born more than 30 years after his death. Everyone's eyes became more and more strange. This was big gossip. Giant Axe was speechless. Nonsense. Back then, during the war, Snow King sealed the pregnancy process. It's not like you don't know that. Saying such nonsense, Fire Cloud, you're deliberately creating contradictions, aren't you? For experts, who set the rule that they gave birth when they were pregnant? If they didn't want to give birth, they could seal it first. If they wanted to give birth, they could give birth again, he explained a little, and everyone nodded in understanding. They didn't say anything else. But the look in their eyes was very strange. Marquis Giant Axe couldn't really be interested in Snow King, right? This guy was really hiding his strength. No wonder he wanted to unseal Xuelan. He wanted to be her father, so you smiled instead and didn't say anything further. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the piece of ice into his hand, and then he inspected it carefully before he said with a smile, this dough of ice is slightly interesting. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult to break through, so it can be considered to be a good method to save my life. As he finished speaking, a special flame appeared in his hand. It was different from ordinary flames, and it was somewhat bone-chilling. The flame rose, and the ice was gradually unsealed. After a moment, a ball of light appeared. The next moment, General Xuelan condensed into a human figure. She looked at Suyu with a little surprise. Suyu is here, then where am I? She looked around and was very surprised. Where did so many experts come from? Also, those people who self-destructed last time were actually still alive, so you didn't give her a chance to speak. He said indifferently, Senior Giant Axe asked me to unseal you and restore your physical body. You just have to follow Senior Giant Axe in the future. For this, Senior Giant Axe will work for me. Xuelan was very surprised. Marquis Giant Axe was embarrassed. No, it's all because of Emperor Yu's generosity. Suyu smiled. Alright, it's just a small matter. I'll guide the desolate heavenly beast Dao later. Everyone, restore your physical bodies. Xuelan, too. Although Xuelan still had a stomach full of doubts, this didn't seem to be a good time to ask. Where was this place? The human realm? Was the human realm like this? She vaguely felt that it didn't seem like it. But if this wasn't the human realm, then where was it? So many experts. Last time, she talked to Ying Wu and the others, but she didn't hear that there were so many experts. Also, how long had she been sealed? Why did she feel that those people who self-destructed last time were much stronger? 100 years, 1,000 years, Shuelan didn't know how much time had passed. At this moment, Suyu had arrived at the river of time, where he had dug a hole in the great path. From here, he could draw out the desolate heavenly beast Dao. The desolate heavenly beast Dao was sealed by King Wen, and then Suyu handed it over to the great Qin King and the others. Now, it was in a masterless state again. He also wanted to see what Xingyue had left for him. A drop of blood appeared in Suyu's hand. It was the blood of the desolate heavenly beast. He had left a bit of it before. At this moment, he stimulated the blood, and a great path appeared. Now, Suyu's understanding of the great path had increased. Even if the desolate heavenly beast Dao wasn't here, it would be the same if he drew it over. A moment later, Suyu opened the heavenly gate again and saw the power of a great path spreading over. Soon, the power of a great path extended down through the opening. Suyu reached out and grabbed, tearing the void. The next moment, he stepped into the river of time. Soon, he saw the desolate heavenly beast tributary. Suyu stepped into the tributary, and as soon as he did, he felt some resistance. However, it quickly vanished. Suyu smiled. This was something he had sealed with his own grand Tao of life and death. It didn't have much of an effect on him, but if others wanted to go in, it would be troublesome. As soon as he entered, he was slightly stunned. What a dense life force. What a dense physical strength. Where did you get it? Strange, even if Xingyue had awakened, even if she controlled the great path of life, she had only just awakened. It wasn't like she had awakened for a long time. Where did she get so much physical strength and life force? Moreover, they were not the wild kind, but the domesticated kind that had been tamed. That was even stranger. Could it be from before? Suyu could only guess. He didn't expect that Xingyue would run to Baijian and the others to extract their life force and physical strength. Suyu smiled. That's good too, he needed physical strength now. He was worried that one desolate heavenly beast tributary would not be enough. Now, it was enough. As for life force, it was actually not bad. It could heal, strengthen the physical body, strengthen one's life force, and restore lifespan, but Suyu didn't care too much. Xingyue might have stayed behind to help him restore his lifespan. But it was not necessary. Suyu felt that if he could improve, he would definitely have a breakthrough within 10 years. At that time, he could naturally recover. If he couldn't improve, 10 years later, it probably wouldn't take that long for him to die. Lifespan really didn't matter. 10 years was more than enough, 3 years was more than enough. Moreover, once my great path of life is strong, I can naturally replenish my lifespan. Lifespan was also a good thing. Some old fellows might need it. After all, approaching the limit of lifespan would cause their state to decline. Giant Axe, March, Huiyun, these people are not young anymore. If I absorb some life force, I can recover better and reach a peak state. And South King and the others who had just been resurrected also needed it. After resurrection, their life force was not very strong. That was good, Suyu smiled. The power left by Xingyue was what he urgently needed now. It saved him a lot of trouble. Now, everyone should have recovered enough. It seems that a lot of memory has been restored, Suyu laughed. He was a little confused. Xingyue had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She had been a dead spirit for countless years. Could she really remember these few years? But thinking about it, she probably could. It couldn't be helped. She had been a hermit for hundreds of thousands of years. It seemed that she only planted flowers and plants. She might have been like this when she was alive. This kind of hermit couldn't be guessed. Hermits are terrible. Suyu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the next moment, he roared and suddenly punched out, causing the desolate heavenly beast great path to tremble violently. Suyu wanted to forcefully split open this great path and let all of its power leak out. Other great paths either had masters or people fusing with them. Forcefully attacking it would be a battle to the death. This great path, Suyu knew that no one controlled it. No one would care if he made a hole in it. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, a large hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Suyu walked out of the hole, and following it was boundless physical strength and life force. Suyu smiled and said, "Recover the physical body." The older generation's strengthening of life force. Without needing him to say anything, everyone began to absorb this powerful physical strength. The great Qin King and the others devoured very quickly. This was especially so for the great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo. They had already grasped this great path. At this moment, they absorbed the physical strength like crazy. As for Suyu, his eyes flickered. He looked at some people in the distance and said with a smile, "Great Golden King, Great Chu King. See if you can take this opportunity to absorb more physical strength and advance to Tao integration." These human race palace masters hadn't even advanced to the next level yet. These people looked at each other. Suddenly, the great Golden King said loudly, "Your Majesty, after we absorb the physical strength and advance to Tao integration, can we use the physical strength to merge with your Majesty's heaven and earth to open up the Tao of the physical body and rebuild the Tao of the physical body together?" Suyu looked at them and smiled. He nodded and said, "Sure, but, must we create a Tao of the physical body like the Time Great Path? We are martial artists." They were helpless. "We don't want to, but we are martial artists. Martial artists are destined to have powerful physical bodies. The Tao of weapons has been taken by those bastards. We have no choice but to rebuild the Tao of the physical body. If worst comes to worst, we'll just build the Tao of the physical body." Suyu smiled and nodded. At this moment, these former great Qin kings who had not changed their Tao began to absorb the physical strength of their bodies to advance. After advancing, they were not interested in competing with Baijian for the Tao of the physical body. They might as well just merge with Suyu's Tao and rebuild the Tao of the physical body and become the great Qin kings. Many more Tao integration cultivators were added in an instant. Everyone else's physical bodies also began to rapidly recover. Suyu's heaven and earth outside expanded again. Everyone's strength was Suyu's strength. They were perfecting Suyu's Tao. Advancing while lying down, at this point, the battle prowess of Suyu's subordinates had completely risen to a peak. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo, because their physical bodies had completely recovered, were vaguely about to step into an even more powerful realm. These two wouldn't become pseudo-heavenly venerables in advance, right? If that was the case, they would also be heavenly kings in the outside world. Suyu was looking forward to these people becoming even more powerful. It would be best if they could all become heavenly venerables and become masters of the laws of their own Tao. Even if their strength was reduced, they would still be able to suppress the current myriad worlds. Protect the heaven overseer well. Sooner or later, my side will become the strongest. Yes, protect the heaven overseer well. At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in Suyu's mind. Yes, in any case, I've already separated myself from the great Tao of time. It's not like I can kill the heaven overseer and help my subordinates become masters of the laws. I have to protect him. As long as the heaven overseer doesn't die, my side will become the strongest sooner or later. He looked at everyone recovering and thought for a moment. Then, he sighed. I've been away from the mortal realm for over a month. So long, I've already given up the mortal realm for over a month. Time really flies by. To the side, Fat Ball, who didn't need to recover its physical body, looked at Suyu with a strange expression and wagged its tail. Over a month, was that long? I've been watering plants for over 100,000 years. Why was it that when he heard Suyu sigh, he suddenly felt that a month was quite long? Large amounts of physical strength surged out. The various experts recovered and strengthened themselves. For a moment, it was a joyous scene. Of course, some were unhappy. When Marquis Dingjun rushed back, he was panting. It had really started. It was too fast. He was old and could not keep up with the pace. When had the pace been so fast? Improvement, and continuous improvement. He was very anxious. He had come to snatch physical strength, but he could not snatch the stronger ones. In the end, he had no choice but to snatch the heavenly destroyer. That guy monopolized a lot of physical strength. You're just a monkey. Why do you need so much physical strength? They were making a ruckus, but their strength was improving. Some did not. A figure appeared beside him. The Skirich Marquis, who had been quiet, could not hold it in any longer. He whispered, "Your Majesty, when are you going to kill Yu Hao? I want to become a heavenly king." 2. He was still a second class, very powerful. But when there were so many heavenly kings, he would be worthless. He felt that if he killed Yu Hao, he could definitely become a heavenly king. Killing a martial monarch is fine too. The Skirich Marquis suggested again. What do you think? Suyu laughed. This guy was really daring. Cut the crap. Suyu could not be bothered with him. He looked at the others who were improving, then at March and Giant Axe, who had absorbed a large amount of life force. He said, Senior March, has the upper realm started a war recently? Just a while ago, but it ended quickly. The arrival of the broken-tailed dragon and the 8-winged tiger made Juan a little afraid, and he did not dare to continue fighting. Useless. Suyu shook his head. Juan is not decisive at all. He's dragging his feet. Actually, I'm more curious about why the chaotic race is dragging their feet too. To be honest, I don't find it strange that the myriad races are dragging their feet. These fellows are too selfish, and it's difficult to coordinate with the other races. But the primal chaos race, if you ask me, they should be sweeping through the myriad races with thunderous momentum and quickly wiping them out. The chaotic race would not be too weak. The strength they had revealed might not be their full strength. March explained, the gates of hell might be opening soon. The chaotic race might be waiting for them to open. Really? Suyu fell into deep thought. It was said that the gates of hell had sealed the primordial chaos era. Would there have been a large number of primordial chaos beasts at that time? The master of the laws would also appear. Would there be a peerless expert there? If there was, it would be troublesome. Suyu fell into deep thought and said, Juan and the primal chaos race must fight. Both sides must consume each other's strength. Otherwise, both sides will be very difficult to deal with. There are probably more than 10 Empyreans in Juan, and there are also quite a few heavenly kings. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, I can't drag it out any longer. Upstream, the human emperor and the others may be returning soon. Returning is not a good thing. The human emperor and the others are 100% at a disadvantage. They might even suffer heavy casualties. I'm also worried that Hell King is behind the gates of hell. As soon as this was said, March and Great Axe's expressions changed slightly. Suyu said solemnly, the probability of the Hell King being on the human sovereign's side isn't high, and the probability of him being on King Wen's side isn't high either. The biggest possibility is that the Hell King might have entered the gates of hell and avoided the change when the human sovereign pulled away all the powerhouses. I'm also curious. Can't one come out of the gates of hell? As far as I know, someone from the chaotic race has entered the gates of hell. Can one enter but not come out? As these thoughts popped into his head, Suyu said, Seniors, who do you think is best if I fight now? Great Axe thought for a moment and said, why don't we join forces with Juan and fight the traitor first? We don't know when the gates of hell will open. When the experts inside appear, it will be even more difficult to fight. Why don't we eliminate the guys outside first, then fight the guys inside? When the people inside come out, Juan will have to fight too. Great Axe quickly said, I think Juan is actually afraid now, afraid that the gates of hell will open. That was true, whether it was Suyu or Baijan, their foundations were there. Even if the human emperor and the others returned, they weren't afraid. But the unknown number of experts behind the gates of hell was terrifying. Suyu fell into deep thought. Fight the chaotic race first? He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Maybe, we can talk about joining forces. What one is most anxious about right now, I'm guessing, is becoming the master of the laws. Once the seal is broken, their side will instantly become stronger. They have more than a dozen celestial venerables. But as long as the seal isn't broken, one isn't much of a threat. That's his strength. At this moment, Suyu was also a bit conflicted. If the two sides above didn't fight, fine, they would fight sooner or later. But how long would this sooner be? 3 months, 5 months, for Juan and the chaotic race, that wasn't too long. The key was, I'm an impatient person, I have too many things to do, I have to think of a way to get upstream. Is passively taking a beating the way I, Suyu, do? Is waiting for the human emperor and the others to return my idea? I have to King go up. After fighting over there, he would bring the experts in charge into the gate of heaven. No matter what enemies King Wen and the others encountered, he would kill them all. That would be it. How could it be so complicated? wait my ass, 3 months, 5 months, I can become the master of the laws. Suyu fell into deep thought and quickly said, I want to explore the way first. From the primal chaos, I want to move my world to the chaotic mountain. Once my world reaches the chaotic mountain, once we encounter danger, everyone will retreat into the chaotic mountain. That will be our opportunity. As he spoke, Suyu's eyes flickered. I have another idea. March and Giant Axe were curious. What idea? However, Suyu ignored them. When Wan Tianxing and the others arrived, he quickly said, I want to transform my world into a treasure land. A treasure land that has appeared in the depths of the primal chaos has attracted experts from all directions to chase after it. What does everyone think? Silence. Sky Annihilation, who had just returned, could not help but say, Your Majesty, are you going back to your old profession and continuing to deceive others? Scram. Suyu berated. You're the one who's King lying. I've never lied. Suyu stroked his chin and ignored him. Soon, he smiled and said, Are there any of the older generation present who have experience? Will there be any benefits floating out from the primal chaos? If there was a precedent, then it would be easy. If there wasn't, then it wouldn't be easy. Everyone would suspect it. With these words, everyone thought for a moment. At this time, Hong Meng suddenly said, Yes. Your Majesty, do you still remember my great Tao? A divine mountain. This is what floated out of the primal chaos. Suyu's eyes moved. Hong Meng continued, There are benefits to being in the primal chaos. Otherwise, how would the primal chaos ancient beast cultivate? The chaotic mountain is also a member of the primal chaos. The primal chaos is actually not a piece of nothingness, there are also some lands. However, only those ancient beasts have the chance to encounter them. Suyu's eyes flickered, Then tell me, if I forge my world into a primal chaos ancient land, will the experts from both sides come? Everyone looked at each other. Hong Meng said solemnly, Then what will your Majesty use to attract everyone? Without too many benefits, both sides won't rashly gather, and heavenly venerables won't easily move out. Benefits? That's right, they can't just float out and everyone comes to watch the show. They don't have that much free time. What's attractive to heavenly venerables is the matter of breaking through to the master of the laws. As for other treasures, they might not be interested in them. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, But breaking through to the master of the laws, unless one walks the primal chaos Tao, it has little to do with the primal chaos. At this point, Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, You don't say. The land of primal chaos isn't tempting enough to Wan, but it's still tempting to the Hell King bloodline. If it's done properly, not to mention others, many of the Hell King bloodline also cultivate the primal chaos Tao. Perhaps they will be tempted. Moreover, the Hell King bloodline has also ventured deep into the primal chaos and even killed ancient beasts. Thoughts popped up one after another, but Suyu quickly squashed them. After a moment, Suyu suddenly looked at an inconspicuous person. Everyone followed his line of sight and looked at the little girl in the distance. Tea Tree was chatting idly with the book spirit. She never interfered in matters that required her brain. At this moment, as if sensing everyone's eyes on her, Tea Tree raised her head in confusion. What's going on? Everyone looked at Suyu. Suyu laughed. Tea Tree is actually a member of the Primal Chaos Ancient Clans. Say, do you think a chaos beast that's about to advance to the Master of the Laws will attract the Hell King bloodline's attention? What did he mean? On the other hand, Wan Tianxing and the others seemed to understand something. The Great Zhou King frowned. But Tea Tree is only a third-grade Dao integration cultivator. Her advancement speed is very slow, and she hasn't merged with His Majesty's world yet. She's still far from becoming a Master of the Laws. If she isn't a Master of the Laws, it's meaningless. The Hell King bloodline had good foresight. It was possible for them to watch Tea Tree ascend to become a Master of the Laws, but they probably couldn't be bothered to watch a third-grade Dao integration cultivator break through to the second grade, so Suyu licked his lips and laughed. Not only is she advancing to become a Master of the Laws, but she's also an extremely rare Dao comprehension Tea Tree. No one knows she's a Dao comprehension Tea Tree, but they don't know she's a member of the Primal Chaos Ancient Clans, right? Even if they know of her existence, they wouldn't know she's about to become a Master of the Laws. Moreover, Tea Tree's tea leaves emit all sorts of great Daos. Even from afar, one would feel as if they could become a master of the laws after drinking her tea. Everyone looked at Suyu again. He was preparing to attack the Primal Chaos ancient clans. Moreover, it sounded like he wanted to use this world, including Tea Tree, to tempt them. Suyu smiled. Everyone, give me some advice. Wan Tianqing immediately asked, Your Majesty, are you sure we want to attack the Helking's faction first? He said in a low voice, if that's the case, our last defeat would have been meaningless. Our goal is to hide, not to attack. Right now, we might be able to fight one faction, but we definitely can't fight all of them. Your Majesty, even Baijian's side isn't on our side. If we suffer heavy losses, then others will benefit from it. Suyu nodded. That's right. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Suyu quickly said, let's put it this way. Right now, it's not just 3 factions, but many. We, 100 Battles, 1, the Hell King, and the Primal Chaos Ancient Beasts are actually 5 factions. In addition, there are martial monarchs and necromancers. Although they've been sealed, they'll be unsealed sooner or later. Right now, whoever makes the first move will suffer heavy losses and be taken advantage of by others. Suyu smiled. So, the best way is for everyone to take advantage of others and wait for others to attack first. We are like that, 100 Battles is like that, even Wan and the Helking's faction are like that. They can't wait for Wan to take down the lower realm, but someone has to make the first move. Suyu smiled. They're not in a hurry, but we are. Since that's the case, let's stir things up first and force everyone to attack. Everyone raised their brows. How? Suyu said faintly, who said that Tea Tree is trying to trick the Helking's faction? He's not trying to trick them, but helping them. Everyone looked at Suyu, Wan Tianqing, and the others again. They frowned and didn't say a word. Suyu smiled. That's what I think. Tea Tree is an immature child. Everyone looked at Tea Tree. Tea Tree was confused. Am I immature? She doesn't know how precious her tea leaves are. She's strong, but she's also very friendly. When a weakling from the Primal Chaos bloodline enters my world and sees Tea Tree enthusiastically takes out its tea leaves to welcome him. That person's strength increases. Everyone listened as if they were listening to a story. Suyu narrowed his eyes. If the Primal Chaos bloodline is evil, they should be forcefully destroying Tea Tree and taking all its tea leaves, including Tea Tree itself. If they're afraid of Tea Tree's strength, they'll come to curry favor and ask for more tea leaves. And now, once news that Tea Tree can help them advance to Masters of the Laws reaches Wan, what will happen to Wan? The moment he said that, the King of Great Zhou chuckled faintly. The Myriad races will definitely not dare to let them continue improving. What if a few more Masters of the Laws appear? Wan might deal with the Primal Chaos bloodline first, or Tea Tree, it's up to them. Lan Tian chuckled. Dealing with the Primal Chaos bloodline will satisfy our wishes. Dealing with Tea Tree will mean that the Primal Chaos bloodline will come to protect her. Both sides will come to this world, so we don't need to show ourselves. They'll come to our territory of their own accord. The highest level of deceit wasn't sending yourself to death, but having someone come to you and be deceived. Wan Tianqing continued, then what are the difficulties? First, Tea Tree isn't strong enough. Her tea leaves are powerful, but they aren't very effective against second-grade Dao integration stage cultivators. Second, how did she coincidentally meet this Hell King expert? Third, how did one learn of this so quickly without any suspicions? Fourth, the 8-winged tiger and broken-tailed dragon both know that His Majesty split open the world. Will they be suspicious? They've also seen Tea Tree. Fifth. He pointed out one difficulty after another. And the core of this matter was Tea Tree. Few people knew that Tea Tree was a member of the Primal Chaos bloodline. In fact, Primal Chaos bloodline members would be suppressed if they didn't come to the Infinite Realms. However, Tea Tree didn't. This might have something to do with Qingwen and the Time Master. Therefore, it was very rare to see Primal Chaos bloodline members mingling with other races. And on Suyu's side, there couldn't be a Tea Tree that was close to the Master of the Law rank. As for the previous Tea Tree, she was only a 4th-grade Dao integration stage cultivator. Now that she was a 3rd-grade Dao integration stage cultivator, her improvement wasn't that great. It was common knowledge that the primal chaos bloodline improved slowly, Suyu nodded. T-Tree's strength is indeed a bit weak. T-Tree was a bit aggrieved. Very weak, not bad, Suyu smiled. However, it's not impossible to improve quickly. The T-Tree walks the Chaos Dao, and the Chaos Dao is actually more about slaughter and devouring, including devouring treasures and ancient beasts. Last time, we killed a lot of ancient beasts, so the T-Tree should eat some more. I'll go back and extract some pure chaotic energy from it. Even if I can't become a heavenly monarch, I can still become a second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator. As for aura, it's actually very simple. T-Tree is above, and South King is below. South King looked at Suyu. What the hell is this? Suyu chuckled. That's my world. Isn't it easy for me to hide people? South King is buried at the root of the T-Tree, and South King's aura overflows. Of course, T-Tree is a primal chaos bloodline member, so it only needs aura and chaotic aura. In that case, when the two sides merged, a primal chaos bloodline powerhouse close to the Master of the Law rank would appear. T-Tree's tea leaves aren't very useful for top-grade Dao integration stage cultivators, so we'll need to fake them. Suyu smiled. T-Tree can use its own tea leaves and give them to others as trash. If trash is so powerful, then what about something even more powerful? Hang a few hundred golden fake tea leaves on top of T-Tree's head and say that they're origin tea leaves and won't be given to others. Everyone will naturally know that they're treasures. Below, at the very bottom, hang some of T-Tree's own tea leaves and treat them as trash. If it's useful for second-grade Dao integration stage cultivators, do you think everyone will be curious about it? Everyone nodded. That was definitely the case, even the trashiest tea leaves could cause people to covet them, let alone the best ones. Suyu continued, moreover, I feel that T-Tree's leaves can allow everyone to inscribe some of the best primal chaos insights into them. This way, the effect will be even better. In my world, I can even help others comprehend Dao and make them feel that T-Tree's tea leaves are ridiculously good. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Suyu, this fellow, was really good at faking things. As for meeting the Hell King's people, Suyu fell into deep thought. I'm wondering if we should cooperate with Baijian. He has a special relationship with Yu Luo. Perhaps he has planted a spy in the Hell King's faction. Wan Tianqing hesitated for a moment before saying, it's best not to. If we cooperate, then Baijian will see through us. Saying so, Wan Tianqing quickly added, Your Majesty. I actually think we can cooperate with Eight-Winged Tiger. Suyu looked at him. Wan Tianqing quickly said, Your Majesty saw Eight-Winged Tiger last time. He's a smart fellow. I feel that we can use him as a medium. For example, he can hunt down the primal chaos clansmen and make them come to our territory. Or, he can arrange for the ancient primal chaos clansmen to advance in our territory and leak the news. We can't leak it from our mouths, but if it gets out from the ancient beasts, then it won't be a problem. Everyone would suspect Suyu, but they would never suspect the ancient beasts. Because in everyone's eyes, ancient beasts were synonymous with mental retardation, no matter how strong they were, their brains were limited. If the ancient beasts said it was a good idea, then the Hell King's faction would naturally believe it too. Suyu hesitated. I'm worried that Eight-Winged Tiger might be colluding with the Hell King's faction. Wan Tianqing shook his head. I don't think so. Are the Hell King's faction and the ancient beasts really in an alliance? That might not be the case. If they were, they would have joined forces with the ancient beasts long ago. Perhaps only the Hell King knows the exact relationship between the Hell King's faction and the ancient primal chaos clansmen. Moreover, the ancient beasts behind the gates of hell might not necessarily represent the ancient beasts outside the gates of hell. If we can come to an agreement, we can prevent the news from leaking. If that was the case, many things would make sense. Wan Tianqing added, if we can really lure both sides into our world, then our combat strength will soar. Your Majesty can control the world to suppress them, and the South King might be able to rival the Master of the Laws. At that time, our number of celestial venerables and heavenly kings will increase. Wan Tianqing laughed. Your Majesty's mind is really flexible. This is similar to when we lured people into the southern Yuan ruins in Xia province. For the ruins, everyone had no choice but to fight and gather together. In southern Yuan, there was actually a disadvantage. We couldn't suppress the enemy, but here, in your Majesty's world, we can suppress the enemy. Everyone should be familiar with this method. Of course, no one would think that Suyu had created the southern Yuan ruins. Now, he'd run over to the primal chaos to create the sacred tea tree. Wan Tianxing continued, if the leaves of the tea tree can help a primal chaos cultivator advance to the master of the laws, then Yu Hao and the other celestial venerables will be tempted. That so-called ancestor will also be tempted. Their first thought will be to storm the place. Wan Tianxing quickly said, but we can make them wary. For example, the sacred tea tree is actually the eight-winged tiger's territory. He looked at Suyu. Your Majesty, do you think the Hell King's faction has made arrangements among the ancient beasts? Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded. Perhaps? Yes, if the eight-winged tiger has an ancient beast under him, then it'll be even easier. Once the eight-winged tiger is willing to cooperate, we can have him sneak over to the tea tree. Then, he'll be discovered, followed, and sold to the Hell King's faction. This way, we can increase the difficulty for the Hell King's faction to obtain information, and they'll believe it's true. Increase the difficulty of obtaining information. This way, the Hell King's faction will feel that the information we paid a huge price to obtain is definitely true. This way, the Hell King's faction won't dare to storm the sacred tea tree. We can buy time, which will give Wan time to obtain information. As for where Wan's information will come from, we'll have to think about it. March couldn't help but interject, I'll tell Wan directly. Everyone rolled their eyes. Shut up, it would have been fine if you hadn't mentioned it. Wouldn't Wan be suspicious? Screw you, the Iron Eater's suggestion was too trashy. March was mentally exhausted. What else could he do? Wan wouldn't rashly enter the land of chaos. What could he do if he couldn't enter? Suyu rubbed his chin and said, does Wan have any informants in the Hell King's faction? I'm afraid not. The Hell King's faction has only been exposed for a short time. King of Great Zhou shook his head. In such a short time, and he can't even come into contact with the enemy's weaklings. Then, Wan's source of information would be troublesome. At this moment, March was looking at Giant Axe, and Giant Axe was looking at March. Soon, everyone was looking at those warriors. Did you hear that? Now, Suyu and the others were starting to worry that Wan wouldn't be *able to obtain information. What the F***ck is this? Suyu also fell into deep thought. That's true. Then we still need to create a reliable source of information for Wan. March couldn't help but say, I might have an idea. Senior March, please speak. Wan is gone to recruit the eight-winged tiger and the broken-tail dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's eyes lit up. The tea tree belongs to the eight-winged tiger, but the Hell King bloodline discovered it. The Hell King bloodline wanted to forcefully seize it, but the eight-winged tiger couldn't resist. Unwilling to give up, he sought out Wan and told Wan that if he didn't take the tea tree back, he'd be finished. The Hell King bloodline would advance to become masters of the law. Whether it was to seize the tea tree or to stop the Hell King bloodline, Wan had to send someone. In this way, it's much easier to obtain information. My goodness, March muttered, damn it, I haven't even finished talking, and you've already come up with a plan. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, even if Wan doesn't come, if the Hell King bloodline is attracted here, to be honest, killing a few heavenly venerables is already worth it, right? At the side, Tea Tree felt wronged. How did I become the eight-winged tigers? What are you guys talking about? I only knew that I had become the eight-winged tigers. I'm not, I'm little masters, Suyu coughed dryly. Not the real eight-winged tiger, just a fake. What was this Tea Tree thinking? Suyu ignored Tea Tree and quickly said with a smile, in this way, we have the right time, place, and people. It's best if Wan and the Hell King bloodline fight, but if they don't, we will attack. The Hell King bloodline. Kill them. If we kill a few heavenly venerables, and if Wan still doesn't hit us while we're down, Wan is actually nothing to worry about. These guys are too scattered, too slow. Blue Sky said with a smile, what about Baijan? I'm not targeting him, but he has a plot in the Hell King bloodline. Maybe our plan will disrupt his plan, or even kill his people. If that happens, what should we do then? This possibility existed. Moreover, what if Yu Luo came? He said with a smile, if Yu Luo came, should we kill her? Yu Luo is very strong. But she might be one of Baijan's people. If we don't kill her, our plan will be ruined. If we kill her, we'll become enemies with Baijan. Suyu was silent for a while, then narrowed his eyes. Kill. Everyone's heart sank. Suyu said coldly, why not? Anyone from the Hell King bloodline can be killed. And a core figure, even more so. As for her being one of Baijan's people, what does that have to do with me? She's not one of my people. I just don't want to fall out with Baijan now and cause internal strife with him, resulting in huge losses. But his people are hiding in the dark. Do I still have to take care of him? As for falling out with Baijan after killing her, so be it. If a spy like you is killed, that's your problem, Suyu had no interest in helping him protect his spy. After saying that, Suyu quickly said, don't think about this. If it's really necessary, I'll inform Baijan. Of course, it's up to him whether he listens or not. He didn't say anything else. At most, he would destroy the other party's body and suppress the Sea of Will. If Baijan really wanted her, he would throw her to him. Of course, there would be a price to pay. As for the rest, Suyu didn't want to think about it. If he caused the death of his own people for others, that would be troublesome. King of Great Zhou said, that means your majesty has decided to come out soon? We're lying in wait like it's a game. I'm really speechless, King of Great Zhou calculated. It's only been a month or so. Of course, everything has changed. Our strength has changed, and this time, Suyu's plan has a high chance of success, Suyu nodded. I'm going out. Of course, you don't have to for now. Lie low. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Fat Ball, Tong Tian, they're all known experts. Follow me. I'm going to the upper realm with March. Everyone was shocked. Suyu smiled. Yes, I want to be in the light. Under the noses of the Myriad races, this was the best choice. I'll be here. Don't worry about me. I only have one goal now, revenge. Giant Axe, March, plus Fat Ball, Tong Tian, and me, this is our strength. We're not weak. But to say we're strong, it's okay. Suyu smiled. I want to go to the upper realm and establish my own sect. I'll truly occupy a part of the upper realm. This way, I have two lines in the light and in the dark. I'll even ask the Iron Eaters to come. I'll talk to Wan directly. I want to cooperate to kill the other party. I have Heavenly Venerables, Fat Ball, March, and Giant Axe, 3 Heavenly Venerables. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. This way, I'm in the light, and everyone can see. With that said, Suyu continued, other than these few, there is only one other powerhouse that Tiangu and the others know of, Senior Grand Mist. But Senior Hongmeng is the guardian, so he can't leave for the upper realm. So, my strength is almost completely exposed. Even if there are a few Dao integration stage cultivators left, they're insignificant. Suyu squinted his eyes and smiled, great seclusion in the city. We're right under Wan and the Hell King's noses, so what do they have to worry about? They're only worried about 100 battles. This has nothing to do with us. If you want to fight, go fight 100 battles. This has nothing to do with me. Everyone looked at each other. They were all slightly tempted. 2 lines in the light and in the dark, this might be a good idea. Blindly hiding would instead make people wary. This way, Suyu could bring a few Heavenly Venerables to the upper realm, and his safety would be guaranteed. One wouldn't recklessly start a war with Suyu and let the Hell King's noses take advantage of him. The great Zhou monarch nodded and smiled. Your Majesty's move is brilliant. They won't worry about me if I'm right under Wan's noses. Moreover, I'm not weak. With so many Heavenly Venerables, Your Majesty has to be more high profile. Even if my strength is damaged, I still have a large number of powerful experts following me. The more high profile I am, the more at ease one will be. Suyu smiled. That's right. Since we're already so powerful, will everyone still think about how many hidden experts we have? Of course not. Hongmeng can't leave, the others are dead, the South King and the others are all dead spirits, so where did Suyu get his strength to hide? Everything was open and aboveboard. Everyone was clear about Suyu's foundation. How many years had it been since he rose to power? Even if he had hidden experts, he wouldn't be able to hide them, Suyu quickly made a decision. It's decided. I'll think of a way to move the world to the upper realm, then contact the eight-winged tiger. The eight-winged tiger's cooperation is very important. As for the arrangement of the tea tree sacred ground, I'll have to trouble Wanfu prefect and the rest. So you wasn't worried that they wouldn't be able to fake it. Old Wan was good at it. Wait for me to move the world, march, and you can leave then. Senior march, great axe, go to the living domain first. There's only one goal, to stall for time. When I'm done, go to the upper realm including Lei Bao and the rest. Suyu smiled. When I leave, I'll seal the passage. Everyone looked strange. Suyu squinted his eyes and smiled. I'm afraid it's hard to seal 60 council tokens, but the rest are almost all in the upper realm. When I go up, I'll find Wan and tell him that I'm sealing the passage, not to stop them from going down, but to stop Baijan and the rest from going up. Do you think Wan will agree? Hearing this, everyone looked even more strange. The Prince of Great Zhou said faintly, he will, but only if your majesty agrees to return the tokens they borrowed after sealing the passage. This way, your majesty won't be able to use the remaining council tokens to open the passage to the lower realm. This way, Wan will probably laugh like crazy. Suyu laughed. Of course. At that time, they'll have to thank me. Yes, they'll have to thank Suyu. Suyu smiled. This way, Baijan and the rest won't be able to disturb us. Moreover, the passage to the Burying Soul Mountain, to be honest, might be exposed. We might as well seal it. Everyone sighed in admiration. His Majesty was thinking too much. This way, Baijan and the rest's interference would be gone. They'll go up first and take the fated kin away. That won't be easy. It'll be very difficult. How to go up? That'll be difficult. Wan Tianxing also smiled. Baijan wants to come down and hide, but he suddenly realized he can't go up. This is interesting. At that time, Baijan will be anxious. How can I go up? What's the situation up there? Baijan must know about the passage to the Burying Soul Mountain. This was also the passage he used to obtain information. If this place was sealed, he wouldn't be able to go to the 9th layer of the interstellar mansion. He might not dare to go to the passage to the land of chaos. Then he wouldn't be able to go up. Suyu smiled. Yes, we'll have to talk to the Martial Emperor. Don't let Baijan go up to the 9th layer and go through the land of Dao origin. If that happens, the lower realm will seal Baijan. He won't be able to go up, and he won't be able to go down. Everyone looked at each other and began to chuckle. If that's the case, we can ignore Baijan's interference. We'll just focus on playing in the upper realm, Suyu said. Before that, there's one more thing to do. Capture the Heaven Supervisor. Suyu narrowed his eyes. The Heaven Supervisor can't die. If he leaves him in the lower realm, if Baijan gets anxious and kills the Heaven Supervisor, what will I do? It won't do for the Wan to have a dozen more Masters of the Laws. Many treasures. Suyu shouted. Many treasures quickly replied, here. At this moment, there was no need to mention how obedient Many Treasures was. Suyu smiled. Take me to the Heaven Supervisor. I'm here to protect him. He can't die. Your Majesty, shut up. Suyu shouted. You can definitely find him. Cut the crap. If you can't, can you find him if I kill you now? I can. Many Treasures was helpless. I didn't say I couldn't find him. Why are you so fierce? I'm scared. Only then did Suyu smile. The plan is set for now. As for any changes, I'll change it at any time. Everyone has to enter my world and focus on cultivation. We'll strive to become masters of the laws in my world. Let's go out and find the Heaven Supervisor first. I'm really afraid he's been killed. At this moment, Suyu was in a good mood. The general outline of the plan was complete. Next, it was time to implement it. Once everything went smoothly, he would take care of the Myriad world's troubles bit by bit. First, he would deal with Wan and the Hell King bloodline. Then he would deal with Baijan. Next, he would deal with Death Spirit Emperor and Martial Emperor. Finally, it would depend on whether something happened to the Gates of Hell or the Human Emperor first. If the Gates of Hell couldn't be broken in a short time, then he would take people upstream and help the Human Emperor, The human emperor's side had been fighting for so many years and still hadn't been defeated. Even if there was a gap, it wasn't too big. If it was too big, it would have been destroyed long ago. If he could take 10 masters of the laws there, he might be able to reverse the situation. Xianxia went upstream. She was a wet nurse. Once she went upstream, once she met up with the human emperor, she would definitely be able to help them resist for a longer time. Yes, I'll strive to have 10 masters of the laws on my side after dealing with the Myriad world's troubles. Xiyu stood up and shouted, "Come, let's go up first. The heaven supervisor must be protected." Everyone looked at his valiant spirit and felt helpless. They didn't know who it was that wanted to kill the heaven supervisor that day. The heaven supervisor was so scared that he had no choice but to fight you one-on-one. King Nan quickly said, "Then let's go into the chaos space first. We'll advance from both sides to avoid wasting time. I think His Majesty wants to finish things quickly." Xiyu smiled. That's true. However, the chaos space is very dangerous. King Nan must be careful. How about this? Fatty Ball, Mist Mountain, Skyfire, and Blue Sky will accompany King Nan and explore the chaos space first. If the 5 of them worked together, they could fight a master of the laws. If they were weaker, the 5 of them could kill them together. Great Axe, March, Skyspan, Myriad treasures, follow me. We'll find the heaven supervisor first. Wanfu Prefect will take charge of the Dead Souls realm. The rest of you, cultivate in peace. Xiyu issued one order after another. Everyone performed their duties and was properly arranged. Soon, Xiyu led the others out of the realm. On this day, in the Myriad worlds, Xiyu returned. I didn't have to be so careful. I didn't care about anything at all. My aura swept through the world. After a month of hibernation, I'm back. I'll ignore Baijan for now. I've left the mortal realm. It's not like I won't come to the Myriad worlds. What's there to be afraid of? Heaven Supervisor. Xiyu shouted loudly and said with a laugh, I've come to find you. Several auras swept through the world, at this moment, in the immortal realm. Tiangu, Talisman King, and the others frowned and looked at each other. F***CK, this guy only disappeared for a few days. Didn't he say he'd bid farewell to the Myriad worlds last time? How many days had it been? He said he'd bid farewell to the Myriad worlds for a few days. Everyone was speechless, at this moment, in the mortal realm. Baijan's group also frowned. Xiyu was back. This was too fast. Baijan also frowned. What he was more concerned about was why Xiyu was looking for the Heaven Supervisor. Could it be that he was going to kill the Heaven Supervisor? This was nonsense. Baijan frowned. Recently, there seemed to be more troubles on his mind. He'd just been tormented by that woman, and now, Xiyu was back. In his opinion, Xiyu couldn't return so quickly. At the same time, the Heaven Supervisor straightened his robes. He was a little depressed after being tormented by that woman. Now that Xiyu had come looking for him again, forget it. He would fight Xiyu to the death. The Heaven Supervisor revealed a calm expression. It was still unknown who would win. Xiyu, I'm coming. End of chapter 783. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.